Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The arrow flew forward rapidly. A powerful explosion erupted. Artemis aimed her weapon and screamed. Harry slid along the ground and screamed about the blade of emptiness. They aimed an attack in the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, the man jumped up. Swinging, the knight screamed that he was finished. Gale abruptly applied the skill rock strike. The man grabbed the weapon. The knight exclaimed in amazement. Smiling, the guy asked that he was finished. Stretching his hand forward, he said that now it was his turn. The young man's eyes lit up brightly. A glow appeared in the air. The guy swung his weapon sharply. Gritting his teeth, Gale said that he was a monster. Notifications appeared that he died. Forced logout. Larry smiled and asked that they really thought that he would die from such a thing. He looked away in amazement, hearing that he was a small pest in the Lord. Stretching her hand forward, the girl screamed for him to die. She used the skill Ice Storm. Smiling, Larry asked that he was a small pest. A notification appeared that he had 60% of his health left. With wide eyes, he shouted that then they were midges. Suddenly, the guy used a battle cry. Gritting his teeth, the warrior said that this was a savage. Raising his weapon up, the young man shouted that he would destroy them all. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Bright lightning appeared. The guy stopped abruptly. He frowned. A notification appeared that he had 30% of his health left. The warriors looked at him. Their eyes lit up brightly. Smiling widely, Larry asked how dare they, arrogant children, not want to go down. Zeus grinned and lowered his head. Thor bowed. The hero looked to the side. The man flew up. One stretched his arms out to the sides. He looked straight ahead. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. Raising his head up, he shouted. A glow appeared around his hand. Suddenly, Odin struck. Larry swung his weapon. He gritted his teeth and wheezed. A notification appeared that he was under pressure from an unknown force. Movement speed was reduced by 30%. Attack speed was reduced by 30%. The attack was flying down from the air. Grinning, the hero said that he was an imbalanced piece of shit. Odin looked down. Arrows were flying down rapidly. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The warriors looked at him. A notification appeared that his health dropped below 2%. Body functions were impaired. Odin stood in front of the hero. The protagonist was kneeling. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was worthless. Larry looked at him furiously. Frowning, Odin said that the king of violence, who once held the first place, had become so pathetic, it was time to surrender. How many times had he tried? Stretching his hand forward, the warrior said that he should stop resisting and join him. He would give him back everything he had lost. No, he would give him more. The hero smiled widely when he heard that this was his last chance, so he should think carefully. He raised his finger and laughed. The protagonist frowned and said screw him, he would destroy him, so he shouldn't relax. Odin looked down and said, what a pity. He waved his hand sharply. Notifications appeared that he had died. He was assigned a penalty for death, a forced logout. Smoke flew out of the capsule. The hero lowered his head and said that again. Clutching his head, he screamed that he had lost again. The protagonist slammed his hand on the floor and screamed. The man raised his head and said that this crazy guy was acting up again. Larry sighed from the floor. He lowered his head and frowned. The name of the game appeared. It was said that several years ago, it appeared out of nowhere and shook the world. The hero looked straight ahead. It was said that the perfect virtual universe. The view of the village opened up. The thought appeared that it was so good that it was difficult to distinguish from reality. The planet appeared. It was said that a huge world, even larger than the Earth. The man held a glass in his hands. The thought appeared that artificial intelligence, which behaved like real people. The hero sat on a mountain of corpses and thought that he was the strongest in this world. The protagonist smiled widely. The thought appeared that he occupied first place in the overall ranking of players. First place in combat power, was the strongest user of the SSS rank in the berserker class, the king of violence Larry. Odin looked straight. It was said that but after the appearance of this guy everything in his world went awry. Sitting on the floor, the hero thought that no matter how you look at it, Odin, this bastard is definitely a cheater. Where did he get such incredible power from? The warriors stood around him. It was said that this was the 8th time he was lynched by the bastards of the Ragnarok Guild. With each death the level drops, and the equipment is removed. The protagonist struck and thought that he should not laugh. He is the king, the strongest player in the Lord. People stood near the machine. A thought appeared that while others bragged about how much money they raised on the game. Larry looked at the people. It was said that he devoted himself entirely to the Lord. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he would rather die than let these bastards win. Standing in front of the capsule, he added that they will see who of them will surrender first. The warriors stood still. Odin's eyes lit up. Swinging his hand, Larry thought that he would destroy everyone in his path. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he would never. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would not become like them. Rain was falling on the ground. The hero was lying on the ground. Swords were flying towards him. Gritting his teeth, he cried out. The protagonist's eyes widened. A notification appeared that he could not keep the title of the King of Violence, as he did not meet the minimum requirements. With wide eyes, he screamed that no, not that. A glow appeared around his body. Looking straight ahead, Odin asked that he was no longer a ranker. Flying up, he added that there was no point in killing him now. The sword suddenly evaporated. Larry was lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he thought that in the end he had lost everything. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought about the title of the King of Violence, hundreds of levels and all the items. A bright glow appeared. It was said that the legend of the strongest and most ruthless Larry ended tragically. Everything was over. The hero was lying in bed. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang loudly. Punching his fist, the protagonist screamed that it was so loud. Sitting on the bed, Larry thought that there was no way to get anything back. Looking down, he added that he was getting weaker and could not defeat those who grew stronger with each death on their own. Putting his hand to his neck, the hero thought, damn, tomorrow I have to pay the rent. Getting up, he added that he needed to sell the gold he had left. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist objected. Getting out of bed, he thought where his capsule was. It was here. Did he really apply for its withdrawal yesterday? No, that couldn't be. Even if he did, he would never open the door. Gritting his teeth, Larry said that they needed to wait. Looking away, he added that where was he? Suddenly a notification came to his phone. A message appeared that the virtual reality game The Lord was coming soon. A view of the building opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what 2021 was talking about, seriously. Looking at him, the guy asked what he decided to ask. Frowning, the protagonist asked that his name was Chuck, to which he asked what, he was okay. Larry's eyes widened. The guy looked at him. Turning his head, he said that a couple of days ago his girlfriend dumped him. He completely lost his mind from the upset. A view of the city opened up. Leaning against the wall, the hero sighed. Frowning, he thought that this was the same area where he lived 3 years ago, the same favorite store, and the seller with whom he was friends. What was going on at all? The warrior smiled broadly. The thought appeared that after he was lynched in the Lord and stripped of his title, the hero was lying on the ground. It was said that he died. The fragments flew up. The thought appeared that at the end he was struck by some kind of lightning. The protagonist raised his hand and thought that, but when he opened his eyes again, he moved 3 years ago. The Lord had not yet come out. He smirked and added that he was sleeping then. Larry's eyes widened and he thought that was right. He clenched his fist tightly and added that Odin, that freak. Standing up, the hero shouted that it was his doing. Walking forward, he thought about how he bet he was playing with his mind with some strange skills. The protagonist took a breath. He shouted furiously about Odin. Larry raised his head and said that he should come out, stop doing this and sort this out one-on-one. The hero looked ahead silently. Looking at the paper, the officer asked that his friend's name was Odin. What an interesting name. The protagonist stood still. It seemed that he would let him go this time, but that he should not do it again. Larry rolled his eyes and thought that this is how psychological attacks happen, but what benefit does he get from such hallucinations? The hero looked away. He grabbed a pole. Suddenly, the protagonist hit his head on it. Smiling, he thought that no matter how you look at it, it seems like this is really happening to him. A view of the gym opened up. The punching bag was hit by many blows. Larry was punching with his fist. Looking at him, the man asked what kind of martial art it was. Kickboxing. To which the guy replied that who knows, he was seeing it for the first time. It was very similar to Sambo. The protagonist hit the punching bag. Smiling, he thought that of course, he was seeing it for the first time. It was his own style, which he honed in the Lord. The techniques were shown. The thought arose that when the Lord comes out, martial arts will become popular all over the world. The monster turned its head. The thought arose that this will happen because players will often die from low-level monsters, which in turn will be due to low self-control. The protagonist was warming up. It was said that players who used only a keyboard and mouse will not be ready for VR games like the Lord. People looked at him in amazement. Holding the barbell in his hands, Larry thought that this is why it is most important. Crouching down, he shouted that and once. Frowning, the hero thought that this is understanding and control of his body. A glow appeared around the body. A thought arose that from the head to the tips of the fingers and toes, the ability to control your body is directly related to controlling the character in the Lord. The barbell fell to the floor. A thought appeared that it was right. It was time to accept it. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he really returned to the reality of 3 years ago. Larry was sitting on a mountain of corpses. A thought arose that the Lord, which was everything to him, would come out in a month. Lowering his head, he laughed and thought that they should wait for him. Smiling, the hero added that he alone would become someone he could not cope with. He would tear him into small pieces. The capsule stood near the bed. The protagonist lay in it. He clenched his teeth. A glow appeared. A message appeared that a connection was being established with the Lord. Larry opened his eyes in surprise. The starry sky appeared. Looking straight ahead, he said that this was the world of the Lord. The hero frowned when he heard that he should say his name. Smiling, he introduced himself. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that his name was Larry. The houses were covered in flames. The monsters rushed forward. It was heard that the goblins were attacking. The monsters were fighting with the people. A blow flew at the guy. The hero clenched his fist when he heard that he wanted to undergo training. If he refused, he would not be able to receive a reward for completing the training, to which he replied that of course he wanted to. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The goblin looked furiously. Suddenly, he swung his hand. Holding the weapon in his hands, Larry shouted that long live cruelty. The monster looked at him in fear. The hero swung the weapon at them. Suddenly, a blow flew in fact. A powerful explosion broke out. Smiling, the protagonist said that they should bow down. The king of violence has returned. The houses caught fire, and it was heard that they should run. The monster was lying on the ground. A glow appeared near it. The hero looked in amazement. Notifications appeared that he had fought an opponent stronger than him and won. He was awarded the title of talented fighter. He smiled and said that it was great, that's how it should be. The thought appeared that the peculiarity of the Lord is in the systemic achievements. The protagonist raised his hand up, thinking that every time someone performs a special action or achieves the impossible, the system either increases stats or gives a special effect. The man walked with a torch in his hands. It was said that killing monsters with bare hands to increase the level is the most useless thing that exists in the Lord. Standing still, the hero said that as he thought, since this is training, experience is not given for killing. Standing around the corner, he thought that the conditions for completing the introductory quest are very simple. The monsters ran forward. It was said that it was necessary to survive in the village, which was attacked by goblins. The goblins were standing in the middle of the village. The thought arose that hiding from the goblins he should go beyond the village, and that's it. Since this is training, the system not only does not award experience points, but also gives the first level player a difficult task, to deal with 2 goblins. Smiling, the hero thought that but what if there is another correct way to complete the training? The man smiled broadly. The thought arose that 2 months after the official release of the Lord, a new user appeared. The guy put his hand to his face and asked if it was so important to survive. In this case, it was said that he thought about the fact that in the formulation of the goal of training there was not escape, but survival. In the end, after dozens or hundreds of attempts, he found the perfect strategy. Sitting in front of the chest, the young man said that of course there is such a way. The thought came that as expected, he received a reward that was very different from the reward for the usual passage. The hero took a step forward. It was said that the Lord had barely left. He smiled widely and thought that the only one who knew the perfect strategy was him. The girl was running away from the monster. She opened her eyes in fear. The goblin's eyes lit up brightly. The man stood on the roof. The monsters were running forward quickly. The creature looked furiously. He turned his head to the side. The weapon was spinning in the air. The thought came that the perfect passage that he had then opened. The monster screamed loudly in pain. Smiling, the hero thought that it consisted of destroying the goblins who had invaded the village, every single one. A message appeared that according to the data, 25 goblins had invaded the village. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that strategy 1 was to divide and conquer, and then said that hell, ambushing and hitting from behind was not his style. He smiled broadly and added that this way you can kill 9 goblins. The goblin looked at him. Larry's eyes lit up. He walked forward and thought that however, this method would not work on the remaining ones. The monsters stood in a circle. An idea came to mind that when the total number of goblins was reduced to 15, the leader sensed danger and gathered the remaining ones around him. After that they would stick together, no matter what the player did. Taking a step forward, the hero said that this is why now. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, he added that they were moving on to strategy 2. Potions stood on the shelves. The protagonist was breathing heavily. Sitting on the floor, he said that damn, he thought he was going to die. Was the decision to face such a crowd head-on reckless? A notification appeared that his health had dropped to 20%, and his body functions were impaired. Larry reached for the potion. He drank it. A message appeared that he had used a low-level stamina potion, and his body functions were restored. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was so good to drink a potion when he was hanging by a thread from death. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that these sounds. Suddenly the goblin screamed loudly. The monsters growled angrily. Taking a step forward, the protagonist asked what they were looking for. Smiling, he added that they should try to catch him. The creature clenched its teeth tightly. The goblin pulled the weapon forward. Holding the sword in his hands, Larry said that they should come closer. The monster clenched its teeth tightly. Smiling, the hero said that he prepared it especially for them, and then thought that the second way is to strengthen himself to the maximum. A glow appeared around the hero. The goblin's eyes lit up brightly. The protagonist struck him. The creature growled in pain. The goblin looked at him in amazement. Swinging his weapon, Larry said that he was next. The monster screamed in fear. The creature's head flew to the side. The hero struck them. The monster looked away. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. He began to swing his weapon. Larry swung his sword. His eyes lit up brightly. The hero struck sharply. He looked at the notification in surprise. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that only those who actively use the achievement system can become stronger and faster than anyone else. Larry stood still. Notifications appeared that an amazing achievement. He successfully defeated several opponents stronger than him. He received the title of a natural-born fighter. He is the first to receive this title. Smiling, the hero asked what the bonus was for getting the title for the first time. Looking at the message, he thought that although he was level 1, his strength had reached 15 and his agility 14, these indicators were equivalent to level 10. The monsters suddenly rushed forward. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked what they still hadn't figured out. The monster's head was cut off. It flew to the side. A blow flew at the goblin. Lowering his head, Larry said that they couldn't handle him. Suddenly, the creature swung its weapon at him. The monster growled furiously. He swung his weapon sharply. Smiling, the hero asked why he was still here. A stupid boss. Smoke appeared near the buildings. The monster swung its sword. The protagonist deftly dodged the blows. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The goblin dealt a crushing blow. The smoke dissipated into the air. Sliding on the ground, Larry thought that in terms of strength and agility, he was very different from ordinary goblins. He was definitely a boss. Smiling widely, he added that no matter how you look at it, he was still just a goblin. The hero jumped to the side. A powerful blow flew across the ground. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist thought that he had already figured out the sequence of its attacks. He struck the monster. Lowering the weapon, Larry said that great, it must have worked. The goblin growled angrily. Frowning, the protagonist asked again. He sharply extended his hand forward. The creature's eyes lit up. He struck the ground. A blow flew at the hero. Notifications appeared that he had received 355 damage. His health had dropped to 20%. The creature raised its leg up. He kicked the ground. Looking at it, the protagonist thought, damn, it wasn't about strength or speed. He added with a frown that this was a pain in the ass. The monster walked forward. A thought came to mind that it was all about his defense. With his current stats and weapon, he wouldn't be able to deliver a fatal blow. Looking straight ahead, Larry thought that the potions didn't last more than 5 minutes. Okay then. He smiled widely and asked that he was ready. The goblin glared at him. Rushing forward, the hero shouted about a strategic retreat. Suddenly, the monster looked at him in confusion. His eyes lit up brightly. The protagonist's eyes widened and he shouted. The monster stood still. Smoke was flying around him. The goblin looked at the building. He smiled and growled. Larry was sitting on the floor. Gritting his teeth, he said that it hurt so much, it felt like his ribs were broken. Damn game, why is everything so realistic? The hero was holding a scroll in his hands. Having torn it, he thought that now it was time to use the item he had taken from the store. Notifications appeared that he had used a low-level fire resistance scroll. For 10 minutes his fire resistance was increased by 30. Smiling, the protagonist said that great, now it remained to lure it. The creature lowered its head and growled. Waving his hand, Larry said that he looked very angry. He could calm down first. The monster swung its weapon sharply, to which the hero shouted, damn it. Swings of the weapon appeared. The protagonist dodged the blows. With wide eyes, he said that there was too little room to maneuver here. Larry parried the creature's blow. A blow flew along the wall. The hero hit the wall. He was sitting on the floor. Messages appeared that he had received 74 damage. His health had dropped below 10%. A glow appeared around the monster. The protagonist tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. He swung and shouted loudly. The weapon flew forward. The monster smiled widely and laughed. Looking at him, Larry asked what he was laughing about, said that he could laugh as much as he wanted. Sitting on the floor, he added that he would never have such good fortune again. The monster turned around abruptly. The weapon stuck into the beam. Smiling, the hero said that he was happy to stay, and then thought that the third strategy was to use the environment. The goblin ran quickly towards him. The ceiling began to fall on him. Suddenly, the monster was buried. The protagonist ran forward quickly. A powerful explosion flared up behind him. Larry stood still and thought that despite the fact that he was doing this for the reward, he was sad that the former king of violence had fallen so low. He had to rely on someone else's strategies. There were messages that he had defeated the armed goblin. His health had dropped below 1%. One looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that this bastard had made him endure this humiliation. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that he should wait. He would return the favor 100-fold. He looked in surprise when he heard that he had completed the training. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Notifications appeared that an incredible achievement. He had received the title of David's Ceiling. He was the first to receive this title. Larry exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. He smiled when he heard about the achievements, to which he shouted. The hero clenched his fist. Messages appeared that he had been given the main rewards for completing the training. He had received 10 loaves of bread and 50 copper coins. he had received additional rewards for completing the training perfectly. Smiling widely, he said that it was nice to receive rewards. The smoke dispersed in the air. It was heard that, well, now you can check the effects of the titles, the status window. The hero looked straight ahead. Smiling, he thought that he was going crazy, this just couldn't be. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that this was really possible. 3 notifications appeared. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that getting a legendary title right away was cheating. A notification appeared, and Larry was thinking that the indicators were already good, but to have 3 more options. The hero smiled and added that thanks to this title he would be able to achieve his goal faster. No, at this rate he could change his plans altogether. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that the effects of unique titles were even better. Stretching his hand to the side, he shouted that it was going, he would open all the chests received as a reward. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared. Looking straight ahead, he said that he hadn't been here for a long time. Raising his head up, Larry said that the starting city was Carmenville. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that there were already quite a lot of people here. Only a few hours had passed since the launch of the game. The warrior stood still. A thought appeared that some of them were probably already here. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that Odin and his followers. Odin closed his eyes. The thought arose that the members of the Ragnarok Guild. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist added that he really wanted to find them right now and kill them, but looking away, he thought that this was unreasonable. The guy flew up. The thought arose that Odin was in the spotlight after receiving the title of king, creator of a prosperous world. This happened 2 years after the release of the game. Odin looked down. It was said that no matter how you look at it, it is very strange. The guy sat on the throne. The thought arose that a large number of high-level rankers swore allegiance to him at once. They even changed their nicknames and appearance. The warriors looked forward. It was said that everyone called them nerds obsessed with their characters. What kind of stupid cosplay of Scandinavian and Greek gods? But now it is impossible to find them. Looking down, the protagonist thought about who they were before they joined Ragnarok. He promised them some kind of reward since they were as loyal to him as he paid them. Maybe he was the grandson of some CEO of a big company. Taking a step forward, Larry said, damn, he should just forget about it. His suffering won't solve the problem. Lowering his head, he thought that in any case, by the day they meet again. Standing still, the hero added that he must become stronger than everyone. Walking forward, he thought about what he needed now. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that he wanted to pump up his fighting skills. Crossing his arms, the man said that he should come in then. He can become as strong as him. He looked away. Larry put his hand to his face. The hero was training, thinking about the fact that it was the first day, so there were quite a lot of people here. Looking straight ahead, he added that but they would soon part ways, and then said that he wanted to train. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he had potential. He could not rip off such a promising guy full price, so for him 20 copper coins. The protagonist looked surprised and said that the effect of the title and thought that the original price was 30 copper coins. People were training on dummies. Stretching his hand to the side, Larry said how he missed it. He swung his fist. The hero struck. The thought arose that the training dummy was one of the ways to pump up in Carmenville. The girl stood in front of the dummy. It was said that for each hit on the dummy he was awarded experience. Thinks, everything is so simple. At first many fell for it and rushed to the training ground, but the guy was breathing heavily and asked when the level would go up. It had been beating him for 5 hours already. It was said that they would soon understand. It was completely ineffective. Holding the bag in his hands, the man heard that 10 squirrel skins, as he asked, to which he replied that great, here is his reward. The thought appeared that he personally would prefer to complete NPC assignments, for which you can get many times more experience. As a reward you can get money or food. But, gritting his teeth, the guy said that yes, let him quit. It would be better to hunt goblins. It was said that if he continued to practice on the parade ground, he would have to pay for renting a dummy and food, a complete loss. In his past life he also considered it a waste of time. The hero swung his fist and thought that but the real charm of the training ground is not in raising the level. Part of the dummy flew to the side. The protagonist was breathing heavily. He looked surprised when he heard that the strength had increased by 1. Smiling, Larry thought that this is it. You need to hit the dummy until all the stamina is exhausted, and then the characteristics will increase by 1 regardless of the level. Holding the bread in his hands, he added that now he is the only one who knows about it. But if someone else knew about it, they simply would not bother with it. Sitting on the ground, the hero thought that because during this time it would be possible to increase the characteristics faster by completing tasks. Smiling, he added that but will it be so later? The protagonist swung his weapon. A thought occurred to him that to rise from the very bottom to the 10th or 20th level will take 1 or 2 days. But what about the 100th or 200th level? Now it is boring and tiring, and yet the day will come when his efforts will bear fruit. Crouching down, Larry asked that they try again. He swung his fist. Many blows flew at the dummy. Smiling, the guy asked what was making so much noise, to which the young man replied that he should forget about it. He just wanted to attract attention. They would better go complete quests. Frowning, the hero thought about what they knew. With an increase in level, the characteristics will no longer grow from simple blows. He swung his hand sharply. The protagonist struck with his foot. He stood still. Notifications appeared that he had increased his strength, agility, and endurance. He can no longer increase characteristics on the training ground. Larry opened his mouth. A message appeared that he received the title of workaholic. The hero clenched his fists, hearing about the grand achievement, to which he thought that finally. Smiling, the protagonist said that great, it worked out, now he can also focus on leveling up. Taking a step forward, the man asked that he wanted to become stronger. Raising his hand, the man said that he had been watching him closely for 9 days, to which the protagonist asked why he had been watching, why it sounded so creepy. He looked surprised to hear that such a strong-willed and assertive guy like him could easily handle it. Stretching his hand forward, the coach added that if he wanted, he would show him something better, which he would say, agreed. Larry looked in amazement, and thought that it was a hidden quest. He had never heard of it. They were walking through a cave. Turning his head, the hero thought that there was some kind of underground passage under the training ground, and the man said that it was very dark here. Let him try not to trip. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what he meant by something better. Smiling, he added that he would really teach him some kind of secret profession or skill. It was heard that they were in place. Larry gritted his teeth. The gate opened in front of them. Covering his eyes, the man said that this is an advanced training ground where only the chosen ones can enter, to which the hero shouted that damn, and this is his something, again these dummies. Looking at him, the man replied that these are not ordinary dummies. A sphere was visible from the dummies. They got into a fighting stance. It was heard that since they move exactly like humans, they can counterattack. If his level is less than 10, then you can die. Frowning, the man asked what he wanted to try. As he said, he only had one try. The hero froze in front of him silently. Smiling widely, he said that he was still angry, but he thought it would be fun. The protagonist took a step forward. Suddenly, the doors slammed behind him. Larry stood in front of the dummies. He swung his weapon sharply. The hero swung his fist and shouted. He struck the dummy. The protagonist stood still. The robot's eyes lit up. It ran quickly towards the hero. Larry slid along the ground. He frowned, looking straight ahead. The robot stood in front of him. Smiling, the hero said that it was not bad for such toys. Jumping up, he added that it was great, wonderful. The protagonist rushed forward and thought that it was good. Why don't they continue the fun? A view of the dungeon opened up. The doors were slightly ajar. The robot raised its hand up. Suddenly, Larry crushed it with his foot. Smiling widely, he thought that he had reached level 10 and pumped up his stats. But what's even better? The hero looked straight ahead. Notifications about new skills and effects appeared. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist thought that the epic title of Indomitable Will, he didn't think he could get it in such a place. Looking straight ahead, Larry said that if you remember how hard he worked in his past life to get it. A blow flew at the hero. It was heard that who would have thought that it could be obtained simply by fighting wooden dolls. Smiling, the hero thought that great, now that time has come. A view of the great city of Ctan opened up. The entrance to the building appeared. The man was lying on the bed. He sat up and asked again. Hearing the address smiling, the protagonist said that he should serve the client. He was going to work, to which the man asked that he at least knew what kind of place this was. Looking at him, Larry replied that of course, isn't this the Berserker Guild? Raising his finger up, he added that he looked very much like a berserker, to which the man replied that he knew. Jack raised his finger and asked that he knew that if he got a profession, it would not be so easy to change it, to which the hero replied that of course, so they would finish it faster. The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted that it was great. A glow appeared around the hero. A notification appeared that he had changed his occupation to berserker. Smiling, Jack said that congratulations, he was now a berserker. The protagonist smiled widely when he heard that he would be returned to level 1, his characteristics would be saved, to which he thought that finally. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that here was a memorable gift, he could choose whatever he wanted. The hero took the weapon in his hands. His eyes lit up brightly. The protagonist swung the weapon. Jack looked at him silently. Larry swung his sword several times. He stopped abruptly. Looking at him, the man said that he was impressive. Smiling, the hero thought that this was what he needed. The girl frowned. A thought appeared that in fact he had long been thinking about changing his profession. However, unlike his past life, now he knew about many hidden classes and how to get them. The hero turned his head and thought that but the only way to destroy these bastards was to become a berserker. A glow appeared around the protagonist. It was said that Odin's lackeys always follow him. The more the berserker is pressed against the wall, the higher his stats will be. Larry swung his fist. A thought appeared that in addition, berserkers can increase their stats with the berserker skill. This is the best profession for someone who can use their stats raised by their hands more effectively. He can increase his stats by simply activating berserker. The hero held the weapon in his hands. Smiling widely, he thought that in addition, Odin beheaded him, It would be fair if he also cut off his head. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of him. Looking at him, the man asked what was wrong with him. He was so shocked by the change of profession, to which the protagonist replied that no, it was not that. Larry's eyes widened, wondering what it was. He looked closely at the message. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero asked if this was really a hidden quest. Smirking, the girl said that she was welcome to the Iraq Bank, for what reason, to which the hero replied that it was a loan, and she added that of course, let him say his name and profession, and the protagonist said that Larry was a berserker, as much as possible, and the banker said that it was good, since this was his first profession, he could get 30 silver coins at 3% per month. A view of the building opened up. Looking at the man, Larry shouted that he needed skill books for those whose profession was berserker first, all the books, to which Jack replied that it would be a bit expensive, and he added that closer to the point, how much, to which the berserker said that 10 silver. A notification appeared that they had learned the mastery of the axe and 4 more skills. The hero silently looked at the messages, to which the man asked what the problem was. Turning around, the protagonist addressed him. Gritting his teeth, Larry asked that he had heard anything about the storm, to which the master asked again. People were standing in the middle of the square. A notification appeared about searching for traces of the storm. The protagonist silently looked at the hidden task. Frowning, he thought about the fact that he thought that this hidden quest was somehow related to the berserker, but even the guild master did not know anything about it. Smiling broadly, Larry thought that besides he had never heard of this even when he was number 1 among the berserkers. Could it be that someone else had gotten it? Clutching his head, the hero shouted, what the hell, how was he supposed to figure it out without any hints? Gritting his teeth, he thought that he would really like to get the reward for the hidden quest, but now he did not have the necessary information, so he would have to postpone it for now. The status window appeared. Looking at him, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had changed his profession. Now he needed to work on leveling up. Smiling widely, he added that then he should remember his plan, which he wanted to stick to. People looked at him in bewilderment. The hero looked at them. It was said that he was looking for a guide to the orc camp for a reward of 15 silver. He turned around, hearing that he would take him to the orc camp. Standing in front of him, the man said that he could help. Smiling widely, the knight added, and as for the reward, it was in advance. The protagonist silently looked at him. Gritting his teeth, he asked that he was alone, what level, to which the man replied that he was a heavy knight of level 25. Stretching his hand to the side, Larry said that he did not believe that he was alone. Let him look for someone else. The knight held his hand out and shouted that he had seen it, that it was the mark of an orc warrior, he had earned it himself, to which the hero replied that he seemed to have caught a couple of scouts, and was now fooling everyone. He held his hand out and added that it would take at least 2 people above level 30 to reach the orc camp located in the heart of the forest, so he shouldn't get cocky and just go his own way. Looking away, the knight said that he was a bastard and thought that he was embarrassing him in front of everyone. He held his hand out and used the insight skill. A notification appeared that his opponent had used a hostile skill on him. The hero lowered his head, and a message appeared that self-defense skills would be available for 5 minutes. The time period could be extended if the opponent resisted. Gritting his teeth, he asked what he was doing. The man laughed loudly in response. The protagonist closed his eyes when he heard that he was level 1. He was acting so brazenly, although in fact he was a noob who had just changed his profession. Smiling widely, the knight said that if he was so weak, he should have just sat and not moved. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he wanted to die. Looking at him, the man shouted that he should try. He was an insolent bastard who thought he could go to the orc camp with level 1. Larry smiled widely and asked again. The knight looked at him in bewilderment when he heard that they could argue. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he should fight him. The winner would get 15 silver. Well, there would be no punishment, since this was not murder. Gritting his teeth, the man asked that he had completely lost his mind. Smiling, Larry asked again, was he afraid that he would lose to a player with the first level? Suddenly, the man kicked the ground. He looked furiously. A notification appeared that he had requested a duel, putting 15 silver. Gritting his teeth, Barry said that he should attack. The hero smiled widely. He looked angrily at the man. A view of the building opened up. The man took a step forward. People were watching them. Among the crowd, they heard that there was a fight. They were fighting near the fountain. Looking away, the girl said that the duel was right in the city. It seemed that they had nothing better to do. Larry smiled widely. He heard that there was a duel. He stood in front of the knight. The man's armor appeared. He held a weapon in his hands. Gritting his teeth, Barry said that he would kill him, to which the hero replied that they would fight. Looking down, the man asked what about his weapon. Clenching his fist, the hero said that this is it. The knight glared, hearing that he actually thought that he would draw his blade to fight the likes of him, to which he asked again. The man kicked the ground. Notifications appeared that the duel had begun. If his health dropped below 5%, he would lose. The knight swung his weapon and shouted for him to die. The hero deftly dodged the blow. Gritting his teeth, Barry shouted. He swung his weapon sharply. The protagonist dodged the blows. It was heard that he was a rat. All he knew how to do was dodge. Frowning, Barry thought, damn, can berserkers be that fast? Smiling widely, Larry asked that it was his turn now. Turning around, the man shouted that he was impudent. Suddenly, the hero struck him. His helmet suddenly disappeared. The protagonist swung his fist. Robots appeared. The thought appeared that the stupid bastard, on the parade ground, he raised his additional characteristics to the limit. Smiling widely, Larry thought that the level had to be reset because of the profession, in fact, his characteristics. Striking, he added that the minimum was level 50. People looked at him in amazement. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that wow, armor with bare hands. The man winced in pain. Smiling, the hero said that he said the first level. Striking, he shouted that not all first levels are like this. A glow appeared around the protagonist. A status window appeared. The man rolled his eyes. A message appeared that the player Barry lost. He died in a duel. He lost 15 silver. The hero smiled, hearing that he gets 15 silver, to which he said that he earned some money. Looking at him, people said that they saw it. With their bare hands, he heard that he was level 1. It can't be, he's a cheater. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Smiling, he thought that it was not bad, that was enough to take a risk. Putting his hand on his hip, Larry thought that the only question was how to get there, and someone turned to him. The hero turned around and exclaimed. The guy grinned, looking at him. Standing in front of the hero, he said that he heard that he wanted to go to the orc camp, right? To which the protagonist replied that yes, as he saw it. The girl looked straight. It was heard that they did not go into the camp itself, but they had been in the surrounding area, did not want to go with them. Putting his hand to his face, Larry asked about the level, to which the young man replied that he was 35, and these two were 32nd. The hero frowned. Looking at the people, he thought that their weapons were not bad, a well-balanced party, tank, damager and healer. Holding the bag in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was great, and then said that he was not going to join the group, let them just accompany him to the entrance to the camp. Smiling, he added that he would give 10 silver now, and 5 when they got there. He would not participate in the fights, everything that fell along the way was theirs. They found themselves in a lush forest. The guy opened his eyes wide. Gritting his teeth, he said that they should stop. A high tower appeared in front of them. Turning around, the young man said that the orc's domain began from here. There were sentries walking around the area. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he knew, and then asked what they were going to do now. Looking to the side, the guy asked what he would give her this, to which the girl replied that she should wait a minute. Suddenly, he rushed forward. A piece of meat fell to the ground. The monsters looked at it. The orcs clenched their teeth. Raising his head, the creature exclaimed. They were looking at a piece of meat. The guy turned his head, hearing that the hunters had dropped it. Looking at the squad, he said, "Here." The group rushed forward. Smiling, the hero thought, "These guys are more experienced than he thought, not bad." They were moving through the forest. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The orc camp appeared. The monster put his hand on his side. It seemed that this was the only loophole. Sitting among the bushes, the guy said that it seemed that they realized this and posted a sentry. Looking straight ahead, he added that nothing could be done. Ella began to read the spell. Stretching her hand forward, she used the silence skill. The orc exclaimed in amazement. The guy ran forward quickly. The monster looked at him in surprise. He froze and said that his voice. The young man sharply struck him. He stopped abruptly inside. Holding the weapon in his hands, Odin said that it was ready. Stretching his hand out to the side, he said that he should go through this hole and end up right in the orc camp. Holding out the bag, the protagonist replied that great job, here's the rest, to which the guy said that thank you and wished him luck. Looking at him, the girl asked if he really would go there alone. The camp must be very dangerous, to which Larry said that yes, he knew, thanks for worrying. Turning around, the guy said that it was dangerous here, they should go back. With wide eyes, the girl asked that she did not understand how he would cope there, even if he paid for the trip here, to which Ella replied that she should forget about him, he went to his death himself. Looking straight ahead, the young man said that they should not worry about it, to which she asked again. The girl frowned when she heard that he didn't know the exact reason. That man wouldn't look for an escort if he was weak, right? To which she replied that he didn't overestimate him too much. The duel was great, of course, but... Walking forward, the guy asked what he thought. Why did he challenge that guy to a duel? The knight extended his hand forward. It was heard that according to those who had been watching them from the beginning, it was the knight who used the hostile skill first. The man's eyes lit up. It was said that as far as she knew, the player who was attacked first could use self-defense. A glow appeared around the man. It was heard that if you defeat the enemy in this state, you can get experience points. With her eyes wide open, Ella said that it was true. It was a great way to increase your level, and the girl added that then why. Looking straight ahead, the young man said that who knows, he does not know for sure. The hero walked forward, and he added that but the player named Larry had his own reasons for this. The protagonist smiled widely. It was heard that for some reason he had to maintain the first level until arriving at the orc camp. The monsters looked in amazement. Standing near the hero, they shouted about him. The hero smiled widely, hearing that the intruder. He gritted his teeth. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he shouted that whoever of them knew about the honor of a warrior, if there was a real warrior here, they would fight right now. Larry stretched his arms out to the sides. It was heard that for a person to know about the honor of orcs, this was the first time. The hero smiled widely and thought that there was one little-known way to defeat the orcs. The protagonist struck the monster. The thought arose that if he shouted like that in the heart of the orc camp, which is a place for warriors to rest, then he could qualify for one-on-one duels, since the orcs would defend their honor. Smiling widely, the protagonist thought that great, he was not here to level up, a prerequisite necessary to become the strongest person in the Lord. Looking straight ahead, he added that getting almost impossible achievements and legendary titles, that was his true goal. The orcs looked at him furiously. It was said that a duel with orcs, known as the most combative race in the lush forest, could give a good reward. In addition, this is the best hunting ground, where you cannot worry about your safety and fight one-on-one. Smiling, the hero shouted that they should come out one by one, who among them is the strongest. He looked at the monster in surprise. Smiling widely, the orc said that this is his chance to defend his honor, let him attack. Frowning, the protagonist thought, damn, he was too self-confident, could it be the orc leader himself? Larry raised his head up and added that this brute looks like at least a level 70 player who changed his profession twice. He will not be able to win, despite all the machinations with characteristics. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought, damn, it was so stupid, in this situation. He turned his head, hearing that no, this man is theirs. The monsters surrounded the hero and said that it was true, the chieftain was too strong, let them give them a chance to defend their honor. Smiling widely, the orc said that it was true, he had to show what he could do before fighting him. The monster took a step forward. Kyle gritted his teeth when he heard that it was his. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was saved. Great, that should be enough. Suddenly, he shuddered. Larry opened his eyes wide and thought that he felt relieved because he was fighting a weaker opponent. Gritting his teeth, he added that damn, he needed to pull himself together. Odin frowned, wondering if he could become stronger than that jerk if he kept thinking like that. The hero sighed when he heard that he should fight him and raised his weapon. The monster looked at him in confusion. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, Kyle asked what he was doing. The protagonist began to pump up his strength. The points of additional characteristics were equal to 0. Smiling broadly, Larry said that great, they will begin, and then thought that the distribution of 45 points of additional characteristics. The distribution is complete, the status window appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the hero addressed the orc leader. Smiling, he said that let him tell about his fate, today he will die by his hand. Looking at him, the leader replied that what an interesting little man. The protagonist smiled, looking at him. The monster's eyes lit up and he turned. Kyle swung his weapon and shouted that he was an impudent man, now his opponent is him. Larry deftly dodged his blow. The orc looked furiously. He opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that his axe looked better. Smiling, the hero said that he liked it, and he wielded it well. A bright glow appeared. The protagonist jumped to the side. Gritting his teeth, Kyle thought that the man was stronger than he thought. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would use it then. Suddenly, the orc used the skill Cry of Decline. Larry winced from the sound. Looking at his hand, he exclaimed, a notification appeared that due to the Cry of Decline, his characteristics would be reduced for a certain period of time. Smiling, the hero thought that it was very similar to the berserker skill Battle Cry, so he had something like that. Swinging his weapon, the orc shouted that he was greatly weakened, he would win. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what, really, he really thought so. Suddenly, Larry struck him. The orc gritted his teeth in pain. His eyes lit up. Looking at the hero, the monster shouted that he was an impudent creature, let him die. The protagonist dodged his blow. The orc swung his weapon again. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he did not understand, he weakened this man with his skill. Larry dodged the attacks. It was heard that what was he messing around, let him deal with him already, let him press. Gritting his teeth, the leader thought that it was strange, Kyle had an advantage in speed and strength, however. The hero smiled, and he added that why hadn't he killed him yet? Looking at the monster, the protagonist asked, what was curious, why everything was happening like this. He struck the orc with his foot. Kyle was breathing heavily. It was heard that the sequence of attacks was painfully simple and stupid. Looking at the orc, the hero said that which can be tracked by looking at his movements once. The monster's eyes suddenly lit up. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that he should not get cocky. The protagonist parried his blow. Kyle lowered his head and wheezed. He winced in pain. Larry swung his weapon. His eyes lit up and said that he would remember him. The monster looked at him in surprise and said that the man was strong. The hero kicked him. The protagonist looked forward angrily. Looking straight ahead, the orc said that this man? Larry smiled widely when he heard that he won. An amazing man, he is very strong. He looked at the notification. There were messages that an incredible achievement. He received the title of the orc warrior who killed the first level. He is the first to receive this title. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that great, he achieved his goal. All this was for the title of the orc warrior who killed the first level. A glow appeared around the man. It was said that if after changing the profession, he killed a monster of a higher level, he can get the title of the one who killed them at the first level. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the higher the level of the monster, the greater the effect of the title. Great, even if he raises the level. Looking at the notification, he added that he must defeat the unlucky orc chieftain. Larry smiled widely. The thought occurred to him that his title and experience points were frozen. He took on the task of honor of a warrior. He would receive titles and experience points upon completing the task. Putting his weapon behind his back, he asked that the honor of a warrior is a quest. What quest, when it is him? Standing in front of the chieftain, the hero heard that he proved himself worthy to fight him. The protagonist frowned. Holding the weapon in his hands, he asked that this was his decision. Smiling, the monster asked what the problem was. He entered their territory and began to shout about the honor of a warrior. Larry gritted his teeth, hearing that therefore he must defend his honor to the end. Damn, in the articles he read in the past, there was no such thing. The orc raised his hand. The thought occurred that technically, monsters are the same NPCs. There is nothing strange in the fact that they can give a quest, because the Lord was such a game from the very beginning. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this is why. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought occurred that if he wins over the chieftain, he will receive an additional reward. If he loses, then death awaits him. But he will still be able to get the rewards he has already earned. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist added that if he loses, stop talking nonsense. Raising the weapon up, he said that he will smear him. Smiling, the chieftain said that he is truly a funny little man. Let him attack, he accepts his challenge. Larry smiled widely. He stood in front of the monster. The hero opened his mouth wide. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. Looking to the side, he thought that finally. Smiling, Larry thought that the exciting feeling of boiling blood and filled with power, that is why he will never change his profession to a berserker. The orc clenched his teeth. Looking at him, the monster thought, what kind of monstrous power? The hero kicked the ground. It was heard that he had been hiding such power all this time. The protagonist jumped up sharply. He struck the ground. Smiling, Larry asked what, some kind of problem. The hero rushed forward sharply. He jumped up. The protagonist smiled widely. The orc gritted his teeth. A thought occurred to him that when he uses berserk, it is difficult to distinguish between enemies and allies. But an indomitable will neutralizes this effect. He will not confuse the jerk with the others. Larry's eyes lit up and he thought that the first level berserk lasts 180 seconds. Rushing forward, the hero added that when they expire, everything will be over. The chieftain gritted his teeth tightly. The protagonist ran towards him. His eyes lit up brightly. Gritting his teeth, the orc shouted that he is a beast. Larry swung his weapon. Frowning, the hero thought that he is strong and resilient, as expected from the orc boss. Suddenly, he jumped up. The protagonist quickly ran towards the chieftain. A thought occurred to him that now, at least, he is faster. Larry swung his weapon. He jumped up. The hero struck the orc. The monsters gritted their teeth. It was heard that it couldn't be. The orc's eyes lit up. It was said that the boss was being pinned down. Looking straight ahead, the orc thought, damn, this won't do. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, damn, it seems like he's defeating him now. Looking straight ahead, he added that he doesn't do significant damage because of the big difference in levels. He needs to deal a critical hit. The monster swung his fist. The protagonist abruptly rushed forward. Running towards the chieftain, he thought that his chance. Okay, they'll break through now. The orc gritted his teeth. Larry looked at him furiously. Looking to the side, the monster wheezed. He used the throw skill. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought, damn. He swung his weapon sharply. The protagonist frowned and wheezed. A message appeared that the low-quality battle axe had been destroyed. Larry slid along the ground. Standing in front of the monster, he thought, damn, he can't believe he fell for such a stupid trick. Notifications appeared that his health level dropped below 30%. The berserk effect will last for another 80 seconds. Frowning, the hero thought that he was the boss, so his attack pattern can't be simple. Taking a step forward, the leader asked what was all this. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was expecting this. He was disappointed. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He smiled widely and exclaimed. Larry's eyes widened and he laughed. Looking straight ahead, he asked what, he was expecting this. It sounds too insolent for a coward who strikes from behind. The monster looked in amazement and asked again. They stood in front of each other. It was heard that he thought he wouldn't understand. He could have fought him right away. But instead he was bragging in front of his subordinates. Right. Stretching his hand forward, The hero said that everything was to find out his level. Looking at him, the chief asked that he was looking for an excuse for losing. How low, human? Smiling, the protagonist said that yes, it seemed like that. Looking straight ahead, he added that because of his desire to become stronger as quickly as possible, he relied too much on calculations and reason. Larry smiled widely and thought that a frontal attack suited someone like him best. The orc clenched his teeth tightly. The hero suddenly rushed forward. Frowning, the chief thought that he was a runt. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The orc took a step forward. The thought arose that he was continuing to attack head-on, not even trying to dodge his attacks. Larry clenched his teeth tightly. He parried the blow from the orc. The thought appeared that his health level dropped below 20%. Looking down, the monster asked that he was completely desperate, too thoughtlessly. The hero smiled, hearing that the berserk effect would last for another 60 seconds. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that he should shut up. The protagonist swung his weapon sharply. Closing his eyes, the orc thought that it was a pity, he had already won. The monster swung his weapon. Messages appeared that his health level dropped below 10%, he received the bleeding effect. The hero trembled and wheezed. The protagonist frowned, seeing that his health level dropped below 5%. The monster gritted his teeth and thought that it would finally be over. The orc raised his weapon up and said that he should forgive. Victory was his. Larry smiled widely. A glow appeared around the hero. A notification appeared that the effect of the epic title Indomitable Will was activated. The monster looked straight ahead. A thought arose that what, impossible, he was getting even stronger. The protagonist swung his weapon. Notifications appeared that since the health level dropped below 5%, all characteristics were increased by 50%. The berserk effect would last another 30 seconds. Looking straight ahead, Larry shouted that now they would finish him off. Gritting his teeth, the monster thought that it was dangerous. He used the iron body skill. The hero swung his weapon several times. He shouted furiously. The leader winced in pain and thought that he had to endure it. A crack suddenly appeared on the weapon. The orc struck. It was said that the enemy's weapon was destroyed. With his eyes wide open, the monster shouted that it was impossible. Clenching the weapon in his hands, the protagonist shouted that everything was possible. He struck the monster sharply. A message appeared that he had defeated the orc boss. The orc leader looked straight ahead in shock, having lost his weapon. A moment later, he fell right to the ground in front of Larry. The monster leader gradually disappeared, saying that he couldn't believe that he had lost to a human. Towering right above the defeated enemy, the boy stated that he had told him so. With a sly grin on his face, the protagonist added that he would die by his hand today. Just before disappearing, the orc leader laughed loudly, addressing the human. Immediately after that, he declared that he recognized him as a great warrior, and Larry, hearing this, smiled widely. A moment later, several system notification windows appeared out of nowhere, notifying that he had defeated the orc boss and had leveled up many times. The monsters around him were extremely dumbfounded, asking how this was possible, and whether their boss had really lost. Looking straight at the boy who threw his battle axe back on his shoulder, the orcs were amazed at his enormous strength and repeated that he was a real warrior, while he was thinking that these stupid creatures finally recognized him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared right in front of the protagonist, saying that the berserk effect will last for another 5 seconds, and he, seeing this, realized that he was not far from dying, so he needed to heal. A moment later, Larry took out a low-quality health potion from his inventory and used it, which the system notified him about, while he was thinking that berserk is an excellent skill, but it has corresponding penalties. Then several system notification windows appeared, notifying that he received the title of Orc Boss Killer at level 1 of the legendary rank and is the one who defeated him alone and did it first, so he receives certain effects, an increase in strength. The system also notified that the title of Honorary Orc Warrior had been obtained and that he had now received respect from other Orc Warriors, having defended his honor in battle, being the first to receive this title, and therefore certain effects had been assigned to him. Seeing this, the boy began to laugh with a wide smile on his face, saying that this was a great reward. Sharply clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist reasoned that it was tough, but he had even surpassed his original goal and to think that he had just earned a legendary title. Holding a huge battle axe in his hands, Larry thought that he needed to keep up the pace and level up like crazy, saying that he was moving forward and asking who was next. Hearing this, the orcs were very surprised, asking what he was talking about, because the battle was over, and he had defeated the boss, and was now an honorary warrior, which greatly surprised the boy. Looking straight into the system notification window, the protagonist did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. It was written right in the system notification that the title of Honorary Orc Warrior gives the effect that all monsters of this type will not attack him, and Larry, seeing this, was very angry, saying that he had not finished the hunt yet. With a clearly displeased expression on his face, the boy stated that he wanted to arrange a massacre there for experience points, and did not think that defeating the boss would lead to this. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that there was nothing terrible in this, because there are other ways to pump up, and trusting relationships with the orcs will definitely not hurt in the future. Immediately after this, Larry turned around. Right in front of him, he saw a huge number of monsters who bowed before him and called him a respected man who defended his honor, wishing him that the spirit of a warrior be with him. After what happened, the boy grinned happily. Then his cry with wishes for the spirit of a warrior to be with them was heard right through the orc camp. A moment later, the story's narrative shifts to the city of Cthon, where adventurers were walking around. The protagonist was happily looking at the system notification window, saying that it was wonderful. Right in that very system notification was Larry's stats window. Joyfully studying it, the boy reasoned that he had risen to level 18 in just 2 battles. Remembering how he chopped up orcs with his axe, the protagonist realized that if he had been able to finish off the rest, he would now be at level 30, no less. A moment later, Larry sighed with relief, reasoning that he didn't care about it, and this level was enough for him to come to terms with the loss. Suddenly, the boy thought that since he was in the city, he needed to learn additional skills. A huge knife easily chopped a piece of meat. The man deftly cut a piece of meat with his knife. As if sparkling with joy, the butcher explained that you need to cut through the bones like this, and the boy watched in surprise, when suddenly the system notified that he had received an additional butcher skill. Looking around at the huge pieces of meat hanging on hooks, the protagonist reasoned that if he sells processed leather or monster flesh, he can earn some money, and rare materials will be easier to obtain. Having finished with this, Larry went to another institution. The girl with a smile on her face explained that if he reads the skill book, he will quickly learn, and what is important, only clean cloth should be used for bandages, while the boy with an obviously bored expression on his face read the book, saying that he knows everything. When he cut the cloth with scissors, the system notified that an additional first aid skill was obtained. Continuing to do this, the protagonist thought that if he learns to help himself, he will be able to save money, not spending money on a health potion. Looking directly at the medical bandage in his hand, the protagonist realized that the healing effect is a little weaker, but if the situation is not critical, then he will win in terms of price-quality ratio. Immediately after this, Larry went to the blacksmith's shop. The craftsman placed the newly created axe on the anvil, saying that here, he fixed everything, and asked for 1 silver for it. The boy picked up his weapon, looking at the system notification window, which notified that this was an orc warrior's battle axe, whose durability was now restored, and thought that he had learned additional skills and received equipment, so the preparation was complete. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist was about to begin the main quest of this game. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the sewers of Cthon, which were flooded with water. Covering his nose, Larry stated that it smelled very bad there. Continuing to walk straight through the sewers, the boy noted that he knew he would do, but it smelled too bad there. At that moment, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the sewer cleaning quest, the task of which was to collect the tails of sewer rats. Continuing to cover his nose in displeasure from the unpleasant smell, the protagonist could not believe that he was doing this right after a fight to the death with the orc boss, and asked if he could leave. Larry walked forward through the sewers, thinking that he should just accept it, and he had to complete 10 chains of quests before moving on to the main one, and it was better to deal with it quickly and forget about it forever. Suddenly, the boy saw something right in front of him. It was a huge mutant rat. Noticing the approach of the stranger, the monster immediately looked away. Crouching in displeasure after what he saw, the protagonist declared that it was disgusting and asked how things were going. A moment later, the huge rat rushed towards him. The sewer mutant opened its mouth wide to attack Larry. At the same moment, the boy swung his axe, destroying the enemy. The protagonist smiled madly, destroying the huge monster. Looking at the corpse of the monster that was disappearing, Larry did not understand how a small rat dared to attack him. Covering his nose again because of the stench, the boy declared that he seemed to have found the right place. Then he thoughtfully looked straight ahead. Looking to the side, the boy noticed something approaching him. It was a huge swarm of mutant rats. Noticing them, the protagonist smiled widely, saying that everything was correct. Starting to spin his battle axe behind his back, Larry declared that it was more convenient when they themselves came to him. A moment later, he swung his weapon, destroying the monsters. The monsters were rapidly approaching him. Seeing this, the boy only smiled happily. Then the blood of mutants flew around the area and the sounds of battle were heard. After its death, the sewer rat disappeared. After finishing the battle, Larry hung his battle axe on his hand, saying that it was easy, while the system announced that he had earned an outstanding achievement by killing 200 mutants and received the title of Rat Hunter. Holding the disappearing body of the monster in his hands, the boy thought that they looked strange because of the plague, and it should be nearby. Suddenly, everything around shook, which greatly surprised the protagonist. At that moment, he sharply looked away with a wide smile on his face. A moment later, another monster appeared right in front of him. It was a level 23 plague rat, which was making strange sounds. Tightly gripping the handle of his axe, noticing the enemy, Larry declared that it was just luck. The field boss, a level 23 plague rat, was heading forward rapidly. With its mouth wide open, the mutant screamed loudly. Larry, looking straight ahead, was thinking that every time he saw her, he wanted to puke, but he needed to deal with her as quickly as possible. At that moment, the plague rat attacked with its tail. The boy, noticing this, deftly dodged the attack. Then he suddenly rushed forward, flying past the monster's tail. Furiously flying forward, the protagonist called the enemy a stinking rat. With a deft swing of his battle axe, chopping off her tail, Larry asked how she dared to poke him with her dirty tail. After that, the huge rat looked at the enemy's weapon in fear. The boy twirled his battle axe behind his back, saying that he needed to be a good boy and show him his neck, and it won't hurt. Then the mutant rat puffed out her cheeks, getting ready to spit something. A moment later, she spat poison right at Larry, which scared him greatly. The poisonous saliva flew right next to the boy's hand. After everything that happened, the protagonist watched as this poison corroded the ground and remembered that it was so long ago that he had already forgotten about it. Looking at his hand, which was also slightly corroded by the poison, Larry was very unhappy, while the system notified that the plague rat had poisoned him and every 10 seconds he would lose 1 unit of health. A moment later, a huge monster rushed straight towards him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the boy realized that it was annoying him very much. At the same time, the mutant rat swung its paw to strike. Preparing for the upcoming battle, the protagonist inhaled air. Immediately after that, he used a battle cry, shouting loudly at the enemy. At the same time, debuffs were cast on the monster, and the system notified that the enemy's stats were reduced. Taking his hand to the side, Larry continued to twirl his battle axe in it. The boy raised his fist and was about to strike. Then he aimed straight at his spinning weapon. The protagonist's fist was approaching the spinning battle axe at a tremendous speed. His attack was about to reach the enemy. After completing the strike, the rat would receive enormous damage right in its stomach. Having completed his plan, Larry smiled widely, asking that she really thought that she could kill him with this useless poison. Noticing that his enemy was still moving, the boy was very surprised. Watching how the huge monster regenerated, the protagonist noted that he was holding up well, and it turns out that he was called a field boss for being able to regenerate. Putting his battle axe straight in front of himself, Larry declared that this was even more interesting, and asked to attack. Hearing this, the plague rat immediately rushed to attack. With a deft movement, the protagonist managed to dodge the monster's attack. Then he grabbed his weapon tightly with his hands, preparing to strike. A moment later, he used the dash and strike skill, swinging his weapon. Then the boy turned around, preparing to attack again. Furiously moving forward, the protagonist declared that this was great, and was going to see how long he could last. A moment later, Larry dealt a huge number of blows directly to the mutant monster. After all that had happened, the remains of the plague rat lay right on the ground. Smugly looking at his defeated opponent, the boy explained that this was pointless. Approaching right up to the mouth of the huge monster, the protagonist asked what was going on, and did she really want to fight him again. Then Larry raised his foot, preparing to hit the plague rat. A moment later, he stepped right on its head, saying that it was too weak for this. While the protagonist grinned wickedly, the system announced that he had leveled up and defeated the plague rat field boss. After the battle was over, Larry bandaged his wounds. Sitting in the middle of the sewers, the boy thought that during the fight it was very annoying, but thanks to it he was able to get the poison resistance skill, while the system notified that his body was able to resist the poison, and he had a resistance skill. Coming closer to the remains of the plague rat, the protagonist thought that now he would get what he wanted so much. Immediately after this, Larry used his butcher skill. After some time, he managed to find the plague stone, which he held right in his hand. The boy tightly clutched this artifact, while the system notified that he was struck by the plague curse. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his head, looking at the system notification window, which notified that all his characteristics were reduced, and every 10 seconds his health would decrease by 5 units, and if he did not heal himself, he could die, and thought that, as expected, in his past life he was very confused because of the curse, but this time everything would be different. Slowly walking along the corridors of the sewer, Larry understood that it was time to get out of this stinking place, and he needed to go get some treatment. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to an unknown castle with red flags. Holding a bag of mutant rat tails in his hands, the man said that everything was correct, and lately these monsters were increasingly causing trouble. The knight looked straight at the chest, saying that it was a great job, and he would reward him for his work right away, while the system announced that the sewer cleaning was complete, and the tails were counted, so he received 10 silver coins. At the same time, the boy showed the stone to the guard, saying that he found this strange artifact, which surprised him very much. Dumbfounded, looking straight at this magic crystal, the knight declared that this was definitely a cursed item, and even got spots on his face. Sharply looking away, the guard explained that it was bad, and asked if he could take it to Mr. Sam, saying that he would warn him about it, and he would definitely be cured. With displeasure, Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he could take it himself. Looking straight at the notification window of the system that notified about the delivery of the cursed stones, the essence of which was to deliver the stones safe and sound before the player died, Larry thought that he could not refuse the task because of the reward. Then the boy, putting his hand straight in front of him, agreed to it, saying that he can rely on him, and the knight thanked him, saying that he does not look well, so he should take something, while the system notified that he received 5 low-level health potions. Then the guard covered her nose, telling him to take a shower as soon as possible, otherwise it stinks of sewage. Immediately after this, the basis of the story is transferred to a tall tower standing in the middle of the city. Walking straight to it, Larry thought that this building must have been built with a huge amount of money, and it is very different from the guild of idle berserkers. While everyone around them covered their noses from the stench coming from the boy, he continued to walk forward, arguing that in his past life, one of the most popular professions was precisely the magician's, and it would be better to pay attention to the berserkers. When the system notified that his health dropped to 30%, the protagonist examined himself, thinking that he was getting worse. Realizing that he needed to hurry, he headed towards that very tower. Then he slowly climbed straight up the stairs. A moment later, Larry opened the doors, asking if anyone was there. The old man in glasses, noticing this, turned to the side, asking who he was. Covering his nose, the wizard explained that he should have washed himself before showing up to him. Immediately after that, the boy held out a plague stone in his direction, saying that he came for treatment and found it in the sewers, so he was told to pass it on. Looking straight at the protagonist, Sam asked if that wasn't the stone. Then the old man with glasses spread his arms out to the sides, explaining that he had come to the right place, and that he specialized in illnesses caused by the curse, asking to give it to him. Hearing this, Larry only looked straight ahead menacingly, saying nothing. Enraged by such a reaction, the wizard asked what he was waiting for and asked to give it to him, because even now the curse was eating him from the inside. At that moment, the boy said that he would give it to him if he really was the real Sam, which greatly shocked him. Immediately after this, the protagonist took out his weapon from his inventory, while the old man with glasses asked what he was talking about. Pointing his huge battle axe straight at the sorcerer, Larry really scared him. While he was asking what this meant, the boy looked straight ahead menacingly. Continuing to point his battle axe straight at Sam, Larry explained that if he was really real, he would easily block his attack. Immediately after that, the boy swung his weapon, saying to try, because otherwise he would really kill him. Very scared by what was happening, the old man in glasses asked him to wait. At the same moment, the flower standing right on the windowsill suddenly twitched, asking him to stop. Seeing this, the protagonist put his axe back into the inventory, and an unknown blue creature said that it lost. A moment later, a prototype of the wizard appeared right in front of Larry, who said that this was just his double, necessary for testing the abilities of magicians, and did not think that he would be discovered by the berserker, while he thought he was a bird by the window and wondered that don't they usually turn into animals. Imagining in his mind the unknown person who wrote the articles on the forum, the boy reasoned that he was able to find out thanks to Tolkien's guide and thanked him. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the protagonist, which surprised him very much. The system notification contained information that he had achieved an incredible achievement, exposed the deception of the Supreme Mage without anyone's help and received the title of one who sees through lies, having done this for the first time, and now he has access to resistance to illusions and calling the bell of truth. With a smile on his face, looking straight at the system notification window, Larry was happy with the unique title, thinking that he would not have been able to get it if he had not found the true form, and he was definitely lucky. At that moment, Sam hit him with his hand, saying that now he must give it to him right now, because he is in a very dangerous situation. Looking at the spots on his face, the kid reasoned that his health was really running low, and he used all his screws, while the system announced that his health had dropped below 10%. Standing right in front of the old man with glasses, the protagonist gave his consent, which surprised him greatly. Ringing the bell of truth, Larry said that this time he really needed to make sure that he was real, and he could not fool him into thinking that he was crazy. The kid continued to ring the bell, which said that everything the wizard said was true, and stated that since he was real, then he would now give up the stone. Taking the cursed item from the protagonist, Sam told him to drink the potion first. Immediately after that, the system announced that he was freed from the plague curse, and Larry warmed his hand, saying that he was better, and he must be a high-level magician. At this time, the old man with glasses looked menacingly straight at the plague stone, saying that it turns out that he was in the sewers. In an instant, a dark purple force burst out from the magic crystal. Using his magic directly on the black stone, the sorcerer noted that he would have to spend more time on research. Then he looked straight at the boy, asking if there was any more information, and he explained that, apparently, this stone affected the genes of the sewer rats, and they mutated. Hearing this, Sam thought about using rats to create chaos and stated that the soldiers should have easily dealt with them. Leaning straight towards him, The protagonist suggested that it seemed that this stone was deadly to humans, and the old man with glasses said that it was necessary to rely on his experience. Suddenly, the wizard realized something. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Sam stated that the ultimate goal is to become a human. Looking directly at the plague stone, the old man with glasses concluded that if infected rats were roaming through the houses and alleys through the sewers, then he most likely understood what they were planning to do. Hearing his reasoning, Larry thought that this was what he expected from a high-level mage, and he immediately understood everything from several clues. Imagining people in black robes in his head, the boy reasoned that they were trying to spread the plague throughout the city through the sewers. Visualizing infected rats making their way to the beggars in the slums, the protagonist thought that, however, before they were discovered, the plague was already everywhere, starting from the unfavorable areas. Remembering the huge number of masked men who tried to help the infected, Larry realized that because of this, players had to complete the so-called 10 hellish quests to solve their problem, and believed that he managed to bypass them. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, the wizard stated that he must immediately inform the captain of the guard about this. Looking back sharply, he asked to return to him in 2 days, when suddenly a system notification window appeared, notifying about the Plague Spreader's quest, the task of which was to meet the sorcerer in 2 days. Having received this task, the boy went outside, picking his ear. After leaving the magic tower, the protagonist asked if he could go, because he had never encountered this before. Suddenly, Larry was very surprised, noticing right in front of him a system notification that he had just chosen a branch of the main scenario. Turning around sharply, looking at the tall tower behind him, the boy received a general notification that thus the Plague Outbreak branch and other similar quests would be deleted. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the protagonist thought that the Plague Outbreak was the first quest in the chain of 10 hellish quests, and he disappeared because of it. Imagining in his head how other people were forbidden to go through 10 quests, Larry understood that, in other words, other players would not be able to progress through the main scenario, and now, in order to move on, instead of 10 hellish quests, they would have to complete more difficult and lengthy tasks. Realizing this, the boy grinned maliciously and thought that he bought himself time, remembering that he said to come back in 2 days. Smugly looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that there was a place where he could wait out these few days. Immediately after this, Larry came to the cemetery, looking for some kind of entrance. He was spinning his battle axe right behind his back and asking that he was somewhere in the east. Looking at the bright shining blade of the weapon, the boy thought that he spent the rest of his money on throwing axes and armor and thinks that he will be able to use them until level 50. Putting his battle axe in the inventory, the protagonist reasoned that this is a cemetery and a place where, as we know, there is nothing. Looking sharply to the side, Larry noted that he knows some secret of this place, and other naive people in any case do not know about it now, since the information will appear only in a couple of months. Suddenly, the boy noticed an unknown object lying on the ground right in front of him. Coming closer, the protagonist saw a system notification window notifying that this is a gravedigger's prosthesis, and he will probably be happy if he returns his thing. As Larry imagined the old man holding that very prosthesis in his hand, he thought that even if he were to return the thing, he would simply kick him out without giving him a reward, which is why many players don't even consider this quest seriously. Walking right up to a grave with a small hole in the tombstone, the boy declared that it was there. The protagonist then inserted the recently found gravedigger's prosthesis right into that hole. At that very moment, a secret passage opened right in front of him. Larry looked straight at the open path in the middle of the ground, while the system announced that he had discovered the secret dungeon Moonlit Cemetery and received a great achievement for it, as well as the title of Seeker, having done it first. Smugly looking straight ahead, the boy declared that this was great, and now he had a place where he could earn some money, while the system announced that the title of Seeker gave improved vision and the ability to navigate in dark places, as well as detect hidden devices. Imagining a person being shot with a hidden weapon, the protagonist realized that this title could not only improve his vision, but also increase the chance of detecting secret devices, which would now be highlighted, making them much easier to find. While the system was notifying that as a bonus for the first visit, the amount of experience gained and the chance of item drop were increased by 30% for 3 days, and that he was slowly heading towards the entrance to the dungeon, arguing that since he had received a bonus for visiting, he should take advantage of the good opportunity and receive a reward. A moment later, the boy went down the stairs. Suddenly, the secret entrance to the dungeon began to close. Immediately after that, the protagonist slowly walked along the corridor of the dungeon. Looking around, Larry thought that he would not be able to leave this place until he cleared it, and this was a secret dungeon, so such restrictions were not unusual. Suddenly scared and imagining a ghost in his head, the boy wondered what to do when such monsters appear, because even an axe cannot cut them. At that moment, the protagonist noticed the appearance of enemies in front. A crowd of skeletons of old graves of level 25 appeared right in front of him. Noticing these monsters, Larry began to destroy them. After some time, the boy killed several skeletons. Watching how the monsters are rapidly approaching him, The protagonist said that these skeletons are just walking bags of bones. With a deft swing of his huge battle axe, he managed to destroy all the mobs, and he concluded that, nevertheless, he was happier even than the sewer rats. Seeing the ghosts approaching from the front, Larry began to spin his weapon right behind his back. After a moment, the boy smiled widely. Then, with a crazy expression on his face, he began to chop up each skeleton. The monster's bones were scattered around after the protagonist destroyed them with his axe. Suddenly, Larry used the strike skill, making another attack. Immediately after that, a huge number of skeletons were defeated, flying to the sides. Looking at the remains of the monsters that were disappearing, the boy noted that it was easy, and the system notified that he had increased his level, and now it was 22. Looking directly at the system notification window, the protagonist was going to see how much had already accumulated there. Studying his characteristics window, Larry reasoned that over 100 additional points had already accumulated, and there was no need to save them anymore. A moment later, the boy began to furiously poke at the system window, realizing that there was no great need for this now, but he wanted to increase the speed of hunting. A moment later, all the additional attribute points were distributed, which showed a new character status window, while the protagonist with a sly grin on his face noted that it looked great. Looking at his strength indicator, which was 200, Larry stated that he needed more mana to use professional skills, and this time he also added a little to intelligence. A moment later, the boy furiously rushed forward, saying that there were 2 days left until the start of the main scenario, and during this time he needed to get level 30. A blow with a huge force fell directly on the skeleton monster. After receiving damage, it flew right into the wall. Sounds of pain were heard around the area, while the remains of monsters disappeared right on the ground. Larry looked puzzledly straight ahead, saying that this was starting to get boring. After some time, the boy met a skeleton warrior dungeon boss level 30 on his way, who was swinging his axe. The huge monster opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. At the same moment, the protagonist, who appeared behind him, made his attack, destroying the enemy. While Larry was picking his nose, saying that they were nothing and only rattled bones, the system notified that he had increased his level to 30. Looking straight at the system notification window, the boy thought that he had finally reached this level, and that this damn place was finally finished. The protagonist thought that he had wandered there non-stop for 2 days and killed everyone, and it was good that he had managed to increase his levels by about 10 during this time. Looking straight at his wallet, which contained 1 gold coin and 80 silver, Larry realized that he had actually managed to save up some money. Imagining armed adventurers in his head, he thought that he had also managed to collect the armor of the skeleton warrior, and noted that the warrior class used it. Sitting right on the mountain of materials that he managed to collect from monsters, the boy thought that now he had dozens of sets. Looking straight ahead with satisfaction, the protagonist wondered why not sell them and invest in something, because, knowing the future games, this is a great thing. Looking straight at the system notification window in front of him, Larry understood that it was time to get out, and a little sad to leave a good hunting ground. At the same time, the boy imagined how they came to the merchant, and wondered that maybe it was worth shaking money out of someone for selling such valuable information, because all the guilds that grow the next generation will fight for it. Slowly moving towards the exit of the labyrinth, the protagonist thought about what to spend the money on, a new weapon or accessories with good characteristics. At this time, Sam used his magic right on the book. Suddenly, Larry opened the door in front of him, telling the old man that he was back, and he was glad that he came. Getting up from his place, the wizard apologized for leaving so quickly then, because the situation did not require delay, and the boy asked if he found the culprit. At the same time, Sam imagined the image of the night and said that he conducted a small investigation, but did not find any leads, and there were no witnesses. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist reasoned that there would be none, because these bastards are not so easy to catch. Imagining in his head the images of creatures in black robes, he understood that they were fans of decadence, and the whole main plot revolved around catching these guys. With a thoughtful expression, Larry mused that, however, he had ruined their plans from the start and thought that he could find out something if he did his own investigation. At the same time, the old man with glasses showed a green magic crystal, saying that that was why he decided to look at the memories of the land, and the boy, seeing this, remembered that there was definitely such a thing. Looking directly at this magic crystal, the protagonist saw a system notification window appear next to it, which described it as a stone that stored the energy of the earth, and that it had no value as a gem, but stored special magical information, while he himself mused that at first glance it might seem like there was nothing unusual about it due to its low level, but this was not the case. Visualizing a person using this artifact, Larry mused that by using the land memory skill, one could see what happened in the area of the land where this stone was located, and there were many cases where it was used to learn someone's hunting method or how to capture monsters. At the same time, the wizard, holding the stone of the earth in his hands, said that this would give at least some idea of their personality. Holding the magic crystal tightly in his hand, Sam asked if he would listen to him, because he wanted to ask for a favor, and the boy standing right in front of him was going to listen to him and thought that he would do anything, because this was the main quest. Staring forward with a serious look, the old man with glasses thanked him and said that this time they managed to stop them, but they do not know when they will attack you again, and in order to avoid this, he needs to get something. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, notifying about the quest of Vital Force, where you need to get the blood of an orc warrior and the blood of a barbarian, receiving a reward for this in the end. After seeing the conditions, the protagonist imagined the images of these two monsters, thinking about the blood of an orc warrior and the blood of a barbarian, and understood that they would not give up their blood for nothing, so in order to get it, he would have to kill. Then Larry remembered the moment when the orcs refused to fight him after defeating their leader, and he thought that because of the honorable warrior of the orcs, he could not hunt them, because the reputation in the camp changed to trust. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy wondered if he would really have to lose his title and fight them, and if he had any other choice at all. Immediately after that, the protagonist came straight to the gates of the orc camp. Shouting for the gates to be opened for him, Larry attracted the attention of the guard. The huge monster, seeing him, said that he remembered this human warrior, and he knew honor. A moment later, the doors to the orc camp were opened. The boy immediately went inside when the monsters met him, asking what brought him there, and said that they were glad to see him, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Hearing their question, the protagonist looked away menacingly. Then he asked if he could ask for a favor, and the orc warrior, hearing this, hit himself in the chest with his fist, saying that he was listening to his request. Then Larry asked if they could give some of their blood. The monster, hearing this, was very surprised. Standing right in front of the boy, the orc warrior explained that they could not give blood for free, and apologized, while another said that warriors only shed blood on the battlefield. While the monsters said that shedding blood without a fight is dishonorable, the protagonist was very angry, thinking that they were talking about honor again, and he did not care at all. Thinking that if they were acting like this, he had an idea. Larry asked to borrow their axe, and the monster, upon hearing this, immediately extended his weapon forward. When the boy took it, the orc warrior looked straight at him in surprise. The monster watched the protagonist, asking if he was leaving, and he explained that he had some business to attend to, so they would see each other later. Hearing this, the orcs began waving to him, saying that they were waiting for his return. Holding the orc weapon in his hand, Larry thought that it would be great if they just gave him some of their blood. With a crazy smile on his face, the boy reasoned that, however, they must defend their honor. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the camp of other monsters. Right near the wall was a barbarian warrior. Suddenly, feeling something, the monster froze in place. A moment later, the barbarian warrior turned around abruptly. Taking a fighting stance, he asked who was there and asked to show himself. At that moment, a throwing axe flew straight towards him, which the monster dodged. Turning around, the barbarian warrior noticed that the axe was stuck right into the wooden wall. At that moment, an unknown villager appeared right in front of him, saying that he managed to return, which is impressive, because barbarians are faster than orcs. Smugly looking straight at the corpse of the monster, Larry received notifications from the system that he got the barbarian's blood. While the lifeless monster lay right on the ground, the boy said that he apologized, and there was nothing personal in it. Someone's voice sounded, asking who was there, and stating that he heard someone scream, and the protagonist, hearing this, turned around abruptly. Immediately after this, Larry hid behind a tree, watching as the barbarian warriors found their dead comrade and asked who did it, noting that it was an orc axe nearby, and it was done by those dirty pigs. Imagining the confrontation between an orc and a barbarian in his head, the boy thought that barbarians were a humanoid race of monsters that was very different from orcs, and both of these races were fighting for control of the lush forest. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist thought that with this action he had unleashed a war between the species, and sooner or later it would have happened anyway, and he just sped up the process a little. At this time, an orc guard was standing right next to the wall of his camp. Suddenly, a battle servitor pierced right next to his head. Looking straight at this weapon, the monster noted that this shape was similar to the barbarian weapon, declaring that he was sure of it. At that moment, Larry came out to them, while the monsters were shouting that this was a declaration of war, and they could not forgive such a thing. Grinning maliciously, the boy thought that they were just stupid idiots. Coming closer to them, the protagonist asked what happened, and the orcs, looking in his direction, said that before he returned, there was an emergency, and they had barbarian weapons there. Moving his hand to the side after hearing this, Larry assumed that he seemed to have seen several barbarian warriors on the way there, and it seemed to him that they were discussing a plan for the next attack, and the monsters, hearing this, declared that they knew it, and they must fight, declaring that they will not lose to weaklings. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy asked them to calm down, asking that they really think that this is a good idea, and they cannot just sit and wait for them to attack. Immediately after this, the protagonist pointed his finger at himself, stating that if they were going to fight anyway, they should strike first, because if they were going to attack, he would join them. Hearing his suggestion, The orcs raised their hands above their heads, stating that it was a great idea, and the human in it. Suddenly, a huge monster of their kind joined them, startling the others and asking what was going on. Looking straight at it, Larry wondered who it was. While this huge orc listened attentively to his subordinate's explanation, the boy thought that he had not seen him before and that this was probably the new chieftain. A moment later, this same huge orc came closer to the boy, tightly gripping the hilt of his blade. Raising his sword up, he declared that this was excellent. A moment later, the orc chieftain, fully armed, said that they would attack first, and asked them to follow him. Watching everything that was happening, the protagonist grinned maliciously, thinking that it was very easy until the leader of the monsters declared that all the warriors needed to be gathered. When the orcs were ready to move, Larry, with a crazy look on his face, said that they would now go forward and suggested that they have fun on the battlefield. Strange sounds were heard around the area. The orc warrior looked menacingly straight ahead. A huge crowd of monsters followed right behind their leader, holding flags and spears in their hands. Watching this from the bushes, the man said that one could go crazy from how scary these guys were. Dumbfounded, the knight added that they usually did not act like this and asked what was going on, while his ally clarified that they were really going to continue acting like this. When the man said that they needed to get out of there, the other asked if he was crazy and had seen how many of them were there, because if they were spotted, they would be killed immediately. Then he added that they needed to hide for a while, when suddenly Barry was very dumbfounded, seeing something in front of him. Looking straight at Larry, who was walking with the orcs, he asked why there was a human with them and if it was a player. With a look full of surprise, watching what was happening, the guy did not understand how the player and the orcs were together. At this time, the knight made a displeased face. A moment later, he turned to his ally, explaining that they had no choice and needed to get out quickly, and he noted that he had just said that if they ran now, they would die. With an expression full of fear, Barry asked him to just shut up and go, and now live if they did not leave, that they would be killed, and he, noticing a monster behind his friend, tried to tell him about it. The boy suddenly turned his head to the side. The monster threw two people straight in his direction, which greatly surprised him. Barry and his ally were beaten, did not know what to do, and the protagonist, who saw them, remembered that this was the guy who challenged him to a duel. A moment later, the knight grabbed Larry right by the shoulders, asking if these orcs were really his friends, and said that he did not understand what was going on there, but asked to help him, because they knew each other. At that very moment, a blow flew right across his face. It was done by an orc warrior, who tightly clenched his hand into a fist and declared that it was very impolite, and asked how he dared to touch their warrior of honor, wondering if he knew him. Smiling maliciously after hearing the question, the boy answered that he did not remember him at all. Then he added that they irritated him, so he needed to take care of them, and the monsters, hearing this, immediately aimed at the man. A moment later, Barry began waving his weapon from side to side, asking not to come closer. Eventually the knight surrendered, raising his hands up, and the protagonist, seeing this, told him to watch his back the next time he was in the starting town. Immediately after this, the story's narration moves to the moment of a fierce battle between the orcs and the barbarians. The green monster, taking a fighting stance, ordered to kill all these dirty bastards and leave no one alive. Suddenly breaking out of the encirclement, the blue monster headed towards Larry. At the last moment, he was intercepted by an orc, who began to fight him. At the same time, the boy took a vial from his inventory, collecting the orc's blood. Smiling happily after completing his plan, the protagonist said that he finally did it, while the system notified that he had obtained the blood of an orc warrior. Watching the battle of the two races of monsters, Larry thought that they fought better than he thought, and must be very angry. Throwing his arms out in joy, the boy asked if maybe he should join in the fun. Immediately after, he used a battle cry, shouting loudly around the area. At the same time, all the barbarian warriors' leaves were lowered, and one asked how a human could cause such fear, while another noted that these vile creatures invited a mercenary. Then they received the order to finish him off, and a huge number of barbarians rushed straight towards the protagonist. Suddenly, Larry disappeared from his place, cutting down each enemy from the front. He rushed through the crowds of monsters with great speed, deftly wielding his huge battle axe, and asked that they really think that he has enough strength to defeat him. With a mad expression on his face, Larry asked for their leader. The boy grinned maliciously, thinking that there was another reason why he started the war, and if he only needed orc blood, he could pretend to be a barbarian and kill one of them. At that moment, he saw a masked barbarian, thinking that the real target was the chieftain, and this monster was many times stronger than the orc chieftain, because unlike them, savages do not have the habit of arranging one-on-one fights, so they are difficult to deal with. Destroying one monster after another, the protagonist moved forward, thinking that he needs to get to the barbarian chieftain using orcs, and this is the best opportunity he can imagine, asking where he is. Suddenly, Larry noticed an unknown explosion right in front of him. Tightly squeezing the handle of his huge battle axe in his hand, the boy realized that here he is. Then the protagonist began to spin his weapon right behind his back. At this time, A huge number of blows with high speed fell directly on the new orc leader. The green monster with all his might tried to hold on under the onslaught of the enemy. The barbarian leader struck with his blade directly at the orc shield. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the barbarian leader declared that this was an enemy of their clan, whom he would definitely kill, while the system announced that this was a level 73 barbarian leader. Suddenly noticing something to the side, the blue monster was very surprised. A moment later he had to dodge a strong blow from an axe. Grinning maliciously, the barbarian leader declared that it was an insignificant attack. Then he was very surprised when Larry got even closer to him. Activating his strike skill, the boy swung his huge battle axe, saying that the enemy was open. Realizing that this attack needed to be blocked, the blue monster put his blade straight in front of himself. After the blow, the barbarian chieftain flew back. Due to the enormous damage from this attack, the blue monster coughed up blood. The protagonist walked right up to his wounded opponent and noted that he was stronger than he looked, because he planned to cut off both of his arms, but he managed to save one. Pointing his huge battle axe straight at him, while surrounded by orc warriors, Larry asked what now. Because he had no subordinates left, he had nowhere to run. Smiling smugly, the boy declared that he would not be lenient with him, and his neck would be next. Hearing this, the barbarian chieftain boldly looked straight ahead, without answering. A moment later, he opened his mouth wide, declaring that some man did not dare to talk to him like that. Then the protagonist, with a deft movement of his weapon, cut off his head from his shoulders. After doing this, Larry smiled widely as the system promised that he had gained a level and a grand achievement by defeating 2 Wildwood hegemons, and was also receiving the Wildwood Conqueror title for being the first to do so. Then, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, announcing the Wildwood Conqueror title, which gave the effect of increasing strength and agility by 10, and increasing stats while in forested areas. As the boy carefully studied his new title, the orcs around him cheered, saying that the enemy chieftain had been defeated. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed another system notification window appearing, which surprised him greatly. This same system notification window informed him that he had received the Grey Eminence title for being the first to do so, and therefore received an additional effect of increasing intelligence and wisdom by 20, as well as the ability to use identity disguise. Looking happily at his rewards, Larry mused that he had expected to receive the Conqueror of the Wild Forest, but the Grey Eminence had been a complete surprise to him, and since the system spoke more than one, it turned out that it did not recognize the orc allies. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, the boy thought that he had a good relationship with them. But did that mean that there was a possibility that the orcs would attack him? Looking at the icon of the new title, the protagonist realized that in any case, he had increased his stats and received the skill of disguise of identity, thinking that he would need it. Suddenly, Larry looked straight at the orc standing next to him, who was shouting that it was excellent and ordering to kill the rest. Looking straight at the crowd of green monsters, the boy noted that they were really having fun, while the system announced that the orc camp had won the war against the barbarian village, and the area where it was located would be changed to the ruins of the village for 1 month, and an angry barbarian would appear there. Grinning maliciously after receiving the information, the protagonist said that it was time for him to return to the old man. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to a tall magic tower located in the middle of the city. Looking at the 2 vials of monster blood, Sam stated that he thought this task would take him longer. Smiling smugly, Larry explained that it was not that difficult, and the old man with glasses asked him to wait a little. Looking straight ahead, the boy saw a notification from the system, which said that he received the title of Sam's first mate and did it first, which surprised him greatly. He looked straight at the notifications from the system describing the title of Sam's first mate, which gave an increase in stamina and durability by 10 units, and also allows you to increase your movement speed by 5%, thought that the effects there are great. At the same time, the old man with glasses said that everything is ready, and asked him to now take it to Mike from Trinchik, showing a vial of unknown liquid. At the same time, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the quest delivering an improved antidote, the condition of which was to deliver an improved antidote to Mike. Holding a vial of an unknown liquid in his hands, Larry thought that he had finally received the last quest in Cthon. He thought that the next location was Trinchik. The boy imagined a huge city surrounded by walls in his head. The capsule standing right next to the bed suddenly began to open. Larry was right inside it. Rising from it, the boy asked why they set a time limit for connection, because it was not elastic. Jumping off his augmented reality capsule, the protagonist said that then he needed to take care of his health. Coming straight to his computer, Larry asked that at least 5 hours should pass before he could connect again, and perhaps he should look at the post he published. Remembering how he was in the dungeon with skeletons, the boy thought that he had prepared in advance, took pictures of the objects and decoration of the dungeon, and then posted everything online, hoping that there would be many comments under the post. Looking straight at his monitor screen, the protagonist was very surprised. Looking at the articles on the forum, Larry could not believe that he even got into the hotly discussed ones. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy reasoned that he certainly assumed that people might be suspicious, but he did not understand why there were so many comments about it being fake. Suddenly, he saw something, which surprised him greatly. Right in front of him was an article about the discovery of secret dungeons, and upon seeing it, Larry could not believe that the honorary author had already appeared. Imagining several adventurers who were right in that very dungeon in the cemetery, the boy reasoned that he was a famous author of a popular online gaming magazine, who wrote about a secret dungeon in the format of an adventure story. There was a discussion right on the forum about what kind of nonsense this was, because in all public dungeons it had long been known to everyone, and now there were fakes everywhere, when suddenly someone mentioned an article by an unknown author, explaining that the secret dungeon really existed, and they assumed that this was another account of that person, when suddenly they received a response that he had found another hidden dungeon. Suddenly this same author of a popular online magazine wrote to Larry, saying that, based on his experience, he could say that this article seemed plausible and there might be difficulties with the acquisition. However, if there was an opportunity, he asked to give him an interview and asked to contact him, and he, seeing this, smiled broadly. Looking at the huge number of messages from different people, the boy realized that it was this comment that brought his article to the top, and he understood that it was even better, because thanks to his comment he received many offers. Sitting at his computer desk, the protagonist was about to weed out the ones who offered the least first and was thinking about who to pay attention to. At the same time, he imagined adventurers with good equipment in his head and thought that he should look at those who were going to guilds. Although the guild system was not yet in sight, some of them were known in the past life, and since he remembered their names, it would not be difficult to choose. Using his computer mouse, Larry chose the safest route. Visualizing in his head the guys who were helping the old lady, the boy understood that the guild IM stands for players with manners, and they help newbies and punish player killers, so these guys are famous for their good nature. A moment later, he received a message thanking him for his answer and explaining what awaits him at the cemetery, which is located in the eastern part of the city. Having done what he had planned, the protagonist leaned back in his computer chair, thinking that it was great that the meeting was set. All that was left was to wait for it, and even scared by how well things were going. Picking his nose, Larry reasoned that this made him think about whether it was normal that things were going so well, and whether it was enough, or maybe he should be more aggressive in achieving his goal. Thinking about this, the boy looked straight ahead menacingly. Remembering how he had been defeated by the strongest players in the game, the protagonist realized that he needed to follow the plan step by step, and this would happen much later, so nothing would happen if he hurried, and he thought about whether it was time to take a walk outside and get some fresh air. After some time, Larry was walking down the street, holding a bag in his hands. The boy passed a group of young guys. These same guys were talking enthusiastically about the game, and the first one was asking how many he had raised in the goblin hunting grounds, to which the second one replied that he had raised 3 levels in 2 days, and the third one was saying that he envied him because he had only raised 1 level, and it had been difficult for him, asking that it was all because of the difference in levels or a problem with the controls. Hearing their conversation, the protagonist looked away, thinking that everyone was talking about the same game now. Continuing to walk straight down the city street, Larry was thinking that he had expected the university campus to be deserted, despite the end of September. Suddenly, he saw someone right in front of him. Looking closely, the boy asked who it was. Looking straight at the beautiful girl standing next to some guy, the protagonist noticed that she looked very familiar. At that moment, she also turned her attention to him. A moment later, the girl called Larry's name, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, which surprised him greatly. At the same time, the boy got a little angry, remembering her, and thought that this was his ex-girlfriend Kate, who cheated on him and left him, and he completely forgot about it because he got carried away with the game. Watching her happy next to another guy, the protagonist assumed that it seemed like she met him for the first time in 4 months, but for him, several years had passed. Angrily looking away, Larry thought that the person next to her was probably a new guy, and it seemed that he was also playing the game, but in any case, she liked guys who were good at games. Smugly looking straight at her ex-boyfriend, Kate asked if it was true that he was still having a hard time, and he was very angry, not understanding what kind of nonsense this was. Looking at her with displeasure, the boy asked if she was crazy and answered that he was fine, to which she said that then she could breathe a sigh of relief. Then she pointed to the guy standing next to her, saying that he could call if he got stuck somewhere, because her fiancé was good at the Lord, so she could ask him to help him out once or twice. Approaching him after hearing this, the protagonist asked what his ID was, and his ex-girlfriend said that his name was Philia, and he probably already heard something about him. Larry grinned maliciously, thinking that he had never heard of this name, and he must be a terrible player. Immediately after that, he waved his hand, declaring that he would remember everything and save her once or twice if they met again. Then the boy walked away from them, while the guys watched him with displeasure, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly turning back, the protagonist asked to level up as much as he could, and call if it became too hard, thinking that Kate should remember his game nickname. Walking away from these people, Larry reasoned that she would soon find out what stupid thing she had said. Immediately after this, the story is transferred to a cemetery, in the middle of which stood a knight. Suddenly, someone asked if he was really from the IM Guild, and the red-haired guy, hearing this, sharply looked away. Seeing a man right in front of him, he greeted him, and he said that, as they saw, they managed to find the way. As the system notification window announced that he had used an identity disguise and that his name and appearance would now be changed randomly for the next hour, Larry smiled widely, thinking that there was no need to reveal his identity for the sake of some secret dungeon. Looking straight at the knight, the boy asked if he had come alone, and he explained that this was very valuable information, and there was nothing good in attracting attention. Then the red-haired boy looked straight at the protagonist, noting that, nevertheless, his party members were ready, and if he called, they would immediately appear, and he, hearing this, thought that he was talking nonsense. Suddenly looking to the side, the knight said that then he would go after him, when suddenly he received a negative answer. With his serious look forward, Larry declared that the money first. While the red-haired boy looked straight at him with displeasure, the boy asked if he hadn't made deals before, and explained that first he had to give something to motivate him. The knight waved his cloak sharply and said that he should use a certain skill then, because they had to protect themselves, to which the protagonist agreed. Immediately after that, the red-haired guy, holding his hand straight out in front of him, used the skill of insight. He looked straight ahead and said nothing. A moment later, the guild member of the IM held out a bag of money straight in front of him, thanking Mr. Krypton for his cooperation, and explained that it was an advance payment, and now they had to go, while he, looking at him, thought that the trick worked. Then the narrative of the story moves directly to the tombstone, into which the prosthesis was inserted and a secret entrance opened. Pointing his hand directly at the grave, Larry said that if he inserted it there, a passage would open, and the knight, watching this, realized that, therefore, there was a hidden device there. Standing right next to the tombstone, the boy asked to keep it a secret and asked about the rest, and the red-haired boy, holding out a bag of money, said that if there was any problem, he would contact him. Looking directly into this very bag, the protagonist reasoned that he was able to get 50 gold for selling just one hidden dungeon, while the system announced that he received 51 gold, 98 silver and 20 copper coins. With a wide smile on his face, holding the reward for the information in his hands, Larry mused that it was nice to deal with guilds, and since it was impossible to collect such a sum alone at this stage of the game, so he probably robbed all the guild members, wondering if he invested his money. Thinking that now the matter was over, the boy tossed the bag of gold above his head and suddenly transformed. Once again with you, the protagonist understood that it was now time to go to Trinchik. Larry was sitting right in the middle of the path that went through the forest, saying that it was very far away. The boy, with a clearly tired expression on his face, noted that this was the real problem with the game, and because of this stupid realism, he had already been walking for half a day. Seeing the outlines of a huge city in front of him, the protagonist said that, nevertheless, he was almost there. Imagining in his head how he died and returned to the starting city, Larry thought that, however, he needed to remain vigilant, because if he made a mistake, he would have to start all over again. Suddenly, the boy turned around, hearing something there. Right in front of him was a bush that was moving. The protagonist, noticing this, thought that someone was watching him. Smiling madly, Larry understood that it was definitely not a monster or an animal, wondering what kind of rat was there. A moment later, an unknown explosion occurred right behind him. The man stepped forward, asking if he had been noticed, and this time they had a big loot. Licking his lips, the guy stated that his gear looked expensive and must have a high level, while the other noted that who knows, maybe he bought it with real money. Noticing their appearance, the boy with a crazy look thought that there were guys like these. Looking straight at the gang of robbers, the protagonist thought that the red eyes indicated that they had already killed other players and became PKs who only attack those who are about to enter the city and take the items that drop from players. At the same time, the robbers slowly approached him, asking if he had a minute, and it seemed like they had a lot to talk about. Smiling widely after hearing this, Larry clarified if they really wanted to talk. A moment later, he pulled out a huge battle axe from his inventory, saying that he loved long conversations and absolutely adored them. Looking straight at Larry in surprise, the hooded guy asked what was wrong with this bastard. While the guys were asking if he was crazy, the boy grinned maliciously, calling out to the little ones. Then he said that if they took off all their gear, he would let them go, and the bandits, hearing this, were very surprised. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked why they were surprised, and wasn't that what they usually said to others, stating that he decided to give them a chance, which was a good deal. Drawing a picture in his head of the bandits killing him, Larry thought that these creatures have only one goal, that is, items, and with a certain probability of dropping a drop as a result of killing a player, so of course there is a chance that it will not drop, but the chance of dropping items from killing monsters is several times higher. However, with this method, the probability of dropping is 10 or 20%. At that moment, the guy in the hood said that he really thought they were so stupid, and perhaps his head was completely blown off. Having exposed his weapon, the bandit said that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would die, and he would have to walk again from Kthan, asking if he wanted to calm down. Looking straight ahead with a crazy look after hearing this, Larry concluded that it seemed that they had come to nothing. Suddenly, the boy grinned maliciously, noting that he had not really intended to let them go from the start. Hearing this, the guy with glasses smiled, saying that he could only talk. Immediately after that, the bandits pointed their weapons forward and said that there was a completely different level there. This was not his starting town. At that moment, the man with the axe swung his weapon to strike. A moment later, he threw it forward with great force, and Larry dodged, bending down. Immediately after that, the boy was close to his opponent, which surprised him greatly. With a crazy expression on his face, he called them brainless idiots, saying that he would kill them faster. At that moment, the guy in the hood used the reflective shield skill, throwing the enemy back. Looking intriguingly straight ahead after what happened, Larry thought that the skill that allows you to reflect physical attacks belongs to a paladin, which he apparently is. Suddenly, the boy noticed an enemy appearing in the air above him, about to strike. The axe man used the strike skill, attacking with his axe. Jumping back, the protagonist thought that their attacks were well coordinated. Suddenly, he was very surprised, looking up, where a huge number of projectiles from the arrow rain skill were flying at him. The attack was carried out from afar by an archer. The man with yellow hair watched as his arrows were stuck straight into the ground, saying that no matter how fast he was, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Larry held an arrow in his hand and smiled widely. Pulling it straight out of his shoulder, the boy noted that he would not die because of such stupidity. The bandits, who were right in front of him, asked that he really did not notice the difference in level even now. The hooded guy grinned wickedly, arguing that if he changed his mind right now, they would be lenient, and asked why he didn't take off his gear and get out of there. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that they were used to fighting together. Imagining in his head how he couldn't keep track of each of his opponents, Larry thought that if he kept his distance, he would be bombarded with arrows, and if he went closer, the paladin would come for his soul, and these bastards were standing together, so they could cover each other. Taking a step forward with great force, the boy said that if they wanted to get the items, now would be their chance. Immediately after this, the protagonist would take out his throwing axes from his inventory, saying that he had something for them and asking them to try it, thinking that he would separate them and cook them one by one, while the system would notify that he had changed his weapons to tomahawk axes. A moment later, Larry would throw his axes forward with great force. Seeing this, the axe warrior would say that he was crazy, and the paladin, covering himself with his shield, would say that everything was fine and he would block them. At the same moment, the attack with the throwing axes would hit the guy in the hood right on top. He was surprised by something. After receiving damage, the bandit leader was thrown back, not understanding what kind of force it was. Very angry after what happened, the paladin would explain that he was fine in order to quickly kill this freak. Upon hearing the order, the man with the battle axe charged straight at Larry, who was thinking that it seemed like they were easily angered by such provocations. With a deft movement to the side, the boy dodged the enemy's attack. When the system announced that he had changed his weapon to an orc warrior's battle axe, the protagonist with a smirk on his face was about to see what they could do. Then he struck straight at the berserker. Using the hilt of his weapon, Larry attacked the enemy right in the stomach and said that he thought that he would at least block it, but in fact, he was weaker than expected. Immediately after, the boy grabbed the man right by the face. Saying that the first one is ready, the protagonist swung his huge battle axe to strike. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist was covered in blood in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed something heading his way. With a deft movement of his hand, Larry grabbed the arrow. Breaking it with his hand, the boy noted that if he was going to use the arrows, then he should have done it while his comrade was fighting, and his ally died earlier than he expected. At the same time, the archer was pulling the arrows on the bowstring, preparing to use a multi-shot, when suddenly the protagonist rushed towards him at great speed, saying that it was too late now. He used the strike and dash skill, swinging his huge battle axe, and his opponent thought that this was too fast, and although he got close to him, he still could not hit him with an arrow. A moment later, the weapon hit right next to the bandit. Frightened, looking straight ahead, the archer took out another weapon from his inventory, while the system notified that he had changed his weapon to a combat knife. At that moment, the guy with yellow hair rushed to attack, and Larry easily dodged his attack. The archer continued to attack while the boy dodged, thinking that his opponent seemed to know a thing or two about fighting, since he immediately switched to a melee weapon. Sharply grabbing his opponent right by the arm, the protagonist realized that it was still not enough. With a deft swing of his huge battle axe, Larry cut off the archer's arm and asked if he could defeat him in melee combat. In that moment, the boy with yellow hair was completely covered in smoke. Immediately after that, he fell straight to the ground and screamed in pain, while a smug boy stood next to him, asking how it felt to lose his arm in a game and if he thought it was too realistic. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something approaching him from behind. It was a paladin, who was furiously moving forward and using his shield attack. The hooded guy opened his mouth wide, wishing his opponent death. Then he made an attack, destroying everything in front of him. A moment later, the bandit was very surprised when Larry blocked his shield with his hand, and asked if he really wanted to measure his strength with him. Blocking the enemy's attack with a sly grin on his face, the boy noted that he had previously managed to throw him back with a reflective skill, and asked if he really thought he could kill him. After what happened, the paladin trembled with fear, asking what kind of monster he was. Having hit him right on the head, Larry stated that this was not true at all. Having slammed his opponent right into the ground with a powerful blow of a huge battle axe, the boy explained that they were just weaklings. After the completed attack, the protagonist's weapons were all covered in blood. Suddenly, Larry turned around, noticing an archer running away from him, and said that there was still someone left. Looking around, the boy pretended not to notice him. Then the protagonist lifted the stone with his hand. At this time, the robber ran forward at great speed. The guy with yellow hair with a frightened expression on his face asked not to make him laugh and thought that he would not die in such a place. Turning around sharply, the archer could not believe that he was not pursuing him. While a large stone was flying towards him at great speed, the robber shouted that he was saved and that he would definitely pay for what happened. Looking straight ahead, Larry noted that he had hit the bull's eye. Having finished the battles against the robbers, the guy with a crazy expression on his face laughed, saying that he had not felt so cheerful for a long time and that fighting players was much more fun than fighting mobs. Suddenly, the protagonist saw something to the side of him. A huge number of system notification windows appeared right around him, notifying that the player had won and the penalty would be cancelled due to the nature of the enemy, and that he had also leveled up and received a large number of items. Looking straight ahead, Larry said that the penalty increases the chance of player killers to drop upon death, and it seemed like he had hit the jackpot, calling his opponents fools and noting that they should have listened to him. Noticing the killer hiding right behind a tree, the kid asked the little rat that he was right. With a wide smile on his face, Larry told him not to try anything and to crawl out of there or he would cut him into pieces. Looking furiously straight at the tree behind which the spy was, the kid declared that there was no use in pretending and asked if he really wanted to die. A moment later, the guy in black clothes suddenly ran out from behind cover, asking who he even was, and the protagonist, putting a huge battle axe on his shoulder, asked if he really wanted to know who he was. Looking straight at the scared spy, Larry thought that he was almost sure that he was in league with those bastards, but his eyes were not red and it seemed that he was just standing guard. Crouching down, the boy said that it was a disappointment and asked him to stay where he was if he did not want to fight, and he was not interested in small fry like him. Hearing this, the guy in black clothes trembled all over with fear. After a moment, he put his hand straight in front of him and used divination magic. After doing this, the unknown man saw that there was a level 35 berserker right in front of him and was very surprised by this. Imagining the moments when he fought against the bandits, the guy in black clothes could not understand how he managed to kill 3 people whose level was above 40 and thought that he was definitely a cheater, while Larry quickly walked towards him. Sharply grabbing his opponent right by the head, the boy slammed him into the ground. Looking at the destroyed opponent, the protagonist called him an idiot and said that he let him go, and he decided to ignore it. Looking interestedly straight at the guy in black clothes, Larry received notifications from the system that he won and received the enemy's items, saying that he also dropped a pellet, and asked if this life was really some kind of blessing. Looking at the equipment of the opponents that he received after killing the bandits, the boy thought that their items were pretty good, especially for those who managed to get to Trinchik, and there was even a bow with a rare drop chance, and that bastard would probably be very upset. Immediately after this, the protagonist moved towards the city, saying that he thought the support would avenge their own or something, and maybe he should have fought them, but now it's too late. Then the story's narrative moves to the huge city of Trinchik, the houses of which were built with orange roofs. Walking down a busy street, Larry thought that it was crowded and that there really were so many players above level 40 in the game, once again proving how popular this game was. Stopping right next to the beautiful building of the Trinchik Mages Guild, the boy declared that even the Mages Guild building was very big. A moment later, the protagonist opened the doors right in front of him. Inside, he saw sorcerers talking to each other, and reasoned that compared to the size of the building, there weren't that many mages there, and in any case, a sorcerer is one of the professions where it is very difficult to level up as the story progresses. Walking past a huge number of different adventurers, Larry thought that maybe that's why the ones here seem quite decent, and there are even those who have changed their profession for the second time. Suddenly, he saw a red-haired girl right in front of him, who greeted him with a wide smile on her face. As the boy approached her, Monica greeted him at the magic item shop and explained that she could tell him about any item related to magic. Leaning on the counter, the protagonist asked her to show him the Book of Runes, and the worker said that she would show it to him now, he just had to wait a little. Remembering his recent battle against the player killers, Larry mused that the Book of Runes was used when these people appeared, and this magic item allows teleportation to 5 places written in the book, provided that the player is not in combat. Visualizing the man raising the magic grimoire above his head, the boy reasoned that since it was a personal item, he didn't have to worry about it falling out after death, and besides, if he paid extra, he could write in up to 20 spaces, which is what he was going to do. Immediately after, he looked straight at the scroll and book lying right in front of him, while Monica explained that 1 rune book, 5 scrolls of marks, and 20 scrolls of teleportation cost 5 gold coins, and he thought that his only problem was that it was quite expensive. Pouring out the last of the gold coins from his bag, the protagonist mused that 5 gold was a decent amount of money, which was not easy to come by even for people active in Trinchik, and wondered how much those bandits had stolen, since they had 1 copy each. Having paid for all the goods, Larry took them. The girl with red hair thanked him for the purchase and asked to come again. Raising his head up, the boy looked around the floors and thought that he needed to come to the third. There he met Mike, who looked away in surprise and asked if Sam had really sent him to him. Moving his hand aside, the boy answered that it was so, and here was the sample, the antidote, and a message from the old man in glasses. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, the guy in glasses assumed that it seemed that he needed to prepare in advance, and asked what it meant that he would help him. Looking straight at the protagonist, who was only level 35 and smugly pointing his finger at himself, saying that he just needed to rely on him, the researcher asked if he would be okay with such a leveling. Looking at Larry smiling smugly, Mike thought that he seemed to be completely useless, but nevertheless, he could not ignore the recommendations of Mr. Sam. Waving his hand, the guy in glasses said that he would ask him for a favor, and this would be his test. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, notifying about the quest Endless Research, the conditions of which were to bring 1 elixir of the forest goblin shaman. Smiling maliciously, reading what he needed to do in this task, the protagonist understood that now everything had begun. Visualizing Mike with a smug grin on his face, Larry thought that he was an NPC who was famous for his cruelty, and always started with the elixir of the forest goblin shaman. Thinking of the guy with glasses asking the regular adventurers for various rare items, the boy reasoned that he was asking for all sorts of materials that were not related to the main quest, and used them for other research. Walking through the market in a busy city, the protagonist thought that regular players cannot refuse to complete the main quest, so they have no choice but to do the errands, but this does not concern him. Opening the system notification window right in front of him, Larry was going to check the items on the auction. Immediately after that, the auction window appeared right in front of him, and the boy looking at it thought that he roughly remembered what items Mike would ask for in the future. Thinking of the rewards he received from his recent battles, the protagonist thought that since he opened the auction, he could get rid of a bunch of unnecessary items for one, and thus make his life easier. Looking at the price for all the items he needed, Larry realized that it was a great price and most of the items were not rare, so they were not expensive. Having taken out all his gold coins, the boy was going to see what else he needed. At this time, the guy in glasses was carefully studying the book, stirring the liquid in the test tube. A moment later, he was very scared when a bag of items fell on his table. Smugly looking straight at the researcher, Larry declared that he brought everything, and he could check it, which surprised him very much. Dumbfoundedly looking at all the items in his hands, Mike asked how he knew about what he needed for research, and the guy explained that he was not called Sam's assistant for nothing. After all that happened, the guy in glasses smiled widely, declaring that he had some doubts about him. Pointing his finger straight ahead, he declared that he would give him a reward. At the same moment, a huge number of system notification windows appeared right in front of the protagonist, notifying that he had increased his level and was now the 36th. Seeing this, Larry was very happy. Suddenly, the researcher announced his next request, when a system notification window appeared right in front of the boy. This same system notification talked about another endless research quest, the conditions of which were to bring the blood and heart of a forest lizard man. Staring discontentedly straight at the system notification window, the protagonist realized that he had shown his true nature, and knew that there were still a lot of quests ahead, but he did not think that he would immediately give him a new one, and seemed to be waiting for it. Remembering how he recently studied the auction, Larry thought that there were no items related to these creatures for sale yet, and wanted to end this chain of quests as soon as possible, but apparently it will not work. Thinking that this is not so bad, the boy imagined a huge number of different monsters in his head. Visualizing the lizard man, the protagonist thought that it was because the heart of this forest monster could only be obtained by killing the level 80 forest lizard man boss, Mighty Warrior. Sighing heavily, Larry reasoned that he would have to put this quest off since he couldn't kill it right now, and it was certainly important to complete the main storyline as soon as possible. Imagining in his head different players doing all sorts of other quests, the boy thought that, however, Trinchik was more than just story quests, and he should look for other ones, starting with the easy ones. After some time, the protagonist saw a statue of a masked warrior standing in the middle of the street. The boy was standing right in front of the fountain where this statue was located, and said that this was exactly the place. Coming closer, the protagonist saw numbers and letters scratched right into the stone, thinking that in a past life, one player, when he saw this hint, said something. Visualizing a man pointing his finger directly at a statue of a masked warrior, Larry mused that where the hero was pointing was where his legacy lay, and although others ignored his words, he had found what he was looking for. Looking directly at that very statue, the boy thought that it had taken a while for this topic to become widely discussed, but he knew the clue, so there would be no problem. Immediately after, the protagonist began to walk forward, saying that he needed to take 1,123 steps in the direction the statue was pointing. As he passed various adventurers on the city street, Larry added that he then needed to turn 200 steps to the left. As he turned onto a deserted street, the boy noted that he still had 130 steps to go in the same direction. The protagonist continued to walk forward slowly. Finding himself in a small alley between houses, Larry concluded that, judging by the clue, it must be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, looking to the side, the boy noticed something. Right in front of him, one brick was illuminated in the wall, noticing which the protagonist was happy, and while the system notified that the rare title of the seeker was activated and he found a hidden device. Without thinking twice, Larry pressed his hand directly on this brick. A moment later, a secret passage opened right in front of him. While the system notified that he had found a secret dungeon, the boy happily looked straight ahead. At the same moment, a huge golden door appeared in the wall right in front of him, and the protagonist noted that this was great, and was going to see what was next. Having opened the door, Larry noticed a staircase leading down. The boy slowly descended it in pitch darkness, feeling his way with his hand on the wall, and said that this place was very different from what he had heard about. Suddenly, noticing the light ahead, the boy thought, wondering how many times he had gone up and down the stairs, and it had been quite a while since he entered. His senses were dulled, so he couldn't tell how far he had gone. Staring forward with a serious gaze, the protagonist reasoned that the player who found this place had spread false information to scare others. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying that the first phase of the hero's test was beginning, which surprised Larry very much. At the same moment, an explosion occurred right in front of him. A huge rock rolled right towards the boy. Noticing this, the protagonist was very stunned and did not understand what was happening at all. Taking a fighting stance, Larry realized that he could not dodge it and needed to stop it. Immediately after that, the boy, putting his hands straight in front of him, grabbed the rock. He used all his strength to stop it. Staring straight ahead furiously, the protagonist used the strike skill. At the same time, the system notified that strength and agility had been increased by 10%, adding energy to his hands. Larry tried with all his might to hold back the stone that was coming straight at him. The ground beneath his feet was destroyed by the enormous pressure. The boy was sweating all over after the incident. He was standing exhausted right in front of the huge stone, saying that everything seemed to have worked out. Staring straight ahead with a tired look, the protagonist thought that he had only stopped it, and his health had already decreased, and asked that he really had to climb the hill and what would happen now. Then Larry began to push the huge stone that was right in front of him. Using all his strength to the fullest, the boy moved this boulder, thinking that it was very heavy. The protagonist was breathing heavily after what happened and thinking about the hero's trials. While pushing a huge rock uphill, Larry realized that he knew that the first phase would be a test of will, but he didn't expect it to be so stupid. The boy was shaking with fatigue, thinking that it seemed like several minutes had already passed since he started climbing, and asked how long he had to roll it. A moment later, the huge boulder disappeared, freeing the path for the protagonist. At the same moment, the system announced that he had passed the first phase of the hero's test, a test of will, and Larry, clutching his head, noted that it was not that difficult. Immediately after this, the boy found himself in a long corridor with a door at the end, asking what about the next phase. When the system notification window announced that the second phase of the hero's test was starting, which puzzled the protagonist, who thought that, apparently, they would not tell him again what the test was. Realizing that this was going to happen, Larry picked up the stone straight from the ground. Then he would swing his arm and throw it forward with great force. The stone thrown by the boy would land right on the floor a little further down the corridor. In an instant, he would be attacked by weapons hidden in the walls. Imagining an obstacle course in his head, the protagonist thought that if the information of the discoverer of this dungeon was correct, then this was a test of intelligence, and if there was no way to detect the traps or eliminate them, then he would have to use his brain to avoid being caught. Realizing that this was completely out of his style, however, Larry began to warm up. Taking a low start, the boy was going to break through in one breath. Immediately after that, the protagonist used the berserker skill, enveloping himself in dark energy. Then he pushed off his foot straight from the ground and used the dash skill. After using the abilities, Larry rushed forward with great speed. He moved very quickly straight down the corridor. Suddenly, arrows began to fly towards him. Noticing this, the boy used the dash skill again, accelerating even more. The protagonist continued to run forward, while arrows flew past him. At the same moment, Larry put his hand straight in front of him, taking out his huge battle axe from his inventory. Immediately after that, the boy began to deftly wield the weapon, breaking through the projectiles. A moment later, he hit his axe straight into the ground. Pushing off from it, the protagonist flew forward with his feet. Larry moved at great speed in the direction of the exit, doing a somersault. When the system notified that he had passed the second phase of the hero's test, the test of the mind, the boy sat right on the ground near the arrow stuck in it, and turned off the berserker, saying that he thought he would die. At the same time, the system notification window notified that he was low on health and if he could not restore his health to 10% within 5 seconds, he would die, and the protagonist, seeing this, took out a healing potion, noting that, not taking this aspect into account, it was simply the best skill. Having restored his health, Larry went inside the next room. While he was looking at the cave right in front of him, the system notified that the third phase of the hero's test was beginning. With his serious gaze directed forward, the boy thought that the third phase of the test was a test of temptation, and he heard that in this phase some strong magic affecting the mind tries to seduce the test subject. Imagining in his head a beautiful woman in a pile of gold, the protagonist thought that someone saw a charming girl, and someone treasures and objects. With a dreamy expression on his face, Larry mused that someone had even seen the table with goodies. Smiling widely, the boy wondered what he would see. A moment later, a system notification window appeared, notifying that the epic title of Indomitable Will had been activated and that he was therefore resisting the magic that affected the psyche. While standing right in front of the bridge, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded by this statement. Lowering his head after what had happened, Larry said that this is it, so that is what. With displeasure, moving straight across the bridge, the boy thought that this was annoying. Having crossed to the other side, the protagonist looked around, when suddenly the system notified that he had passed the third phase of the hero's test, the test of temptation. At the same moment, Larry saw a huge corridor right in front of him. At the same time, the boy called the bell of truth and began to ring it. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist asked if this was the right way. When the system announced that it was a lie, Larry smiled widely, noting that he thought so. Imagining in his head the image of the person being interviewed, the kid thought that he did it just in case, since the guy did not tell what would happen after the third phase, and in the end, he was right. Suddenly, the protagonist felt something with his hand, asked what was really there. At that moment, a secret passage opened right in front of him. Larry fell right into it, thought that this was a complete disgrace. When the system announced that he had passed all the hero's trials, the boy was surprised to see a magical artifact right in front of him. Looking directly at the silver mask of the warrior, the protagonist saw notifications from the system that he had received the sealed helmet of the Lion King. Immediately after this, several more system windows appeared, notifying that he had received the quest to search for the armor of the Lion King, in which it was necessary to find a full set of armor. Larry looked at the helmet in his hands, dumbfounded, saying that he couldn't believe it. He looked at the system notification window, which described the sealed Lion King helmet, and thought that it was only one item from the set. Looking at his new defensive artifact in surprise, the boy wondered if he really had such stats even with the seal, and thought that by using this item, he would be able to match level 100 or even 150. Imagining in his head how someone would fight against a person with the sealed Lion King helmet, the protagonist thought that one alone would provide more defense than the entire set of any player with the warrior class, and that was very good. Smiling happily, Larry thought that it was a pity that there was no hint of where the other parts were hidden, but he got more than he expected. Suddenly, everything around him began to shake, and the system announced that he had completed the hero's trials, and the tomb of the Lion King dungeon disappeared. While the system announced that the armor of the Lion King was attracted to each other, and he would know when he got close to another piece of armor, the boy smiled widely, realizing that this was how it really was. Then another system notification appeared, saying that he would be teleported outside, and the countdown began. At that very moment, a beam of blue energy rose up in the middle of the city street. Looking around, the protagonist asked himself if he was really back in the square again, while other people looked on in shock as the statue cracked. Finding himself again in the city near the fountain, Larry thought that further only the messenger of love. Looking at the system notification window with a smirk on his face, the boy was thinking that this chain of quests can only be obtained after increasing his trust reputation, and thanks to the titles, he had already achieved this in the previous location. Immediately after, the protagonist rushed forward at a great speed, saying that this is great, and then we will go do the best quests. The narrative of the story then shifts to the moment when the sun was about to sink below the horizon. Suddenly, we are transported to 3 days later, where Larry looked at the adventurers with displeasure, thinking that after solving various problems for several days, he realized something, namely that life is hard both there and in the real world. Imagining lovers crying while looking at each other, the boy reasoned that the messenger of love made him deliver love letters, and he could not even skip the scenes, and thought that he would throw up while watching all this. The protagonist sighed with relief, Realizing that despite the time spent, he had completed some quests for the first time and had earned a decent amount of titles, increased his stats, and also leveled up and even received a useful item. Looking straight at the pendant with the green magic stone, the boy saw a dark notification that it was an emerald drop pendant and read its stats. Holding this artifact in his hand, the protagonist was thinking that due to the berserker's skill penalty, he needed something that increased his health, and at the moment this was a great option, when suddenly someone asked if he had heard. Larry suddenly looked ahead, noticing people there who were chatting that someone had already reached level 70, and maybe there was someone who had reached 80, saying that they were jealous and didn't understand when they would reach at least 50. Then the adventurers were saying that it had become very difficult to level up lately because of the bandits, and the boy, looking away seriously, realized that it seemed like many had already leveled up. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist realized that in order to be the first to complete important quests and get titles, he needed to level up as soon as possible, so he had to speed up. Larry was suddenly very surprised to receive a system notification that he was receiving this notification due to today's update. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared, which told about the update of the guild system, the update of the housing system, and the addition of new items. After reading this, the boy smiled widely with joy, thinking that it was just in time. Standing right in the middle of the crowd, Larry received notifications from the system that the guild system had been updated, and it was possible to purchase a guild stone, and found his own guild. They said that it had finally appeared. Reading in the system window that he could purchase a guild stone for 50 gold coins, the boy said that it was quite expensive. Imagining in his head a person who spent a large sum of money, the protagonist thought that 1 gold coin in real currency was worth 200,000 won, and the guild must be burning their asses right now. Smiling maliciously, Larry thought that he was more interested in other things. Looking at the huge number of houses that stood right in front of him, the boy read the system notification that the housing system had been updated, and reasoned that in this update it was possible to buy an empty house or a plot of land on which to later build a house. Looking away, the kid reasoned that many might think that this was just a useless investment, but there was a way to turn it to his advantage, and he should quickly get to the realtor before someone beat him to it. Immediately after this, the story moves to a huge 2-story building. Once inside, Larry was looking around, when suddenly the man behind the counter greeted him and asked how he could help him. The man was very surprised by the customer's behavior, while the kid right in front of him turned around, thinking that apparently no one was interested in the housing system yet. A moment later, the protagonist put a bag of money right on the table, saying that it contained 65 gold, which greatly surprised the realtor. Smiling widely, Larry said that he wanted to rent all the 3-bedroom houses and 2-story houses in the area, which greatly stunned the man. The boy looked straight ahead, smugly, and thought about what happens after the housing system is introduced. Imagining real estate prices rising in his head, with him at the very top, the protagonist reasoned that supply was limited, and demand would only increase in the future. With his hand right on the table, Larry explained that if he were to invest, it would be in real estate. While the employee looked dumbfoundedly at the bag of gold coins and asked if he really wanted all the properties, the boy seemed to sparkle, saying that he was taking everything on a long-term lease. Imagining himself rolling in gold coins, the boy thought that he would have to pay monthly rent for a year, but if he was the first to occupy this niche, he would soon earn so much that the amount would seem ridiculous. Holding a calculator in his hands, the man in the blue suit asked again, "What does it mean?" He wants 9 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses, to which he received a positive answer. Pointing his finger directly at the piece of paper, the realtor explained that then he would have to pay rent for the first month, and rent for a 3-room house costs 4 gold, a 2-story house 5 gold, a total of 65 gold. The man also added that the commission consisted of 32 silver and 50 copper coins, while the system notified him of his balance, and Larry pointed his finger up, saying that he would do so. Putting his fingerprint on the document, the boy saw how the system notification about receiving the title of real estate giant appeared, and read its description. With a balance of 13 copper coins, the protagonist stood in the middle of the realtor's office and shouted that he was now a rich man. Looking directly at the document he had just signed, Larry asked what he could do and raise the prices by 2 times or even better by 3 times, and wondered how much the rates would change after that. Imagining a night coming to a realtor, the boy reasoned that especially considering that guilds will need houses, they will need them not only to protect the guild stone, but also to demonstrate its power. They will not be able to get by with 1 room. Joyfully throwing a paper with a lease agreement, the protagonist noted that he had just ended with all this. Grinning maliciously, Larry declared that now it was possible to go on additional quests and hunt. Immediately after that, the boy found himself in the middle of the jungle, twirling a huge battle axe behind his back. Moving straight through the forest, the protagonist said that in his past life, the Lizardman Forest was a very popular place, and he believed that this was not the case yet. Imagining a monster in his head, Larry thought that no one knows when a mighty forest lizardman warrior will appear, and the first time he got there after he had already leveled up a little. Taking another step forward, the boy stopped abruptly. Standing right in front of the huge trees, the protagonist raised his axe above his head, about to start something. Immediately after that, Larry takes a deep breath. Then he used the battle cry skill and shouted loudly right in front of him. At that moment, this sound was carried to the lizard monsters. The boy stood in place, waiting for the opponents to come to him, and said that he had definitely attracted 2 guys. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist really wanted them to come to him faster. Suddenly, a lizard man appeared right next to him, swinging his sword. A moment later, the blade of his blade was right in front of Larry's face. Noticing this, the boy used the strike skill and parried the enemy's blow, which greatly shocked him. Immediately after that, the protagonist, deftly wielding his huge battle axe, chopped the enemy into pieces. After the perfect murder, Larry happily looked straight ahead. At that moment, another monster appeared right above his head, swinging its weapon. Noticing its approach, the boy assumed a fighting stance, preparing to strike back. With a furious look in his eyes, the protagonist said that he was too slow. Larry then used a shoulder strike, throwing his opponent back. The boy stood right in front of the exhausted lizard man and laughed, saying that he had not yet learned the skill, but it would hurt a lot. With a mad smile on his face, the protagonist stated that he would have finished faster, but he could not die yet. A moment later, Larry swung his weapon. After that, the boy licked his lips, thinking that there was a 100% chance he could get his tail if it was cut off while he was alive. Looking straight at the lizardman's tail, which the system also notified, the protagonist reasoned that if he killed him after that, then with great luck there was a chance to get another item. While he was thinking about the need to complete the butcher's repeating quests, and imagining his image in his head, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the quest Forest Lizardman Tails supply, the condition of which was to obtain the tails of a forest monster. Throwing the axe directly onto his shoulder, Larry thought that in this way he could increase his earnings per hour by 2 or more times. Suddenly, he looked to the side, asking what they were doing there. Angrily looking at the monsters hiding behind the trees, the boy suggested that these tadpoles play with them too. Immediately after that, the lizard man rushed to attack right at him. At this time, an unknown person was watching everything that was happening from behind a tree. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred right in the middle of the forest. The lizard monster was shaking in pain. While the system was notifying that he had leveled up, Larry held his hand right by the enemy's throat and noted that it was a good catch. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy was very surprised. Right behind the cover, he saw a man watching him. A moment later, the protagonist grinned maliciously, realizing that he had fallen into his trap. Remembering the moment when he began fighting the lizard man, Larry thought that he had been spying on him all this time, and only showed up because he decided that he was already exhausted. Taking a step forward, the stranger asked if it was really him. In armor, he stood right in front of the boy, wondering if he was really the one who defeated 3 people on his own. Seeing his opponent, Larry was very dumbfounded. With a smile on his face, he assumed that judging by the fact that he was killing lizardmen on his own, who thought that he was a capable guy. At the same time, a loud cry of pain was heard around the area as the boy squeezed his opponent's throat even harder, which scared the bandits who had come to him. A moment later, the protagonist looked furiously straight at his opponents, which surprised them greatly. The sorceress girl, looking straight ahead, asked what it was, and the guy standing next to her talked about his strength. The guys looked straight at the enraged Larry, while the leader of their group asked them not to be afraid, because he was alone and did not even have support. Immediately after this, the boy, pointing his huge battle axe straight at the knight, said that he was glad to meet them and did not expect to meet them there. With a clearly angry expression on his face, the protagonist asked that these mongrels of Odin really came to die. Hearing this, the guy standing in front smirked, not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking, and asked that maybe they had already killed him before. At that moment, Larry's mind flashed to the knight in golden armor, who said that this was his end. Looking straight at Gale, who smiled widely and said that this was even better and was glad that he was not running away like a coward, the boy realized that this was his opponent from his past life, ranked 19th in the game and 9th in the Ragnarok Guild. Then the knight added that he would give him such a beating that he had never even dreamed of, and Larry, hearing this, gritted his teeth, thinking that they had finally met. Imagining in his mind the image of Odin looking smugly straight ahead, the boy thought about the Ragnarok Guild. As if having fallen into madness, the protagonist was going to kill them all. Larry is stunned to hear that they had finally met. He looks at his opponent, saying that this is even better for him, because he is glad that he does not need to waste extra energy on catching him and thinks that he certainly does not know who is in front of him yet. The guy looks at their team and notes that this fact does not bother him at all, and the brunette replies that he will definitely teach him a good lesson. The fair-haired man looks at the girl and realizes that he sees the emblem of a sword and a bow and wonders if this could be the emblem of the blood hunters who kill other players. He imagines their emblem and assumes that since these decided to hunt him, it turns out that they and those 3 idiots belong to the same guild. Larry smiles and says that he thanks him for such a warm welcome. He looks at them and continues that he could not even imagine that he brought such a horde just to catch one unfortunate person. Austin closes his eyes and replies that they just prefer to do their job the right way and that they must eliminate everyone who gets in the way of their business. The fair-haired man retorts that, by a happy coincidence, he holds the same opinion and he absolutely does not care whether they rob anyone or not. He undresses, saying that despite their line of work, they decided to come and compete with him, therefore, he will have to destroy their entire guild. Austin understands the finger and notes that this was too loud a statement. The squad goes on the attack, while he continues that he can only say such things after he defeats them. Larry rolls his eyes and clarifies if this is true. Everyone strikes him. The ground breaks. Larry goes on the counterattack and asks him to blame himself in this case. Austin intercepts him. He looks him in the face and says that he was more capable than they expected, but he thinks that he really defeated those three single-handedly. Larry frowns and hears that he does not understand how he did it just by swinging an axe. The guy uses a fire explosion on him. The knight insults him with a smile and notes that in the current state of affairs, a swordsman mage is the best class, provided that he has exactly that class at level 41. Against the background of smoke, he continues that he categorically doubts that he even hears what he is saying. Larry breaks out of the smoke. Austin blocks the blow. He frowns and wonders how his attack could not work. Someone opens their mouth and he thinks that in this case it is worth using something more powerful and casts a flash. Everything around the knight is taken away by flames. Larry is thrown back. He cools down, saying that he does not change and apparently has always been like this. Austin is indignant until he hears the question whether he really believes that he is stronger than others just because his level is slightly higher than others and asks whether he is right or not. Larry grits his teeth and continues that he is certainly a handsome man, but in reality he is nothing special, both in magic and in fencing. The opponent is angry until he clarifies whether he has any other skills left. Austin, furious, goes on the attack, asking him not to get cocky. Larry calmly looks forward. He waves him off, saying that he is attacking too slowly. The guy is perplexed, while Larry thinks that since he himself fought him quite a lot in his past life, he sees through him and now he is like a flea to him. Larry passes by dashing forward. Austin is horrified, while the second one says that he is an idiot. The brunette grins and hears the words of the second one that his opponent probably believed that he was the best, but he was only the one who chose weaklings as his opponents. Austin counterattacks. The blonde is surprised to hear that he admits that his skills correspond to how much he sticks his nose up, but clarifies whether he can resist this and uses the incineration ability. Larry looks in horror and thinks that he is using a mid-level fire skill and asks when he managed to learn it, and how long has he been playing at all. Austin is furious, insults him and asks again if this is the first time he has seen something like this. He attacks him and calls for death. Larry is left in the ashes. Austin laughs and notes that not even a wet spot will remain of him. His pupils narrow as he continues that he doesn't understand how such a jerk like him can look down on him. Larry breaks out of the ashes and is about to attack. The brunette looks at him and understands that this can't be true, because how could he, as a level 35, survive a mid-level attack? He grits his teeth and retorts that this is all nonsense or some kind of bug in the game, because he is a cheater, and insults him again asking how dare he play with him. Larry attacks while he uses a strike saying that he already told him that he is just a weakling. Austin screams. Hot steam comes out from under the rocks. Someone is coming. The system notifies him that he has increased his level. Larry looks at him with displeasure and says that he barely survived and it's all just because of his helmet and that he could have just died here. He looks around and realizes that he got some good loot again and insults the Player Hunter Guild for stealing so much. Larry thinks about a moment ago and notes that if he's honest with himself, he was a little scared of the last attack, simply because he didn't expect that he could use mid-level magic. He imagines a drawing of children and continues that in his past life, these freaks just wandered around the area and because of this, other players couldn't hunt in peace, and in his current life, everything apparently came down to the same thing. The child is scared, while he says that, nevertheless, later, ordinary players were able to unite to defeat and break their guild and if he's not mistaken, it was the guild that defeated them then, and that's why they became famous then. Larry drew himself satisfied and notes that this time everything is different and now the guild is having financial problems, and so it will be quite difficult for them to defeat these freaks. And he needs to get rid of the player hunters before they become a serious problem. Larry looks away saying that it would be nice to get the status of a player hunter killer. He is scared. Blue particles are flying around the people. Someone put a hand on the person's face. Larry landed nearby. He looks at the people saying that they came to the right place, and asks if they are support. Larry happily asks what they are going to do and suggests that they come closer and not be shy. He strikes. The guy smiles terrifyingly saying that 15 will fight against 1. Larry gets a notification that he has leveled up. The guy looks at him contentedly. Larry sees that there are only 9 opponents left, and goes on the attack. Larry runs through the crowd and uses the homing strike ability. The archer looks at him and asks how this player was able to block it, because it is a homing attack that hits the enemy 100% of the time, and the second one asks if he is sure he is not a cheater. Larry prepares to counterattack and thinks that they are idiots who do not even know the mechanics of their own skills and asks if they really do not understand that reflecting an attack is already considered a hit. Larry uses a dash in a frenzy. Larry turns around while the system notifies him again about the level increase, and someone tells him that they will take care of throwing a report at him for cheating. The blonde smiles and says that he is already tired of them calling him a cheater for nothing and offers to at least bombard him with reports. He looks slyly and notes that now is the time for the harvest. He touches something. Larry looks dumbfounded. The blonde takes the item and asks what it is, to which the system replies that it is an invisibility cloak, a rare cloak that allows you to hide the appearance of its wearer and has a low level of protection, also shows him the stats and that it allows you to use the stealth ability for 50 mana points. The guy sullenly reasons that this is a rare item with normal stats, and that it is quite difficult to get, which means that this is a jackpot, and thinks that what were they thinking when they use such an item as players who hunt other players. He stands in front of the screen and continues that this is probably why they thought they would not die, because there are many players on their side and he understands that there are so many idiots in the world and apparently he should punish them all for their stupidity. He notices something. Larry sees a light and says that they do not even give him a break and wonders if he should conduct a test for the stealth ability. The light is heard very far away. The people in armor clarify whether they have arrived there. The guy gives a positive answer with the explanation that most likely their target has already left. Larry uses the cloak and thinks that this player donated a large amount of money into the game, judging by his armor, while he continues that if this guy is not crazy, he would not stay here. The man in armor asks if he is really a cheater, to which he receives the answer that he is and he is sure of it. He remembers how everything happened with the words that he survived the mid-level magic skill incineration and reflected the homing blow, and they should definitely report him. The first one looks for him and asks if he knows his name, to which the second one replies that his name is Larry and before their man who was standing guard died, he used the skill insight on him. The guy frowns and realizes something. Larry sees the knight's emblem and tries to remember where he saw it, while the man notes that Larry does not need to be reported. He gets angry and asks to tell everyone to immediately go look for him and continues that they can kill him or threaten him, but they have to return the cloak back because it is worth a fortune. The knight is angry at himself and does not understand why she took it with her. Larry looks from under the cloak and thinks that maybe the player who took the cloak is his girlfriend or something, but if he judges by the way he talks about her, then they will not be together for long. Austin clarifies what to do with the other dropped items. The knight grins while he continues that some members of the squad lost their weapons. Larry watches from behind the bushes while he says that he already suffered with when he tried to buy information about the secret dungeon, and they are just adding fuel to the fire. Larry frowns and hears that they still need them for some time, so he asks to selectively collect their weapons, and the guy thinks that he just remembered where he saw the emblem. He looks at him saying that it is the M guild and realizes that the guild that claims to be the one that stands for justice is actually covering for a guild of player hunters called the Blood Hunters. The man in armor looks around and he asks if it was a show when the M guild attacked the Blood Hunters guild. Larry thinks about the guild, that when he worked with them to fight the Blood Hunters, then the players who joined the M guild after admitting their mistakes actually acted according to a well thought out plan, and if he thinks about it, it all seems very strange. He continues that how they attacked him while he was under the berserk skill and the guild gave them information about him. He takes off his hood and realizes how everything really happened. Larry smiles sarcastically and realizes that he just needs to pump up his body. He imagines a level 75 forest lizard man in front of him. The lizard man screams in pain. Larry finished him off. The system notifies him of a level increase. Larry screams while a new notification says that he has received an incredible achievement, specifically defeating 100 opponents who are higher in level than him. He sits on the ground and receives a new title, an endless challenge, and he is the first person to ever receive this title, while Larry asks to cancel the berserk. He smiles as he reads about the endless challenge, that he received it for killing 100 players who are higher in level than him, and now he is essentially a gladiator who does not know defeat and can restore health when killing an enemy, and he thinks that it was difficult, but he killed a mighty warrior and achieved his goal faster than expected. The system notifies him that he has reached level 50th and that he can now get his second profession, for which he should go to a neighboring city and choose it, and when he chooses it, he will be able to get various skills. Larry looks forward and is happy that he has reached level 50th, and usually it takes him a month to get to level 30. He reads the paper and realizes that it is not surprising that he achieved such a result. After all, killing 100 monsters that were 30 levels higher than him is a fast level up. Larry sees the glow and notices that he is returning. The guy rubs his shoulder and notes that it is good that he bought a return scroll and asks if he should go now for a new profession. The blonde noticed something. There are a lot of disgruntled people around him. He smiles and does not understand why all these freaks are looking at him. Larry notes that they could not find him and therefore most likely waited for him stupidly in the square. Some guy calls out to him. He asks if he has a minute. Larry happily pushes him away and apologizes that he does not have a minute, because he has a lot of things to do. The people are angrily perplexed. The guy repeats that he told him that they need to talk and adds that he asks nicely. He frowns and clarifies whether he understood what he was told. Larry looks out the window while one insults him and the other asks why he had to do that now. The blonde asks them to wait because he wants to show them something interesting. Larry changes his voice settings. The blonde calls out to the guards. The guards suddenly appeared next to him. The guys notice that the guards have surrounded them and do not understand if this is even possible. Larry understands that player hunters are prohibited from wandering around the city, and since there's a special squad at the gate that does not let them in, nevertheless, these guys got into the city using a return scroll or other loopholes, therefore, they did not even realize that the guards can be called in this way. Larry smiles and tells them that they are idiots and clarifies whether they really think the city is safe and that they are incredibly shameless. The guy gets angry. He goes on the attack and insults him. Tridents are stuck into him. Larry sees him being pinned down and asks who he called a coward because they are all just common trash that they are joining together in groups to steal. The blonde guy screams that the guards should show them the power of justice. The guards beat them up while he continues that if they want to get back the things he lost here, they should check the auction tab because they will be there soon. The guy dumps a bunch of stuff and says that he would like to register it all at the auction. The guy thanks him with a smile for his efforts while the system notifies him that he has registered at the auction and says that there are a lot of things, so for him, registering is not an easy task. He smirks and thinks that he will put all the things up for the right price, which means a little above market value, but not so high that those guys will give up their stuff, and he is sure that he is now in big trouble because of them. Larry asks to open the home page, while he sees that 2 guilds are announcing recruitment, and he himself thinks that these guilds that move to other cities have already published recruitment. Larry imagines the scheme and states that everything is going exactly as he expected, namely that guilds rent houses to attract new members and that the house is an indicator of the guild's strength. Larry reads that the God of Wind proves his coolness by the presence of rooms for each guild member, while the latter suggests that it is precisely because he rented all the houses in the city that there are not so many recruitment ads and that players want to join guilds that provide better conditions. Larry pokes his finger at the screen and says that now is the perfect time to post an ad for selling a house. He posted a notice where he writes that he has several 3-room and 2-story houses at his disposal and that he can provide them to guilds, while he himself decided that such a description would be more than enough. The blonde looks on contentedly, while someone is perplexed, and he thinks that of course he can be taken for a scammer with such conditions. Larry imagines himself at the auction and continues that everything will change exactly at the moment, when everyone finds out that the guild can actually buy one of the specified houses. Larry is reading something. The comments say that the first one is asking if this is the same person who wrote the message earlier about the hidden dungeon, and the second one is writing about the equipment of the skeleton warriors and that it was unlocked after that, right after this player's message about the hidden dungeon. Therefore he is telling the truth and does not understand how he even got these houses. The blonde is happy to read that he did not think that the response to his message would be so fast. He understands that it is all because he used a fake nickname, and the M Guild wrote to him that they ask him to contact them if he still has houses, and the Blood Hunters Guild wrote that they are looking for a 3-room house and they will not harm him, so they ask him to contact them. Larry happily understands that even these 2 guilds contacted him, and that it will be fun, which is why he is looking forward to next week. Larry puts his hand on the door and says that he only has one thing left to do. He came to the Berserker Guild and asks if there is anyone inside. The blonde looks around and notices that this guild is the same everywhere, while the man clarifies what brought him here. The man with scars hears that the guy came to them to level up his profession. The guy grabs his hand and asks again about leveling up. He bursts into tears saying that he is too young to ruin his life like this, while Larry asks him discontentedly what he is talking about and asks him to stop with this nonsense and give him documents, because this will be his second profession. The man with scars tensed up. He squeezes with a question if he is serious, because he must listen to him carefully, because he probably heard about this for the first time, but if he has decided, then there will be no turning back. He visualizes that if he chooses the same profession for the second leveling, then his abilities and characteristics will be strengthened, but the number of skills he will have will be much less, and this means that he will not be able to combine different skills and clarifies whether he still wants to change his profession. Larry imagines the emblems and thinks that, like the guy said, the second profession can be completely unrelated to the first, and, in addition, through the second job, you can change your class. He thinks of Austin with the words that in some cases, when performing certain actions or visiting certain places, you can get a hidden profession. Larry continues that, however, whatever the player chooses, he will regret his decision, because each path has both pros and cons. Larry smiles brightly and notes that everything depends only on the skills of the player himself and agrees, asking to bring the documents quickly. The fat man laughs and notes that this is great, because this is what it means to be a real berserker, and that sometimes they need freaks like him. He puts a stamp with the words that congratulates him on receiving a second profession called berserker. Against the background of the emblem, he receives a notification that he has improved his berserker profession. Larry smiles and hears that now that he has his second profession, he should give him something and asks him to choose. Larry sees a dangerous mace, a strong shoulder pad made of lizard man skin and a blood ghost saber in front of him, to which the guy thinks that it is a pity that there is no axe, although the mace is also a good option. The man with the scar is pleased with the choice. The blonde holds the shoulder pad in his hands with satisfaction, while he notes that this is surprising, because usually everyone just stupidly chooses a weapon. Larry looks at him thinking that he is not interested in weapons, since he has them, but shoulder pads are not so easy to find and sees that it has been improved and that it can be further modified. Larry points a finger asking to show him more skill books for the second profession, to which he asks him to wait. The blonde looks incredulously. The dark-haired man with the scar clarifies what is wrong, to which Larry realizes that he has no money left and that he has not yet received the money for the slots at the auction. The guy goes into a rage, thinking that there is nothing more to be done. Larry sits in front of the girl, saying that he would like to borrow money, to which she notes that he has come to the right place. The guy stares at her, while she continues that the bank brings joy to everyone and asks him to state his name and profession, because it is necessary for the record, to which he says that he is Larry, a berserker. He looks around and wonders what they were thinking when they arranged for such a cowardly girl to join the berserker guild. The girl puts 3 gold coins in front of him, saying that since this is his second profession, they can offer him a deposit of up to 3 gold coins, to which he receives in response that he takes everything and thanks him for using the services of their bank. Larry sees a notification that his skills have been enhanced and reads the description of the ability level 2 and strike also level 2 and about the battle cry level 2 and about berserk level 2 where there is a huge description of the usefulness. Larry frowns and thinks that everything went great, because he improved all the skills he has. He reads about the new skill shoulder strike, which allows you to inflict significant damage with one blow with your whole body, and that he also added the pursuit skill, which is called a jump high into the air, which makes it possible to inflict damage while jumping. Larry reads about a new skill called throw, which the orc leader demonstrated to him earlier, that he can inflict additional damage if he performs the act of throwing his weapon at the opponent, and summarizes that he has learned only 3 new skills, which is not enough. The blonde looks out the window and thinks that it is better to master a small number of skills perfectly than not to know how to use a huge set of skills, and that most players will have several professions. He imagines people and notes that there are users like Archmage and Trina who went all in and became famous for focusing on one profession. He imagines another person saying that the king, the creator of a prosperous world, is a mysterious class whose professions have never been revealed, and he must think about how he can defeat him as a berserker. Larry looks at the flask of forest lizardman blood and notes that this is correct. This is what he asked for. Larry looks at the guy with glasses and reads the notification that he has completed infinite research, and the guy says that he is counting on him. The guy reads about infinite research 12th, that he needs to research an improved antidote, and that he must get the elixir of the forest goblin shaman. Larry frowns that the guy did not even turn around because there are 15 consecutive quests in this chain and 4 more to go. The guy thought about it, saying that it suggests that the forest of monsters should be located in the swamps. He looks into the forest and continues that those players who specialize in close combat do not like to visit the swamps because they often get stuck in the local mud, and another reason why this is not the best idea. These are player hunters. Larry decides with a smile to just see what awaits him, because he does not know what he would have done before, but now he will cut them into pieces. He activates the Book of Runes and looks for the habitat of forest lizardmen there. Larry puts on a mask and sets off. Someone calls out to him. The disgruntled guys look at him while he clarifies if they are the same guys he beat at the city walls and whether they have been waiting for him all this time, because he will be only glad to fight them. The brunette looks at him and asks him to wait, because they are not here to fight, but only to talk, because they want to offer him a deal. He madly asks them to give him the invisibility cloak and they will let him go. Larry listens to what else he wants to say about the items put up for auction, what he could transfer to them. Larry starts laughing out loud. They are stunned to hear a counter question about who to give it to and notes that they are idiots. As it seems to him, they do not know how to properly conclude deals. The brunette points a finger at him and says that maybe he is so self-confident because of his skills, but he still needs to think better, because if he refuses, then they will pursue him until he stops playing this game. The blonde aggressively states that they can only make a deal when the benefit for both parties is equal, and what they are doing is not a deal, but a threat, and insults them. Larry covers his face with his hand and asks again about the invisibility cloak. He continues with a smile that if they want to get their rag back, then they should take it from him themselves. Someone stepped in a puddle, while the blonde screams for them to stop running. Someone catches up with Larry and calls him a rat. The guy slows down and agrees to be caught. The people froze because he asked them to stand still. His eyes glow. He uses the battle cry ability and his opponents tremble. The man falls because he no longer feels his body. Larry moves forward using the dash skill. His opponents fall. Larry attacks. He uses the strike ability. Someone watches this from the side. The guy looks on in horror and asks what the hell is going on. He looks at the masked guy in horror and asks if he said that Larry is level 30. The man with glasses is scared while he uses insight. Larry does a roundhouse kick. The swordsman looks at him and asks him to stop. He sees him and is perplexed because a few days ago he told him that he was level 35 and asks if he could have leveled up to 50th in a few days and if that is even possible. The brunette looks and notes that he is too fast and that is why they cannot catch him. The girl looks at him and asks what they should do in such a situation, to which he shouts that they should just shoot him. He stands in front of the magic seals and continues that they can no longer take losses and urges them not to aim, but just shoot. Larry looks ahead and thinks that they decided to take the easy way out, while their man asks in horror if they have gone crazy. The brunette tensely gives the command to start shooting. Larry turns around saying that he is not going to take the full brunt of the blow. Larry uses a throw. The leader insults his men and urges them to shoot better. He looks at the blonde man while he thinks that he does not know if there is a high-level mage among them, but he believes that the stones will be more than enough for them. He turns around. Someone uses a homing strike on him. The guy sees the shot and notes that they have everyone from mages to archers with them, and that they are well prepared for his arrival. Larry prepares to throw a stone and realizes that there are about 100 of them in total, which means that almost the entire guild is here. He counterattacks, thinking that he has no problems yet, but he definitely doesn't have enough mana for the entire 100. And so far he has only been able to eliminate 20 of them and there is still a lot of work ahead of him. Larry imagines the battle and continues that he will try to use skills that require a lot of mana as little as possible, and will also replenish his mana by leveling up, and even if he does not use his skills at all, he thinks that he will not have much of a problem. Larry turns and hears an order for melee fighters to stay away from him. The guy cuts to a couple more people. The comrades use the ability Might and Enhanced Attack, as well as the small shield Deadly Step and Iron Wall. The blonde man's eyes shine and notices that these are the owners of the second profession. He prepares to attack, saying that this is simply the simultaneous use of two different classes and nothing more. Larry uses a dash and a strike against them. The guy notices a chain near his head. Someone tied him up with chains, yelling that his trick worked and that he took the bait and finally got caught, which is the hunter trap ability. Larry frowns and wonders if this is a chain catch and that he assumes that his opponents realize that normal skills have no effect on him, and so switch to something more useful. Larry imagines emblems, while she continues that this is their chance to focus all their attacks on him. There are a lot of magical seals around the blonde guy, while someone gloats that now he will pay. Larry smiles saying that he is impressed. The guy lights up in flames and offers to see what they can do and show him everything they have. The guy broke through the ground. The man in the cloak is happy that they finally defeated him. He stares in horror. Before his eyes, the chain broke and a jump is cast in his direction, and he is perplexed if their enemy can fly. He asks him in bewilderment not to make fun of him, because what kind of Superman is he? The blow saws him in half. The brunette blocks the attack, while Larry receives a notification that he has increased his level. In the future, he received several more such windows. Smoke comes out of his mouth, while he sees another notification. He turns around, while the system continues that he received an incredible achievement, which in order to get it you need to kill 100 killers, and that he received the title of Killer of Player Killers and that he is the first one to be awarded such a status. Larry looks at the screen where his title is described and that it gives him the effect of increasing the shockwave and defense against player hunters by 15% and that in general his shockwave and critical attack chance have increased by 20 units, to which he asks if this is all for the first time receiving the achievement, and thinks that it turns out that the attack bonus applies not only to users, but in principle to any humanoid opponents. He holds onto the mask and continues that if this is so, then he will be able to use it in the battle with those beasts, and so it will be possible to increase the counter to 1,000 kills and says that it would be nice to get the status of 1,000 killer. The guy looks around at the tons of loot and notes that he first needs to write down his location in the rune book and return to the city, because he did not make it to his destination, but first he should sell all the items he received. The fair-haired guy happily comes out with a notification that he has been registered for the auction and says that he now needs to go to the home page. He reads an article titled that the execution of blood hunters begins under his authorship, where he writes that he is going to destroy this guild and that if anyone knows about their location, they should personally unsubscribe to him, or in the comments under the post, and thinks that the blood hunters will now look to the bottom because of the country. One, he adds fuel to the fire from above that they will now basically not be able to hide. Larry looks at them contentedly and continues that it is good that he ruined his relationship with them, because he did not particularly like their attitude, that he should simply return their cloak to them without words. He angrily looks at the screen with thoughts and that they are such idiots, since they really thought that he would simply return their invisibility cloak to them, and understands that what fell is lost. The blonde looks at the stone and says that it costs a lot of money, but nevertheless it seems to him that he has no choice, while he thinks that this is a safe fence that allows you to create a safe zone 2 meters outside the battlefield and remembers that one such stone costs 30 silver coins. Larry remembers the last battle and thinks that this is a pretty high price, but he will not be well if someone decides to attack him while he is under the influence of side effects, because the level of monsters around has become much higher and there are many more player hunters. Larry leafs through the book and continues that the speed of completing quests will slow down, but for him it is not so scary. The blonde guy looks at the beam of light. He smiles and suggests that he return to the main quest. The guy in armor bares his teeth. He looks at the screen and screams why they failed again and that they are incompetent idiots, to which the girl tries to calm him down. His girlfriend fearfully asks him why they don't retreat right now, because they could take the cloak from him later. The man in armor yells at her to shut her mouth and reminds her that she was the one who lost the cloak. Against the background of the cloak, he asks her if she even knows how much it costs, because it is a very rare cloak that allows you to use the stealth skill and they are ready to fork out a fortune for it, and it is an imba item with which you can defeat even a high-ranking player. He frowns and says that Larry should just wait for him because he would get his cloak back at any cost. Someone looks at Larry's article about him opening a hunt for the Blood Hunters Guild. People in the comments ask if he is stupidly trying to attract attention, another smirks at the statement, a third notes that the player has opened a new suicide season, and a fourth that it would be great if this is really true, because yesterday he died 5 times because of these assholes. People continue the discussion and say that this is really happening, and one of them urges everyone to go to the auction house, to which someone asks him again, and another notes that there are a ton of items from these player hunters on display there and clarifies whether they are really being hunted. A tree yells at Larry while he remembers that he thought they died because they ran into a monster boss or something like that. The guy gives the tree revenge, while someone is perplexed by the fact that the entire guild was stupidly killed by one person. Larry hits the tree with his shoulder. The wooden one opens his mouth, while he notices that another one is approaching. The plant one looks in horror at the guy who uses a strike. He reaches for the yellow stone. Larry hits him with his right hand. The blonde one looks at the stone with displeasure and notes that this time he was also unlucky and that this is why he hates forest monsters, because the chance of getting loot is so low, and besides, the monsters themselves are so few that it makes you want to cry. He smirks and says that he thinks he can get what he needs if he kills every monster he meets until he wins, and remembers that the basis of the game is gathering, so he is going to kill them until he gets the item he needs. He looks at the apple and the system tells him that he got the fruit that grows in the forest of monsters. The guy stands against the background of a tree with a broken barrel and asks if he can now go get materials for the next quest. The blonde pokes himself in the forehead with the thought that it would be nice for him to collect all the remaining items and hand them all in at once, and asks what is needed next. The guy goes further and remembers that this is the Lake of Serenity, and it is located in the very center of the wild forest, and it is the purest and clear lake. Larry imagines a picture of someone drinking water from there and getting a temporary buff, and notes that later the magicians will carry empty bottles with them to collect this water. He thinks about animals with the words that in any case, his next goal is those monsters that roam around the lake, as well as the herbs that grow nearby and the fish that swim directly in the lake, and that Mike wants to study the cleansing power of water and therefore gave him such an assignment. The guy looks ahead with displeasure. He walks along discontentedly and notes that he has never met any player hunters and asks if this could be because he killed their entire guild at once, and if he had known that this would happen, he would not have killed them all at once. Someone shouted and scared the guy. The guy shouts at another guy that he can't even kill one. Larry sees a brunette and realizes that these freaks are members of the same guild that he saw not long ago. He smirks and notes that it seems to him that they ended up in a difficult situation because of him. The guy in armor raises his hand and asks what they are going to do with that article, to which he receives in response that if they ignore it, they will definitely not die. The man in armor furiously asks if he didn't see that that article had already reached the top, and do they even know how many people had already read it, and that he doesn't think that players are going to be afraid of player hunters after this. Larry eavesdrops sullenly and thinks that he thought they were being cautious, but they simply stupidly ignored his article, and it seems that the guild master has his own thoughts on this matter. Against the background of the diagram, he continues that if everyone finds out that player hunters are avoiding him, then other players will not be afraid of them either, and in this situation they themselves will easily become targets for hunts, and this was his original plan on this matter. His subordinate asks him to calm down, because he will figure out how to solve this later, while Philip furiously asks again what he is going to come up with and how he solved this problem, apparently in the same way stupidly go and die and lose his items. The guy in armor looks down and clarifies if he really thinks that Larry is not a cheater, to which the second gives an unequivocally positive answer with an explanation that he even wrote to the support service, and they answered him that they cannot disclose his data, but he does not break the rules. Philip raises his hand to him and insults him, asking how he cannot break the rules. The veins on his face bulged, while he mentally asks him not to talk nonsense, Because how could a company that develops virtual games not be able to figure out one single hacker, and asks if it is normal for one person to be able to defeat 100 players alone. He trembles and asks if he even knows how much money he spent on this game, while Larry wonders if his name is Philip. Larry looks at him with disgust, because he has a stupid name and he is probably a pervert, while he continues to yell that in this case they will make him a hacker, and they just need to make everyone think that he is a cheater. He hits his subordinate, saying that dealing with a cheater is restoring justice, and asks how can he not understand such simple things, because he should just use his brain at least once. Larry smirks. The fair-haired guy remembers that he knows this guy because he is now dating his ex-girlfriend, and she told him that he is quite famous in the Lord, and now he understands that she was not lying to him. Larry remembers about the cloak and wonders if his ex-girlfriend was the player he killed when he got it. The fair-haired guy smiles and notes that he did not think that she would be useful to him, and that this is just the beginning. He remembers her and realizes that in his past life it was because of her that he started playing, and when he found out that she was completely immersed in the game, he tried to keep up with her. But after a while she became his Euros and killed him several times with her friends, and now he realizes that those friends were from this guild. Larry madly thinks that if he is lucky, he will be able to meet them and even pay them back. Philip angrily orders the other one to send one of their elite to the Blood Hunters and tell them that they will help them with leveling up and lowering their kill rate, and not to think about joining them until they catch this freak. The guy looks at him and accepts the order, to which he replies that this is great and suggests that in that case the other one should continue their hunt. Larry looks at them and notes that this is very interesting, because if he judges by their remains, then they are all around level 70 or so. The blonde one looks at the pumped-up Pikachu and suggests that he himself should see how good they are. Someone uses fire. He shoots them. Larry looks at him with displeasure and realizes that Philip has pretty good skills. However, this guy is nothing special and his skills are stupidly in line with his level. They fight while Larry turns around and says that he has a good level of physical fitness. But he won't last long in the front rows and realizes that he has nothing else to look at here, and it's time for him to find the right lake. Larry happily walks through the forest. He looks at the lake and asks why there is nothing here. Could it be that luck has turned away from him? The blonde one covers himself from the sun with displeasure and looks around. A local bear and wolves want to eat him, while he realizes that from left to right it is a blood-red bear and blue wolves. Larry breaks through saying that he is lucky after all. He imagines a piece of meat with the thought that after an item called a fruit that grows in the forest of monsters, he needs to get an item called pure meat. However, the type of creature is not so important, and if he is lucky, the quest can be completed by simply catching one rabbit. The bear yells at him, while he continues that if he is unlucky, he will have to fight blue wolves and blood-red level 80 bears. He goes to meet the enemies and realizes that there are at least 10 of them. The blonde man happily takes the axe and realizes that the number does not matter. Larry uses strike and makes a forest cut saying that the hunt should be hot, and he thought he would die of boredom while watching the guild, and now it is time for him to collect items. He is frightened to hear the question of who is so brave to pollute a clean lake. Someone appears in front of him. Some knight looks at him. Larry frowns and realizes that he forgot about him. He sees Art White in front of him, a knight who fell in love with the spirit of the lake and swore to protect him even after his death, and he is level 100. Larry visualizes their difference, saying that not only is his level very high, but also between the 99th and 100th levels is colossal, because at level 100 the ability to combine skills opens up. Larry imagines the emblems and continues that the skills of the first and second professions and the difference in strength are ultimately created simply due to the ability to combine their actions with other skills. Larry grins and understands that he must come back here later, because killing a monster with a level 100 is one of the requirements for obtaining the third profession, and he does not need to risk his life right now. The blonde imagined how everything will be and says that among the monsters of the 100th level that live in the vicinity of the city, he is the hardest to kill, and besides, he will only drop one item, and this is the essence of the lake. Larry realized something. He thought about Mike in fear. The guy looks at Art White and thinks that if he brings the essence of the lake to a person who studies the power of purification, then will he be able to get something from it? Larry smiles and notes that he should still try. The blonde got excited and shouts that he will just go and do it. The knight prepares to attack, while he urges him to do it. Art White prepares to use a water technique. Larry grins and realizes that he is crazy. He looks at the knight and realizes that he is going to cast combinations from the very beginning. Larry covers himself with an axe and says that he sees a skill called strength in front of him. He looks in fear and realizes that this is a third profession skill that increases attack power by simply putting mana into a weapon, and due to the fact that he is only level 100, he will not be able to maintain his skill for long. The blonde looks at Art White and repeats that this freak started using combinations from the very beginning, and he replies that whoever defiled this lake will pay for this with his life. He smirks as he uses the ability Water Blade. A huge stream of water hits the ground. Larry shows his fangs and says that he thinks that he will have to pay with his life. He uses an ability called Berserk. The blonde man asks with a smile if he is going to destroy this lake, although he is its guardian. The sword and axe met in battle. The knight swings. Larry barely blocks his blow. He stands in a mask and thinks that after this he will have to fork out money for repairs. They fight while he continues that with each blow his health decreases due to the magic damage that the opponent does to him, and that he does not need to worry about it, because he can withstand it, but he just needs to be careful of his combination attacks in the future. Our white prepares to attack again. Larry goes to attack while he opened up casting a combination attack. The guy strikes with his shoulder. The blonde man hits the water. Our white used water barrier. Larry turns around and thinks that this is not a simple shield because it deals damage just by touching it, but if he misses this chance, he may not have another one, so he must stand. Larry goes to attack. He uses strike. The knight blocks it. Larry breaks through the block by running. He turns around to face a huge wave. He looks ahead and realizes that attack and defense skills and a combination of survival skills. The knight stands in front of him while he continues that he should not expect less from him, given that he is level 100 and he is too strong. Larry puts his mask back on and realizes that such survival skills have a cooldown, and next time he will definitely hit, and says that he will be ready for it. They cross blades again. Larry frowns through the mask and notes that it is not that simple because even if he attacks him under the berserker buff, the knight can simply dispel it by using force. Larry flies away. He stands in a fighting pose and continues that his weapon can break. The blonde comes to the conclusion that he should kill him in one blow. Larig looks at him and says that he needs to give him an opening and takes off his equipment, to which the opponent does not understand what he is doing. Maybe he is finally ready to die. Larry smiles and glows, because the other is almost right, and he himself is at the limit. He goes to attack and thinks that everything is right. The blonde looks at him and realizes that he is ready to die. The knight attacks, saying that this time he will definitely finish him off. Larry goes to attack against the water blade. It breaks the ground. The guy flies. Larry swings at the barrier with a jump, while the guy notes that he is disappointed in him, because these kinds of skills do not work on him. Larry flies to him and asks who told him that he was only going to use one skill and cancels the old one. The blonde uses a throw to break through the barrier. The axe is stuck in the barrier, and he understands that he now has a loophole and that this is his last chance. He strikes. The barrier is cracking at the seams. The knight looks at him and says that he praises him for trying to create a hole in his barrier, but it is not enough to defeat him. Larry smiles and sees a notification that his health has dropped below 5%. The guy looks at it and puts on the sealed helmet of the Lion King, to which the knight is indignant, and the system says that he has activated the epic title Indomitable Will, and if his health drops below 5%, then all his characteristics will increase by 50%. He furiously says that he temporarily removed his equipment just to activate the effect of the title, and clarifies whether he really thought that he wanted to die, and whether he is an idiot. Larry attacks, saying that he is finished. The axe hits again and again. It broke through his defense. The guy uses a dash and a strike. He deals a critical hit to him. The knight collapsed. Larry exhales tiredly, and is glad that he was lucky, and the system tells him that his orc warrior battle axe needs repair. The blonde guy looks at him contentedly and thinks that he should continue collecting titles, because thanks to them, his chance of dealing critical damage increases by 20%. The guy looks at the crawling knight, and says that it's time for him to collect loot. Larry calls out to him. He puts his own sword to his throat and asks where he's going, to which he criticizes him. Larry smiles. He's exhausted while the system bombards him with notifications about leveling up, amazing achievements, the titles of Hero of Change and Hunter of the First Names, and asks her to mark the berserk buff. He throws a stone and asks to install a protective fence. He stands up, saying that now he definitely won't have to worry about his regeneration. Larry is surprised to read that when the conditions are met, the titles Hero of Change and Hunter of the First Names are combined, which he is indignant at. The guy reads that he received the title Breaking the Limits, and that he gets a bunch of effects under the conditions of the battle. Larry is stunned to read and says that he didn't even think that this was possible, that when combined, epic titles can become legendary. He reads and doesn't understand what this effect is, that the level of all skills increases by 1 unit, and the penalty for the difference in levels is reduced. He looks happily and understands that this is more than enough for the quest to extract the essence of the lake, and he found the answer. The guy rubs his chin, thinking that this is an excellent game, and that's why he is obsessed with it. Someone throws a fireball at him. The guy calmly stands behind the barrier. Larry turns around and asks what they are doing. The first one asks how he could see them, because he attacked him, but his attack went right through him, and the second one claims that he is definitely a cheater, and he is sure that he bribed the admins. Larry thinks with displeasure that he can guess what it was, because most likely they are player hunters who really don't know when to stop. The guy runs away screaming that he filmed everything and offers to get out of here and see what the admins will tell them this time, to which Larry insults them. He returns to business with a smile, because now he can safely collect other quest items. Larry holds a bottle with the essence of the lake and grins that he is already anticipating the expression on Mike's face when he sees it. The hero held the weapon in his hands. A notification appeared that the repair was complete. Closing his eyes, the blacksmith said that now as good as new, to which the protagonist replied that this is for sure. Smiling, Larry thought that great, the repair is finished, and collected all the items. The building appeared, the thought appeared that now it is possible to visit the Guild of Magicians. The girl closed her eyes and said that they thank him for the visit. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero thought that he could meet with the material later, since he had not yet received the item for the last quest, the fish from the Lake of Serenity. Keeping his step in his hands, the protagonist added that magic items were not cheap, even consumable magic materials cost 1 gold each. Walking forward, Larry thought about the fact that during this time he had managed to sell off the PC stuff, so this arrangement suited him, and then said that he would activate the Book of Runes, move to the Lake of Serenity. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that the revived mobs were finished, now no one would interfere. The protagonist grinned slightly. He threw the item into the water and thought that it was time to enjoy the effect of the money spent. Larry was fishing, and the thought arose that in order to catch a fish with a fishing rod or a harpoon, you need to spend a lot of time and effort, but there is a faster way. The hero's eyes widened. Lightning suddenly struck near him. The protagonist smiled and thought that this yellow ball was a magic item that contained electricity magic, despite the fact that it could not be used more than 3 times. He used the lightning strike skill several times. Entering the water, Larry said that as expected, it was very effective. The dishes were on the table. The guy smiled and said that it was amazing. A message appeared that he had completed the endless research. Looking straight ahead, he asked what and how he knew in advance that he needed this. Frowning, the hero thought that he was more surprised that he was not given any title for completing the endless research at once. He heard what then next. Turning his head, Mike said that it would be too difficult for him. Let him come back when he leveled up a little. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that of course he knew about it, but how he wanted to beat him up. He kicked him out after everything he did because he was low level. Smiling, he added that it was expected. Initially this quest became available only at level 100+. Standing behind the guy, Larry asked that he could look at something, to which Mike asked again that he had not left yet, he was studying here. The guy's eyes widened, hearing that he had accidentally found it when he was at the lake. Looking straight ahead, the young man asked that he knew what it was. Holding the potion in his hands, the magician said that it was the essence of the lake. It was not so easy to get. A thought appeared that he thought so, he recognized it. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. It was heard that how he got such a rare thing. It can be obtained as a reward for killing the Knight of the Lake. Frowning, the alchemist asked what it meant that he was the Knight of the Lake, and he was more capable than he thought, to which the protagonist thought, which only now dawned on him. Standing in front of Larry, he said that in that case. Smiling, the mage asked that he could fulfill another request. The hero's eyes widened. A notification about a thorough investigation of death appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that bingo, he did not pay attention to the quest conditions. A ring appeared. A thought appeared that in addition, the reward is the ring of a member of the investigation team. This is a very useful and rare ring that can be used even after level 100. Frowning, Larry thought that if he gets the ring, he will be able to level up faster, and then said that he should rely on it. Looking straight ahead, the alchemist said that good, he believes in him. Looking at the notification, the hero said that he was searching for items at an auction. Putting his hand to his chest, the mage said that first he will need to meet with a member of the investigation team, to which the protagonist thought that he knows that this is impossible. An image of a man appeared. A thought appeared that despite the fact that the quest offers to find a member of the investigation team, no matter how much he searched, he could not find him. The scrolls appeared. It was said that in order to meet him, it is necessary to collect 15 pages of the diary. Larry was lying on the floor. The thought appeared that the order and places of these pages were random. In his past life he had to spend a lot of effort to find the last page. Holding the scrolls in his hands, the hero thought that but now everyone perceives these pages as something not particularly necessary and puts them up for auction. Thanks to this he saved time on finding 11 pages, and then said that 4 pages remained to be found. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist thought that it would be nice to buy the remaining pages at auction. He has things to do besides the main quest. Putting his hand to his face, he added that firstly, the real estate auction, there is still time before the set date. As for the money, he has plenty of it thanks to the blood hunters, and secondly, it is to destroy the blood hunters. Looking at the message, Larry said that open the main page, open the comments under the post. The messages appeared. The thought came that there were quite a lot of messages, which meant that their location was established. The hero smiled widely, hearing that judging by the last comment, and then thought that the forest goblin village was a hunting ground for level 30 players. They were so angry at him that they decided to massacre. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if he hurried, he would have time to catch them. It was not far. Suddenly, he activated the stealth skill. People looked in amazement. He heard what it was. Larry quickly ran forward. It was said that it seemed that something rushed past, and then he thought that he wondered what their faces would be when he removed stealth. The hero was in the goblin forest. The guy smiled widely, and someone shouted that they came again. Damn, what was he going to take this time? If he died again, it would be the 5th time. Looking away, the young man said that if he was so offended, then he should become stronger. Killing players is part of the gameplay. Putting his hands on his hips, the knight said that he wanted to live, let him give items. The protagonist frowned and thought that it seemed like their brains were still not in place. Looking at the girl, he added that despite everything they had encountered, they did not even hold the line or post a guard. Jumping up, Larry said that it was even better for him. The man turned around in amazement. The hero's eyes lit up brightly, and he said that he would enjoy his meal. Suddenly, the hero used the jump skill. Looking around, the guy asked what it was. The protagonist landed on the ground. It was heard that a crazy killer was retreating. If he caught them, they were finished. Smiling, he asked where they were going. Suddenly, Larry used a battle cry. Looking away, the guy said that his body. The young man looked away and asked if he had really placed an ad to kill the blood hunters. Looking straight ahead, the man asked if he was a great user, right? I wonder what level he was. The hero waved his weapon. It sounded like he couldn't believe that the ad seemed true. Let someone do something to him already. The protagonist laughed ominously and shouted that all their items were now his. A scream was heard from the forest. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted that he was a crazy bastard. Kneeling, he added that why was he doing this to them? They weren't interested in him anymore, so let him leave them alone. Taking a step forward, the hero asked what nonsense. Swinging, he added that they were looking for reasons to kill. The protagonist swung his weapon sharply. Smiling, he said that if he was so offended, then he should become stronger. Looking at him, people said that he single-handedly destroyed the Peachniki. Judging by the weapon, he is a berserker. Isn't that a scary profession? With wide eyes, the guy asked Mr. Larry, right? Looking at him, the hero heard that his friend said that he was attacked by a group of Peachniki in the valley south of Trinchik, to which the protagonist asked if it was true. Looking at the book, he replied that he would figure it out. Raising his hand up, Larry said that he could pass it on to his friend. Smiling, he added that he would destroy everyone in 5 minutes. The guy looked at him in amazement. The young man turned his head, hearing that he was cool. Buildings appeared. It was heard that it was strange. Frowning, the hero asked why the comments on the Peachniki suddenly stopped coming. It was fun. He closed his eyes and thought that after the announcement was published, the messages flowed like a river for several days. He looked for the senders of these messages and destroyed enemies, and then said that those were happy days. Raising his finger, the protagonist added that since yesterday there was silence in the comments. Blood hunters, what are they up to? He was bored. Raising his eyebrows, Larry said that he would look into it. Smiling, he added that so that's how it is. The guy threw his sword over his shoulder. A thought arose that until now the blood hunters caused fear in ordinary players. It was impossible to fight them, because there were many high-level players among them. The hero swung his weapon. It was said that but watching him sweep them away alone, people stopped being afraid. Throwing his hands behind his head, he thought that it was true. This was not very good news for him. He had to find everyone who had dealt with him personally. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist added that but since even ordinary users were now interfering with the hunting process, the blood hunters began to hide. Lately he had not seen anyone. Closing his eyes, he said that they were such cowards. Larry began to fall down, thinking that he thought he could do this longer, so he could forget about them. Raising his head up, the hero said that right, it was time to hold a real estate auction. The ceiling appeared. He heard real estate, an auction. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that of course, there was one way. Smiling, he thought that if they were hiding, then he could make them crawl to him themselves. People were standing in the square. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what was going on here. Why was it so crowded today? To which the young man repeated that he hadn't heard. A glow appeared in front of the people. It was heard that there would be an auction of real estate for guilds. That is, they could not be bought before because they were already occupied. People looked around. The thought arose that it seemed that the top brass of all the guilds had come. The man crossed his arms. The thought arose that the competition would be tough, although this was natural. People raised their hands up. It was said that given the huge popularity of the Lord, soon the game rating would be directly related to real prestige and fame. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that the house was necessary for the growth of the guild. Frowning, Philip added that it did not matter how much it cost, they must get it. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that if it were not for this fool, he would have more money. Smiling, the man said that there is so much of it. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he asked that they had collected enough funds. The hero closed his eyes and thought how many of them there were. Notifications appeared that the unique title of the Grey Cardinal was activated. Identity disguise was activated. Looking at him, the girl asked that he was the organizer of the Krypton auction, to which the protagonist replied that everything was correct. Raising his hands up, Larry said that since they had been waiting for so long. Looking at him, people heard that their auction would begin. The thought arose that he even had such items. how much determination he had. Raising his hand up, the man said that he would wait a minute. Frowning, Philip added that there was something strange here. How could they know that he was a real seller? Looking straight ahead, he thought about what he had heard, that the auction was being held by the same person who sold them information about the hidden dungeon, but he looked completely different. Raising his hand up, the hero asked that he did not trust him, to which the guy replied that it was true, if at least insight could be used. He asked again in amazement, hearing that then he would not be able to participate in the auction, to which he asked again. Smiling, the protagonist said that everything was simple. If he did not trust, then he did not buy. Stretching his hand forward, he added that so, they would begin their first auction without this doubting gentleman. Waving his hand, Larry said that then they would start with 2-story houses. The starting price was 10 gold per month, that is, 10 gold. Raising his hand up, the knight said 10 gold. Frowning, the hero replied that great, whoever offered more. The girls looked at each other. People began to actively bargain. Raising his hand up, the man said 20 gold. Swinging a hammer, the protagonist said 20 gold, whoever offered more, if not, to which Philip shouted that he should wait. Frowning, he shouted 22 gold from the guild of him. The hero slightly opened his mouth. The protagonist held his hand out and shouted that if there was no one, the lot would go to the gentleman who offered 20 gold. What was the name of his guild? The knight looked at him in amazement, and replied that it was the Steel Truth. Holding a hammer in his hands, the protagonist said that it was good, it was sold to the Steel Truth Guild. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that this bastard was definitely making fun of him. He dared to ignore him. Stretching his hand out to the side, Larry said that they would sign a contract, to which the knight replied that the contract was so well written. Frowning, the man asked that he was immediately signing a contract, so it was real, to which the girl replied that damn, she had doubted in vain, if not for that loud one. Looking to the side, the hero said that and more. Adjusting his bow tie, he said that the Guild, which had violated the rules, would be excluded from the auction for the second lot, to which the guy asked again. Philip gritted his teeth when he heard that he wouldn't warn him twice. He trembled with anger, and thought that this bastard was playing with him. Let him wait until the auction was over. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he was angry. He would no longer be able to contain his emotions. Larry smiled broadly and added that after this auction, he and the members of his own guild would pave his way to the very bottom. A view of the city opened up. The hammer hit the table, and it was heard that so, the fourth 2-story house was sold for 25 gold. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he congratulated her, to which the girl thanked him. Looking at her, Philip thought damn, he missed it again, but, grinning, he added that now that the large guilds had already bought houses for themselves, he would simply observe the situation and buy cheaper. The guy crossed his arms and thought that he was a bastard. His brains would soon come out of his ears. Raising the hammer, the hero said that this was the last lot, to which the young man asked again. Philip clenched his teeth. A thought appeared that he did not want to get into trouble. The head of the guild should not show his emotions in front of so many people. Closing his eyes, Larry thought that this was why he did not name the exact number of lots, and then said that since this was the last lot, they would start with 15 gold. Raising his hand up, the guy shouted that it was 35 gold. Frowning, he added that no, 40 gold, to which the protagonist asked that no one wanted to offer more. Looking at him, the girl said that he was crazy, 40 gold a month, and the other replied that in real money it was 8 million won, isn't that too much? Closing his eyes, Larry shouted that it was sold for 40 gold. Philip smiled when he heard that the last 2-story house was going to the Guild, to which he thought that was great. The hero extended his hand to the side. Smiling, he said that here was his contract. Let him try not to delay the monthly rent. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he would definitely find out who he was and kill him. Looking at the contract, he added that they would finally open the guild headquarters. Of course, they would have to tighten their belts. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that and now. Extending his hand to the side, he shouted that after a short break they would move on to selling 3-room houses, to which the young man asked again. Pointing at it, Philip shouted that he had just said the last one, to which Larry replied that he meant the last 2-story house. A message appeared. It was heard that he had not seen the ad. The sale would take place in an auction format next week. Turning his head, the hero said that he wrote that he had both 2-story and 3-room houses at his disposal. Maybe he wanted to participate in the auction of 3-room houses. Frowning, the guy thought that if he had extra gold, he would not interfere with them, this damn thing. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that a narrow-minded idiot, this should be enough to cause them problems for a while. Rolling his eyes, he added that 40 gold a month, converted to real money, is 8 million won a month. The guy frowned. A thought occurred to him that if someone destroyed the guild, they would have big problems. Philip took a step forward. He looked to the side. The young man was standing in the middle of the room. Smiling, he asked why he was here. Suddenly, a hand stretched forward. Someone grabbed the guy abruptly. Looking at him, the man said that the house was for the guild. He spent all their money on it. He was in his right mind, to which Philip replied that he should let him go and talk. From the darkness, it was heard that he had not forgotten. Standing in front of the guy, the man said that their cooperation was based on money. Looking straight at him, he added that if he became useless, he would not be an exception. Frowning, the guy called up the inventory. Holding the contract in his hands, he said that here. Gritting his teeth, Philip said that he should take it. The official deal would be concluded later. Standing in front of him, the creature asked that the Guild was not supposed to get a headquarters from the very beginning, to which the knight replied that it was true, but the plans had changed. The monster looked straight at him. It was heard that now there was only one way to get back everything they had lost. Frowning, the guy said that everything would be solved if he killed this degenerate, and distributed a video about it on all servers. Looking at the monster, he added that it was possible if he mobilized all his strength. Holding the contract in his hands, the monster said that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just sit and watch with his hands folded. Lowering his head, he added that he would deal with it himself. A view of the hero's room opened up. Smiling, the hero asked if he was really not sleeping. His balance was shown, and it was heard that the rent for the first month was 335 gold, which meant that he was now the richest person in the Lord. The protagonist began typing on the keyboard and asked that 1 gold coin was now worth 200,000 won. A message about a trading forum appeared. Sitting on a chair, Larry thought that since the guilds currently did not have enough gold coins, they would be more enthusiastic about buying him out at such a ridiculous price. The items appeared. The thought arose that in addition, it would be necessary to raise the price of the blood hunter's items to a level above average. Isn't that the privilege of the rich? Clenching his fist, the hero said that he thought, well, this should be enough. The protagonist lowered his head. Smiling, he said that now they can check the bait set earlier, and then thought that the blood hunters must be in dire need of gold coins. A dark forest appeared. The thought arose that I was sure they were plowing on hunting grounds where they could earn good money. The monster growled furiously. The knight quickly ran forward. He swung his weapon and shouted that he should get it. The skeleton stood behind a tree. The weapon stuck into the ground. Bill smiled widely and said that now he could kill the local monsters with almost 1 blow. Looking at the weapon, Kevin said that with 1 blow, he would think of something else. It did all the work for him. The warriors looked away, hearing that they should stop hunting. Walking forward, the man said that he had been informed that the target was in the southern part of the city, to which the fighter asked if he was really an idiot. A book appeared, and it was heard that the entire leadership of the blood hunters was being called. Looking straight ahead, Harvey said that it was time to destroy Larry. A view of the forest opened up. Aiming his bow, the man shouted that he should disappear, to which the hero replied that he thought they were close. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The protagonist swung his weapon. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that they would skip the formalities and get to the interesting part. Suddenly, Larry swung his weapon sharply. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he was crazy, to which the magician replied that they said that he was not a hacker, so they should not make him laugh. Suddenly, the man shouted loudly that they should not panic. He extended his hand forward and added that they should continue to attack in this style, and that the melee fighters should hold him back. A pentagram appeared in front of the mage. The hero extended his hand forward. Frowning, he thought that he should just take a look at them. The people's eyes lit up, and he thought that there were even a few talented ones among them. The protagonist rushed forward, thinking that these were not all the guild members. They were not even trying to escape. He slid along the ground. Grinning, Larry asked that it seemed that they were trying to buy time. Really? Beams appeared behind him. Extending his hand forward, the man shouted that they had arrived, to which the guy replied that he was finished now. The weapon flew forward rapidly. The hero's eyes widened. He had parried the attack. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what a spear it was. Smiling, the man asked that he had parried his spear. Putting his hand to his face, Kevin said that he was definitely an unusual guy, to which Bill replied that it meant that killing him would do more good. Taking a step forward, the man asked that this was Larry. Crossing his arms, Harvey said that he had had a good time, but today it would all be over. Putting his hand to his face, the hero laughed. Raising his head, he said that judging by the nonsense he was talking, they were a guild of idiots who were always running and hiding, to which the man yelled that and how dare he. Frowning, the protagonist yelled that he was talking too much. Let him attack. Looking at him, the skeleton said let them begin a massive attack. The warriors suddenly rushed forward. Larry gritted his teeth and summoned his inventory, and then put on the sealed helmet of the Lion King. Throwing blows, the man yelled that he was out of the way. The hammer rushed towards him. The blow flew along the ground. Bill's eyes widened and he said that he was pretty fast for a berserker. Looking away, the hero thought that he was a rough bastard. He had a two-handed hammer in each hand. He added with wide eyes that he was so strong. The man ran forward at a fast pace. Looking straight ahead, Kevin said that he had a good sense. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that these were bastards. The warriors glared at him. The thought occurred to him that these 3 were probably the strongest of the blood hunters. They were definitely different from the ones he had dealt with before. Harvey crouched down. It was said that especially that one with the skull I'm sure he was the leader, but what was he doing all this time? Frowning, Larry thought that he should get rid of him before he caused him any problems, but first he needed to deal with these two, the big guy and the skinny guy. Rushing forward, the knight shouted that he was thinking about something. His opponent was him, to which the hero thought that one of them was a cross between a tank and a damage dealer who relied only on his strength and endurance. Kevin looked up. The thought occurred to him that the other was a dealer who could deal damage from a long distance. What an annoying combination. The man's eyes lit up, and the hero thought that if he used the berserk skill, he could deal with them in no time. But he did not know if there were any variables, so he should not make rash decisions. Jumping up, he added that in that case. The protagonist rushed towards Bill. Smiling, the man shouted that he was an idiot. Swinging his weapon, he added that he seriously thought he could handle him face to face. Larry smiled widely. The man raised his head in amazement. The hero activated the jump skill. Looking to the side, Bill shouted that he should be careful. The protagonist looked furiously. It was heard that he was aiming at him. Squeezing the weapon in his hands, he turned. Looking straight, Kevin asked who he thought he was. Larry opened his eyes in fear. The man suddenly used the skill Rising Dragon Spear. Smiling, Kevin asked if there was anything easier than attacking a target hovering in the air. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man. The hero winced in pain. The man looked surprised, hearing that he also called himself a sub-master of the guild. Smiling, the protagonist said that he almost pierced him. Kevin opened his eyes in amazement and thought that this could not be. He even adjusted the throw with a skill, but he did not even reflect the attack, but simply grabbed the spear. Throwing the weapon up, Larry said that here. Throwing the spear, he shouted that he was returning it. Looking at him, the spearman thought that he was a fool. He really thinks that he is not ready for such situations. The man smirked and used the escape skill. Suddenly, he disappeared. Looking straight ahead, Kevin said that he had prepared a plan to escape from scumbags like him in advance. The protagonist abruptly threw a spear at him. Smiling, he shouted that it seemed like he had wasted his skill. The spearman's eyes widened as he thought that the bastard had known in advance that he would use the escape skill and was playing with it. Larry slid along the ground. Turning around, the man shouted about the spearman. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero asked what he would do now that he was all alone. Smiling, he added that he should fight him for real. The man shouted furiously. Rushing forward, he shouted that he would kill him. Suddenly, Bill struck the ground. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist said that he was so slow that a fly could sit on him. Bill parried his blow. He flew to the side. Larry smirked and said that he seemed confident in his abilities. Frowning, he shouted that in that case, have fun. Holding a weapon in his hands, the man said that he was an arrogant bastard. His eyes lit up and he shouted that his strength indicator was 250, which meant that he was the strongest in the guild. Suddenly, the man jumped up. Harvey was sitting on the ground. His eyes lit up brightly. The man gritted his teeth and shouted that he should wait. The hero grabbed his neck tightly. The protagonist took a step forward. Smiling, he said how nice it was to take part in such an exciting battle. A notification appeared that he had leveled up. Larry smirked, crouching. Sitting on the ground, he asked why he just sat and watched his assistants die. The hero used the dash skill and shouted that he was a bad guild master. Dark particles appeared near his hand. Looking straight ahead, Harvey said that the assimilation was complete. The hero's eyes widened in amazement. Beams flew around the protagonist. Holding back the attack, he asked what the shadows were. Lowering his head, the mage asked what he was wondering, why he did nothing when his subordinates died. The reason is simple. Raising his hand, he added that he was 100% more effective fighting alone than with these weaklings underfoot. Particles flew through the air. It was heard that while he was fighting his people, he synchronized with every shadow in this area. Stretching his hand forward, Harvey said that in other words, this field is under his control. Smiling, the hero asked what it means. He is a master of shadows, great. How lucky he was to meet such a valuable resource like him. Frowning, he thought about the fact that the Master of Shadows is one of the few hidden classes of the Lord. The conditions for obtaining this class are very difficult, so he did not encounter such a thing in his past life. The mage's eyes lit up. A thought arose that but he remembers one, really. The protagonist ducked down and thought, no, stop thinking about all this nonsense. Let's deal with them first, and then asked what he thought. The hidden class is so good. Jumping up, Larry shouted that it would be over when he dealt with the main body. The mage extended his hand forward. Black beams rushed towards him. Swinging his weapon, the hero shouted that they should disappear. Looking straight ahead, he said that his opponent. Harvey looked at him in surprise. Striking, the protagonist shouted that it was him. The mage's body was cut in half. His body began to disappear. Looking straight ahead, Larry asked again. Standing behind him, the mage said that he was such a simpleton. Suddenly, he struck the hero. The protagonist fell to one knee. A message appeared that his health had dropped below 50%. Gritting his teeth, Larry mumbled. Notifications appeared that he was poisoned. he was inflicted with the status of paralysis and bleeding. His health will decrease by 30 units every 10 seconds. Harvey clenched his fist tightly. Grinning, he asked why they called him a cheater. He was disappointed. Swinging his weapon, the hero answered that he was disappointed too early. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that they were just getting started. A notification appeared that his ability to resist poisons cancelled the effect of the poison. Stretching his hand forward, he said that the master of the Guild of Blood Hunters, no. Smiling, Larry said that the 8th in the Guild Ragnarok. The magician opened his eyes in amazement. Harvey, looking straight ahead, asked again. The players showed up. It was said that the creator King Odin and the guild he led Ragnarok, crazy cosplayers of the gods of Scandinavian and Greek mythology. He hates to admit it, but they were the strongest players in the Lord. Odin raised his hand. It occurred to him that there was something suspicious about them. The knight stood in front of the player. It occurred to him that he could not understand why famous players joined the guild and began to blindly follow Odin. They left their guilds and spent fabulous amounts of money to change their nicknames. A glow appeared around the man. It was said that among them was a problematic guy who used shadows and poisons. The dragon showed up. It occurred to him that they say that in Scandinavian mythology this is what they called the dragon that gnawed the roots of the world tree. However, he never cared about these role-playing games. The dark mage stood still, and the hero thought about how he was still sure that the guy standing in front of him was that mage, only before joining the Ragnarok guild. Pulling his weapon forward, Harvey asked what he was carrying, and the thought occurred to him that if he thought about it, now everything was obvious. There was simply no other killer who had a hidden class and used shadows and poisons. Smiling, the protagonist said that he thought he wouldn't understand even if he told him, and then he thought that it seemed like he hadn't met Odin yet. Frowning, Larry thought that judging by his actions, his first profession was an assassin, and his second was a master of shadows. His level was higher than his strength might be less, but his agility was twice as great as his. Taking a step forward, he said that he thought he had no other choice. A bright glow appeared around the hero. He had used the berserk skill. Looking at him, Harvey said that this is how he used this skill. This is what annoys him about berserkers. Raising his hand up, he objected. Looking straight at him, the mage said that the difference between them is not only the level, which can be replenished with one skill. The hero stood in front of him. He smiled widely. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his weapon. Black smoke dispersed in the air. The mage's eyes widened. Swinging his weapon, Larry screamed. A powerful explosion thundered. Looking up, Harvey thought that he was so strong. The attack flew into a tree. It bounced all over the forest. The mage looked in amazement. Wide-eyed, the hero screamed for him to die. Suddenly, he swung his weapon. Standing behind him, Harvey said that as expected. Looking straight at him, he asked that he really thought it would work if he increased his physical attributes and attacked him before he could understand anything. Particles flew around the trees. It was heard that it seemed that he still did not understand that this territory was under his control. The magician's eyes lit up and he said that by synchronizing with the shadows, he felt his every move, and could move to any point in this zone. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he was funny. He was not by any chance an antagonist from some comic book. It was stupid of him to tell him about his abilities. Opening his eyes wide, he added that because he was already finished. Larry looked furiously. It was heard that the skill not only gives enormous power for a limited amount of time, but also imposes a penalty that reduces characteristics after the effect ends. It is a double-edged sword. Stretching his hand forward, the magician said that he lost the moment he activated this skill. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Rushing forward, he shouted that he had enough bullshit. The magician stood still. A dark glow appeared in front of the hero. The protagonist swung his weapon and thought that he had leveled up his profession for the third time the last time they met. Larry looked away and asked where that bastard had gone. He looked at the swords in amazement, thinking that back then he was able to easily dispel all the shadows with his strength and wide-range skill. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that damn, there was no end to them. He froze in amazement. A bright glow appeared in front of him. The protagonist smiled and said that damn, I think he was going to die here. He was breathing heavily, and a notification appeared that the berserk skill would last for 20 seconds. Larry was sitting on the ground. Standing in front of him, the mage said that it seemed that thanks to his berserk skill, he remained alive, but he would soon die anyway because of the penalty. The hero frowned, hearing that he would not let that happen. Looking at the hero, Harvey said that he should show the world how he would destroy him with his own hands, just like he did to his people. The protagonist lowered his head and said that damn, how annoying. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he never thought that in a one-on-one battle. Swinging his sword, Harvey said that great, let him take his last breath and die. A notification appeared that the berserk skill would last for 10 seconds. Smiling, Larry said that he really didn't want to use it. The magician looked at him in amazement and asked again. The hero suddenly struck with lightning. Harvey flew to the side and exclaimed. A reusable magic item was flying near the protagonist. Lightning struck in front of the hero. A thought appeared that he never thought that he would use it like this outside of quests. This is the only way to dispel the shadows, the source of his powers. Larry abruptly rushed forward. The mage's eyes lit up. The thought arose that but this would give a temporary effect. A message appeared that the berserk skill would last for 5 seconds. The hero tightly clutched the weapon in his hands and thought that he had only one chance. The mage froze in place. The protagonist swung his weapon. Swinging his sword, he thought that he would put everything into this attack. Messages appeared that the berserk skill had ended. He had leveled up. Looking straight ahead, the skeleton said that this could not be. His body flew to the side. It was heard that how could he, to someone like him. Taking a step forward, Larry asked if it was true. He had simply underestimated him, and that was all. Smiling, he added that if there were any questions about this, they could come to him at any time. Looking at him, the skeleton said that one day, for sure, messages appeared that he had defeated the player Harvey. He had leveled up. Sitting on the ground, the hero said that he really almost died. Raising his hand, he summoned his inventory. The protagonist drank the potion and thought that, to be honest, he was even scared of him. He turned out to be the strongest opponent he had to fight after returning. Who would have thought that the master of the Blood Hunters Guild was a member of the Ragnarok Guild? He was able to defeat him thanks to the titles he had recently received. In particular, he managed to defeat him thanks to overcoming the limits. If not for this title, he does not even want to think about it. Holding the ring in his hands, Larry said that nevertheless, thanks to it, he was able to raise his level and get a useful thing. Grinning, he thought that despite the fact that it can only be used once a day, for berserkers with only combat skills, even one single escape skill is important, he will be able to find a good use for it. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought. The guy smiled widely. The thought arose that he had already defeated 2 participants of Ragnarok from the past life. This means that the future will change. As an option, they may not join the guild. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist thought that no, he does not know anything for sure. He does not even know how Odin gathered a guild for himself. Frowning, Larry added that Odin, where is he now and what is he doing? He is sure that he is already playing the Lord though. Maybe he changed his nickname like in the past life. Closing his eyes, he said that damn, he still cannot understand who this bastard is. Okay, this is not a problem that he can solve right now. Philip clenched his teeth. The thought arose that but now he is a pain in the ass. Since he began to hunt him, he believes that he is seriously going to catch him. Smiling, the hero thought that well, great, his credo is not to avoid a fight that awaits along the way. He looked at his hands and thought. Birds were flying in the sky. He heard that perhaps he should prepare himself. A view of the city opened up. A piece of falcon armor appeared. The man put on the archer's gloves. The protagonist put on the new armor. Standing still, he thought that it was difficult to expect much from the goods put up for auction. It was better to focus on the chance of inflicting a critical hit. Larry hit the hammer. It was said that thanks to the titles, he managed to increase the chance of inflicting a critical hit from 20% to 40%, due to which he would inflict a critical hit almost every second attack. The hero stuck out his tongue. A battle axe enhanced with magic appeared. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was not bad for a magic item. He would be able to use it until level 100 or so. The hero's balance appeared and he thought that he spent about 30 gold on all the equipment. Despite the fact that he sold the gold coins, he still had money. An image of a man appeared. It was heard that the main quest, he had to find the last page of the diary to complete it. Walking forward, the protagonist said that great, he will go hunting until he finds it. At the same time he will test new items. The man was standing around the corner. A view of the waterfall opened up. The boar quickly ran forward. Larry used the critical strike skill. Smiling, he said that great, he killed a level 70 monster with 1 critical strike. The beast was lying on the ground. It was heard that he was thinking, it is worth staying here until he reaches level 75. Looking at the beast, the hero said that right, let him come here. Arrows quickly flew forward. Shots flew at the boar. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what the hell. Taking a step forward, the man said that he was asking for forgiveness. Holding a bow in his hands, the guy said that he accidentally killed him earlier. How can he make amends for his guilt? Frowning, Larry replied that it didn't matter, let him be more careful next time. The animal stood still. The hero held his weapon in his hands. Suddenly, he used the throw skill. A powerful explosion erupted in front of him. Smiling, the girl said that she was asking for forgiveness. She didn't realize that he attacked them first. The protagonist looked away. The guy looked at the hero. Closing his eyes, the archer said that it seemed they were aiming at the same target. Looking straight ahead, the man turned. The young man closed his eyes, hearing that he was from the Guild, to which he asked what he was talking about. Where did he get that from? Stretching his hand forward, Larry said that he should first hide the guild emblem on his cloak, and then lie. Frowning, the guy shouted that it didn't matter. Sometimes mistakes happen during a hunt, it's natural. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist said that he was warning him for the last time. He widened his eyes and added that if they chased him or killed his mobs, for whatever reason, he would take it as hostility towards him. The archer closed his eyes when he heard that it was not just him, but the entire guild, to which he asked if he was picking a fight. Larry raised his hand and said that he could do whatever he wanted, but don't say later that he didn't warn him. The guy rolled his eyes. He smirked, thinking that it was a bluff. Everything he was doing was useless. People were looking at him, and he thought that the players had come here to interfere with his hunt. The archer stood behind a tree, and he thought that unlike the blood hunters, they were just regular users, and the guild they were all in good standing for a reason. It would be different if he didn't know who they were. But even if he did, he still wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The hero walked forward. He grinned widely. The view of the city opened up. Closing his eyes, the guy asked what he wanted him to interfere with him, this Larry. Standing in front of him, Philip answered yes so that other users would not understand, to which the young man replied no, that was not the problem. The man smiled broadly. It was heard that he would calmly tolerate this. He heard what was said about him, and he was not suicidal. Looking straight, Philip said that of course he would not tolerate it, and that was exactly what they needed, to which the guy asked what he was talking about. Gritting his teeth, the knight said that they needed to quarrel with him, provoke him to aggression, film everything, and then edit it correctly. If they could not take it by force, then the only way out was to change public opinion. Rolling his eyes, the guy thought that he should not worry. Unlike the blood hunters, they are known for their decency. He will not be able to harm them so easily, yes, he is sure. The hero walked forward. The thought came that the reason why he was supported was because he was aimed at exterminating the blood hunters. The man held an arrow in his hands. It was said that since the guild is known for its manners, he would not dare to touch them. He needed to film himself getting angry and cursing. The hero lowered his head down. A blow flew at the beast. Smiling, the guy shouted that what a surprise he missed. Looking at the protagonist, the young man said that he was truly sorry. He opened his eyes in fear and said that he should wait. The protagonist abruptly waved his weapon. Smiling, he said that the conversation was over. The guys looked in amazement. It was heard that he killed not a peachnik, but a simple player. Holding the weapon in his hands, Larry asked what and why they were so surprised. After all, he warned them, to which the magician shouted that he should get lost. Holding the staff in his hands, he summoned a mana shield. The hero swung his weapon and his eyes lit up. The protagonist rushed forward sharply. A notification about a critical hit appeared. Smiling, he said that so this is what this critical hit effect is like. The man shouted loudly. Stretching his hand forward, the young man shouted that he was making a mistake. He thought he could crush ordinary players left and right without consequences. Holding the weapon in his hands, Larry said how noisy he was. Frowning, he shouted that he should stop chatting and attack. A loud scream was heard in the middle of the forest. The hero stood still. He frowned. The protagonist raised his head up. A notification appeared that his kill count had increased. He became a killer. Closing his eyes, Larry said how annoying, and then thought that it was expected, but he still became a killer. The hero smiled widely and added that then he had no other choice. The people's eyes lit up. The thought arose that if he seriously wanted to get rid of these scumbags, he would go to the hunting grounds of the 90th level, the lair of bandits. Although they are strong, now he can handle them. Throwing the weapon behind his back, the protagonist thought that his credo is not to avoid a fight that awaits on the way, and then asked that they wait until it is possible to hunt. He has not left the game for a long time. A view of the house opened up. A room appeared. It was heard that yes, the address is correct. Let them install the best characteristics in the capsule. Lying on the bed, Larry said that yes, he will make a deposit today, then in 3 days. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that this issue was resolved. Looking at the phone, the hero thought about what is interesting, why these days are so calm. He thought that something interesting would happen. The protagonist waved his weapon. A thought arose that they were really scared by it because a couple of them were killed by a peachnik, but no. Suddenly Larry looked at him in surprise. Smiling, he said that they should look at this bastard. Looking at the video, the hero said that it was cute. Frowning, Philip greeted and introduced himself. Looking straight ahead, he added that if they were currently active in Trinchik, they must have heard of Larry. The protagonist smiled widely. It was heard that he had recently become famous for challenging the Peachnik Guild blood hunters. Many of them know him as a defender of the weak. They are the guild of him. They also thought so until recently. Larry waved his weapon. It was said that the purpose of his hunt for blood hunters was to gain experience and items. He never helped ordinary users and newbies. The knight extended his hand forward and said that of course, he was not obliged to help everyone, as the guild of him did. The hero swung his weapon. It was heard that some time ago they received an unexpected message from an anonymous user. Berserker Larry uses illegal hacking programs. He abused his position and treated the ill-mannered player unfairly. A glow appeared around the hero. It was said that in the video from last month he dodged countless arrows, and magical attacks passed through him. It defied explanation. The protagonist looked furiously. It was heard that he even killed members of their guild who just wanted to talk. Sitting at the table, Philip said that this is why he is here to condemn Larry, who is suspected of using hacking programs. Looking at the phone, the hero heard that he wants them to draw their own conclusions. The master of the Guild of M was with him. Raising his head up, the protagonist asked what was all he could get. Closing his eyes, he said that this bastard has a talent for making people laugh. He is worth it. The dark maze showed up. It was said that in any case, the master of the Blood Hunters Guild failed. He had no chance of winning the fight fairly. Frowning, Larry thought that of course, this is very stupid and funny, but effective. The hero stood in front of the castle. The thought arose that in fact he is a pretty strong solo player, and this guild, which is in the top 5 in the country, pathetic cosplayers, pretending to be helpers in front of other users. Smiling, the protagonist said that let him apologize, but this is not the first time this happens to him. He knows better than anyone how to deal with it. Putting away the phone, he added that he will use this opportunity wisely. Philip looked away. It was said that people are more indifferent to weak hypocrites than to powerful tyrants. A forest thieves then appeared. The man looked furiously and shouted that he had eaten his courage somewhere, since he came alone, to which the thief added that he didn't know who they were. Holding a weapon in his hands, the hero asked, interestingly, what he would do if he didn't know. Rushing forward, the man shouted that he was such an impudent fellow, he would teach him a lesson before he died. Frowning, he added that they were famous. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was a joke. Of course he knew who he was. Pulling his weapon forward, he added that they were his source of points. The thieves looked angrily. The thought appeared that in ordinary games and comics, gangs of bandits are nothing more than a bunch of worthless mobs. The man hit the ground and shouted, "How dare this bastard?" The thought arose that but these guys are different. The thief clenched his fist and shouted that he would tear him to pieces and feed him to the dogs. It was said that they were all level 90 or higher. The people's eyes lit up. The thought arose that with the help of their traps these guys robbed and killed many adventurers. Their skill and knowledge of tactics were different from ordinary monsters. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that he was alone, attacking everyone at once. Larry suddenly used the berserk skill. Smiling, he thought that they were not his equal. The hero opened his eyes wide and added that he should just wait. He would also give him a pleasant surprise. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Messages appeared that they saw the video exposing Larry. There are those who did not see. He thought that he was just a strong player, but turned out to be a simple hacker. Philip frowned. There were messages that the guild they were right. Larry really did nothing for them, and people quickly switched sides, changed sides, and so what? Larry did it for his own benefit. Looking at the laptop, the guy typed that, but he did not know that there was some kind of program for hacking the Lord. He had never heard of it before. The girl frowned and wrote that she thought they should not draw conclusions based on only one side. Shouldn't they listen to what the other side has to say? Let him show the full version of the video. The guy grinned and asked what she was doing, supporting Larry, judging purely by her answers. The video showed up. A comment appeared that despite the skirmishes with the bloody hunters, he really thinks that he uses some kind of programs. How to catch an arrow with your bare hands. He is a martial arts master. Looking straight ahead, Philip said that thank you all very much for your support. They are an IM guild that advocates fair play and strives for every user to enjoy playing the Lord. Frowning, he added that they did not reveal all the cards, but if they support them, they will continue to collect information about the player Larry, who is suspected of cheating. Let them support them in the future. Looking at the comments, the man said that they are stupid pigs. Smiling, the guy said that it is true, it should be so, it should have been so from the very beginning. Looking down, he thought that no matter how he fought, he is only a man. Will he be able to play the Lord after this? Stretching his hand forward, the young man thought that this is his end. Let him disappear under the pressure of the community. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that when he leaves, they can again unite with the blood hunters. Looking away, the guy asked again. He smiled when he heard Larry log in. He was at Con Square, to which he replied that it was true. It seemed he had decided to explain himself belatedly. Holding the phone to his ear, the young man asked that he had let the windcatchers into their plans, told them to follow him and start agitating the crowd, to which they replied that this was the problem. Looking to the side, the guy asked again. A view of the building opened up. The knight looked to the side in amazement. Frowning, he asked that it wasn't Larry who had passed by chance, to which the girl asked again that he was the hacker. Clenching her fist, she added that how could this shameless person walk around here, to which the man replied that he should stop, and what if he tried to kill them? Looking at him, the girl asked that he didn't know, if someone was killing in the city, you could call the NPC guard and kill him. She held out her hand and shouted that he was Larry. Right, let them stop for a second and talk. The guy turned around and asked again. Smiling, the protagonist asked what and why so many people were looking for him today. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked that he wasn't a killer. Why were his eyes okay? Maybe he had already lowered his killer score. The thought appeared that they were clearly surprised. The man frowned. The thought appeared that it was not easy to lower the killer score. When it reached high values, it could fall if nothing was done. But it takes a few weeks. the fastest way to lower it is to kill an opponent who is in the killer status. The monster's eyes lit up. It was said that at the moment this is the only known option, but there is something that most users do not know yet. Some monsters can also have a killer score. The guy's eyes lit up. The thought occurred to him that this was one of the reasons why he had been hunting bandits all night. Another reason was the level increase. He was able to reset his count in a few hours due to the fact that the bandits had countless kills. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that it couldn't be. The kill count couldn't disappear in half a day. The thought occurred to him that of course this would become known to the general public when the average player's level increased. But the beauty was that now no one had to worry about him. Waving his hand, Larry said that if they had no business with him, he would go, to which the guy replied that they apologized. He looked amazed when he heard that he was Berserker Larry. Carl smiled and said that he was a reporter for the online magazine Game Invent, and then asked if he would be willing to give an interview. Smiling, the hero thought that he had come at the right time. Holding the object in his hands, he added that he couldn't pass by the bait he had thrown. The man smiled. The thought came that when they contacted him, he didn't even believe it, didn't expect that it was really Larry. He couldn't miss this exclusive topic. Smiling, the hero said that the interview, well, yes. He held out his hand and said that he didn't mind if he chose the location for the interview. He wouldn't mind sitting at that table in the cafe, to which Carl asked again. He clenched his teeth and thought, damn, if he wanted an exclusive, the interview should be somewhere quiet and empty. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that if he didn't want to, he would go, to which the man yelled no, they would go. A view of the room opened up. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what he was being interviewed for, and the other added what was going on there. Sitting at the table, the man said he figured he'd heard about the latest rumors, so he'd be blunt. Frowning, he added that there were suspicions that he was using hacking programs, and evidence that he was a PC guy, and then asked what he had to say about that. Looking at him, Larry replied that he'd get straight to the point. Sitting in front of him, Carl heard that he had never used hacking programs. The guild members had paid them honestly for provoking him. Smiling, the hero said that he would gradually prove it to them. Frowning, the reporter said that he saw that he was very confident in himself, asked how he was going to prove it. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked what he had heard about the program created to hack the Lord, to which Carl replied that he had. Stretching his hand forward, Larry said that he had watched the video yesterday, but how do you think it was made? People looked in amazement. It was heard that if the people who filmed this video suspected him of using cheats, shouldn't they have reported it? Looking at the hero, the man asked that they had already reported him, but did not receive any results, to which the hero said that to be precise, they knew that he had not used any programs. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that he only knew how to play games and knew nothing about programming, then said that he had never used hacking programs and didn't even know where to get them. Raising his hand, he added that if he still suspected him, he could report him right then and there. Looking at him, the reporter said that he was sure, then he would send a report on him. Pointing to the notification, he added that a complaint about the use of cheats had been sent. Now he was sure that he was telling the truth. The man widened his eyes and asked what about dodging arrows. He had honed his skills so much that he was able to catch it with his hand, to which the protagonist replied that they had blown a mountain out of a molehill. Frowning, he added that the Lord is a game in which you can become stronger. Everything depends on the level, items and abilities. A glow appeared in front of the man. It was heard that if he changed his second profession to a magician, he could easily destroy the building. So why is it so difficult to catch an arrow in his opinion? There is something in it. The hero stood in the middle of the flames. It was said that while the magical attack did not hit, it was due to the protective fence, a magic item that is sold in the market. If in doubt, he can buy it himself and try it. Putting his hand to his face, the reporter thought that he did not think he was lying or bluffing. Sitting at the table, he asked why the IM Guild posted this video then. Why did he not immediately come out with a refutation? To which Larry asked that it was necessary to react to nonsense every time. Grinning, the hero added that, besides, he did not think that they wanted to deal with him, just because they had something to hide. Carl frowned, thinking that they had something to hide, and then asked what he was talking about, the IM Guild. Adjusting his glasses, he added that they knew something, to which the hero replied that he would find out tonight. The man held a phone in his hands. It was heard that they had uploaded a video to YouTube and let users act as judges. He planned to do the same. He apologized for having to do a lot of work and being left without a final clarification. Let him watch the video that would be uploaded tonight. Looking straight ahead, Carl thought what the hell, and then said okay, then he would ask the last question. Frowning, he added that he heard that he had killed the IM Guild members. That was true. Raising his eyebrows, the hero responded approvingly. The man's eyes widened and he said that he had admitted it too quickly, to which the protagonist replied that he was not one to make excuses. He had killed them because he was angry. Leaning on the table, Larry said that since he had the chance, they should let him add. He held out his hand and added that if anyone decided to play a joke on him, they would have to give up everything they had, both their lives and items. The guy smirked and said that he was bluffing. They should tell him about it after he destroyed their guys. The hero looked at him in surprise, and it sounded like he should give them the invisibility cloak and they would just let him go. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that he should send someone from their guild's elite to the blood hunters, and tell them that they would help them level up and reduce their kill rate. The mage held out his hand and said that the difference between them was not only the level, which could be compensated for by one skill. Smiling, the guy said that it was a surprise he missed. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero said that they were giving it. Smiling, he added that they should just look at how quickly they changed sides. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were idiots. They thought that they alone could whip up a video of how they thought how many dogs he had eaten on this. People smiled widely. The thought appeared that over all the years of playing the Lord, whoever tried to knock him off track with their dirty tricks, that's why he had the recording turned on during the game. It was heard that I wonder what his face is like now. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that he was a damn bastard. Raising his hands, the girl said that he should calm down, to which the young man asked that she seriously thought that he would calm down now. Philip stood in front of the magician. It was heard that how did this bastard find out about their relationship with the blood hunters? Only the top leaders of the guild knew about it. The girl looked at him in fear, hearing that he should just not say that she was the one who blabbed, to which she replied that no, she swears it wasn't her. Sitting on the bed, the guy said that this bastard, damn, and what should he do now? Philip turned around, hearing that he seemed to know who this Larry was, to which he asked again. The workplace appeared. It was heard that his ex, whom they met last time. With his eyes wide open, the guy shouted what this meant, to which the girl replied that no matter how much she thought about it, it was him. Kate looked down and said that he used Larry's nickname in all the games, and after watching the video, she realized that even outwardly he resembled him. Looking down, Philip thought that it was true. Last time he said that he also plays the Lord, they really do look the same. Gritting his teeth, he added that this bastard really is. Looking straight ahead, the guy turned. Wide-eyed, Philip asked that she knew where this degenerate lives. A view of the building opened up. The man was holding a bat in his hands. The girl trembled and turned. Looking at the guy, she said that he must do this, she thinks it's a little. To which Philip replied that he doesn't care, let him just ask this freak to leave. The door appeared. A thought appeared that the mood sank below the baseboard when he came here in person. Had some guy living in a homeless shelter really outdone him? The guys looked angrily. A thought appeared that he was different from this beggar. Let them just look at these faithful servants who carry out his every order. Pressing the button, the young man thought that he hoped he had a great time in the game, but today he would die. Behind the door, a question was heard. Who was who? To which Kate replied that it was her. Standing in front of the door, the girl heard that he was sorry, but it seemed to him that she had made a mistake in the apartment. Looking straight ahead, she said that he should not do this to her. Smiling, Kate asked why they did not talk. The man lowered his head. The doors slightly opened. Frowning, Philip shouted that they were grabbing him. They entered the apartment. It was heard who they were. Swinging his leg, the guy shouted that he should die. He was worthless. Opening his eyes wide, Kate shouted that he should wait. The guy was lying on the floor. It was heard that it was not him. Lowering his gaze, the young man asked what she was talking about. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that they were crazy creatures. Who they were. Philip rolled his eyes when he heard that they had picked the wrong guy. His father was the chief of the local police department, and the thought occurred to him that they would all be eating prison food. The hero scratched his ear with his finger. Lying under an umbrella, he asked if anyone was remembering him. The protagonist smiled and looked away. A building appeared, and he heard that no, that couldn't be. A video appeared, and the thought occurred to him that a few days after he uploaded the response video, the IM Guild had effectively been disbanded. People stood still. It was said that the guild master Philip stopped logging into the game, as well as the guild members who could not stand the pressure from other players. Lying on a lounge chair, Larry thought that the guild IM, which used to be one of the best, eventually broke up insignificantly, and then said that somehow it all ended boringly. The police station appeared. It was heard that he thought he would make the last push. Did he really just give up? The guy was sitting behind bars. It was said that what difference did it make? He remained boring until the very end. Having risen, the hero thought that as for him, this story got a happy ending, except for the little things. The guy stretched his hand forward. The thought arose that by little things he meant the interview. A message appeared. It was said that he warned those who decided to bother him, but this made him even more popular and generated a large number of unnecessary fans. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said that they live in a funny world, and then thought that he heard that someone even created a fan site, but it does not affect him. Raising his hands, he thought that the best thing in this situation is how much he got for killing blood hunters and selling their weapons. He managed to raise several thousand gold. Videos were shown. It was said that the Lord has been gaining popularity lately. The price of in-game currency skyrocketed in an instant. The hero walked around the apartment, and thought that thanks to this he was able to move to a new apartment, selling half of his supplies. Perhaps this is wasteful, but he has already decided what to do with leveling up and items. Standing in front of the capsule, he added that in addition, For a full-fledged game he needed a capsule of the latest model. This is a necessary expense. In the old apartment there was no room to install this capsule. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked, "Well, let's get started." Looking away, he said that they would look. It was time for him to show himself. Looking straight ahead, Larry heard a scream. Ron frowned and shouted that how dare he touch his brothers, he would personally slit his throat. Larry froze in bewilderment. Looking at him, the man asked again, to which the hero replied that it was nothing, that he should not worry about it. The hero smirked and said that he was a busy guy, so why not attack right now? Gritting his teeth, Ron said that he was a dirty degenerate. Rushing forward, he shouted that he would kill him this second since he wanted it. The hero was breathing heavily. Suddenly, he used a battle cry. The protagonist quickly ran forward. Smiling, he asked that they just look at what was going on here. The guy looked at him in fear. Looking straight ahead, Ron asked how the bastard knew about it, to which Larry thought of course he knew, the Mountain Bandit Lair, one of the known quest requests. A glow appeared around the man. It was said that known as the Quest of the King of Fury. In each bandit lair located in the vicinity of minor cities there are quest items. If you defeat the leader of the bandits and get the item, then the quest of the King of Fury will begin. A weapon appeared. It occurred to him that the reward for completing the quest is an Axe of Fury, which has incredible characteristics. It is considered one of the key items for the berserker, so in his past life he had to be skilled in killing bandits. The man's eyes widened in amazement. It was said that this guy is a real pain in the ass. He uses the stealth skill, sneaks up and attacks from behind. Smiling widely, the hero said that he was glad to see him. He hoped they would never meet again. Ron frowned and shouted no. Suddenly the protagonist struck him. Standing still, Larry said that he was supposedly the leader's assistant, but he killed him with one blow. It can't be helped, that's the class of thieves. His eyes suddenly lit up. The hero swung his weapon sharply. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that he would tear him apart. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was scary. He closed his eyes. Flames appeared around the man. Larry's eyes widened and asked if he had enough strength. Ron parried the blow. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back. Suddenly, a bright light flashed. The man exclaimed, sliding along the ground. He frowned. A barrier appeared in front of him. Ron struck the ground. Frowning, he asked what he saw. He thought that only he could use the buff. Suddenly, the man rushed forward. The shield broke in half. A sound of reinforcement was heard, a combined skill of the warrior class that allows you to strengthen not only the body but also equipment. Swinging, the man said that then they will check how much stronger he has become. He opened his eyes wide and shouted. A cave appeared, a scream was heard. Items were lying on the ground. A notification appeared that he had increased his level. Smiling, the hero said that he would take care of it. Looking around, he added that he thought the drawer should be good. Where could it be? Suddenly, the protagonist looked surprised. He grinned and said that finally. A diary appeared. It was heard that great. Finally he finished this tedious work. Looking at the diary, Larry thought that it was like a treasure map, if you put together all the tips collected in the diary. The monster sat on the throne. It was said that they would point to one place. The creature's eyes lit up. A view of the forest opened up. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was well hidden. He wouldn't find it that easily. Standing behind a tree, he added that he couldn't go any further anyway if the quest wasn't completed. Lately he'd been lucky with unexplored caves. A glow appeared in the air. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Smiling, he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The skeleton was sitting on the ground. A notification appeared that he had found the explorer's body. The man frowned, and the thought occurred to him that this explorer was the owner of the diary. Taking off the ring, Larry said that he would borrow it. Waving his hand, he added that it seemed like it was somewhere around here. A glow appeared around the ring, and it was heard that he had found it. The ring lit up brightly. The hero frowned and thought that thanks to his past life experience, he knew where the cave was, but you can only get here with a quest. The man shuddered in fear. The thought occurred to him that if he came without reaching the required level or without collecting all the pages of the journal, then the explorer's soul would simply stop him. Sticking out his tongue, the protagonist thought that this was not a place that could be cleared at low levels, but his current level was more than enough. He took a step forward. Larry entered the mouth of death. The hero suddenly looked in surprise. A scream was heard from the darkness. The monsters were looking at him. The skeleton parried the blow. The protagonist swung his weapon. A powerful explosion flared up. Larry looked to the side in amazement. Suddenly he jumped up. The skeleton suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Turning his head, the hero said that it seemed that they were a little stronger than those mountain bandits, but that was not bad, and then thought that although something still irritated him. The monster screamed furiously. The thought occurred to him that the undead were not afraid of death. Clutching the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that but like that. The skeletons looked at him. It was heard that it was even easier. A blow flew at the undead. Attacks were made on the monsters. Larry swung his weapon. He landed on the ground. The hero frowned. He swung his weapon. The protagonist stood still. Smiling, he said that fortunately, he got rid of them without using berserk mode. There were too many of them, so it was a little difficult for him. Suddenly, Larry looked in surprise. From the darkness, it was heard that finally, a glow appeared in the air. The chain suddenly broke. Smiling widely, the monster said that finally the seal was broken. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would show the whole world the greatness of his empire and start by killing him. The hero took a step forward. Jumping up, he shouted that it was true, the time of death had come. A powerful explosion flared up. Wide-eyed, the creature said that he was an impudent person. The protagonist smiled and thought, great, he managed to stop the summoning of soldiers. Larry slid on the ground and thought that the hardest thing in this dungeon is that he is a general. The monster stretched out his hand forward. A thought appeared that if he gave him enough time and space, he would summon a huge number of soldiers. In addition, his passive skill Death Aura strengthens subordinates several times, so he must stop the summoning, no matter what it costs him. The monster swung his weapon. The hero reflected the attacks. A thought appeared that even without soldiers, this guy is not easy. To defeat him, you need to reach the third profession. Reflecting the attack, the protagonist thought that the time had come for. Gritting his teeth, the monster shouted that he would tear to pieces. Clenching his fist, Larry thought that now. A bright glow appeared in front of the monster. The creature laughed and shouted that he was a nobody. He thought he could deal with the general of the great empire. The monster opened his eyes wide. A bright glow appeared, and a notification appeared that the call was cancelled because the target could not be found. The skeleton raised his hand and said, "Don't make fun of me." Looking straight ahead, he shouted, "The living can't escape from me." The protagonist swung his fist. Looking to the side, the monster asked again. Larry smiled widely. A bright glow appeared. The hero used the shoulder strike skill. The skeleton clenched his teeth. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought, "Great, now another blow." The monster's eyes widened. A glow appeared around his hand. Larry swung his weapon. Looking to the side, he heard, "No one can stop me." Smiling, the hero thought, "I can't stop my second phase." The skeleton raised his hand and shouted, "Let them rise." The undead's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a ghostly steed appeared in the glow. The monster rushed forward. The hero stood still. A glow appeared in the air. The skeleton's eyes lit up. The protagonist held the weapon in his hands. Turning around, the skeleton shouted that he should bow before the might of the empire. Frowning, Larry shouted loudly. The steed rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the hero wheezed. The monster suddenly turned around. The protagonist struck and shouted that damn. Opening his eyes wide, he said that it was an ordinary skeleton, but he felt like he had been hit by a truck. Drinking the potion, Larry thought that in terms of physical strength, he was superior to him, but because of his rapid attack, he could lose. The steed raised his leg. A thought arose, damn, what should he do, use berserk mode? Frowning, the hero thought no, he can't do that. His eyes lit up. A thought appeared that if he used it, he could easily defeat him, but the problem was the penalty. His plan to quickly level up would go to hell. The protagonist angrily looked ahead and thought about the problem he had to solve right now. The monster rushed forward. It was said that his maneuverability, if he did something about it. Larry crossed his arms and thought that a mistake would cost him his life, but he had to risk it. Suddenly, he stretched his arms out to the sides. The monster opened his eyes wide and shouted that this was a useless trick. Looking straight ahead, he added that he hoped he could stop the general with something like that. The hero swung and said that he had not thought of such stupidity. Looking at him, the undead asked again. The thought arose that a head-on collision, how reckless. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. He flew to the side. Looking straight ahead, the monster wheezed. Larry slid along the ground. The undead raised his head and shouted that how dare he. The hero lowered his head. He opened his eyes wide. A bright beam flew into the wall. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that right, he is a non-entity. Larry struck the monster. The creature gritted its teeth and screamed at the empire, the revival of the empire. Frowning, the hero said that he and his damn empire. Striking, he added that a return gift. The monster wheezed in pain. Swinging, the protagonist asked what was still on cooldown. Opening his eyes wide, he screamed that he should die. Larry abruptly applied a critical hit. A bright beam hit the ground. The skeleton began to crumble, saying that this could not be. He was the general of the empire. A notification appeared that he had increased his level. The hero looked at the crystal in amazement. A glow appeared around it. It said that the skeleton general was destroyed. The essence of death was obtained. Smiling, the protagonist said that this is it, and then thought that this is why he sacrificed his life to seal the cave. Larry stood still. The skeleton raised his hand up. A notification appeared that he should hurry. The essence of death is able to awaken the dead. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought that if left unattended, it would constantly spawn undead, truly death itself. The hero wheezed in pain. He laughed loudly and thought that this would help him with a quick level up. The protagonist's eyes widened and he shouted that he was crazy. This was an endless experience farm. The skeleton soldier's eyes lit up. A bright beam flew in front of Larry. The monsters flew to the side. The hero smiled widely. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that it was time to level up to level 99. The weapon flew forward. The monster wheezed in pain. The skeleton lowered its head and screamed. The undead opened its eyes wide and exclaimed. The protagonist kicked. The blow landed on the skeleton. A notification appeared that he had leveled up. Larry smiled widely and said that finally. He drank the potion. The thought occurred that frankly, the endless respawn is a bit too much, but thanks to the potions, bandages and protective fence, he was recovering right during the fight. The hero stepped forward and said that yes, now is not the time. The thought occurred that he could do non-stop leveling for 4 days. No one in his past life reached level 99 so quickly. The protagonist held the crystal in his hands. He opened his eyes in surprise. A notification appeared that he had completed the story dungeon of the Death's Mouth. He received the title of the Conqueror of Death. He is the first to receive this title. Putting his hand to his face, Larry said that it was great, and then thought that the effect of this title is many times better than most professional passive skills. Now he will look forward to battles with the undead. He grinned when he heard that death was weakening him. He should be careful. If he did not act quickly, then death would swallow him. To which the hero replied that yes, he knew, he should not dramatize. The debris flew up. The thought arose that for now with business in this place was finished. Going forward, the protagonist thought that the quest was completed and the level was increased, so now. He activated the Book of Runes. Larry smiled broadly and said that he would move to the Trinchik Magician's Guild. A view of the building opened up. The magician opened his eyes in amazement and shouted that this is it. Smiling, the hero said that the essence of death, he got it from the place indicated in the diary, to which the guy replied that he should wait a minute. Suddenly a glow appeared in front of the magician. Raising his hand, the young man used purification. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what was all for now, to which Mike replied that it was not enough. One should not underestimate the power that the essence of death possessed. Holding the potion in his hands, the magician said that now let him give him the essence, and drink this. Larry drank the potion, and the guy said that it was a valuable medicine that could stimulate life forces. Frowning, the hero thought that it tasted so. Notifications appeared that his body was filling with life energy. The power of life dominates death. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist added that good, this should be enough to defeat death. The monster stood still. A thought arose that the power of death would awaken again when he reached the main story quest. For now you can forget about it. Stretching his hand forward, the magician said that he was a great guy, thanks to the fact that he risked his life. They were able to prevent a great disaster. The guy frowned and said that but that's not all. Because of his incredible achievements he decided to appoint him as one of the explorers. Stretching his hand forward, he added that by completing tasks, he can count on reciprocal help. Larry shook his hand, hearing that let him therefore continue to work for peace and prosperity on the continent. To which the hero replied that of course he agreed, and then thought that he should do this to complete the main quest. 4 races appeared, a notification about a grand achievement appeared, he received the title of Explorer. The protagonist smiled, hearing that he was the first to receive this title. A glow appeared around the people. Stretching out his hand, Mike said that let him take it, this way he can confirm his identity. To which Larry thought that right, if he loses it, it will be very offensive. He held the ring of research in his hands. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that great, an indispensable thing for berserkers, he now has 2,500 health, that is, this ring for him is like an extra life. He grinned when he heard that now let him go, the world is waiting for him. Looking straight ahead, the alchemist said that whatever his goal was, he would support him. Waving his hand, the protagonist thought that he was a bastard, he had been leading him on all this time, and now he was pretending to be kind. Walking through the city, he added that but he forgives him, he was in a great mood because. Larry took a step forward. Putting his hands on his hips, he thought that it was time to improve his profession. Suddenly the doors opened. The guy looked away in amazement. Looking at him, the hero said that he came to improve his profession, to which the young man asked that didn't he improve it the other day, let him just not say that he quit everything and got another profession. Smiling broadly, the protagonist added that he should stop talking nonsense and give him a quest to improve. The man looked at him and said that it was true, there was already someone who was ready to get a third profession, perhaps he was the first on the continent. Sitting in front of the hero, he added that he was going to level up as a berserker again, to which Larry asked why he was asking such stupid questions. The man frowned and said that okay, then he would tell him what he needed to do. It was very simple, all classes go through the same thing. Raising his hand up, he added that he needed to defeat a level 100 opponent one-on-one, no matter who he would be, a monster or a guard. The main thing was that he was level 100. Notifications appeared that a quest had been received to obtain a profession. Let him defeat a level 100 opponent one-on-one. The hero smiled broadly, Hearing that he would give him a hint, he looked like a humanoid. The warrior looked at him in surprise and asked that he just didn't say that he was. The monster held a weapon in his hands. A notification appeared that the victory over the Knight of Lake Arthwaite was confirmed. The man's eyes lit up. It was said that the victory over the leader of the bandits, Ron, was confirmed. The skeleton looked furiously. A message appeared that he had defeated the forgotten skeleton general. Putting his hand to his face, the man shouted that how could this be, even 3 already. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he finally felt himself. A glow appeared around him. Notifications appeared that he had received the title of the first user of one class. He was the first to receive this title. Smiling, Larry said that he had grown out of his rookie pants. A notification appeared that he had become a true berserker. The protagonist, grinning, raised his fist. An incredible achievement. He became the first user of one class. He was the first to receive this title. Larry smiled. He increased the level to 100. He became a true berserker. James, slamming his fist on the table, asked the protagonist who he was, to which he clarified what his interlocutor was so surprised about, and replied that even more surprises awaited him ahead. The blue-haired guy held out his hand and advised the man with scars on his face to stop messing around and give him a reward for the upgrade. A magic weapon appeared, a berserker longsword, a berserker battle axe, and a berserker two-handed sword. The long-haired guy said that the hero could choose one of 3 weapons as a reward, and then added that he could choose the one he liked best. Larry crossed his arms. His interlocutor noted that these were all high-quality and durable weapons, and then added that it was probably hard to find a better weapon at the hero's level. The blue-haired guy grabbed the weapon by the handle. The main character picked up the axe and noted that it was more convenient, and James said that, as expected, he chose the axe. The young guy, raising the weapon above his head, realized that he hadn't held it in his hands for a long time, and of course, you can't go through the entire game with it, but now it's just right. The books are on the table. The seller asked the protagonist to look at the skill books, and then noticed that he already knew about the existing ones, but 5 new ones were added. An image of 5 skills and a description of their characteristics appeared. Larry, raising his finger, said that he would buy all these and several more books, to which James asked if the hero knew about the skill combination. An image of a sign with a sword on a fire background appeared. The skill combination opens after the 3rd promotion of the profession and allows you to combine several skills to create a new one. These are very useful techniques. But you can only have 3 such skills. The blue-haired guy looked at the book. The seller asked if he knew that you need to think carefully before combining, because the skill books will disappear if you use them to create a combined skill, and concluded that if you thoughtlessly combine them, you can get something useless. Larry showed 3 fingers to the merchant and asked to sell him 1 each of Battle Cry, Strike, Shoulder Strike and Tough Body and 3 books of power, to which he asked if the protagonist had even listened to him. James crossed his arms and replied that for all purchases the hero would be charged 21 gold and 80 silver, adding that he would like to give a discount, but the system would not allow it, so he would have to charge the hero the full price. The man with scars on his face extended his hand and explained that he would give his interlocutor something as a bonus. An image of a red stone appeared, the Stone of Madness, a rare item for berserkers that allows the berserk skill to be used without penalties, and can only be used once. The blue-haired guy grabbed the red gem, not expecting to be able to get it here because it is obtained later, thanked the seller, and replied that he would find a use for the stone. The filled bag fell on the table. James was surprised that the protagonist paid for the purchase at once. The merchant, looking after the hero as he left, concluded that he seemed to know everything about advancement tasks and combined skills, and then mentally asked who he was. The man with scars on his face laughed. Larry, with his hand in his pocket, walked along a busy street. James came to the conclusion that he was dealing with a future Supreme Master. Tan, the Guild of Magicians. The high tower was illuminated by the sun. The old man noted that he knew that he was not mistaken in the protagonist, and added that he was worthy of becoming part of their research group. Sam, taking a mug of tea in his hand, said that he was impressed that the meticulous Mike liked the hero, to which Larry thought that it was not that he liked him. The old man in glasses, bringing hot tea to his mouth, asked where his interlocutor was going now, to which he replied that he was going to the 3rd city, the Crossroads. The gray-haired man, starting to write something on a piece of paper, replied that he thought it would be difficult with his current abilities, and then noted that there was nothing to worry about since the protagonist was going there. Raising his hand with a pen, Sam said that he was sure that Larry already knew this, but starting from the Crossroads, he would start meeting other races. 4 characters of different races were standing against the backdrop of a huge city. The old man explained that the first city was Ktan, the second Trinchik, and the 3rd Crossroads, a city that could be entered from level 100, and in which, in addition to people, you could meet representatives of other races, such as elves, gnomes, or dwarves, and these would not only be NPCs, but also other users. The gray-haired man, handing the hero a letter, told him to go to the Western Mines and find Rick, who could lead him, to which he asked what kind of letter it was. Sam replied that he had a friend, a guard general named Macaulay, and asked him to give him a letter. Larry, holding the message in his hands, thought that the old man really continues to use it. The sorcerer noted that the path could be bumpy, and asked the hero if it was okay, to which he, smiling broadly, asked to look at him and added that he was a berserker, so he did not need to worry. The young guy clenched his teeth in surprise. Larry, pointing to the cart, asked if Rick really wanted him to ride it, to which he replied that everything was correct. The dwarf, touching the cart, noted that this was the only way to get from town directly to the crossroads, and then clarified whether Sam had not told him this. The protagonist, waving his hand, replied that he was now thinking about making a detour through another city, to which his interlocutor advised him to follow the call of his heart. The protagonist was about to leave. Rick explained that if he chose a different route, the road would take several days, and along the way he would run into many checks. The blue-haired guy puffed out his cheeks in displeasure. Be the first to reach the third city, get the first achievement, start an important quest, be the first to reach real estate, get a bonus for the first title. The protagonist, taking hold of the cart, said a bad word. Larry, making a face, asked if it was really safe, to which Rick replied that it was so safe that he had never had an accident. The gnome, pulling the lever, noted that in truth, he was putting a person in a cart for the first time, to which the protagonist asked him to repeat what he had just said. Rick, raising his thumb, wished the screaming hero a safe journey. An elf is standing in front of the wooden gates. She crossed her arms. The girl opened her eyes wide. The blonde woman pointed at the hunched-over protagonist, ordered him to stop and said that only those with permission could enter. Larry grabbed his head, noting that it was spinning, and asked the girl not to scream, to which she screamed that she would shoot him right now if he did not give his name. The girl pointed her bow at the hero and ordered him to stop. The blue-haired man straightened up and said that he remembered the face of that little damn gnome. The arrow flew at great speed, raising smoke. The elf, looking forward in fear, was surprised how the man dodged the arrow. Larry launched his fist and sent it at the girl. She covered her head with her hands and turned away. The young guy asked the elf what she was doing and then noted that he said that he needed to go through identification. The blonde woman, opening her eyes, looked questioningly at the hero. The blue-haired man showed the ring, said his name and asked if it was really the entrance to the crossroads and whispered that he would kill the gnome if it was not him. Crossroads. The protagonist, putting his hands on his belt, looked at the long bridges leading to the huge castle. The stone houses were illuminated by the sun. Larry noticed that the third city was huge. A large guy, passing by the citizens, said that this was only the beginning. A grand achievement. The hero was the first to open a new city and received the title of the first visitor to the crossroads. The protagonist, touching his face with his hand, thought that if there was no first title, then something would have happened, but in any case it did not matter, since he received it. The elf, clinging to her interlocutor, whispered that she had never seen a person before, to which his comrade noted that since a person became the first visitor, he must have done something terrible. Larry, looking around with displeasure, thought that the elves did not seem friendly, and noted that these long-eared ones were very picky. The large man, waving to the city dwellers, came to the conclusion that this was still better than his previous life, where there were many cases when people were openly intimidated or ignored simply because they were people. The protagonist, leaving the game, thinks that today is enough. The young guy, drying himself with a towel, noted that he upgraded a new profession and received a title and concluded that he had done quite a lot of work. Larry, taking the phone, wanted to see if there was anything interesting in it. The blue-haired man's eyes opened wide. The smartphone screen showed information that a player had reached level 99 in the Lord. The protagonist thought that since it was an exclusive interview, it was clearly not about him, and then mentally said that he thought he was ahead of everyone, but now a player with level 99 had appeared. Larry opened his mouth in surprise. The blue-haired guy looked at his phone and mentally asked not to say that this was the same person. The girl, holding a microphone in her hands, greeted the audience of Game Inven and said that, as they promised, they had a special guest in the studio today. The guy with a blurry face stood on the stage. The reporter said that he was the first to reach level 99 in the Lord, and then said his name. Ruby clutched her cheeks with her hands and asked if the audience wanted to see this person's face and find out his name, adding that they could not reveal this information. The girl, raising her hand, explained that, unfortunately, the player agreed to an interview only on the condition of strict confidentiality. The black-haired guy asked to treat this with understanding, because he did not want to be popular. Ruby, pointing the microphone at the black-haired man, said that she heard that only 100 players reached level 90, and then asked how he managed to level up to 99 so quickly, to which he replied that he did not do anything supernatural. Larry, sitting in a chair, looks at the monitor with the interview. The mysterious player explained that he analyzed the system, studied effective hunting methods and found suitable hunting grounds. The girl in round glasses, holding the microphone to the man, said that it turns out that he will soon go to the third city, to which he answers affirmatively and explains that he will go there as soon as he pumps up his profession for the third time. Ruby notes that he is lucky, and she would also like to see this city. The mysterious player, looking at the girl, answers that he is embarrassed that he hides his identity, so after he gets to the third city, he will create a guild, and the girl asks if this is true and noted that she heard that before this the player preferred to play alone. The black-haired man, lowering his head, said that of course he is not going to recruit just anyone, and then added that he will take only those who receive the third improvement of the profession. Ruby, closing her eyes, asked if the player came up with a name for the guild. The black-haired guy smiled and said that the guild would be called Ragnarok. Larry smiled madly and thought that he would call his guild Ragnarok. The hero slammed his fist on the table and laughed. The blue-eyed guy opened his mouth wide and said that he was glad to see the mysterious player. The mannequins were illuminated by the sun. A blow was struck. The protagonist swung his axe and raised dust. The large man frowned and worried that after everything he had done since the regression, the mysterious player would simply not show up. An image of a black-haired guy with a blurry face appeared. Larry thought that his opponent had finally shown up, and even faster than he thought. The blue-haired guy made a blow and realized that everything had fallen into place. The protagonist swung and learned the reason for his regression. The protagonist with glowing eyes made a spinning attack. Larry exhaled and came to the conclusion that his regression was somehow connected with Odin and the Lord. The black-haired guy looked down. The big guy wanted to find him right now and slit his throat. A drawing of a face appeared. The protagonist, looking at the mannequin with a drawn face glued to it, thought that now the player of level 99 is in a completely different region, and moreover, he is far behind the hero, because he has not yet created a guild, and then mentally asked himself, what is the point of killing now? A diamond-shaped sign with a blue image appeared, meaning strength. The berserker's axe was covered in a blue aura. Larry thought that when his opponent gathered people and almost reached the top, he would destroy him. The blue-haired guy, swinging, decided that he would kill his enemy when he decided that he had already reached the limit. A strong blow cut the mannequin in half. The protagonist glared at the mannequin with his enemy's face painted on it. Smiling evilly, the hero noted that this was his way to become stronger alone. Larry, putting his hand on his shoulder, noted that this was enough for a warm-up, and it was time to practice using combination skills. The large man, pressing his finger on the system window, which said that he should select a skill book and an action clip to create a combination skill, began to create a new skill. Larry, taking two different skills in his hands, said that he would start with them, strength plus battle cry. He can combine these skills. The man raised his hands, a system window popped up, which asked to confirm the creation of a combination skill after a preview, and then said that if the hero wanted to see other actions, he should change the settings of the action clip. The blue-haired guy, looking at the system window, replied that this was great, and this is what he expected to see, and then confirmed his actions. A window appeared that asked the protagonist to come up with a name for the combination skill. Larry, smiling, called his ability the Cry of Madness and mentally explained that the name of the combination skill is very important because it determines the effect of the skill. Toy versions of the protagonist with axes in their hands use different abilities. The large man thought that if you create two identical skills, their effect will differ depending on whether the skill is called a powerful blow or a quick blow. Two icons, united by blue light, created the skill Cry of Madness. Larry, touching his chin with his hand, realized that this skill is not much different from a battle cry, but the effectiveness is many times higher, especially in a berserk state. The protagonist, widening his eyes, was very surprised. The menu displayed the hero's skills. The guy asked how it was possible that he had 4 slots for a combination skill, and then added that he thought that 3 skills were the limit. An achievement appeared that said that the protagonist is the first user of one class, and since he became one, he can have an additional slot for a combination skill. The blue-eyed man, smiling, realized that he had 4 slots due to the unique achievement of the first user of one class and added that this was unexpected. Larry clenched his fist, realized that an additional slot for a combination skill was a big advantage, and then came to the conclusion that no matter what anyone said, but the fastest way to become stronger in the Lord is to get titles. The city was illuminated by the sun. The protagonist said that he will continue to collect combination skills in the same spirit. Crossroads, the Guild of Dwarven Miners. A stone building with a staircase leading to its entrance appeared. A dwarf's face was painted on the flag in red paint. The bearded man, lighting a pipe, asked if the protagonist wanted to do this alone, and then clarified whether he was bluffing. Larry laughed and said that of course he wasn't bluffing and the dwarf could rely on him, and then he thought that the bastard was smoking right in his face. The blue-eyed guy turned his gaze to the puzzled dwarf. The red-bearded man turned away and said that the protagonist didn't seem very reliable, but he could try, to which Larry mentally said that the dwarves couldn't solve the problem themselves anyway, and then concluded that if they were going to give someone a quest, they should at least do it politely. The big guy, walking through the busy city, thinks that the first thing to do at the crossroads is to gain the recognition of the other races, and then you can get the main quest from an association called the Golden Lion Camp. The protagonist, grimacing against the background of a madly smiling dwarf and elf, came to the conclusion that he was going to start with the dwarves, because he didn't want to mess with the arrogant elves, but these guys are just as damn racist. An image of a cave with blue crystals appeared, a quest window popped up, which said that this was the extraction of special minerals, and in order to gain the dwarves' recognition, it was necessary to extract minerals that can only be found in the Oranitan mine, and since work in the mine is currently suspended due to the kobolds, the dwarves need the hero's help to replenish their supplies. A man in armor, putting his hand on his chin, thinks about how he collects crystals with a pickaxe. The protagonist mentally explains that since the condition of the quest is to collect ore, most players think that if you choose the miner subclass and learn the corresponding skills, then this quest will be easier to complete, but this is a trap. The blue-haired guy looks ahead and thinks that learning the mining skills will only make things harder because the player will start mining not only blue crystals but other types of ore as well, and then concludes that they are identifying people who want to take the easy way out. Larry approaches the long corridor of the mine, realizing that this is what he needs. Crystals shimmer on the walls of the mine. Dogs in helmets, swinging picks, are mining ore. The red-colored dog, putting his paws on his belt, shouted for the miners to hurry up, because they need to manage to mine as much as possible before the muscular pigs arrive. Larry rushed forward. The kobold turned and barked. The blue-haired guy jumped up and swung his axe. The protagonist, smiling madly, asked why he would mine crystals if he could steal them. The dogs looked forward in fear. The large man took a stance and hit the red dog. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, asked why his opponents were surprised, and then stated that the same would happen to them. The miners with pickaxes jumped on the protagonist and shouted that he was an intruder. The berserker's axe glowed blue. Larry bared his teeth and raised his weapon above his head. The blue-haired guy made a devastating circular attack. The dog in the helmet threw a pickaxe at the guy and wished him death. A magic ring surrounded the large guy's hand. The protagonist, raising his hands in front of his face, protected himself from the flying pickaxe. The large guy's hand grabbed the dog by the mouth. Larry, his eyes lit up, looked furiously. The large man made a devastating blow with his axe. The protagonist chopped up the mining dog. The protagonist smiled madly. Larry, standing in the mine, among the slain enemies, noted that this was beyond his expectations, because in his past life, during his first encounters with the kobolds, he had to kill them one by one, but now he could destroy them all single-handedly. The blue-haired guy, looking at the crystal clutched in his hand, noted that he knew this would work. The protagonist, frowning, thought that he should not stop at 50 minerals. The protagonist, walking along the ground, thinks that if he collects as much ore as the quest says, then after completing the task, he will receive a new quest called Eradication of the Kobold Miners. Lighting their way with a torch, the dogs walk through the mine. Larry concluded that all the dwarves want is to take the mine away from the kobolds. The big guy squeezed the axe handle. The mine was illuminated by light. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and save time. Caleb, crossing his arms, asked the kobold under his charge if he heard anything, to which he replied that he probably didn't. The huge dog advised his interlocutor to work faster. The overseer of the level 115 miners lit a cigar. A mine cart filled with crystals is moving along the mine. Larry, covering himself with a cloak, looked at the overseer. Caleb, crossing his arms, watches the miners work. The protagonist mentally explained that, if he remembers correctly, this guy is their boss, and although he looks like an ordinary mongrel, he is a level 115 boss. The big kobold walks between the rows of miners. The protagonist concludes that even if he uses the berserker, he is not sure that he will be able to cope with all the monsters at the same time. A scene with a mine cart filled with ore appeared. The big guy mentally asked himself what he should do. Larry smiled widely. The mine cart moved off. The miner dog turned around. The overseer, spreading his paws, looked after the quickly moving mine cart with resources. Caleb, opening his mouth, asked what was going on. The huge kobold, straightening his arm, ordered the miners to catch up with the mine cart, because if they let it go, they would be in big trouble. The overseer, watching his charges catch up with the load, thought that perhaps they forgot to put the mine cart on the brake. The level 115 boss clicked his claws. The cigar caught fire. Caleb, lighting it, noted what a headache, and then added that you never know when dwarven reinforcements will appear. The overseer, letting off steam from his mouth, ordered the protagonist to get out right now. The huge kobold, grinning madly, shouted that no matter how Larry tried to hide, he could not hide his disgusting smell. The guy covered with an invisible cloak, leaving, noted that this is exactly what he expected from a dog. The almost completely invisible man, smiling, noted that his enemy really did have a dog's sense of smell, and then asked to forgive him, because he could not help but joke in such a way. Caleb, opening his mouth, exclaimed that there was a human intruder in the mine. The warden, opening his claws, shouted that he would kill the protagonist before those muscular pigs returned. The huge kobold, rushing at the large guy, spread his paws. Larry, bowing his head, realized that his opponent decided to start with a combination skill. The protagonist, taking 2 skills in his hand, replied that in this case, he would also show his opponent something. The skills of strength, solid body, assault, dash and shoulder strike, combined with a blue beam, created a combined ability. The protagonist, preparing to rush, broke the ground under him. Larry, rushing with a mad face, prepared to deliver a crushing throw, capable of destroying everything in its path. Caleb, stretching out his paws in front of him, began to strike. The blue-haired man, baring his teeth furiously, broke through the claws of the overseer. The protagonist flew towards his enemy. Each step Larry took destroyed the ground under him. The protagonist, jumping, flew with all his might with his shoulder into Caleb. The huge kobold flew back from the powerful blow. Blood gushed from the overseer's mouth. The blue-haired guy, jumping, raised an axe over his head. Larry, opening his mouth wide, told his opponent that this was the end. Caleb, stretching out his paws in front of him, asked the protagonist to wait. The huge kobold was cut in half. The protagonist dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. A system sign appeared, which said that Larry defeated the overseer of the miners Caleb and increased his level. The red light dimly penetrated through the bars of the dungeon. Seth hit the bars in rage and exclaimed that these were damn kobolds. The dwarf shook the bars and shouted, addressing those filthy dogs, how long they were going to keep them here. Seth turned away from the bars and indignantly added that the bastards could have fed them and given them a drink. He listened in surprise to the deathly silence and asked what that sound was. A loud sound was heard throughout the cell. The wounded kobold threw its mouth right at the bars with the imprisoned ones. The creature slowly sank to the ground. Larry stepped forward confidently and said that he knew they were there, and Seth recoiled in shock. Larry grabbed the bars with his hands and asked everyone to step back, and the dwarf asked in disbelief who he was. Seth's eyes widened in wild amazement at what was happening. Larry pushed the bars apart with incredible ease with his huge hands. The dwarf looked at Larry in amazement and wondered what kind of insane strength he had, and his fellow prisoner wondered if he was a man, a mercenary, or an adventurer. The young man introduced himself, saying that his name was Larry and that he was here on behalf of their guild. Larry told them to go home, and Zack thanked him for saving them, noting that it must have been difficult. The kobolds were shining with their cruel eyes, and Seth warned that the mine was now filled with a horde of kobolds, about 100 creatures led by the overseer Kimothy, and added that Larry had made a lot of noise and they would be here soon. The dwarf advised Larry to run away from here and asked the guild for support, to which the hero grinned and said that he was glad that they were worried about him. The protagonist turned away and asked to keep the pity to himself and go out already, calling the dwarves old men. The monster's leg was spasmodically contracting, and Larry proudly declared that there was no one in this mine anymore. An empty mine with kobold corpses lying on the ground appeared before their eyes, and the guy finished his sentence by saying that there was not a single living kobold left in it. The dwarf looked at Larry with delight and exclaimed that he was incredible and that it was amazing. The man came closer to Larry and said that he did a great job and that he did not know that Larry was so talented, and the young man in response asked if he now understood what he meant and told him to treat him normally. The dwarf patted the guy on the shoulder and said with a smile that he could be trusted and that he thought they would often cross paths in the future. A system window flashed in front of Larry, which reported that he had earned the trust of the dwarves, received the title of Friend of the Dwarves and the unique title of First Friend of the Dwarves, which gives the right to craft, repair, improve and a 5% discount from dwarven blacksmiths. The protagonist looked at the system message in surprise and thought that there was already an improvement there, and that there were only 2 ways to improve items in the Lord. A magic scroll appeared in the frame, and Larry remembered that the first way was to use an improvement scroll. An image of a working NPC appeared in the frame, and the guy also thought that the second way was to ask the NPC or another user to do it for him. In the frame, the scroll was crossed out with red lines, and Larry thought that the scroll of improvement is a very valuable item that can be obtained as a reward for quests in the 3rd city, which means that no one sells them now and the first method is unavailable. An image of an NPC behind an anvil appeared, and Larry thought about blacksmiths, realizing that this method is not easy either, and wondered why. An NPC blacksmith was sitting next to his works, and the young man remembered that in order to ask the NPC for help, you need to be in a trusting relationship with him, and the price and quality vary greatly, and that although the player can choose the profession of a blacksmith, it is very difficult to master, and forging weapons is not for nothing considered one of the 3 most difficult skills. A dark figure stood on top of a pedestal, and the young man thought that, of course, over time, the player will learn to produce high-quality items, and the day will come when he will be in the spotlight, but it will be much later, not now. Larry smiled confidently and thought that at the moment he was the only one who could improve equipment, and that it could bring in a lot of money. The protagonist's teeth sparkled with anticipation, and he thought that it would bring in an incredible amount of money. The dwarven forge in the crossroads. Thick smoke was coming out of the forged pipes. The dwarven blacksmith turned from the anvil and, recognizing Larry, said that he was the friend the guild leader had spoken of. The guy turned to the blacksmith named Moran and said that he would like to order something, to which he enthusiastically replied that of course, anything, and asked what he wanted, offering an axe. Larry shook his head and said that the axe would come a little later, and first asked to make him a long sword, to which the blacksmith replied that it was as easy as pie. The shiny sword sparkled like a filigree, because the reason he chose a long sword was simple, It is often used in close combat, since this type of sword has either special advantages nor weaknesses. Larry looked at the blacksmith and thought that this meant that the sword would sell well, then asked how much he would charge, and the blacksmith replied that it was 1 gold and 90 silver each. Larry raised his hand and told him to make 50 swords, and asked how long it would take, to which Moran, surprised by the number, replied that it was quite a lot, but he could do it in a day, and asked to leave all the materials. A mountain of materials lay on the ground, and the protagonist thought that the only skill a blacksmith can use is self-repair, and for this reason all the materials are very cheap, thanks to which he was able to buy everything he needed at the auction for pennies. Larry raised his finger and said that he completely forgot about something. The young man leaned over to the blacksmith and asked if each sword could be engraved, adding that he would pay extra for it, and the blacksmith readily replied that it was a piece of cake for him. Larry excitedly picked up the finished sword, exclaiming that they looked great and that he loved dwarves, and a system message informed him that he had received 50 gorge-long swords. The blades of the weapons were engraved with TK, and he thought that it was short for the king, and that it would become his personal brand in the future. Larry smiled slyly and wondered if it was cheating to engrave items made by NPCs and sell them. The boy handed the blacksmith the sword and said that he would like to upgrade it. The blacksmith took the sword and asked if it could be upgraded to rank 3, to which Larry confidently replied that he should trust him. The dwarf named Moran slammed his hammer down on the anvil with all his might. A system window flashed in front of the protagonist, showing that he had obtained a magic grade long sword of the gorge. Larry thoughtfully looked at the characteristics of his weapon and thought that the chance of success was quite high, and it did not require rare materials to craft, which made it ideal for sale. The guy came to the Crossroads World Market and thought that it was time to see how much he could sell his new swords for. A system screen with characteristics popped up and Larry remembered that the World Market was accessible from the 3rd city, and unlike other marketplaces where you can only trade within one city, here you can make deals in real time with users from all over the world. The young man raised his finger and thought that it seemed like the sword cost him 3 gold. Larry put the sword up for auction and decided to start with 6 gold, and set an instant bid of 10 gold, after which he confirmed his decision. Suddenly, a notification appeared and the guy was shocked to think that his item was sold, wondering if it was really sold in 5 seconds. Larry stared at the screen in amazement, and thought that it was crazy that it cost about 2 million won in real money and it was sold so quickly. He frowned and said to himself that if he thought about it, it was quite possible since the number of players who reached level 90 was only 1 to 2% of the total number of users. The man's face was blurred in the frame and Larry eventually came to the conclusion that at this rate, it was quite difficult to find good equipment, and besides, the recent interview with Odin must have only spurred on the competition. The protagonist smiled slyly and said to himself that he never thought he would be grateful to this bastard and that he was not going to miss this opportunity. The city lived peacefully and Larry decided to see how high he could raise the price, this time betting 20 gold. The vegetable cart was at the market, and the guy was amazed to see if his swords had been bought again and decided to bet 30 gold. The weapons were shining brightly in the sun, and he exclaimed that he was betting 35, then 40. After 30 minutes, Larry leaned back and laughed, thinking that this was incredible. A summary message appeared on the screen, saying that all the goods had been sold and he had earned 458 gold, 98 silver and 32 copper coins, excluding the commission. He looked at the amount in delight, and wondered if he had just earned 100 million won in 30 minutes and laughed, thinking that this was crazy. Larry waved his finger and said that of course quests and leveling up were important, but not now. The young man grinned resolutely and exclaimed that he would buy up all the ore for the production of equipment, because you have to strike while the iron is hot. In the distance, a tall modern building was visible. The building was the main office of the management company of the Lord Falcon. Inside the control room, numerous monitors were burning. An alarming message flashed on one of the screens, which said that a violation was detected, the monopolization of the equipment market was confirmed, and the confirmed player who did it was Larry. The domes of the palace were illuminated by sunlight. 2 days had passed. The main character looked at the system message in surprise and asked what the hell was that. A system window flashed in front of the guy, which announced an update to the improvement system, saying that starting today, he can only improve items 100 times per day, and Larry thought that it seemed like they wanted him to stop doing this, and that then nothing could be done. He pouted thoughtfully, and thought that he didn't think that trick would work at all and that he should be glad that he was allowed to trade for 2 days at all, noting that fortunately other players didn't see the notification as it was region-specific and meant for him specifically. Larry looked through his inventory and thought that despite that, he was able to make a good profit by upgrading items up to 5 times. The guy looked at his items with pleasure, such as sturdy lizard man hide arrow, armor piece, archer's signets, death belt, lizard man hide pants and iron boots. He handed over his glowing weapon in his hand and stated that he was able to make another attachment. In his inventory, a rare tier assassin's axe gleamed, which was fashioned after the weapon of a ruthless killer, imbued with madness and possessed a special power with the blood frenzy effect, increasing attack power as health decreased. Larry clenched the weapon in his fist in delight and thought that he really liked it. The sun shone brightly on the quiet market, and Larry exclaimed that he couldn't wait to try it out, deciding that it was time to start his next quest. The Half-Elf Guild sign hung above the entrance to the building in the city of Crossroads. The Half-Elf Guild master, Terry, turned around and said with displeasure that there was a human standing in front of him. The half-elf looked at Larry and asked what brought him here. Larry stood calmly in front of Terry and said that he wanted to see if there was anything he could do to help them, as he heard that they were having problems. The half-elf frowned and asked in irritation who had blabbed, adding that he did not know where the protagonist had heard about it, but it did not matter. Terry crossed his arms over his chest and stated that their matter was not so urgent that it should be entrusted to weak humans. Terry's eye twitched in irritation, and Larry asked him again what he had called him weak, noting that the attitude towards the one who had come to help was simply terrible. In his imagination, the boy abruptly grabbed Terry by the collar and asked if he thought he had been too soft, to which the half-elf babbled in horror, "What is he? What is he?" In his imagination, Larry squeezed his hand, causing Terry to scream in pain. Still in his imagination, the young man pinned the half-elf to the wall, and the half-elf screamed in horror, "What is he doing?" In his thoughts, he looked at the defeated Terry and asked who was weak now. The half-elf pointed to the exit and asked if Larry was deaf, telling him to get lost, and Larry mentally told himself to calm down, since this was all for the main quest. The guy smiled widely and told him not to be such a grump. The protagonist confidently showed the half-elf his ring and explained that he was an explorer, and the Dwarven Guild had already acknowledged him, and that he was not as weak as he thought, asking why not just trust him. Terry narrowed his eyes and said that Larry seemed to be missing something, and that they did not acknowledge the dwarves and did not want to deal with them. Terry turned away and added that this did not mean that he would not accept him as an explorer, and that he would trust him only this once, and Larry silently noted that this was a wise decision. Terry looked at the boy and explained that a group of young half-elves had gone into the Tekalon forest and had not been in contact for several days, asking him to find them, make sure they were safe, and return them to the crossroads, adding that he thought the group had gotten into trouble and asked that they be returned safe and sound. Terry handed Larry a token and explained that the young half-elves were very wary of outsiders, and advised him to show them the token when they met, and a system message informed him that he had received the Half-Elf Guild token. A window with the quest conditions appeared in front of Larry, stating that to succeed, he had to make sure the half-elves were alive and escort them to the crossroads, and that failure would occur if the group died, and the reward would be the half-elves' recognition and additional rewards, and the protagonist thought that, as expected, there were additional rewards. Terry looked at Larry suspiciously, thinking that he seemed a bit odd and wondering if he could be trusted, and the young man thought that of course he knew what the secret mission was. Larry looked ahead determinedly, and thought that the hidden purpose of this quest was to help the gathering group achieve their original goal. A system window flashed in front of him, informing him that he had acquired a black horse with a plus 150% movement speed while riding, and had also received a summoning whistle, which he could use to summon and recall the horse. Larry stood thoughtfully next to the horse and thought that while finding a group was a priority, the distances for quests increased from the third city onwards, making it more difficult to travel on foot. Larry jumped on the horse and thought that he had bought it for 100 gold and should use it wisely, then shouted at it to run faster. Someone's wooden foot hit the ground with a terrible crash. From behind the trees, a level 115 infected forest spirit came out with a loud roar. The guy measured the monster with his eyes and thought with irony whether he would seriously have to test a new axe on a wooden monster. The forest spirit rushed at Larry with a furious roar. The protagonist swung the axe. The axe whistled loudly in the air. The powerful blow of the axe split the forest spirit in two. Larry stood over the defeated monster, and the system message announced a critical hit, and the guy thought that it was so beautiful that he was even ready to cry. He looked at the disappearing monster, and the system message notified that he had leveled up, and he thought that this monster was stronger than a kobold, but he killed it with one blow without using skills. Larry threw the axe over his shoulder and thought with satisfaction that this was just a pass and that the axe was worth its money. The guy stepped on the rustling leaves with his shoe and thought that they should be somewhere here. Larry looked around, wondering where the tracks of the missing half-elves could be. The protagonist's gaze suddenly stopped on something on the ground. There was a snow-white boot on the ground and Larry thought it was bingo, and the system message announced that the player had found the boot of a half-elf gatherer. The half-elves gatherers were running away from the monster in horror, and he assumed that he had fallen off the half-elf when the monster chased the group, and decided that this was where he would start searching. Larry looked deep into the forest and thought that, of course, everything was not so simple, and that half-elves, like pure-blooded elves, weighed little, so their tracks were not easy to detect, and decided that it would take a lot of time and he needed to remain vigilant, adding that he would pay attention to the trees and bushes to detect tracks. The bush near the tree rustled strangely. The tree branches bent suspiciously. The hero stood with his back to what was happening and thought that the half-elves must be somewhere here. Larry bowed his head lower and wondered if he had been wrong in his reasoning. The arrow flew quickly towards the main hero. The whistle swept across the entire edge of the forest. Larry grabbed the arrow with his glove. Larry turned his head back and thought that he had finally found them. The guy came out from behind cover and decided that he had found them, and the half-elf screamed in shock. The half-elf named Mia pointed her bow at the main hero and asked who he was and why he was following them. Larry calmly introduced himself, saying that his name was Larry, he was a human explorer, and that he was sent by Terry, who was worried about them, to which the half-elf asked in surprise, "Ms. Terry?" The half-elf lowered her bow and said that Mistress Terry could not have sent a human, and Larry told her to keep her doubts to herself. Larry handed them a token and said that if they did not believe him after seeing this, they could stay here. The half-elf's eyes widened and exclaimed that this was the symbol of their guild. Larry grinned wickedly and Mia said that they believed him, and the boy asked what they would do if they did not believe him. The girl looked at Larry with concern and said that it would not be easy, since there were scary monsters in the forest that they had not seen before. The boy looked at Mia and asked if she meant the infected forest spirits, to which the half-elf asked in shock if he had already seen them. Larry shrugged and said he had killed a few while looking for them, and the half-elf replied that he was lying, because they wouldn't have been able to kill even one if they hadn't all attacked together. The girl suddenly looked forward with horror on her face. The infected forest spirit roared out from behind the trees. The monster let out a deafening roar, opening its mouth. The half-elf pressed herself against her fellows and exclaimed in despair what to do and that they would all die, and Larry told them not to worry. The protagonist confidently stood up to meet the monster, and told them to open their eyes wide and watch carefully. He grinned and declared that it was time to chop wood. The huge monster opened its toothy mouth wide, letting out a piercing roar. Larry jumped up in an attempt to attack the enemy. He gripped his powerful axe tightly, preparing for the inevitable attack. The blow of colossal force threw the monster far back. The boy assumed a fighting stance. Larry laughed cheekily and loudly mimicked the monster. Larry fearlessly rushed straight at the monster and defiantly shouted for it to come to him. An incredibly powerful blow from the axe swiftly cut the monster with a deafening, cutting whistle. The young half-elf looked at the unfolding scene in complete shock. The girl looked dumbfounded at what was happening and thought that this simply could not be happening. The hero raised his weapon ready to strike and the half-elf opened her eyes wide in amazement, and wondered where a mere human could get such incredible strength from. The axe split the enemy. Another blow pierced the body of the terrible monster. Part of the enemy's body flew far to the side. Larry heroically spread his arms with weapons to the sides. The guard raised his paw menacingly, and Larry calmly said that perhaps that was enough. With a bold movement of his axe, the protagonist laid the monster down. He grinned slyly and asked if that was enough for them to no longer be afraid of these pathetic bundles of firewood. The embarrassed half-elf lowered her head guiltily. Mia knelt before the protagonist with undisguised reverence. The girl resolutely knelt down. Larry did not understand anything and asked what they were doing at all. The half-elf bowed low and said that she understood that it was shameless of them, but they had one important request, because they could not return right now. The forest mysteriously glowed with a purple light, and the girl explained to the protagonist that for some unknown reason, the forest began to become polluted and they had a mission that they simply had to complete before the forest was completely contaminated. The half-elf clasped her hands in supplication and plaintively asked the protagonist to help them complete this important mission, because it was more important to them than life. An information board appeared, saying that a group of young half-elves had asked the protagonist for help. The protagonist, sarcastically tilting his head, thought that it could not be otherwise, and agreed to help the half-elves in their mission. Mia looked at Larry with hope and the guy told her that in this case, from now on they must unconditionally follow his orders and if they do not obey him, he will make them do it by force, with which the girl immediately agreed. Mia's snow-white shoes glowed brightly under the moonlight. The guy thought that, although this was to be expected, since this mission is very important and is inextricably linked with the main quest. Another monster was heading straight for the heroes. The half-elves and the protagonist hid behind a tree root. Larry looked at his opponent, thinking that constantly fighting spirits at each meeting was extremely ineffective, and it was necessary to get to the destination as quickly as possible. The young man confidently stepped forward and menacingly thought that if someone dared to stand in their way, he would simply destroy them mercilessly. Suddenly, a loud female scream was heard, causing Larry to stop abruptly. The half-elf hurriedly ran up to Larry and excitedly told him to wait a minute. Mia happily pointed to the ground and announced that she had found it, and that this was exactly what they were here for. A small sprout was visible in the ground, above which the inscription "Sprout of the World Tree" shone. The half-elf looked at the find with awe and said that this was a sprout of the World Tree, or rather, what could become one. A huge magical tree was rustling its leaves. The World Tree is the symbol of the half-elves guild and their holy shrine, and that the half-elves had gone to this forest to recreate it. The girl bowed her head sadly and Larry thought that their ultimate goal was to revive the Elven Kingdom, and Mia stated that although it was just a sprout for now, if a real world tree grew out of it. The half-elf turned to the protagonist and asked him to protect them while they began to extract the plant, and Larry thought to himself that, as far as he remembered, in order to complete the quest, a number of actions had to be taken. He stepped forward abruptly and told her to wait a bit. The protagonist decisively pushed the half-elf away and told her to move, to which she asked in surprise what he was doing. The magic potion dripped right onto the sprout. The half-elf exclaimed in horror that he knew he couldn't be trusted, and in a panic asked him to wait. Mia stared at the sprout in fascination. The strengthened sprout of the world tree shone brightly in front of them, and the shocked half-elf whispered that it had grown, while the system message explained that the sprout had absorbed the life force and now had a higher chance of becoming the world tree. The half-elf looked at the sprout in complete shock and exclaimed that this could not be true and asked how, and the hero confidently explained that such a thing had never even occurred to them, children, since they were too careful with the sprout. Larry showed her the bottle of potion and thought that the world tree grows in places where life force is concentrated, and that it would be a good idea to grow it here with a mid-level health potion, since he thought that this place had not yet been contaminated. The half-elf looked at the protagonist with undisguised suspicion and wondered how he knew about it, since this information was secret even for most half-elves, while Larry quietly noted to himself that he understood. The small sprout slowly absorbed the life-giving moisture. The guy carefully poured the potion on the sprout and thought that he should not rush so as not to drown it, noting with annoyance that it was growing slower than he thought and that it was a waste of money. Larry suddenly raised his head, struck by a sudden guess, and thought that it was possible to use not only potions, if we are talking about vitality and health. The protagonist handed the half-elf a mysterious bottle and offered her to try it. The half-elf doubtfully took the bottle in her hands and uncertainly asked what it was, and Larry told her to try it, confidently adding that, in his opinion, it would have an effect. The half-elf carefully poured the contents of the bottle onto the small sapling. The world tree sapling burst into flames, growing rapidly in size. The half-elf recoiled in amazement and exclaimed, adding that this simply couldn't be happening. The boy looked at the growing sapling with great satisfaction and thought that he knew it would work because the effects of the water could be felt just by drinking it, and that he knew he should have held onto the bottle. He smiled slyly and wondered if this was enough to get a hidden reward, and what kind of reward he would get. Mia excitedly told Larry that they were in trouble, to which he asked in surprise. The boy looked at the half-elf in bewilderment and asked what the problem was and what was wrong with the world tree growing, to which he replied that of course it couldn't help but please, but there was a nuance. The half-elf looked the protagonist straight in the eye with concern and explained that, as Larry said, the world tree feeds on life force, but since the sapling grew so quickly, its growth conditions had changed. The surrounding forest cracked and Mia finished with alarm that the sapling had begun to absorb the life force of the forest. The heroes looked around them in horror. A huge level 130 infected forest guardian appeared from behind the trees with a deafening crack. The giant guardian glared at them and roared, calling them trespassers, and angrily asked who dared to steal the life force of the forest. The protagonist looked at the terrible monster with determination and thought that he knew that this quest would not be easy. Larry took out the sealed helm of the Lion King and thought that he needed to use all his strength. A bright flash illuminated the helmet in the protagonist's hands, and a system message announced that he had awakened the sealed powers of the item, to which he asked in surprise what was going on. The protagonist was surprised to read the item's description, which stated that it was a set-level sealed Lion King helmet that the Lion King Gaokon wore when he was alive, and that part of its sealed power had been released, with defense and great durability, as well as an increase in strength, stamina, and agility, and that due to the effect of Lion's Roar. The effectiveness of battle cry-type skills would be increased by 50%. The guy opened his eyes wide in complete shock and wondered in amazement what this was. Larry frowned in deep thought and wondered if the seal had been partially removed, noting to himself that he didn't think something like that existed and wondered if it was related to the job upgrade. But either way, he decided that it was great news. The protagonist looked at his magnificent helmet with great admiration and thought that the Lion King's helmet was the best equipment he had ever received. The guy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he thought that if he could collect the entire set and remove all the seals from it, it would be the best equipment he had ever had. One of the half-elves ran up to Larry in a wild panic and asked him anxiously what they should do, to which he calmly told them to stop panicking and get busy digging up the sapling. The monster was heading straight for the heroes and Larry confidently declared that he would kill this guy himself. The guy confidently threw his powerful slayer axe over his shoulder and told them to leave this monster to him. Mia looked at Larry in utter horror and exclaimed in despair that he could not. The monster quickly walked forward and the half-elf quickly explained that it was the guardian of the Tekalan forest, an absolute being in this forest that had become even more dangerous due to the contamination of unknown dark magic. Larry confidently stepped on the ground and the girl said that he could not cope with it alone and that they needed to run immediately. She looked at the protagonist worriedly and he asked who decided so. The protagonist looked at her with disdain and asked who decided that no one could cope with him alone, adding that such statements apply to people like her, to those who live by attitudes. Larry confidently hit the monster and firmly told her to just sit and watch. The guy confidently walked towards the monster and promised that he would turn her ossified way of thinking upside down. Larry looked at the corrupted forest guardian and thought that this creature was previously a forest guardian, but after being polluted it became a terrible monster, and that it was usually encountered later, during the main quest related to the World Tree, and that he felt like he shouldn't have encountered it in this forest. The warriors went to fight the terrible monster, and the protagonist thought that it was level 130, but considering that it was a field boss, it was several times stronger, and that it would be difficult to deal with even a group of level 100 players. The young man looked at the enemy completely calmly, and thought that there was really no need to defeat it. Larry took a quick look at the busy half-elves and thought that he just needed to stall for time so that they could dig up the sapling. The half-elves were fussing around the sapling and the protagonist thought that then they could just run away and the quest would be completed. The boy smiled predatorily and boldly, thinking that this was a problem that had appeared before him. Larry's eyes lit up brightly with fighting excitement, and he thought that for some strange reason, he was confident in his strength. He gripped the handle of his axe tighter and thought that his intuition was persistently telling him that he could cope with it, while the monster menacingly roared that he was an intruder. The guardian of the forest rushed forward with furious rage, roaring that the intruder must be eliminated immediately. The huge guardian opened his fanged mouth wide and made a cruel blow. The guardian made another powerful blow. The guardian of the forest furiously waved his huge paw and the main character called him an idiot and asked what he was counting on, waving his paws where he was not even there. Larry looked up in complete amazement and anxiously thought that he would not be told that this is what he thought. The monster slammed the protagonist into the ground. The guardian's giant paw slammed down with a deafening crack. The hero looked at the approaching threat in horror and thought with annoyance that damn, he should have guessed. The monster's huge figure completely blocked out the light. The forest guardian let out a long, chilling howl that echoed throughout the forest. Another powerful paw of the monster slammed down at incredible speed. A bright shield of mana materialized with a sharp sound right in front of the protagonist, blocking the blow. The forest guardian snorted dismissively and grumbled irritably that it was a pain in the ass. The huge monster angrily raised its paw over the heroes, expressing its extreme displeasure. The guy calmly cut the monster's paw and said that there was no need to be so nervous. A bright flash of magical energy illuminated everything around. Larry looked menacingly at the monster and promised with a grin that he would simply chop it into pieces. The enraged guard let out a deafening, furious roar. The sharp blade of the axe easily cut off one of the monster's limbs. The heavy, severed paw fell to the ground with a dull thud. The axe crunched into the monster's body, causing another deep wound. Another precise blow cut off another part of the monster. The axe whistled through the air, completing a series of rapid attacks. The protagonist looked at the defeated enemy with a satisfied grin and asked, "Is he not such a strong guy?" The severed limb of the monster lay lifeless on the ground. The wounded monster was bleeding and Larry thought that great, after he chopped off its limbs, it would be easy to disable it. A dark, vine-like appendage moved menacingly in the semi-darkness. The monster's tentacles were heading towards the protagonist from behind. Larry looked at the strange tentacles with undisguised amazement, and wondered what they were, because they did not look like vines or anything else. The mysterious appendages began to regenerate right before his eyes at an alarming speed. The young man watched the unnaturally fast recovery process with anxiety and tension. Larry slightly recoiled in horror and thought with obvious annoyance that the hell. Fear raised its huge paw up and he thought with surprise how quickly it was regenerating and wondered if it really was a field boss. Larry snorted dismissively and thought that it didn't matter, because his regeneration should have limits anyway. The boy turned his head to his half-elf comrades and Mia shouted at him to destroy the monster's core. The half-elf quickly ran up to Larry and asked him anxiously if he had been trying to chop the monster into small pieces so that it could no longer regenerate. The hero looked at her with a slight, mocking grin and asked how she had guessed, sarcastically adding that it was obvious. The monster raised its fist in a menacing attack and the girl said that in any case, it would not work because the spirits were directly connected to the forest, and it could pump energy out of it and regenerate almost infinitely. The half-elf added with deep concern that if this happened, the forest would simply dry up, and Larry irritably waved her off and said that he already knew this, and told her to stop sawing it. The monster's core glowed purple and the protagonist asked where this core was, to which she quickly replied that it was in the very center of the body. He clenched his fists and Mia asked what he was going to do and how he even wanted to destroy such a huge core, and Larry asked with a cheeky grin if it was really that easy. A bright, powerful energy with an increasing hum quickly swirled around Larry's mighty figure. The guy's face expressed absolute, unwavering determination and complete readiness for action. The guardian made a terrible blow. The monster covered Larry with its tentacles. Tense silence hung in the air. A pile of stones covered the protagonist. Magical flames began to break through the lying stones. The inscription Berserk flashed, and the young man with a mad grin said that he just needed to chop his entire huge body into small pieces. A column of energy burst straight into the air. Energy spread around the area. Larry looked at the monster with determination and menace and firmly promised that this time he would give it his all. A huge black lightning passed through the trees. A column of flame was coming from the protagonist's head. He smiled furiously and assessed the situation perfectly, and added that this time he would give it his all. The evil guard towered over him. He swung at the protagonist. He prepared to attack. He used a combination blow. It pierced the monster through and through. The beam pierced its body. The monster began to fall. Shock waves diverged from it. A purple aura came from the boss. Larry clung to it. He said that he wanted to test how strong he was. The antagonist flew rapidly towards the monster. He struck the first blow. Then the second. He repeatedly struck the monster's body. He zigzagged around its entire body. The girl below noted the recklessness of this. Heads emerged from the monster's body. The monster's eye turned to the side. It prepared to attack. The protagonist crouched and declared that the monster would continue to regenerate despite their efforts. He placed his foot on the ground. Then he jumped straight at the monster. It looked at him with all its eyes. He pointed his tentacles at Larry and growled. The guy gritted his teeth. He used a battle cry. The monster began to tremble and scream. The information window said that the enemy's level was too high and that the debuff effect would be reduced. Larry put his elbows behind his back and screamed, "How about it?" He used strength and battle cry. Beams came out of his eyes, he screamed. Sound waves came towards the monster. The hero used a cry of madness. The monster trembled and growled. The information window said that the enemy's defense level was reduced and that he was in a state of stun. The antagonist's weapon was glowing red. Light lightning came out of his eyes and mouth. He said that he could now afford to use a strong blow. The blow consisted of strength, throw, dash, and strike. This gave a combination skill, all of them combined in the main character's weapon. A geometric figure lit up above the monster. It began to crack. A stream of energy illuminated the space around it. A giant weapon appeared in the hero's hands. He grabbed its handle. Larry dealt a fatal blow to the guard. The expression on his face sank into madness. The monster was cut in two. The information window reported that a fatal blow increases movement speed by 250%. The power of the next blow increases by 300%. The chance of a critical blow increases by 50%. The critical level of one blow increases by 200%. The halves diverged. The information window reported a critical blow. The monster made dying sounds. Its pupils split in two. It reported that the intruder was not eliminated and added that the mission was restarted. The parts of the monster froze. The information window reported victory over the field boss. They collapsed and exploded. The information window announced a level increase. Mia looked at it and said that it was incredible. Larry's cloak was fluttering. The girl noted that he really did cope with the boss alone. He turned around and said that now it was time to go for the reward. The palace was drowning in the rays of the sun. Mia's eyes were shining with happiness. She was amazed out loud that there really was a sapling of the tree of peace in front of her. Larry raised his hand, and when the girl asked how he managed to do it, he answered that it was difficult to explain, since he resorted to the wrong methods, and added that they could ask the guys gatherers about it. Mia squeezed his hand and called him Mr. Larry. She looked at him happily and thanked him, noting that thanks to him, the half-elves had a chance. Terry leaned her head on her hand. The protagonist wondered if she had changed her attitude towards him. She looked somewhere to the side. The protagonist added that he believed that this tree of the world was really very important to them. Larry's face grinned. He noted that he didn't care in general and that he just wanted to get a reward, and told the girl that there was no need to thank her, because he did not do it because he was so good. He rubbed his fingers and asked if the girls would disappoint him. Mia answered positively. In his hands was a staff. Information windows reported that the protagonist received an incredible achievement in the form of Trust of Half-Elves, received the title of Friend of Half-Elves, and noted that he was the first to receive this title. Terry closed her eyes. The information window reported that the antagonist was the first person to earn the trust of half-elves, and that they now recognize him as their friend and are ready to do everything to help him. This has additional effects in the form of protection from all elements increased by 10%, and the speed of restoration of mana and health increased by 50%. Golden rays appeared above the protagonist's head. He felt the blessing of the half-spirit. He threw his hands in the air and noted that he liked it, because elemental defense is very important in magical battles, and that it is quite difficult to pump at high levels and that it is especially difficult for berserkers. The protagonist turned around and said that if this is all they have prepared, then he will be upset. The half-elf replied that this is not all. The coins in the bag sparkled. She continued that maybe this is a small amount, but this is all that their guild can offer. The hero replied that it is not bad and he will accept it with gratitude. The information window reported receiving 150 gold. Larry made a duck's lips, and thought that this is the best reward for completing the quest, and that for such money you can put up with their hysteria. Terry put her hand on her heart, and thanked Larry again and added that if he needs help, he can contact her at any time. The protagonist waved his hand and said that no more pleasantries were needed and he was leaving. The girl wished him good luck. His face expressed satisfaction. He thought that this time he was lucky and everything ended well. But he should not rejoice too much, and added that now they see him as the savior of their species. The eyes of the dark silhouettes glowed red. The hero continued that the moment they decide that he can harm the tree of the world, they will change their attitude and do everything to kill him. In this game, half-elves have always been like that. His eyes narrowed. He thought that it was time for the last quest for recognition. The building towered over the rest of the street. The hero noted that it would be easy. A question came from there, whether Larry wanted to receive recognition of their race. The dwarf looked at him. He said that they do not favor indelicate people, and for him to take the contents of the box. The information window gave the task to restore the dangerous device of the gnomes, because the gnomes respect those who can work with their hands and invent something new, and that it was necessary to repair the device and return it back. The condition for successful completion was to repair the device. The condition for failure was the destruction or poor repair of the device. The reward was the recognition of the gnomes and additional rewards in accordance with the achievements. Larry exhaled and said that he would be back soon. The last task was to repair the device. The guy walked with his head down. He thought that at first it might seem that this was the easiest task of all. He began to fasten 2 parts. A musket appeared in his hands. He chuckled. He put his finger on the trigger and said the name of the weapon. The information window said that it was an old and worn musket of the normal level, and that it was assembled from rusty parts, and noted that it was unclear whether it would work properly and that it needed to be cleaned and oiled to be sure, listed the stats and noted that the musket had a 70% chance of falling apart when used. He raised the musket above his head and noted that this was definitely an item that the dwarves liked, but its durability was very low, and it seemed like it would break in his hands if handled incorrectly. He thought that it seemed like the dwarves were trying to kill him on the sly, rather than grant him their recognition. Larry smiled and noted that they were fools, because there was a loophole in this quest. Drake looked at the weapon in fear. He wondered out loud. The musket was shining. Larry rubbed his palms and said that he acted as carefully as possible, and asked the dwarf what he would say to this. The dwarf enthusiastically pointed his finger. The loophole is that the protagonist has the skill friend of the dwarves. Thanks to this, he can easily request repair of this weapon from the dwarves. On the table lay a perfectly repaired old musket. The blacksmith carefully repaired it. The protagonist said that it does not matter where it is from, it is just a piece of equipment, and added that all he needs to do is give it to the dwarf blacksmith for repair instead of doing everything himself. The dwarf nervously examined the weapon. The hero asked about the presence of problems, to which the interlocutor replied that there were none, and added that he should wait a minute. Drake looked through his monocle at the barrel of the musket. He could not believe that the hero had repaired it so well and so quickly, and to himself he came up with the option that it had been replaced with a copy, although it was not so easy to find something similar in the area. The gnome looked at Larry and thought that he had cheated in any case, and asked if he had seen anything strange in the product during the repair. The guy rubbed his chin and said that on the inside he had seen a strange engraving in the form of some kind of gear, and that the same was depicted on the trigger side. The gnome agreed with this. Drake sighed. He said that it was surprising, but the hero even knew about the engraving, applied to prevent fraud, and that it looked like he would have to admit his work. Larry laughed evilly and thought that he knew about the engraving, because the task was exactly like in the past life. Information windows popped up stating that he had earned the trust of the gnomes and received the title of Friend of the Gnomes, which he was the first to receive. The last information window reported that he was the first person to earn the trust of the gnomes and that they now recognized him as their friend and were ready to do everything to help him. Additional effects were that he could study the auxiliary profession of engineer and get a 50% discount on rides and transport driven by a gnome. Larry bit his lip and said that he expected a lot, but the result was amazing. The airship flew over the train. The protagonist noted that it was very nice that he had the opportunity to ride for half the price on gnome trains and airships. An image of the engineer's logo appeared. The hero continued that the whole point was in the auxiliary profession of engineer, because by becoming an engineer you can study mechanical engineering, which the gnomes specialize in. Larry rubbed his hands and noted that thanks to this it would be possible to learn how to independently manufacture mechanized products. He thought that in this case he would only receive a permit to trade in mechanical engineering products. Someone even made a name for themselves with the help of this profession. Krat held a bomb in his raised hand, Cross known as the mad scientist Krat. He was a dark magician who used strange objects in battle, which misled many users. Krat stood on the stage. He gained fame for his unique fighting style and eccentric character. He even had his own fandom, thanks to his concerts. Many began to get interested in mechanical engineering, and since most of Larry's skills are offensive, it would be nice to fill the slot and get a useful skill. The antagonist pointed his finger at himself and asked to teach him mechanical engineering. The gnome replied that for great friends who appreciate the beauty of machines, he would do it with great joy. Information windows reported on receiving an auxiliary profession of an engineer, and that having gained experience, the carrier will be able to study the engineering of the gnomes. The building towered on the street of the city. The guy asked to give him a recipe and a list of parts in order to improve the skill, to which Drake agreed and told him not to be shy and take as much as his soul desires. The information windows reported that the protagonist had received recognition from all races living in the Golden Lion Camp Unification territory, and had become a proud citizen of the Crossroads. The image showed a golden-winged lion. The information windows reported a great achievement because Larry had become the first visitor to become a citizen of the Crossroads, and that he had received the title of Honorary Citizen of the Crossroads. The information window reported that the protagonist was the first person to be recognized by all three races of the Golden Lion Camp, and that as an honorary citizen of the Crossroads, he had equal rights with other inhabitants of the city. Additional effects included being able to count on the protection of the Crossroads garrison, and that he would be able to establish friendly relations with all creatures living in the Golden Lion Camp territory. The guy sighed heavily and declared that he had finally finished this damn quest. He looked at the information window and read to himself that he could claim the protection of the Crossroads garrison. Larry looked somewhere ahead and thought that Sam asked to deliver a letter to the general of the guard named Macaulay. Clouds floated in the sky. The guy thought that since he still had to move from here, he would complete the quest while he remembered and added that it was time to visit the garrison. The headquarters of the Crossroads garrison. Its building was drowning in the rays of the sun. A steel shield was attached to the wall. Larry put his hands on his hips and said that the garrison headquarters was not a small place, although considering the size of the city, you can't say so. The guy turned towards the voice apologizing for being late. Shoes clattered on the floor. The one who entered said that they were busy eliminating monsters in the area, and that he did not even know where to look from shame. Larry looked at the chest of the man in uniform. The general of the Crossroads Guard introduced himself as Macaulay, who was responsible for public order in the Crossroads, and that he was glad to meet him. Larry extended his hand and thought that he was always surprised by this build, and wondered to himself if Macaulay was really a half-elf, after which he introduced himself as a berserker to Larry. They shook hands with Macaulay, who said that the hero was in good shape, and Larry was surprised and noted that it all seemed strange. Macaulay crossed his arms over his chest. Larry could not understand why he was so friendly, and remembered that Macaulay was an old-school half-elf. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face after the general of the guard said that he had heard about him from Terry, and he understood what was going on. His gaze narrowed. He thought that this was great, because having a good relationship with Macaulay made his life much easier, because this huge guy in front of him was undoubtedly the strongest in the Crossroads. The information window reported that the guard general was LVL 200. The blonde smiled. He asked, having learned that Sam had sent the hero, how the old man was doing. Macaulay was effectively the ruler of these lands. Larry handed the letter to the half-elf, and replied that he was in perfect health and had asked to pass on the letter, and he himself thought that of course, soon he would not be surprised by level 200. Macaulay urged to wait until he familiarized himself with the content. He stroked his chin and asked Larry if he was a new member of the Explorers, to which he received an affirmative answer. Macaulay grinned. He asked why the hero hid it, and added that he was also an explorer and urged to work hard for the sake of peace on the continent. Larry thought to himself that of course Macaulay was also exploring. Is it necessary to say such obvious things? And to himself asked if the guard general was an idiot. The blonde's eyes were glowing blue. He thought that if you close your eyes to Harry's level, he is an amazing person, in whom you can feel the authority, and added that it seems that other races have already recognized him, and the fact that he is also a member of the investigation team is impressive. But what impressed him most was something else. Macaulay appeared surrounded by a blue aura. He continued that at their first meeting he tested the protagonist, pressing on him with his mana, but he did not feel anything. Larry looked at him sternly. The general of the guard continued that ordinary creatures experience pain, or at least discomfort. The protagonist made an evil grimace and said that in any case, it was nice to meet him. He raised his head towards the blonde and asked about the test results. Macaulay's face darkened. Larry took a step. Macaulay wondered if Larry noticed the test. He continued that the half-elf was still not sure about him. The players lit up in the guy's eyes. He asked how about testing him right here. The blonde looked into the void and kept silent meaningfully. The antagonist looked sternly at the guard general. He thought that this was certainly a stupid idea, because now he was level 106, and he would not be able to defeat Macaulay, even if the heavens descended on him. He cut through the air on a horse. Larry thought that the NPC Macaulay, whom he knew, although arrogant and proud, impresses the strong. Mia and Flora bowed before him. He continued that, in addition, he received the trust of the half-elves, so he is sure that this madness will work. Larry opened his eyes from the laughter of the blonde. Tears flowed from his eyes and he laughed loudly, and said that it seems he made a mistake. The information window reported an improvement in relations with Malkin. Larry's eyes lit up after the half-elf said that he was trying to test a warrior who had already reached the pinnacle of his skill and apologized, saying that he meant no harm and said it was time for a hidden reward. The protagonist shook his head and said that he didn't think words were enough for an apology. Malkin said that he would make up for everything. A list of various things appeared in the air. The blonde was interested in what Larry wanted: gold, weapons or armor used in the garrison, or a high-quality healing item that they use in an emergency. He looked at Larry and hoped that he would be wise in his choice, but his interlocutor replied that he did not need any of that. Larry pressed his hand to his chest and asked to be accepted into the Crossroads garrison. Macaulay frowned and asked again, confused. The protagonist explained that as an adventurer he would not be able to work full-time, but hoped that this issue could be resolved. Macaulay nodded his head. Larry clenched his fist. His interlocutor replied that they would do as he wanted, and he was happy. The information window reported on McLean's offer of a place in the garrison and raised the question of its acceptance. There were papers and a pen on the table. The blonde continued that if necessary they could issue equipment and supplies needed by the members of the garrison and would tell everyone how to use them, to which he received gratitude. The building stood under the night sky. Larry thought that soon the players who received the third profession will start arriving in the Crossroads. He put his hands in his pocket and stated that for him, as a solo player, they are just competitors. The blood hunters stood with mocking expressions on their faces. Larry continued that he would gladly kill everyone who came his way, as it was with the blood hunters, and added that he cannot afford to waste time on non-peekers, since they can team up and cause problems. As it was with Philip, he wondered what he needs most at a time like this. The soldier saluted him and said that he had already heard everything from the general and asked again if the protagonist was Mr. Larry. Then he handed him the garrison emblem and said that with its help the antagonist will be able to prove his belonging to the guard even without the guard uniform. He took the emblem with a smile on his face and thanked him, calling for them to work hard together for the peace of the Crossroads. The information windows informed him that he had become a member of the Crossroads garrison and was granted some powers over NPCs and other players in the Crossroads territory for the sake of public safety, and that under certain conditions, his kill count would not increase even if he attacked first. Larry smiled evilly. He stated that with this, he would be able to legally control the players who came to the Crossroads. The protagonist walked along a crowded street. He had an ID in his hand as he thought about how his job as a member of the garrison was simple. A winged monster was shown as the protagonist thought about how he had to either patrol the city for 1 hour or kill 20 monsters in the area, and that there was only one condition, which was that if the Crossroads was in danger while it was online, he was obliged to participate in the battle. Larry smirked, looking down as he decided that although it was a little annoying, it was worth it. The fruit vendor smiled at the elf as the protagonist realized that he could enjoy all the amenities, since he had a trusting relationship with all the NPCs, and that, in addition, he was given discounts and good deals. The guy smiled widely, thinking that all this was nothing. In front of him was a market stall. When he thought about the main thing, that if someone disturbed the public order, he could execute them on the spot and not get any fines for it. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiling as he added that he could even be rewarded if his execution was fair, summing up that he would rule over other players. The protagonist poked his finger at the system window when he thought that since there were no restrictions or prohibitions, he could use his position until he went to another area or decided to quit, and that it was time for other users to show up. Larry remembered the brunette tilting his head forward when he thought that he doubted he would cross paths with Odin since they were in different regions, but if another level 100 player appeared in the Crossroads, it wouldn't be strange. The protagonist looked at the system window with displeasure. He twisted his mouth when he asked if it was true. A system window appeared in front of the guy with an image of a player who had reached level 100. The protagonist began to disappear in the middle of the street when he said that he should find out more about him, and then exited the game. A muscular player was shown when it was announced that his name was Ted, then someone exclaimed that it was very cool that he was the first in the world. The host stood next to him with a microphone when she asked him how it felt to be the first player in the lore to reach level 103 jobs, and the man laughed and said that it was an honor. Larry sat in a chair when he was asked if it was true that he was a blade master, and if it was a type of sword master, and the guy called him a bald orc. Ted smiled, closing his eyes when the protagonist realized that it was not Odin, but some strange no-name who had reached level 100 first. The face of a dark-haired brunette was shown when the protagonist thought about how the young man who was interviewed for reaching level 99 had no reason to fall behind. Larry narrowed his eyes, looking down when he called the enemy a treacherous bastard. One was behind Ted, when the guy thought that, most likely, he had long since reached level 100 and was quietly watching the competitors from the side, just like he did. The protagonist grinned creepily when he said that everything was right, and that he should continue to be so careful so as not to become his prey. On the screen, a girl and an orc were shown, when the first asked if something had changed at level 100, to which he answered that, of course, and that a combination skill had appeared. Then the protagonist thought about the fact that he was sure that whoever needed it, he knew about it. Larry propped his head up with his hand, thinking about the fact that the user of a game where achievements played a key role did not mention the first of them, which meant that there was another user who was the first to reach level 100, and about the fact that we were talking about himself. The boy's pupils narrowed greatly when Ted was asked about his thoughts on the third city, since everyone was showing interest in it. to which he replied that he was currently gathering information through quests. The orc's mouth dropped open when the world users were asked to wait a bit. Ted hit his chest when he exclaimed that he was the first user of one class, and that he would be the first to enter the third city and share the information he had received with them. The protagonist looked ahead with a smirk when they answered that they would wait impatiently. Then the boy thought that this loser was late. His hand touched the computer mouse when the protagonist thought that it was even more convenient for him, and that he had not updated his channel for a long time. A video was shown on the computer screen when the boy thought that this was the channel he created to teach the scoundrels from the IM Guild a lesson. He introduced several players as he realized that the videos uploaded at that time had become a hot topic not only in Korea but also outside of it. The shirtless man stood up straight as Larry remembered that he had over 400,000 subscribers despite having less than a dozen videos on his channel, and that he had even received some money for it. The hooded character's eyes gleamed as the protagonist thought about how he was worried about the lack of content, and what would happen if he uploaded a video about the third city that could be reached at level 100 since everyone was hyping up the first player to reach it. The guy stretched his arms out in front of him as he exclaimed that it was time for a divine montage. The smirking face of the young man was shown up close as he guessed that the fool must have been so excited about success that he decided that good things should be in moderation. A new video appeared on the guy's channel called The Third City, the Lord Crossroads and Hunting Grounds. Then the commenters called Larry a god, asking how he got there, and if this was really the third city. The video showed city buildings. Then someone answered that these locations have not been shown anywhere, so he thinks it really is the third city. The head of a horned creature was shown. Then someone asked what it was, and that such giant monsters will appear there, and also that he himself defeated this thing or just filmed it, and whether this video was filmed before the interview was released. The man's bald head shone when someone suggested that he was the first to reach level 100, and that the bald orc Ted was late, adding that he had no hair and no wits. The man slammed his fist on the monitor, screaming loudly. The man flexed his shaking hand as he cursed. A clip of the video and comments were shown as he realized that as soon as the third city video started going viral, he was being called a liar. The man gritted his teeth in anger as he thought about the endorsements and appearances being cancelled one after another, then cursed and wondered if they thought he knew because no one had said anything, so he assumed he was the first. Ted's mouth steamed as he asked who dared stab him in the back, then cursed. The protagonist held his phone in front of him as he exclaimed that he absolutely had to watch this. The protagonist touched the screen as he said that it had only been a day and there were already almost 20 million views, then wondered how much money he would get for the endorsement. Larry was shown in profile as he thought about the interview requests and TV offers that were coming in non-stop, deciding he would ignore them all, and how he knew the Lord wasn't just a VR game. Several comments were shown as he explained that the number of players was growing exponentially not only in Korea but all over the world, and that the game was having an impact on society, and that there was a reason why he started playing it again even after waking up. The guy's mouth dropped open as he laughed, saying that it was an amazing reaction. The game capsule was shown as he said that he couldn't ignore the requests of his followers, deciding that he needed to live up to their expectations. A castle was shown. Someone knocked on the door. Larry was standing in front of the gate as he introduced himself as a member of the Crossroads garrison, saying that he heard that the Baron needed help. They started walking up the stairs. A large window was shown as the gentleman was informed that the garrison had arrived, then he asked him to come through. The bearded man was sitting in a chair as he said that he didn't think they would send anyone, then asked if he really said he wanted to help. The armored protagonist smiled as he answered yes, gave his name, and said he was a member of the Crossroads garrison, and that General Macaulay had invited him, summing up that he would do his best. The guy's smile was shown up close as the protagonist thought about how, of course, no one had actually sent him there, and that he was there because he already knew about the quest. But if he mentioned Macaulay, he would gain the Baron's trust. The man's hand trembled as he revealed that the reason he lived so far from the city was because of his sick daughter. A luxurious bed was shown as Klaus added that he would do anything for his girl, but he was so weak that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to look after her. The Baron looked straight ahead as he asked Larry to get the blood of a troll living in the cursed cave of life, as it would help his daughter recover a little. A test tube and a monster were shown as a system notification about the quest recovery of Klaus's young daughter appeared, and that the condition was to get 10 units of troll blood from the cursed cave, as well as the reward being 5 gold. The protagonist smiled tensely as he agreed, saying that he could rely on him, and thought to himself that it was great that he got the quest. The entrance to the cave was shown. An armored foot touched the ground as the berserker Larry greeted everyone. The protagonist threw his weapon over his shoulder as he announced that he was now going to try to clear one of the public dungeons located near the crossroads, or more precisely, the cursed cave of life. The vault of the tunnel was shown. Larry took a step forward as he explained that the dungeon was not affected by the outside time. The protagonist looked forward boredly as he added that this meant that the monsters would not become stronger due to the night time, and thought about how he had to explain such a basic thing. A dark silhouette was shown as the boy explained that the cave's specialty was the troll monsters, and that he thought this was the first time such monsters had appeared in the Golden Lion camp. Someone was watching the boy's weapon, who said that it did not mean that it was only them, and that it seemed like the first monster had appeared. The monster opened its mouth wide as the protagonist explained that the stone monkey was the lowest level monster, and that these muscular primates were shorter than the average human. Someone jumped up when Larry announced that the attack, defense, and agility stats were balanced, and that fighting this monster could be life-threatening if you weren't careful. The monkey hovered over the guy with its paws raised. The monster was hit in the face. The protagonist's blows sent the monster flying, bouncing off obstacles. The wounded monkey opened its mouth wide and screamed. A handsome young man stood in front of it. The monster extended its paw forward, aiming at the enemy. The monster's pupils narrowed sharply. The protagonist grabbed its paw when he said that since all stats were equally high, it was possible to win with strength or speed, depending on which the user was more confident in. The monkey looked forward in horror. Larry grabbed its head. He slammed the enemy into the ground. The protagonist smiled predatorily when he asked if it was easy. The protagonist turned his back as he said that there was no particular reason for these guys to be in the troll's dungeon. More stone monkeys appeared as the guy explained that they were their food, and that while they could be a threat in a pack, they were still just food for the trolls. Larry gritted his teeth, throwing his head back. A red aura enveloped him as he screamed loudly, using the skill Scream of Madness. The monster with glowing eyes looked ahead. The monster gritted its teeth as it fell to the ground. A dark silhouette flashed over the monkeys' bodies. The monster spread its wings as the protagonist explained that the one that escaped was a giant bat, and that it usually used skills like bite or body slam, and that they were annoying because they could fly. But since they were in a cave, the bats weren't that big of a problem. The protagonist stepped forward as he stated that they were now entering the main troll territory. The boy turned his back as he added that there were about 15 of these creatures that spawned in this dungeon. Someone appeared behind him as Larry explained that they were not herd monsters and most often attacked alone. The long-nosed troll gritted his teeth. He stood behind the protagonist, who said that despite being a playable race in the Lord, the audience may not know what they look like as monsters. The monster opened its clawed palm. A shadow fell over the boy's face. The protagonist suddenly threw his weapon, using the throw technique. The troll gritted his teeth as he was attacked. The protagonist moved towards the monster as he said that they were superior to humans in strength and agility. The monster grabbed the handle of the weapon. The troll swung his axe. The monster's flesh began to grow together as the guy explained that their main feature was regeneration. The troll opened its mouth wide. Larry dug his foot into the ground as he said that there was no need to be afraid of it. Sweat appeared on the monster's face. The protagonist appeared in front of him with 2 axes. The protagonist smiled ominously as he advised to just keep attacking until they died, adding that it was easy. Dark blood splattered the wall. The bearded monster swung. Larry clenched his fists and licked his lips. He delivered a series of blows to the enemy. The guy held 2 axes in front of him. He cut the troll in half using the strike skill. The bearded monster opened its mouth and growled. The protagonist turned his back as he asked the audience if they saw, saying that later, heroic rank trolls or even generals may appear, but these cursed trolls are distinguished only by faster regeneration. Behind him lay the remains of monsters as he said that they seemed to have destroyed all the monsters in this dungeon. A system window appeared in front of his hand as the protagonist decided that this was the end of the video. There were bodies by the guy's leg as he thought about not giving away the entire quest, and of course he could just cut it out later. Larry licked his lips, looking ahead as he said that it was time for loot. Streams of dark energy appeared as system notifications appeared stating that he had successfully dissected the cursed cave troll, and that since his butcher skill was low he was getting fewer offal, and that his butcher skill had increased by 0.1%. A vial appeared in the guy's hand as the system reported that he had gotten troll blood, and the young man said that this was great, now he had won. The stone roof of the cave was shown when he decided to look at something. The protagonist shook his head when he said that he was sure it was somewhere in there. The protagonist smiled contentedly when the system notifications appeared, saying that the rare title Explorer was activated, and that he found something special. The pile in front of him began to glow. Larry threw the bones behind his back, when the system told him that he received the bone of the cursed beast. The brunette looked at the item in his hand. The skull of the animal was shown, when it was told that the reason why the trolls were cursed was of unnatural origin. 2 monsters stood nearby. When it was reported that someone threw the cursed beast to the trolls as food, then the protagonist thought that he could guess who it was. The long-nosed monster closed his eyes when he remembered the plague rats in the sewers. A tree monster was shown when the guy thought about the infected forest spirit in Tekkalan. The strangers' faces were covered with masks and hoods. When the protagonist thought about the fact that he believed that the same guys had a hand in all of this, those bastards who tried to sow curses and distort monsters and NPCs, also called the main villains of the main quest. Larry walked through the cave, thinking about how he did not remember anyone in his past life identifying these villains. Odin and his minions were shown, when the guy remembered that he was following the story, but then got involved with the bastards from Ragnarok. The brunette stopped in front of the exit, when he realized something. His pupils narrowed when he thought about how crazy this was. The protagonist looked ahead in shock, thinking that maybe this was why Ragnarok attacked him, since they wanted to prevent him from completing the main quest. Macaulay looked at the remains in amazement. He stood in front of the protagonist when he asked where he said he found it, to which the boy replied that it was in the cursed cave of life, where the trolls lived. The elf held the skull in front of him when he said that he had been studying the mutated monsters, but did not think that the curses were spread through it. Larry stood up straight when he spoke about how there was first the sewers, then the Tekalan forest, and now the cave, and how they only planted the contaminated items in hard-to-reach places. The enraged boy's mouth fell open when he asked if he knew who was spreading these curses or what their goals were. Macaulay closed his eyes, shaking his head when he replied that, unfortunately, he had no leads, and that they had only recently begun investigating. The blonde elf held the remains in his hand when he addressed the protagonist, saying that from now on, the study of this bone is on him. The protagonist stood in front of him when he asked if he could find other monsters that were cursed. Then a system notification appeared about a mission called Mutated Beasts, to complete which he had to find a monster that ate a cursed beast and mutated, and it said that no one knows what will happen if the mutation develops, and that the reward will be 90 silver and the crossguard spear. Larry walked down a crowded street, thinking about how he underestimated the reason why Odin was trying to drag him into Ragnarok. He remembered how he was offered a hand, when he thought about how he thought that he was jealous of his first place in the rankings, and that he wanted to subjugate him. A brunette and a hooded character were shown, when the guy wondered about what if this is not true, and what if they made a deal with him. The protagonist touched his hair as he thought about what if the true goal was to prevent the main quest from being completed. The elf looked at the protagonist, who thought that maybe he was overthinking things and that in the Lord, where the main quest was the whole point, there was no reason for users to cooperate with the villainous NPCs. A smirk appeared on his face as he wondered what the difference was. Larry smiled creepily as he looked ahead as he exclaimed that whoever those bastards or the Ragnarok villains were, he would be able to question them personally before he destroyed them. In his hand was a test tube. The boy stood in front of the Baron, arms crossed as the Baron said that the boy had indeed found the troll blood and that he knew he could rely on the garrison. Klaus looked sadly ahead when he informed the man that hot ram blood was required next, and that it could be obtained by hunting devil rams, politely asking him to get it for the sake of his poor daughter. Then a system notification titled Recovery of the Baron's Little Daughter appeared, which said that the nobleman asked for his help in saving his daughter, and that with the blood of the trolls, she would be able to restore most of her health, but he should bring the ram blood before her health deteriorated. The protagonist walked away from the gate. He smirked contentedly when he asked the man about his daughter, and then wondered if he should play dumb. There was a full moon in the sky. The beast threw its head back, letting out steam. The horned monster stood nearby when it was explained that they were level 10 devil rams. Someone was watching them from above. The protagonist stood with his hand in his pocket when he said that he could now work as a shepherd. Suddenly, he took off. His silhouette was visible against the moon. Larry cut the monster lengthwise using the jump skill. The guy landed leaning forward. One of the two rams opened its mouth wide. The hand touched the beast's muzzle, which was the sealed helmet of the Lion King. The protagonist held an axe in front of him when he exclaimed that it was because they were herbivores that they fell into a stupor when meeting a predator. The blade approached the monster's muzzle. Under the full moon, the battle continued. The protagonist in the helmet looked forward when he asked to look there. The ram grinned terribly when the guy realized that it blocked the weapon with its fur. The horned monster hit the ground with its paw. The young man took off, flying back. Larry slowed down, putting his foot forward. The monster stomped his hoof. The ram rushed forward, using the combination skill Superliminal Headbutt. The protagonist bent his leg in front of him when he thought about how these were average skills, but they could be combined. The protagonist appeared behind the monster when he exclaimed that it was not bad. He grabbed the handle of the weapon with both hands when he said that he himself was not a slouch. Larry swung his axe when he suggested comparing who was stronger. The monster was attacked by a shockwave. Rocks flew in all directions. The ram was crushed by a boulder. Only one monster remained behind the guy. The protagonist stood with his back to the trembling monster when he asked where it was going, saying that he was not finished yet. The protagonist in the helmet smiled creepily when he said that he needed his blood and skin, and that if he gave them to him, he would spare him. A scared ram was shown when a guy asked if it was a good deal. A full moon illuminated the trees. A blue sky appeared. Larry was passing by the townspeople when he realized that he hadn't slept all night because of the devil rams. A blonde elf was behind him when someone asked why no one was selling these items at the market. The protagonist looked at the three players who were trying to buy something with displeasure when he thought about how other users had already started appearing in the third city, and how he assumed they would be gone for another day or two. A bearded man looked ahead with anger when he asked the youths who only cared about appearances to disappear. There was a blue haze over the town when someone asked why they were being treated like this. The blonde suggested that someone had done something to them, and the protagonist thought that they were trying to trade with NPCs without being recognized by other races. The dark-haired youth gritted his teeth and cursed. He grabbed the man by the collar when he asked about this discrimination, then the man asked to let him go. Larry looked ahead in amazement when they tried to calm the guy down by suggesting to go to another store, to which he replied that they had already been kicked out of so many that it was unlikely that anything would change. An evil grin appeared on his face. The bearded merchant opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he would die like this, and then asked to save the poor dwarf. The three players looked scared when someone asked who was causing a scandal. The girls turned around, looking behind them when they realized that the general of the guard was there. The protagonist appeared as an elf when he said that they seemed to be outsiders, and then asked what they were planning to do to the citizens of the crossroads, after which a system notification appeared saying that identity disguise had been activated, and that his nickname and appearance had been changed randomly, and that the effect would last for an hour. The three players looked back in fear and turned to the guard general for help. The man, whom the brunette grabbed by the cloak, began to shout that they appeared out of nowhere and demanded that they give them the goods. The archer and her companion froze when she began to shout that they would never do such a thing. Then in response, they were asked to stop the noise. The man with pointy ears and a helmet said that no matter what their intentions were, he would not tolerate violence, adding that they were new to the city and had already caused so much chaos, so he would not accept their excuses. The guy pointed his hand at the three players when a system notification popped up saying that he had used his Crossroads Guard authority to chase unwanted people out of the city, and he yelled at them to get out of the city right now. The players started to disappear when one of them asked to wait. Half of the dark-haired guy's face vanished as he exclaimed that they had just arrived in the city, cursing. The merchant was in front of the guard when he thanked him and said that he thought they would cause trouble, after which a notification appeared that the trust level of the Dwarven Arms merchant had increased. Inside the elf, the protagonist was hiding, who exhaled in irritation and thought that even when meeting an NPC, you need to maintain manners, and that he did not understand why you would resort to violence, and especially not to a merchant. Larry took off his helmet, and the merchant's mouth dropped in surprise when the protagonist thought that he could understand those guys, since they must be disappointed that they could not buy the item they needed. The boy remembered his past life and shook, thinking about how they couldn't accept being ignored because they were of a different race, and how the thought of it was driving him crazy. The protagonist walked with the helmet in his hand and thought about how they had reached level 100 and arrived at the third city, and how they were so annoyed when they realized they couldn't buy even one item. Larry froze, suddenly realizing something. He smiled ominously, raising his hand to his face as he said that he remembered a great way to make a ton of money. The hand with the seal made a stamp. The servant standing at the door bowed. A foot stepped towards the entrance of some building. The protagonist stood looking ahead as he wondered if it was there. He stopped in front of a tall building and said that it was simply huge, but it needed a lot of fixing up, thinking about how he had purchased a 4-story building that would soon become the most visited in the area. The protagonist remembered the mustachioed man and decided that, like back in Cton, he was going to speculate in the real estate market, and then continued to reflect on the fact that the average player level there ranged from 50 to 100, while in Crossroads it would range from 100 to 200, and that this meant that real estate prices would only rise. The protagonist imagined a city with rows of houses and thought that the only problem was that Crossroads was a big city, so it was difficult to monopolize the market there like in Cton. The door opened as Larry summarized that, first of all, it was necessary to occupy a building with a better location. The guy was surprised, his mouth open. In front of him were several floors inside the building, when the protagonist exclaimed that it was not so bad there. The protagonist imagined furniture around him when he said he would turn this place into a department store. He thought of 3 players and a merchant when he explained that users not recognized by other races cannot shop at Crossroads stores, meaning there is high demand and virtually no supply. Larry imagined himself smiling on the roof when he wondered what would happen if he opened a store for regular players, and then answered that of course everyone would come to him. He imagined bookcases with books and flasks when he decided to put bestsellers and hunting items on the first floor, and he thought about how such categories of goods as scrolls of movement and potions are necessary for everyone regardless of their cost, and that buying in bulk in another city would be cheaper. The protagonist imagined 2 players in a minecart when he decided that this was terribly inconvenient, so they resort to it once or twice, and then thought about how it is impossible to resist, and by what is nearby. The protagonist imagined a display case with weapons and concluded that the second floor would be for premium gear with better stats. Larry imagined a display case with blades when he decided that the third floor would be for branded handmade items, as well as items made by himself. The guy imagined a huge room and concluded that the 4th floor would be an auction room. The protagonist was admiring the decoration inside the building when he said that it looked decent. Larry turned around and waved his hand at the dark-haired man, asking him to take care of the store in his absence. Then he agreed, because he turned out to be an NPC seller hired by the protagonist. The protagonist went outside when he thought about the weakness of his plan, which is that users will be able to make purchases from other stores after they finish the story quest, because after completing the tasks and gaining access to the NPC stores, players will not need to buy at exorbitant prices. Larry put his hand to his chin and thought about how the goods from all floors except the first one would be sold because they were hard to find, and later he said that something was missing and wondered if there was another way to use the store. He snapped his fingers as he exclaimed that there was one way. A tall building appeared in front of us when the protagonist remembered that there was a department in the garrison that did the rewriting. He imagined a writing quill and continued to think that it was a special department that produced leaflets, requests, and announcements. A blonde elf with glasses asked someone if he wanted to make an order. In front of him stood the protagonist, who handed him a parchment when he was asked what he needed to write. The guy with glasses sweated when he saw the contents of the parchment, which said that this was a guide for visitors, and that if you hunt the monsters chosen by Larry, rumors about this player will start circulating around the city, and that if someone continues to hunt these monsters, their reputation will grow, and the residents will start giving quests, and that if you complete the quests, you can become a resident and gain recognition from the residents, and that if someone needs buildings in this city, then this chain is vital for them. The man with glasses looked at the protagonist and clarified if he wanted this to be rewritten, and then asked who the author of this guide was. The main one made a scary face and replied that this was an order from General Macaulay, and then thought about how becoming a guard was his best decision. The hand in armor attached the sheet to the wall. The protagonist covered the entire wall with them in an instant and thought that it wasn't a lie, because reputation really does increase from killing monsters, and NPCs really do give quests to players with good reputation. The guy introduced a huge creature with a shell and explained that he chose Gyropol as his first monster, because despite its high defense, this monster is easy to hunt due to its slow and weak attacks, and its skin and shell are used as materials for creating high-class equipment. Then he continued to think about how the only drawback of this monster is that hunting it takes too much time, and besides, killing only it is difficult to increase your reputation in a short time. Larry was standing with his back to him, shaking with laughter, when he realized that if the speed of gaining reputation slows down, then the recognition of other users will be postponed indefinitely, and thus he will be able to extend the life of his store. He imagined the merchants when he thought about how users who didn't know the true value of the skins and shells would most likely bring them to town to sell, and how since they hadn't completed the quest yet, they wouldn't be able to trade with other NPCs, leaving them with only one shop that would buy them from them. The protagonist imagined what a shop for visitors would look like, and then exclaimed that if he bought all the skins and shells at a low price, crafted improved equipment, and put them up for auction, he would have a real money-printing factory. He imagined a castle when he said that a lot of time had passed, and that it was time to visit the Baron. Clouds hung over Klaus's country house while he marveled at how the protagonist managed to defeat the Devil Ram, and then praised him and noted that the guy was much more experienced than he thought. The bearded man held a chest in his hands while voicing his last request, which was to take everything he had collected and go to Jasper, adding that all the guy had to do was bring him what he would make from the ingredients, after which a system notification appeared about a quest called Recovering the Baron's Little Daughter, which said that Klaus had asked for his help in saving his little daughter, and that to do this, he needed to take the blood of a cursed troll, the blood and skin of a devil ram to the shaman, and receive one item from him, summing up that the reward for this quest was 10 gold. Larry bowed to the Baron and assured him that his request would be fulfilled, to which the Baron replied that he had hopes for him. The protagonist looked up at the ceiling. The boy stood in front of the Baron and looked up and asked about the strange sound, and Klaus told him not to worry about it. The bearded old man looked ahead and suggested that the servant must have dropped something while cleaning the library, and then asked the boy to come back quickly. The protagonist smirked, raising his hand to his face, when Klaus repeated that he needed help to save his daughter. The old man looked at the boy and asked what was wrong with him, to which he replied that it was just a cough. Larry opened the door slightly, turned around and thought that saving his daughter was just nonsense, because the Baron never had children. The protagonist stood near the stone wall of the castle when he thought about the fact that Klaus only meets with visitors at night, and how, therefore, the developers give such an obvious hint, and then he wondered why he realized this only now. Klaus was holding the blonde girl when the protagonist concluded that he was actually a vampire, a member of a race that hated sunlight and lived by consuming the blood of other races. There was a girl lying on the floor in the room when Larry thought that there really was a child in the place where the noise came from, but it was not the Baron's daughter. The elf was lying with her eyes closed when the guy continued his thoughts that the child that he kidnapped and passed off as his daughter was a creature that possessed the highest quality blood, which increases the strength of vampires, concluding that this creature was a high elf. The blonde was standing in front of a fresco when the protagonist added that these creatures were the most noble among the elves. The man was preparing to bite the blonde girl when the guy told him that a vampire who drank the blood of a high elf could gain enormous power. The old man's skin began to melt when it was explained that this could happen because even the blood of high elves has divine power, so most vampires cannot drink it, except for only the powerful first-generation vampires. But Baron Klaus was an ordinary one, so his insides would melt as soon as he tasted the blood of such a noble creature. A dark silhouette and a sleeping girl were shown when it was explained that this is why the old man decided to resort to witchcraft, because he thinks that he can drink the blood of a high elf if he enhances his abilities with an enchanted object. Fog was spreading through the night forest. Larry was walking along the trees of the misty valley when he said that the shaman Jasper, whom the Baron spoke of, should be there. The guy angrily looked away because nothing was visible in the valley, saying that he did not know how to look for him there, and that this forest was very large. As the protagonist's cape fluttered in the wind, he said that if anyone else were in his place, they would hardly have completed this quest, and that he would most likely have given up long ago. A clawed paw stepped onto the ground. A pack of fog-eating hyenas appeared among the trees, starting to growl. The protagonist turned around and looked back when he thought that there were quite a few monsters. The guy ran past the hyenas, thinking that he was there to complete the quest, and not to waste time on these dogs, so he decided to just run away. The monsters rushed forward, growling loudly. They ran closely behind Larry. The protagonist looked back as he ran and realized that they were slower than he expected, and some even fell behind. There was no ground under the guy's foot when he thought that everything was fine, and that he just needed to increase the distance. The protagonist began to fall into the ravine, cursing because of the fog. A shadow loomed over the bottom of the pit. A pack of hyenas watched the fallen Larry. He was on one knee in the dust that had risen. The protagonist grimaced, looking ahead. The monsters were in front of him, when he exclaimed that he now understood. The other hyenas were watching them from above, when the protagonist voiced his thoughts about this being their lair, and how they were deliberately keeping their distance, and chasing him in this direction. The monsters opened their mouths and began to laugh. A weapon appeared in the guy's hand, when he decided that since things had turned out this way, he would have to deal with them. He stuck the blade into the ground, adding that he needed to test something. Larry stood, holding the weapon in both hands, when he said that he was curious to see how many he could kill with his skills. The protagonist grinned, when he exclaimed that they would be his test subjects. The protagonist swung his weapon as he thought about how the only downside of the berserker class was its vulnerability against a group of enemies. Larry sliced through several monsters with a single blow. He attacked the enemies continuously, thinking about how berserkers were unrivaled in a one-on-one fight, but due to the lack of area of effect skills, they could not attack multiple enemies at once. The boy swung his axe in front of him as he summed up that meeting weaker enemies could be a problem if they all attacked at once. His foot left a mark on the ground as the protagonist said that this disadvantage could be compensated for. The protagonist rushed forward, smiling as he exclaimed that he combined the berserker skills and created something with a wide damage radius. Larry sliced through the monster, appearing behind it as he used the combination skilled devastating charge. The brunette turned around and said that everything went well. The boy stood next to a multitude of chopped monsters when he added that he had killed 80 hyenas in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The protagonist looked at the disappearing bodies of the monsters and exclaimed that even mages would envy such a result, and then thought about how combination skills not only allow one-on-one combat, but also smooth out the vulnerability of berserkers to a large number of opponents. The boy stopped and opened his mouth. His hand lowered his weapon when he said that this was not enough, and thought about how this was only a success for average users. The protagonist remembered the silhouettes of his enemies when he realized that if he had gone back, these skills would not have been enough to fight Ragnarok, and that he had easily won because the monsters were of the same level as him. But for his real enemies, he needed a skill that would deal more serious damage to multiple opponents. Larry imagined the monster-killing scheme when he realized that devastating charge was more of a dash than an area damage skill, and that it allowed him to move in a straight line and only damage those he encountered along the way. But it was difficult to use on enemies that were far apart since the trajectory could not be changed. The protagonist imagined Odin when he decided that in order to defeat the enemies, he needed to capture a large area, especially when it came to the boss. The protagonist raised his hand when he asked him to wait, since he would create an area damage skill and destroy him. Stone cliffs were visible in the distance when the guy added that he needed to complete this quest first. He walked through a ravine, kicking up dust, when he thought about the quest directly related to increasing the range of his attacks when fighting multiple enemies. Someone blocked Larry's path, telling him to stop. A bare foot stepped on the ground when the stranger said that it seemed like the guy came from the Baron. The full moon illuminated the shaman Jasper, who told the protagonist to lay all the materials on the ground and step back. The guy's hand touched the chest when he was surprised that it came to him on its own. The protagonist stepped away from it and raised his hands. The contents of the chest turned green when the shaman cast a spell in an unknown language. Then the materials began to glow red when Jasper continued to read his spell. The necessary ingredients were combined together. In the shaman's hand were test tubes. He poured out their contents and continued to cast a spell. The signs drawn on the ground glowed. Larry looked carefully in front of him when he thought that the aura and actions of the shaman were very strange, and that this was really witchcraft. Jasper took the scroll with both hands. The shaman handed the boy a parchment and told him to take it. Then a system notification appeared with the name Blood Seal and a note that this is a rare quest, and that the seal allows you to make an imprint on your body, reminiscent of a tattoo, to enhance the vampire's energy, and the effect, Blood Imprint, is activated when you use it. The protagonist clutched the scroll in his hand, thinking that it was an item that would enhance the Baron's abilities, and that if the vampire used it, he would be able to drink the blood of the High Elves. Then he remembered the system notification about the quest called Recovery of the Baron's Little Daughter, which said that Baron Klaus asked for his help in saving his little daughter, and that for this he needed to take the blood of a cursed troll, the blood and skin of a devilish ram to a shaman and receive one item from him, and also that the reward for this quest was 10 gold. The satisfied protagonist grinned when he thought that now all he needed to do was bring the scroll to the Baron, and that all this time he wanted to get not the reward for the quest, but this item. The magical parchment in his hand began to glow. Jasper opened his mouth wide and began to scream about the consequences for the guy if he used it. The scroll in his hand began to evaporate as a notification window appeared, saying that he had used the bloody fingerprint. Then the guy said that he finally had it. Then the system notifications appeared, saying that he had learned the life absorption skill by 3% when hitting a target, and that fingerprints could not be strengthened or removed, and that the amount of absorption was determined depending on the type of fingerprint, and that Larry's current fingerprint count was 1/5. The protagonist smiled ominously, clenching his fist as he exclaimed that life absorption was the best fingerprint for fighting multiple opponents. Laughter was heard near the cliffs. The protagonist flexed both arms, realizing that this was it. He remembered the fight with the hyenas, and thought about how attack power was definitely important when facing multiple opponents. Then Larry remembered standing in the fire, realizing that regeneration was just as important. His arm was covered in crimson stains as he thought about how he could last much longer now that he could absorb the health of his enemies with bloody imprint. The protagonist imagined the stunned faces of the players when they saw the system notification about the changes called bloody imprint, which said that the percentage of health absorbed when hitting a target was reduced from 3 to 1. Then the guy remembered that in the future this ability would be cut. The protagonist smiled widely, looking down when he added that players who received the imprint before the patch would retain the original percentage of absorption for some reason, and that he was now one of them. A flaming orb appeared near the guy's face. He squinted when the fire touched him. Larry stood in front of the shaman, who was perplexed as to how the guy dared to appropriate the scroll for himself, and then called him names. Half of the brunette's face was burned as he replied that it tickled and thought that the creation of the imprint must have taken away his life force. A weapon began to appear in the guy's hand as he said that he just wanted to test the effectiveness of the imprint. The protagonist decapitated the shaman with one blow, saying that he would be grateful if the creator of the item would participate in his test. When the protagonist saw the decapitated body, he was surprised that he had put him down with one blow. The guy's burnt back began to regenerate. Larry grinned, bending his hand as he was pleased with the effect and exclaimed that it completely restored health. The guy brought his finger to the system window, which said that he received the shaman's head. Then he said that since Jasper was a monster, he even got loot from him, and then learned that the dead one was a goblin. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought about testing the bloody imprint some more. The boy suddenly smiled widely when he thought about doing it all the way. Clouds were floating above the third city. A 2-story building was shown, which belonged to the Crossroads Berserker Guild. Larry stopped in front of the man when he said that he needed strength, throw, solid body, and the assault skill book. Then a system notification appeared with 4 skills, saying that a combination of them was possible. The stats began to overlap when system notifications came, saying that the fusion process was started, and that when the process was complete, the skill books would disappear and the boy would automatically receive the combined skill. A stack of skills was shown on top. The protagonist grinned and looked down, saying that everything was fine. Then a system notification popped up saying that after reviewing the combo skill, he had to confirm its creation by pressing the corresponding button. The guy's foot hit the floor when he thought about shifting his weight to one leg. The protagonist moved, swinging the axe, while thinking about spinning like a top and swinging it. Then a notification popped up saying that the action clip had been recorded. The brunette looked at the system window with a smile when he was asked to indicate the name of the combo skill. Then he said that it was Whirlwind. The skill icon had an axe on it when a system notification popped up, saying that this skill allows you to spin around quickly with your weapon, dealing physical damage to your opponent, and that you can use it until your mana reaches 0, and that it allows you to freely change your movement trajectory and increase your movement speed, and that in a berserk state, the skill's effectiveness and movement speed are doubled. The protagonist ran out of the building, shouting that this was his first area of effect skill, and that he needed to test it immediately. The entrance to the cursed cave of life appeared in front of us. The protagonist walked with his weapon at the ready, asking where everyone was. Larry shook his head from side to side, wondering who would be the first victim of his new skill, and he thought about how there was no such ability as Whirlwind in the Lord. The knight swung his sword when the boy added that he had created this skill inspired by another game, and that he was sure that even Odin would not have thought of such a thing. The brunette smiled widely. A clawed paw touched the ground. The protagonist was surrounded by huge monsters. Then he screamed that it was great that so many of them had gathered there. The protagonist smiled frighteningly when he admitted that he had hoped to meet stronger monsters than hyenas, saying that this would do. The cave werewolf rushed forward, growling loudly. Larry was in front of the monsters when he called them to him. One of the werewolves bit his arm. Another monster clamped its jaws on his leg. The werewolves began to gnaw at the guy. Suddenly, the brunette opened his mouth and eyes wide and screamed. Then a system notification appeared that his health had dropped to 20%, and that his physical capabilities had been reduced. The protagonist's mouth began to drool. With one swing of the axe, he drove away all the monsters, exclaiming that it was great. The protagonist jumped up, bending his leg when he said that it was his turn. He gripped the handle of the axe with both hands and shouted that this was his new technique. Larry quickly moved among the monsters, cutting them. He opened his mouth, looking up. A huge hurricane arose. The whirlwind cut the monsters into pieces and swirled their remains. The protagonist stood at the bottom of the ravine. The protagonist smirked contentedly, healing himself, when he exclaimed that his health was fully restored. The guy stood in a pool of blood when he thought about how the blood imprint absorbed only 3% of health, and how much, especially in a battle against several opponents. The bodies of werewolves were shown when he thought about how if you quickly restore mana, you can hunt endlessly. Larry smiled widely as he looked at his hand as he decided that this should be enough to deal with Odin's gang. The weapon began to disappear from his hands as he thought that this was the end of the test. The boy imagined the angry Baron as he summed up that he stole the quest item and killed the shaman, and that he would probably be furious. The protagonist smirked mysteriously as he wondered if it would be better to get rid of the vampires and get the reward from the High Elves. The light came through the clouds and illuminated the Crossroads garrison headquarters. In the boy's hands was a goblin's head as he said that it was the head of a shaman named Jasper. The blonde elf looked shocked as he was horrified by the fact that there was a goblin lurking around. Macaulay stood in front of the protagonist when he exclaimed that the goblins belonged to the army of the Black Dragon, who is the main enemy of the Golden Lion, and then asked where he found him, to which Larry replied that he was a servant of Baron Klaus. The blonde general looked forward in shock when he was informed that the Baron was also a vampire, and was holding a high elf hostage. Then he asked again. The goblin's head was placed on the table when the boy added that with the help of a shaman, Klaus intended to use a powerful spell to gain the ability to drink the blood of a high elf, which contained divine power, but he killed Jasper before he could complete his plan. Macaulay, standing in front of the boy, began to shake and called the Baron a damned aristocrat when the protagonist concluded that nothing irreparable had happened, but if things were left as they were, the Baron would continue his unclean deeds. The guard general gritted his teeth and muttered that he would not allow harm to come to the High Elves in the territory under his jurisdiction. Macaulay opened his mouth wide, clenching his fist in front of him, when he ordered the garrison to gather and move out immediately, but Larry stopped him and asked him to listen. The full moon appeared outside the window when the protagonist said that invading a vampire in the middle of the night was outright suicide, so it would be better to move out before dawn and kill him while he was sleeping. The general of the guard covered his face with his hand and agreed that he had given in to emotions, and that it would be better to wait until dawn. The protagonist stood between the windows when he thought about how he would visit the Baron himself while they waited. The guy grinned, looking up when he concluded that there was something more important than catching Klaus. The blonde girl was sleeping peacefully in her bed when the protagonist thought about rescuing the high elf before the garrison and getting special thanks for it. The blonde began to tremble as a shadow loomed over her, and someone said that it would not be long. Klaus touched the elf's forehead, saying that he would finally drink her blood. Larry stopped in front of the Baron's tall country house. He grinned, raising his head up as he thought about how excited Klaus must be to taste the blood of a high elf soon. A blood moon loomed over the castle as the boy explained that he had given the guard general a reason to wait until the morning, as he was pursuing his own goal. His hand touched the wall as the protagonist explained that he hoped to test his strength in particular when the Baron was at his peak. The protagonist began to climb the wall, thinking that he had to defeat him alone, to earn the high elf's reward for himself. He opened the window with his hand. The boy jumped into the room and landed on the floor. Larry checked the hall, making sure that Klaus was not in sight. The brunette looked ahead with displeasure, remembering that the high elf seemed to be somewhere upstairs. The door to the girl's bedroom opened slightly. The protagonist cautiously looked inside, wondering if it was there. He silently approached the bed and stopped. In the bed lay a crying elf. The protagonist looked pleased when he smirked, thinking that he did not expect that finding her would be so easy. His hand touched the girl's shoulder when he turned to her, trying to wake her up. Larry began to shake her from side to side, calling her name. The protagonist looked at the blonde with confusion when he thought that she might be on pills, since otherwise she should have woken up as soon as he entered the room, since high elves are very sensitive to sounds. He brought his hand to his face, realizing that it would be problematic if he miscalculated the force and hurt her. Then he wondered how he could wake her up without resorting to violence. Suddenly, the guy smiled, remembering that there was one way. An item from the inventory began to appear in his hand, then a system notification appeared that this was a portable alarm clock related to the use of gnome technology, mechanical engineering, which allows you to wake up sleeping people. With an amused expression on his face, the protagonist began to set the alarm clock, thinking that he never thought that he would create something like this as a test to improve his mechanical engineering skill. Larry placed the device on the pillow next to the crying girl, activating the primitive alarm clock. The device began to shake from the ringing it emitted. The guy covered his ears with his hands, because he decided that his eardrums were about to burst, and that the girl should wake up. The elf pulled her head away from the alarm clock. The girl covered her ears with her hands as she screamed for it to stop. The protagonist picked up the alarm clock and happily asked if she was awake, and in response, she asked him to rid her of the sound. The guy broke the device, squeezing it in his fist. The blonde carefully sat up in bed, touching her ear. She turned to the guy when he asked if the noble lady was okay, and she then asked if he had woken her up. The protagonist put his hand to his chest as he introduced himself and said that he was the guardian of the crossroads, thinking that high elves were born nobles. The guy smiled and looked ahead slyly as he thought that since they were members of the royal family, like General Macaulay, he should show politeness. The girl pointed to herself as she said her name was Ashley, and then thanked him for saving her. Larry extended his hand to her and apologized for resorting to such a barbaric method, and the girl replied that everything was fine, because if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to wake up from this nightmare. Ashley turned her head to the side and asked the guy about whether it was prudent to make so much noise. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she was horrified. The brunette looked away when the girl warned that there was someone behind her. The door to the room swung open. Baron Klaus opened his mouth and called the protagonist a rat. A trembling Ashley sat behind the protagonist when she asked what they should do now. The angry guy grinned predatorily and said that he was going to save the noble lady first, and then find the Baron. Larry raised his hand when he exclaimed that it looks like they will have to change the order of actions a little. The legs were enveloped in a purple aura when the Baron said that they can't escape. Klaus gripped his cane as he asked the boy how he dared to disobey his orders. The elf looked at the men in fear as she asked the protagonist if he was really going to fight the vampire, and he asked her to stay there for a while as he would not keep her waiting long. The protagonist crouched down, holding his weapon behind his back as he asked the Baron if he wanted the girl behind him to get hurt. The boy rushed towards the vampire as he suggested that they move to another, more suitable location. He performed a shoulder strike, hitting his opponent. Ashley opened her mouth wide and called out her savior by name. An explosion occurred upon impact. Larry and the Baron fell down, fighting. The old man landed on his back. He rose up in front of the protagonist. Larry headed towards the Baron as he asked him how it felt to have a human hunting a vampire. Klaus extended his long claws and called the boy an insolent bastard. The Baron held his arms out as he shouted that he would drink his blood until only skin and bones remained. The boy's hand gripped the hilt of his weapon as he agreed and offered to show the vampire what he could do. The protagonist took a fighting stance and smiled. The protagonist's eyes turned black as he exclaimed that he wanted to taste the old man's life force. The Baron opened his mouth wide, looking ahead as he asked him again. Larry's eyes flashed as he realized that his opponent had opened up. The boy lunged forward, using the skills dash and power strike. The vampire stopped the blade with his bare hands. Klaus blocked the strike of the protagonist, who exclaimed that it was amazing, and then asked if his claws were really that hard. The protagonist stepped back, stopping in front of the enemy as he said that it was amazing, and then asked if he was really a vampire. The Baron pointed at the guy in front of him as he called him a bastard and talked about the patterns on his body, and Larry asked if he had just noticed. The brunette bent his hand, opening his mouth wide as he used the bloody imprint skill, adding that it was all thanks to him. Klaus stood with his back turned as he realized that he had been listening to him all this time because of the scroll. He remembered the girl sitting behind the protagonist as he thought that it was true, because the same one had just wanted to steal his high elf, and that this was all part of his plan. The vampire's hand trembled as he wondered how a mere human could have fooled him. The bloodsucker rushed forward, exclaiming that he would not forgive. The Baron swung his clawed hand, attacking the guy. Blood spurted from the protagonist's wounds. Klaus' eyes blazed as Larry realized that, as expected, he was no ordinary vampire. The brunette gritted his teeth, dodging his blows when he thought about the fact that he was intentionally missing his attacks. But considering his speed and the system of attacks, he was not to be trifled with. The protagonist blocked the enemy's attack with his weapon. A system notification appeared above the protagonist, saying that he had 20% of his health left, and that his physical capabilities were reduced. Larry held the axe in front of him when he thought about how he had never heard that Klaus was a true vampire, and how if he was, he would not need the bloody imprint. He grabbed the handle of the weapon with his hands when he decided that in any case, it did not change the fact that he was going to die today. The protagonist looked ahead with a creepy smile when he asked if he liked his blood. The brunette moved, swinging the axe, when he used the whirlwind skill. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the old man. Blood spurted from the vampire's wound as Larry exclaimed that his blood print was excellent. The protagonist bent his index finger as he said that he was able to restore his health with one blow of the vortex, and that if a vampire uses it, the imprint allows him to enhance his blood-sucking abilities, and if a human, it grants the ability to absorb life force. The boy stopped in front of the bleeding Baron. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion as the latter asked him if he was so sure of that, and if it really was limited to that. Klaus licked the blood from his skin as he said that perhaps he didn't know, but life force absorption was a special ability of vampires. The Baron's muscular body was shown as he finished speaking. The bloodsucker looked ahead with a mad look as he added that even if a human used the imprint, they would not be able to unlock its potential the way they, vampires, could. Klaus was enveloped in dark energy as he asked the boy to let him show the gap between them. A dark silhouette was shown. A bearded monster was in front of Larry. The brunette looked ahead with displeasure as he said that he had become like a monster, and then asked that it turned out that he was not a vampire, but a werewolf. The protagonist had a weapon in his hands as she said that it was even better that way. The Baron swung at the boy in front of him, who called him the perfect test subject. The blade of the axe flashed. The protagonist swung the weapon, wounding his opponent. The monster bared its teeth, looking forward. Klaus extended a clawed paw forward, growling. Larry was wounded in the shoulder. Blood splashed on the brunette's face. The wound of the boy was shown, who realized that the restoration was not working. The Baron smiled widely as he asked about the fact that he did not warn him, and then said that the fact that the man was using the imprint would not help him much. Klaus pointed at the protagonist as he added that he would die faster than he could restore his health. There were drops of blood on the ground as the protagonist thought about how the imprint had been restricted in his past life and how he didn't know if it had happened in this life yet. Larry's face was reflected in the blade of his weapon as he thought about how if the rate of life absorption was low, he could resort to another method. The brunette rushed forward holding an axe as he exclaimed that he just had to keep hitting. The bearded Baron leaned forward, his mouth hanging open as he called him a fool. The protagonist attacked him, swinging his weapon. Blood splashed into the protagonist's mouth. Klaus looked ahead carefully. Larry's face formed a victorious smile. The Baron gritted his teeth as he looked ahead. The brunette stood in front of the monster and attacked it several times. The protagonist looked ahead with glowing eyes as he said he was fine after the system reported that he had 10% health left. The protagonist's axe was shown. The guy swirled around the enemy as he said that the harder and faster you swing the weapon, the more damage is done. Klaus opened his mouth wide as he called Larry a crazy bastard. He extended his clawed hand to the side as he asked the enemy if he really thought a vampire would lose to a human. The brunette turned his head to the side, standing with his back turned, as he answered in the affirmative, adding that he lost. The protagonist swung a huge axe as he used the berserk skill. A hurricane arose as the whirlwind skill was used, then the protagonist exclaimed that, as he could see, he was not an ordinary person. Lightning flashed near the hurricane as the combined skill was used. The Baron was caught in the vortex. A satisfied Larry showed his sharp teeth and smiled. A dark silhouette could be seen. The guy was standing with a gun in front of him. He tilted his head forward as it started to rain. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. The protagonist stood in front of the dark sludge as he wondered if all that was left behind was a pool of blood. Larry threw the gun over his shoulder as the system reported that his health was fully restored. The brunette looked forward with a blissful smile as he said that thanks to him he drank blood to the point of bursting, then it was said that he had fully mastered the bloody imprint. A silhouette could be seen through the vortex. The protagonist touched his hair with a smile as the system notification appeared that his health was fully restored, then he said that he had health and mastered the bloody imprint, and that he felt much better. His smile was shown up close as he added that it was time to get something that couldn't be bought for hundreds of millions, then system notifications appeared that he had unlocked a hidden achievement, and that the condition was to save a fully recovered high elf and defeat Baron Klaus single-handedly. The guards stopped in front of the castle when they were told to line up, and then they were told that they were starting an operation to eliminate the Baron, ordering to break down the doors. The blonde opened his mouth wide when he exclaimed that they could tear apart the evil vampire, but they should not forget that not a hair should fall from the high elf. The warriors in helmets rushed to attack. In front of them were wooden gates. The guard swung his blade. He looked ahead in surprise. A dent appeared on the doors. A powerful explosion occurred in front of the guards. Macaulay angrily looked ahead when he asked where such strength came from, because vampires weaken at dawn. Two silhouettes were visible through the smoke as the boy assumed he had surprised them and apologized, explaining that he had thought it was urgent. The elf's mouth dropped open as he addressed Larry. A girl stood next to the protagonist as the general asked what was going on. The blonde looked ahead as she replied that everything was fine and that the Baron had been defeated. She pointed at the brunette as she informed him that he had done it. Macaulay frowned, looking ahead as he asked her again, exclaiming that Klaus was his superior. The protagonist touched his neck with a smirk as he replied that he had arrived early because he was afraid that the lily would be eaten, and then wondered how he could have left someone alive who had attacked the honor of the elves. The boy with glasses stood behind the general when he asked if the captain thought he was telling the truth, saying that it wasn't that he didn't believe him, but he found it hard to believe that a human could single-handedly defeat something that would take 2 squads of elves to destroy. Macaulay's mouth dropped open when the soldier added that he was trying to deceive them, so he called him a fool and asked if the boy couldn't see. The boy with glasses looked ahead when he asked him again. The general of the guard was shown in profile when he said that the high elves had a special right, and that the vow had already begun. A woman's silhouette was shown when the guard exclaimed that it couldn't be, and then wondered if she had made a vow to a mere human. A tiara appeared between the elf's hands when she replied that it was true, and that it couldn't be bought even for hundreds of millions and put a material value on it. The protagonist smiled creepily as he thought about what it was. Ashley stood before the protagonist, who realized that it was the high elf's oath. The girl's eyes were closed as she said that to the brave man who defended the honor of the high elf and was worthy of praise, she swears on her name, and promises to be a support for the berserker Larry. The golden tiara sparkled as the system notifications appeared, stating that the legendary achievement High Elf's Oath had been obtained, that he was the first to obtain it, that his relationship with Ashley had gone beyond trust and reached unwavering faith, and that the maximum level of friendship had been reached. The protagonist kissed the girl's hand as he said that it was a great honor for him, thinking about how this title was unique, and how it did not increase stats but had an effect that could not be bought with money. The metal lock was opened as the system notifications appeared, saying that the right to advance in the High Elf Society had been unlocked, and that he could spread his influence in their society through Ashley, and that the High Elf Society was a closed council of nobles that concentrated such a huge power that no race had managed to approach it. A tree trunk was shown as the system informed him that the choice was his, and that luck was also on his side, advising him not to miss this opportunity. The blonde elves were standing one after another as the boy thought about how this was a whole network, and that if he could persuade the council to his side, it would be a great help in the fight against Odin. The guards fell to their knees as the protagonist reflected on how he had held up the garrison and rescued the high elf all by himself to get the achievement. The protagonist and the girl stood next to each other as the general said that he was an unusual man and that he would probably rewrite world history. Larry put his hand on his chest as he asked to be the first to take his leave. The blonde opened her mouth wide as she asked him to wait a moment, explaining that she wanted to introduce him to the council, and then asked why he didn't come with her, rest, and dine with them. The protagonist grimaced as he cursed silently and thought about how she was really annoying him, and how he didn't know where Odin was or what he was doing, so he needed to level up. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of the general when he remembered the quest from Macaulay mutated monsters that he had forgotten about. Then a system window appeared mentioning the condition and reward for it. He began to leaf through the book when he decided that there was nothing better to level up than a mutated monster. Larry held the tome in his hand when he replied that another time and that he hoped that she would take care of herself. A pillar of light appeared in front of those present. It rushed towards the forest. The protagonist landed nimbly. The coast was shown when he exclaimed that this was the very place called White Beach. The protagonist put his hand behind his head when he said that he wondered where they were. A smiling Larry was shown in profile when he said that one of the mutated monsters was Razor-Fisted Dance. The creepy monsters appeared behind the brunette, who said that everything was correct and that it was them. The protagonist looked away intently as he added that he was very glad that the monster was not alone. A weapon appeared in his palm as the protagonist decided that it was time to start leveling up now. He gripped the handle of his axe. Larry swung the weapon in front of him as he motioned for the monsters to come to him. There was a small explosion. There was a magic sphere in front of the blonde as he realized that everything was actually working. The boys were in the middle of the forest as he exclaimed that it was incredible that he had discovered the weaknesses of an unknown monster, and then asked how he knew about them. One crossed his arms over his chest as he replied that it was rude as they had agreed not to ask personal questions. The blonde user looked scared as he agreed with him, thinking that he would just shut up and continue leveling up since it was faster with him. The brunette closed his eyes silently. In front of him, the guy was summoning lightning as he thought that everything was going according to plan. One imagined the gears when he realized that there was a strange feeling, as if a foreign object was stuck somewhere in the mechanism. The blonde held the sphere above his head when he cursed, asking about where the first achievement title was, and who dared to do this, and who received the first title for these scoundrels. The brunette opened his mouth. One stood near the tree trunk when he answered that there was no need to rush things, because those who are destined for the same fate will still meet, even if they do not want it. The monster opened its mouth wide. There was a crowd of monsters in front of the protagonist when he said that now it was time to start pumping. He squeezed the handle of his weapon with both hands. The protagonist swung a huge axe when he exclaimed that he would tear them to pieces, and that they should attack first. Larry cut the monster in half. 2 more monsters appeared in front of the guy, then he cursed. The brunette looked creepy as he looked ahead as he said that it was too easy and then ordered the others to attack as well. The huge monster took a step forward. The protagonist opened his mouth wide as he shouted that they should attack first. It was even easier for him. He hovered in the air above the monster as he decided that he needed to level up faster. The protagonist looked down with his mouth open as he used the whirlwind skill. The hurricane swirled the monster's body parts. Larry swung his axe again. The severed limbs fell to the ground. The guy stood with his legs spread wide as the system notifications about leveling up and killing the first of the mutant monsters appeared. The brunette smiled contentedly as he said that compared to Klaus, they were just bugs, and then called the next one. A monster appeared from the forest. It opened its mouth when the protagonist said that everything was correct and that it was time for the second mutant monster and the field boss, the razor-handed demon, to show itself. The monster with a stone in its chest opened its mouth when the protagonist exclaimed that it already knew his weakness and that it was his core. The demon was in front of Larry, who thought about the danger of attacking a weak spot at the very beginning of the fight and that if he wanted to successfully complete the task, he needed to be patient. The serious brunette held his weapon in front of him when he decided that he should just wait, because if he dragged out time, the monster would merge with the other corpses of the dances. Body parts flew forward towards the boss demon when the guy thought about it evolving into its final form. The improved monster was in front of the protagonist, who thought about the fact that after defeating the final form of this creature, the task would be considered completed. The protagonist touched his neck, looking forward as he said that there was something else to do besides the quest, and then he wondered if he wasn't a field boss. The guy's foot hit the ground. Larry rushed forward, jumping up when he told him to give him the rare item that dropped from the final form. The sharp limb approached the guy. He dug his foot into the sand as he thought that even though this bastard was annoying, he knew how to defeat him. The protagonist jumped, dodging the enemy's blow as he thought about his strategy. The protagonist raised his axe above his head with a smile as he said that they couldn't waste a second and give the monster an opportunity to attack. The demon opened its mouth wide. Larry struck it as he exclaimed that it was a strike and that he should hit as if every blow was the last. The guy was in the air above the monster. The brunette swung his sword while standing above the monster when he decided to attack next. The protagonist's face was shown close up when he thought about hitting quickly. The monster was lying on the ground with its mouth open. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he decided to attack again. Larry was standing next to the demon when he swung his sword. The yellow core was shown when the guy thought about how annoying it was that it was hard to hit because of the armor. The brunette opened his mouth wide when he exclaimed that in that case he would cut through the armor. The protagonist hit the yellow rock with all his might. The protagonist smirked and looked ahead when he said that it was great that everything was working. Then system notifications appeared about the enemy being inflicted with the weapon destruction status, and about the fact that he had broken the Razor Demon's armor, as well as about the enemy's defense being reduced by 50%. The monster gritted his teeth as he looked at the weapon. Larry's eyes widened as he called his enemy a bastard. The boy leaned over the monster's body, asking if he was laughing, when the system reported that the final blow, Razor Storm, was used, which releases a large number of small blades from the body and deals 25 blows to the enemy before self-destructing. The angry protagonist looked down as he wished death on the enemy, and when it was reported that he would use the defensive attack, Destructive Onslaught, during which defense, strength, and movement speed are increased by 200%. The sharp blade was aimed at the face of the monster, who screamed loudly. Spikes flew forward. The protagonist stared forward. The yellow core was destroyed. The spike froze in front of the brunette's eye. Larry sat in front of the monster's body when he assumed that it was all over. Light began to shine from the demon's mouth and eyes. A bright flash appeared in front of the brunette. The protagonist looked down with concern when he cursed, realizing that he had completely forgotten about the last feature of this enemy. A pillar of light descended to the ground when the protagonist thought about self-destruction. A powerful explosion occurred. Gray smoke was everywhere. A dark silhouette appeared. Larry touched his neck with his hand when he called the enemy a tough bastard, saying that he almost killed him. Then system notifications appeared that he had increased his level by destroying the second mutant monster. There were fragments of razors lying on the sand, when the guy said that he had finally gotten rare loot, and that this was a great joy. Then a system notification appeared that this was a demon's razor fragment, which allows you to give the weapon special power, and that when using this type of weapon, it imposes a bleeding effect on the enemy. The protagonist was holding an item in his hand when he spoke about what it could do from a critical hit to a bleeding effect, and that he thought it was worth trying out right away. The axe began to shine when the system informed him that he had upgraded his weapon, and that the bleeding effect would activate when he struck. The protagonist was holding his new axe in front of him when he exclaimed that it was great, and that the upgrade was finished. Larry was on the shore when he said that he was going to stay there for a while before killing the last monster. There were shells in the water when the guy explained that it was because he could get an item called a colorful pearl, since it was a shellfish farm. The brunette was watching the horizon when he added that he hoped it was worth the effort. The silhouette of a ship could be seen in the distance when the protagonist said that from what he remembered, it was a pretty tough bastard. A sinking ship was shown. Its sunken part was demonstrated. A dark passage was shown. A monster with sharp teeth looked ahead. Larry sorted through the stones. Standing in the water, he wondered if these were mana pearls again. Trying to open the shell, the protagonist said that this was, of course, a rather expensive item, but it was time for him to appear in this shell. He was surprised. Examining the multicolored pearl, the protagonist cried out that he had finally found it. He thought with a satisfied look that there was nothing better than this pearl for raising defense. Grinning, Larry said that he was quickly moving on to the next shell. Light began to come from the shell. A projection appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the sealed helmet of the Lion King had caught a familiar energy. It was necessary to find the source of this energy. The puzzled protagonist thought that if you think about it, the armor is drawn to each other. Stretching out his hand, he began to talk about the helmet of the Lion King. The armor appeared in his hands. Smiling, Larry concluded that this quest would allow him to find another piece of the Lion King's armor. He imagined a sinking ship and emphasized the fact that the only place nearby where it could be was the sunken ship. The protagonist smiled widely and noted that he had to go there anyway because of the mutated monster. He would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking at the sea, Larry said that he had already received the multicolored pearl. Now he could go there. He jumped into the water. The protagonist swam along the sunken ship. He saw gills on his neck and noted that this was a useful item. Larry remembered how he fought in the city and thought that it was good that he met Murlocs on the beach. Thanks to them, he can now breathe underwater. Looking at the ship, the protagonist assumed that it must be somewhere out there. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the deck, the protagonist thought he had found it. The captain's cabin, the boss's room, where the last mutated monster lived. A weapon appeared in Larry's hands. Smiling, the protagonist asked the monster to stop hiding and come out. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard. Larry was surprised by this. The monster appeared in front of him. Grinning, the protagonist said that the Murloc captain had finally appeared. The monster with glowing eyes asked how dare a mere mortal appear there. He grabbed the protagonist and asked why Larry had come there. The protagonist, looking mad, loudly asked why he needed to know if he was going to die anyway. He performed a powerful spin attack. Frowning, the protagonist said that this is why he hates fighting underwater. The movements are too slow. The enraged Murloc turned to him. He was taken aback when Larry disappeared from sight. The protagonist pounced on him, shouting that killing the monster was a piece of cake. The Murloc tried to block the monster's attack. After striking, the protagonist asked if he had decided to use his subordinate as a shield. The monster was preparing to attack with a sword. There was a blow. Dodging, Larry heard a question about where his arrogance had gone. Frowning, the protagonist mentally declared that he couldn't even defend himself without his sailors. Looking at the monsters that had appeared, he thought that the Murlocs summoned by the captain were annoying him. They were blocking his attacks. A smirk appeared on his face. The captain was surprised. Red energy began to hover around the protagonist. Larry put on the Lion King's helmet and shouted that he would tear them to pieces and make Murloc sashimi. He was preparing to dash. The protagonist rushed past the monsters, striking them. The surprised Murloc thought he was very fast. The protagonist appeared in front of him. Their weapons crossed. The captain's swords broke, and he said that this could not be. Larry disappeared from sight again. Looking around, the monster asked where he had gone. The protagonist appeared behind him and asked what the Murloc was looking at. The monster was defeated. The guy, enveloped in a red aura, said that the Murloc sashimi was ready, after which messages popped up saying that he had increased his level, killed the 3rd mutant monster and completed the quest, Mutated Monsters. Now he needed to find Macaulay. Stunned Larry said that he barely got out. The berserker is good at everything, except for the rollback. Examining the item, the protagonist noted that the Murloc captain had dropped it, after which a notification popped up saying that it was an old coin, a unique item. Thanks to the cool emblem, it could pass for a collectible. Something suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the lion statue, the protagonist wondered if it was a clue for the quest, adding that he had something in his mouth. Touching the black box, he checked if the box had a round groove instead of a keyhole. Larry inserted a coin into the groove. His helmet began to glow. The chest opened. The protagonist asked with a satisfied look what it was and if such a thing existed at all. Sunlight fell on the sunken ship. Examining the object in the chest, he read that it was an unknown disc, a round object of unknown origin and purpose. It contained some kind of energy. Raising his hand to the disc, Larry noted that he had never seen such an object before. Holding it in front of him, he wondered why the disc suddenly began to glow. The dumbfounded protagonist lifted the object above his head, after which a notification popped up that this was the symbol of the Lion King, a token given to the Murlocs by the Lion King many years ago after saving them. It contained a part of the Lion King's power. The item gives 100 units of endurance and intelligence. Larry imagined the armor and came to the conclusion that there was no symbol among them and wondered if this disc was still a part of it. Smirking, the protagonist thought that this thing increases stats, like 40 levels. Light continued to come from the chest. Larry noticed this. Examining the fabric, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this is a canvas with an image of the Lion King, where he gives the Murlocs his cuirass. Looking around, he wondered if this meant that the Lion King's cuirass was hidden somewhere, noting that there was nothing under the rubble. The protagonist imagined the monster and emphasized the fact that if you think about it, the treasures of the Murloc King were plundered by the Pirate King. He imagined the Pirate King sitting on the throne and came to the conclusion that this was a level 300 boss, and his habitat was too far from there. It would be difficult to get the cuirass right now. Sitting on the ship, Larry said that this was enough for now. Now that he knew the location, he would definitely find it. He teleported to the third city. Sighing, the protagonist noted that now he could rest in peace. His gaze fell on the brawl. People were trying to get through the crowd to the goods. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that at this rate he would soon become a millionaire, after which he asked if he could now continue the quests, since he had dealt with the store. He came to the garrison headquarters. Sitting at the table, Macaulay turned his attention to the protagonist. Standing in front of him, Larry said that he killed 3 mutated monsters. Taken aback, the man asked if they multiplied so quickly. Looking at the protagonist, Macaulay said that it was a good job and he helped them a lot. Putting his fist on his chest, the protagonist asked if he had any guesses about why the mutation was happening, noting that if he could help with anything else, then he just had to tell him. After which the guy replied that some force was involved, he could not tell him the details yet. Macaulay seriously said that if he found out anything, he would tell him, and in the meantime, Larry should continue to become stronger. If he met them now, he would not survive. A notification about the quest, training period, popped up, which said that the protagonist was too weak to learn the secret. He needed to become stronger to learn the secret. The conditions included reaching level 150, and the reward would be an increase in the level of trust of General Macaulay. Holding his chin, Larry noted that he couldn't continue the quest due to a level restriction. To level up, he needed to go to that dungeon. The protagonist, enveloped in blue mana, read that he had used the Magic Resistance Increase scroll on his equipment. Magic defense was increased by 9 units. After which he said that it was good that he had bought the scroll in advance. Now he could move out. The protagonist stood at the cliff in the southwestern part of the crossroads. He swung his axe. With a powerful blow, Larry cut down the trees. Holding the logs on his shoulder, the protagonist said that now he could. He noticed a scream nearby. Larry began to follow the conflict. The guy asked with a satisfied look if the elf had signed for this hunting ground, and whether it was possible to hunt there freely. The enraged stranger pointed his finger at him and said that the guy had taken his prey at the last second. The guy squeezed his cheeks with his hands and replied that he thought something was itching. Pulling an arrow onto the bowstring, the elf cried out that if he wanted in a good way, then he should give back what he took. He fired an arrow. The guy dodged the shot. The elf was shaking with anger and said that this time he will not miss. Smiling, the protagonist wondered if this was Mickey the Dodger, noting that in his past life he was quite famous. Watching the guy, Larry reasoned that he created the smallest possible character from the already tiny gnome, and dodges every enemy attack, which is why he was called the Dodger. Running away from the arrows, Mickey fired back. The crossbow bolt hit the elf in the leg. He rushed into battle shouting that he would make a cutlet out of the guy. The elf suddenly stopped when he heard the scream. The man was standing behind him and said that he regarded their actions as an attempt to harm an innocent user. The protagonist, disguised as a member of the garrison, ordered the elf to be silent. The arrows began to teleport, after as Larry passed the sentence. A trembling Mickey said that he was grateful to him. The enraged protagonist cried out that he too was getting a warning and had to get out of there. Larry returned to his previous appearance and thought that everything would almost be over if the fight continued. Holding the axe in front of him, the protagonist added that they would have discovered a secret passage to the dungeon that only he knew about. The protagonist struck. There was an explosion. Standing in front of the portal, Larry said that this was a dungeon that only opened after hitting an old tree. He did not understand who even came up with such an idea. He entered the dungeon. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist read that he had discovered a secret, magic dungeon, and received a bonus for the first discovery. Experience, an item drop rate increased by 30%. The bonus is active for 3 days. Larry broke a multicolored pearl. The protagonist scattered the fragments on himself, after which notifications appeared that he used powder multicolored pearl. Protection from all elements was increased by 10% for 3 minutes. Raising his hand above his head, the protagonist summoned a log. He got into a fighting stance. Larry began to throw logs. The trees activated traps. A series of explosions was heard. Warming his hands, the protagonist said that he should not hesitate now. It was better to quickly clear this dungeon. He continued to throw logs. A cloud of smoke rose while the protagonist reasoned that this was the last log. Frowning, Larry thought that the main difference between the magic dungeon and the usual one is the huge number of magical traps set at the entrance. He imagined a huge number of different traps in front of him and thought that one wrong step, and an ordinary player is doomed to instant death. They are dangerous even for him, although his level is above average. Remembering how he threw logs, Larry noted that no matter how well he remembers his past, the exact location of the traps is unknown to him, so to avoid trouble, he chopped down trees, but now that he has no logs left. Smiling, the protagonist came to the conclusion that now he will have to figure it out on his own. He rushed forward. Larry dodged the arrows flying at him. He ran away from huge axes. Boulders rolled behind him. Turning around, the protagonist noted that he was beginning to understand how everything was arranged there. Now a new trap should appear. A magical blow flew at him. A powerful blow was heard. The protagonist stood in the middle of a cloud of dust. He cried out with a satisfied look that the monster had finally appeared. A spectrum was flying in front of him. The monster began to gather energy for a powerful attack. Looking at the flying projectile, Larry thought that since the spectrum is an ethereal spirit, physical attacks do not work on it, no matter how strong they are, so he prepared something special for it. A scroll of fire spells burned in his hand. The protagonist was preparing to make a dash. Swinging axe, he cried out that he could even destroy a ghost. He flew at the monster and thought that he needed to give it his all. No matter what he did, this was his last battle. There was a powerful explosion. Annoyed, Larry read that he had defeated the specter and noted that it was dusty. He noticed a magic scroll, fire arrow, on the floor and asked if the fool had dropped anything. Looking at the scroll, the protagonist said that he thought it would drop magic items, something more useful. He seriously came to the conclusion that there was no need to hurry. The monsters surrounded the protagonist, who reasoned that until he got to the boss, he would come across a dozen of them. He chopped up the specters. Killing the monsters, the protagonist cried out that this was the end. Holding the axe on his shoulder, Larry asked if they were always so easy to kill, noting that he had high hopes for them, because the monsters were created a wizard. His gaze fell on the chest standing by the wall. Looking at it, the protagonist asked if he would finally get a worthy reward. The joyful protagonist said that he had not opened a treasure chest for a long time, he should open it quickly. He hit the chest and asked if they wanted to fool him. Looking at the monster, Larry said that, as expected, it was a mimic. In such a dungeon there simply could not be normal chests. Having killed the monster, he screamed for it to shut up and give him the item. His face was serious. Looking at the items, the protagonist read that this was the Cowardly Mage's protective ring, with which you can use the shield twice a day for protection, and a portable mana charger. It allows you to restore 150 units of mana once a day after screaming. Larry, with a satisfied look, said that this is what he wanted to get, adding that these are all magic items for escape, like the Cowardly Mage's ring that he had received earlier. Looking at the decoration, the protagonist read that this was a ring created by a cowardly mage, allowing one to run away. The owner of the ring can use the flight skill once a day to move back 3 meters, after which he said that it suits him perfectly. It is better to have an item for defense than for average attack. Grinning, Larry said that he was still looking forward to what else he would get today. He began to run down the corridor. His gaze fell on the door at the end of the corridor. Swinging his axe, the protagonist cried out that whatever was there, it would belong to him. A powerful blow was heard. The protagonist, with a mad look, clarified whether the cowardly fool was ready for a fight. The cowardly mage looked at him and asked how he could go so far, and Larry thought that this was the boss of this dungeon and the creator of his rings. Red blood began to emanate from him aura. He rushed into battle shouting that the mage should already be dead. With the help of a spell, the mage spilled fat on the floor. The protagonist slipped and thought it was a spell that cancelled the force of friction. A cloud of dust rose from the impact. Rocks fell from the ceiling. Larry's eyes glowed brightly. He continued to attack the mage. The boss evaporated from under the blow. The mage appeared behind him and asked him to stop scaring him, then ordered him to start firing. Cannons emerged from the walls. A white magic circle appeared under the protagonist. Many powerful shots hit the ground. Watching the shots, the boss said that if the protagonist continued to scare him, he would have no choice but to kill him. Larry flew towards him and asked if the mage had said everything. Swinging his axe, he asked the monster to shut up and die. The mage's body began to transform. The protagonist was surprised by this. The exposed spectrum was flying across the battlefield. Examining the monster, Larry came to the conclusion that the coward had disguised the spectrum. The robe was a conductor of the spell. The irritated protagonist turned around and asked what the boss was up to. The ground beneath him began to tremble. The ground split. The monster began to crawl out from under the ground. Smiling, Larry said that they were joking. A golem named Zack appeared before him, after which the protagonist asked why this fool kept sending his minions instead of coming out himself. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist noted that this monster was annoying. He even summoned mini-golems. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He noticed a magic circle on the wall. A smirk appeared on his face. He rushed into battle and asked if the boss thought that a golem with only one defensive skill was his equal. Larry jumped off the ground. He flew over Zack. The protagonist cried out with a satisfied look so that the golem would try to block the attack. The monster covered itself with its hands. The protagonist flew over him. Zack was surprised by what happened. Larry began to laugh. He flew towards the wall and screamed. From the very beginning his goal was this suddenly appeared magic circle. He struck the wall. Red energy emanated from the debris. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he had figured out where this cowardly fool was hiding. His control room was hidden by magic just like the entrance to the dungeon was hidden. Larry entered Chase's hidden room. He was surprised. A projectile from a fire ballista was flying at him. There was a powerful explosion. Chase, looking pleased, said that it worked, his best skill. He was shocked by what he saw. The protagonist was flying in front of him. He said with a mad look that he almost died. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked the golem to stop him. Zack rushed at Larry. The protagonist dodged the attack. He found himself in front of Chase. The guy covered himself with his hands from the blow. He flew back. Landing on his feet, Chase said that he blocked his attack, and it was not for nothing that he spent so much money on this protective equipment. The protagonist's face was pleased. Standing in front of him, he began to laugh. The mage shuddered in fear when Larry declared that he was so grateful to him that he could not hold back his laughter. An aura surrounded his body, after which the protagonist clarified whether Chase still did not understand that this armor slowed him down. He was a walking punching bag. The mage was horrified by what he heard. The golem pounced on the protagonist. Dodging the attack, Larry thought that this was the familiar that Chase created, the golem Zack. Even if it was destroyed, it would continue to regenerate from the stones scattered everywhere. Examining the monster, he reasoned that if you kill its owner, it will automatically stop. He can ignore it, but... He swung his axe. The guy with a mad look screamed that the golem continues to irritate him, so he will hit him. Larry flew at him. The protagonist cut the golem in half with a powerful blow. He screamed madly that they were next. The protagonist rushed past the rocks like a whirlwind. Chase watched the whirlwind. He bit his lip in fear and thought that Larry had defeated his golem so easily. The protagonist suddenly flew at him. He appeared in front of the mage and declared that only he were left. Grinning, the protagonist screamed for the mage to try to dodge. The boss was defeated. Opening his mouth wide, Larry screamed that this was the end and the mage must die. He finished the guy off. The wall was destroyed. The protagonist greedily drank the potions. He remembered how the ballista projectile flew at him and thought that during Chase's first attack, he unknowingly activated the berserker mode, thinking that he would die from the consequences of this skill. Looking at the rewards dropped by the boss, the protagonist stated that he had recovered his stamina enough. Now he could look at what this cowardly fool had dropped. Larry was surprised. Holding the ring in his hand, the protagonist read that it allowed him to run away. The owner of the ring could use the skill, exit, once a day to leave the dungeon, and then asked how many escape items Chase had created. Holding his chin, the protagonist wondered who he was. He imagined a dark outline of a person and wondered who the enemy was that the mage was trying to escape from. Raising his head, Larry noted that if he thought about it and rummaged through his memories, he might find a clue. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that he remembered that place. The secret door opened, and the protagonist emphasized that this was the place that automatically opened after clearing the dungeon. Looking at the entrance, Larry said that this was Chase's hidden room. The torch was burning on the wall. Looking around the room, the protagonist said that it was dirty. He lowered his gaze. Looking at the box, the protagonist wondered why there were so many books in it. He took out one of the books with surprise. Dumbfounded, Larry said that he had found a skill book, and the system asked him if he wanted to study this shield skill book. Since he had cleared this dungeon for the first time, he could study one of the skill books in this room. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the reward for completing this dungeon for the first time was items that could give a skill regardless of profession. Sorting through the books, he came to the conclusion that with their help he could create a new combination skill. He picked up the book on changing the damage dealt above his head. The protagonist imagined the emblem and thought that changing the damage dealt was a skill that could change the physical type of damage to magical. Now players know little about magical attacks and defense, so this skill is very strong. Standing in front of the projection, he said that he wanted to turn his physical damage into magical. The other books stopped glowing after Larry made his choice. The surprised protagonist wondered why there was something still glowing. He held Chase's journal in front of him. The protagonist began to study it. Larry frowned. An image of a demon appeared in his imagination while the protagonist said that he was tasked with creating a cursed item. But this was wrong. It could lead this world to ruin. Perhaps it did more than just distort monsters. He imagined Chase being surrounded by eyes and continued reading, that he had nowhere to go. He would be killed as soon as he tried to escape. He had no choice but to join them. Chase looked at the moon and said that the time had come, They would leave for a short time to attend a general meeting, and that day he would try. Hiding behind a box for monsters, the guy said that the escape was successful, but he lost some of the artifacts. Hiding from the pursuit, he managed to survive. Holding his head, Chase noted that they no longer need him, but because he knows who they are. He imagined how he was immersed in the core from which the tree grew and came to the conclusion that he should hide as deep as possible, in a place that no one knows about, but they can find him. Shaking dust off the diary, Larry said that this means that this fool was being pursued, so he hid in this place. The main character with a thoughtful look began to reflect on the cursed object and corruption. Looking at the diary, the protagonist added that if we are talking about the same corruption that he knows about, he can learn something new. Imagining the defeated monsters, Larry came to the conclusion that after the mutated monsters, corrupted monsters, will appear. He introduced the demons and emphasized the fact that he knew there was a certain group that was involved in mutating monsters, but no one would have thought that humans were behind this organization. A dragon emblem appeared in his imagination, and the protagonist reported that the corrupted monsters were not only a problem for the Golden Lion camp but also for the Black Dragon camp. He assumed that it was the work of another faction. He said with a dissatisfied look that it was not that simple. Putting the diary in his inventory, Larry came to the conclusion that he needed to give it to the research team. Perhaps it was a hint for the main quest. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist asked if level 150 was a condition for the next quest, noting that he needed to raise at least 30 levels. A picture of a guy standing in front of a demon appeared in his imagination, and he came to the conclusion that raising 30 levels was not an easy task. The elf lay on the ground while the protagonist reasoned that by doing hunting or gathering quests, he would barely be able to swing. The guy grinned and came to the conclusion that this was completely unsuitable for him. A book of runes appeared in his hand. Shrouded in a blue aura, Larry said that he had already completed all the preparations for a quick leveling up. Now he needed to move to the crossroads. Gusts of wind blew through the room. He found himself on a shopping street. He had a bag in his hand. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that the magic scrolls he received in the dungeon were useless to him, but they could be sold for a good price. Looking around, he asked if his store was doing well, noting that last time it was bursting with customers. Looking at the crowd, the protagonist noted that there were still a lot of them. There was no need to worry about that. Baring his fangs, Larry said that at this rate, all the money in the crossroads would be his. The protagonist came to the building of the Berserker Guild. He was looking at the projection, which asked him to select a combination skill to delete. Touching the skill, the protagonist said that he did not need it. He noted with satisfaction that it was quite an interesting skill, but when using it, he could only move in a straight line, and he could also achieve the same effect with other skills. A smirk appeared on his face. Larry crossed his arms, emphasizing the fact that he could create a better combination skill. Standing in front of the screen, the protagonist extended his hand. He remembered finding the book and began to reason that since the meager skills of the Berserker were no longer combined with anything, the skill book, Damage Change, found in the magic dungeon would be an excellent component. Thanks to it he could create something new, compensate for the weakness of the Berserker, and create a skill that would be the key to easily leveling up. Mana gusts emanated from the books. Looking at the bright glow, Larry combined Strength, Jump, Strike and Damage Change. Looking at the red emblem, he read that the combination was complete. There was a smile on the face of the main character. Looking at the screen, the protagonist cried out that this is what he wanted so much. Releasing a stream of pink mana, Larry declared that this skill will be called Bombing. Larry looked at the flash of magic and gave the name to the skill Bombing. A flash of light, dirt, and magic was depicted when it was said that the skill that transforms magic damage into an explosion was called Bombing, and that the cooldown of 5 seconds is a significant disadvantage, but one hit can be more than enough. The hero looked away and laughed. The guy rubbed his hands and thought about how now he can only wait for the rewards to rain down at his feet. He imagined Odin in his head and said that one day he will use this skill on his face. The dwarven weapon shop was shown. The guy was thinking that while he was waiting for this day, he should prepare. The man, sitting at the table, greeted the hero, asking if he was looking for something specific. Larry replied that he was. The guy came closer to him and, smiling, said that he would buy all the axes that he had. The seller opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. He ran to the door and assured that you need to wait a little and he will bring the goods. The hero waved his hand and said that he should bring it quickly. The young man looked away, hearing someone discussing whether it was too expensive. The girl was examining the sword and said that the store was more expensive than here. The character raised a finger and objected that there was a good selection there. Larry silently watched from the side thinking that these were players. He watched them discussing something, examining the sword, and reasoned that if they were in a weapons shop, then they had already completed the dwarf's quest, wondering if they had progressed that far. The hero smiled sarcastically and dismissed in his mind that he shouldn't worry about it, since there was another obstacle in their way. Warriors from different communities stood opposite each other, when Larry discussed the confrontation of camps, explaining that this was PvP content that would soon become as popular as the main plot of the Lord. The opponents crossed swords in battle. The guy continued to think about how fighting with representatives of other camps was more interesting than hunting, because many people blew off the plot and leveling and enjoyed the combat. Larry crossed his arms and thought that he once liked this too. The seller put a bag on the counter and said that he brought axes. The hero grabbed the bag, thanking the man. The guy threw his bag over his shoulder and thought about what was going on. The seller, raising his hand, thanked him, telling him to come again. There was a picture of a tent camp called the Keelan Outpost. The guy passed by the tent and thought about how he hadn't been here for a long time. It seemed to him that even everything felt different. There was a point marked on the conditional map, and it was said that the Keelan Outpost was located on the front lines with the Black Dragon camp, and that there were not many monsters here. But if you go deeper, you can meet NPCs from another camp and other players. There was a picture of the Black Dragon army and the Golden Lion fighting, and it was explained that in other words, this zone was created specifically for battles. The hero entered the tent and reasoned that in theory, to get here, you need to be level 150, but there was a reason why he showed up so early. The senior sergeant held a pen in his hand and asked if he wanted to register as a free mercenary. Larry with LV 120 bowed, confirming his words. The man said that of course anyone can register, but with his level. The senior sergeant extended his palm and said that he should know that his level is too low, so let him do what he wants. The hero was shaking with anticipation when he replied, thanking him. A notification popped up that he had become a free mercenary, and that he could be awarded a rank depending on his combat services. It said that he needed to get his first combat experience. It explained that by defeating a representative of the other camp he would receive combat experience points, and then merit points and a rank. The hero left the camp saying that this bald bastard looked down on his level. He stood in a stance, stretching out his leg. Larry was getting ready to run, saying that he had already registered anyway, so he didn't care, and that he could move on. The guy quickly ran away from there. A trail of dust rose into the air as the hero activated his dash plus assault, talking about his destination, a deep canyon. He walks on the ground. Larry moves using invisibility magic. The hero walked along the path, adjusting his hood. The guy looked away, exhaled, and deactivated his invisibility cloak. He stood on a cliff, watching the river, talking about how he was there, and that this was a deep canyon. Larry smiled sarcastically, introducing his opponents, talking about how it took him quite a while, but thanks to the cloak he was able to get here without incident, and no matter how strong the guy was, fighting level 150 enemies was quite a burden. The carriage moved in the direction. The hero thought that this canyon was used as a supply route for the Black Dragon's camp, so security was increased here. The guy bit his lips, holding the tools in his hands, thinking that he came here, that no one would even think that someone could get through. He was hammering a wedge into the rock. Larry passed the rope, wrapping it. The hero wrapped his body in a tighter knot. The guy decided to go down the rock, declaring that preparations had begun. He pushed into the cliff. The young man slowly went down, using the rope. The hero held a hammer in his hands and said that now they could begin. The guy swung the sledgehammer. He struck a strong blow to the rock. Larry watched, smiling, saying that it turned out well. A cave formed in front of him, which he called a great place. The guy opened the book and made a magic sign, saying that he would first put a mark. A notification appeared that he had entered a teleportation point in the Book of Runes. The hero stood at the edge and said that the preparations were over. A blade appeared in his hand after he said that it was time for a quick pumping. A notification popped up that he had equipped a hand-axe weapon. The carriage with the guards moved on. One of the warriors, the guard of the Black Dragon army, heard something. He watched as a magic ring unfolded in front of him, and screamed. A huge energy ball fell on them, scattering them to the sides. Larry landed in a stance and laughed, asking what they would say, asking how they liked his bombing skill. The hero smiled and thought that it was great. He was shown attacking an enemy trapped in a ravine from a cave and was discussing how if you make a hole in the rock, you can easily hunt enemies from below with ranged combat without having to worry about the guards above. The guards were screaming furiously that there was someone on the rock. The hero activated his hand axe and screamed, asking if they understood now and what they could do about it. He held the weapon tightly, squeezing it in his hand. A sign appeared behind the attacking guy as he screamed for them to shut up and become his experience points. Larry activated the bombardment, and energy strikes flew around. The enemy screamed as he died. It said that he defeated the Black Dragon army soldier and leveled up. A notification popped up saying that he leveled up as the magic destroyed another opponent as well. Notifications came one after another. The hero smiled and said that it was great. Larry held an axe in his mouth and said that he would continue to move towards level 150 like this. The notification said that the guy equipped a hand axe. The young man straightened his back with his hands, exhaling. The hero looked at the pile of mixed bodies with stones and said that the boring shit was over. Larry put his hands on his belt and wondered how many days he had been doing this, thinking he was going to die of boredom. A message appeared that there was no hand axe left and that the guy had reached LV 150. The young man, smiling, looked away and wondered if it was possible to return to the main quest now, and wondered what the others were doing. A pillar of energy shone against the rock as he spoke to activate the rune book in the Kalian outpost. The Kalian outpost was shown. The man wondered if he really did it. The senior sergeant grabbed his head and asked if he really did it alone. Larry smiled, putting his hands on his belt, asked if he was a low level. The man spread his hands and said, denying that they were very lucky to have people like him in the camp. He put a seal and congratulated him on the fact that the hero is now a soldier. A notification popped up saying that his combat experience had been counted and that he had been promoted to soldier. It said that he could advance in rank by contributing enough or by continuing to accumulate combat experience. Larry crossed his arms and said that was great and that he would start with soldier. The hero extended his hand, pointing to the warriors ahead, saying that while soldiers couldn't do anything, they could get more missions as they advanced in rank, as well as the ability to do missions with other NPC soldiers. The gold box was opened as it was said that mission difficulty and rewards were also skyrocketing. The guy clicked on the message box and reasoned that this wasn't the only reason he fit into this rank system. He pointed at the message and talked about how he was aiming for merit points. The hero presented items and used that these points could be used to purchase special items on the merit market. Larry looked ahead and said that it was a good start, but they wouldn't be enough for that thing. He leafed through the book and said that he needed to save up some more and activate the Book of Runes, heading to the crossroads. The hero teleported to the crossroads square. The guy looked around and wondered how he hadn't been here for a long time and said that he was glad to be back. Larry turned around in surprise, hearing someone being called out rudely. One of them grabbed his head and said that these partisans had come running. The young man showed 3 fingers and said that because of them he hadn't been able to complete quests for 3 days. The hero smiled and thought about what had started. Monsters were depicted and the guy thought that the bastards the players were talking about were users from the enemy faction of the Black Dragon. The orc and the human stood with their foreheads pressed together, as Larry explained that starting from the 3rd city, a fierce battle was waged between the factions. The orc, having finished off his opponent, turned around and asked why he had to kill representatives of the other faction. The guy said that it was a funny fact. The monster in the suit spread his arms and explained that after killing an enemy, you can use his equipment, and for this you get more experience. The orc threw his axe into the air when it was said that it was all a lie. The monster's eyes glowed red with anger. The guy said that even though the excuses sounded plausible, in fact, the reason was hidden elsewhere. The warrior pressed the enemy's head with his foot. It was said that it was all about the pleasure that the player experiences from killing opponents weaker than himself. Larry's eyes flashed red. He thought that he knew this better than anyone else, because this is the instinct of any player. The hero approached them and asked where they had seen them. The boy turned around and asked again. The young man showed his palms, telling them where the stone-hoofed boy lived, and that he should not go there, because a party of 10 people was thinking about it right now. Larry crossed his arms and thanked him for the information. The hero closed his eyes, imagining the map, and thought about the habitat of the stone-hoofed boar, wondering if the hunting grounds were right next to the crossroads and how the front line had shifted so much in their direction. Larry brought a whistle to his mouth and reasoned about how it came to this, that they must be greatly underestimating them. The hero began to whistle as loud as he could, and a notification appeared that he had used the summoning whistle. The horse galloped towards him. The boy on the horse reared up and it was reported that he had summoned a black horse. The young man was tugging at the leash and shouting that they were scum, asking if they thought everything would go according to their plan. Larry was riding his horse right away from them, shouting that they should wait a bit, and he would give them what for. The player raised his hand and asked why he hadn't gone there alone. The second guy looked at him and said that it couldn't be. He added that going there now was tantamount to suicide. A path was shown near the rocks. It was said that this was the habitat of the stone-hoofed boar. The girl was holding a sword in her hands, standing in front of the monsters. The elf from the Golden Lion camp was injured and wondered why they were doing this. She said that they gave them their items and asked them to let them go. Harvey with the other creatures from the Black Dragon camp looked at them and asked why. The girl stared with her mouth open at the flying blade. The enemy hit her with his sword, shouting that killing the weak is fun. The friends ran up to the elf to ask if she was okay. The monster swung its weapon at the people, screaming about their death. Larry opened his mouth wide, activating the bombardment. Harvey turned around, not believing his eyes. The spinning magic disc was catching up with him. Org asked in surprise who it was, seeing a powerful blow before his eyes. The blast wave left the desert around. The hero was riding towards them. The opponents were shouting that the enemy was approaching and that there was only one person there. They needed to surround him. A devilish smile stretched across the guy's face and he laughed, asking if they were joking, and said that they should prepare to die as a team. The guy was approaching the monsters. The enemy attacked with an arrow, saying that the hero had gone crazy. The young man took out an axe. He dodged the goblin's shots, saying that he was too slow. The horse jumped up, pushing off. The goblin watched as the hero rode high above him. Larry laughed and shouted that he was here. The guy pushed off the horse, flying even higher. The monster looked at him in surprise and said that he was crazy, wondering why he just went and jumped. Larry flew down, swinging his weapon and shouting for him to receive. The hero laughed and activated the power to change the damage dealt. He threw the axe at the orc below. A strong blow raised a column of dust in different directions. Larry's weapon was stuck in the ground. The hero grabbed the axe tightly by the handle, trying to pull it out. He put the axe on his shoulder and offered to play. The monster called him a little man and asked how dare he. The warriors jumped at once, attacking him with a call to crush. The guy swung and, laughing, asked again about who he was going to crush. He quickly flew into the attack. Lightning strikes fell on the enemy. The hero destroyed everything in his path and shouted that he would smear everyone. The orc watched in fear and said that he could go crazy because he destroyed melee players with a high level of defense with one blow. The goblin stood behind him and said that he was a monster. Larry moved quickly, pushing off the ground with his foot. He flew to attack the two, saying that he had found rats. The monsters, wide-eyed, awaited their fate. The hero screamed, destroying them. Notifications popped up one after another that Larry had earned merit points for killing all the players. The guy stood over the corpses of the monsters and said that he had not even warmed up. The young man thoughtfully looked at the message window and reasoned that merit points are awarded in the same way as for killing NPC soldiers. He looked at the killed enemy and said that it makes no difference whether he is a level 150 NPC or a level 130 player, and it is clear to a donkey which is more profitable. A pillar of light from the teleport appeared. The guy was talking about how it was time to work, and first he would return to the crossroads. A large building with columns was depicted. It was the Crossroads Temple. Larry was happy, receiving a notification that he donated 3 gold, received the priest's blessing, that his defense and resistance would be increased for the next 6 hours. Gold coins flew to the angel statue. He reasoned that the priest's blessing, depending on the amount of the donation, you can get different buffs, although the boosts last only a few hours, but it is important to get them before going hunting. The hero scrolled through the message window and thought about the fact that next in line is a set of equipment. 3 red symbols were shown. The guy said that the first set is critical hits, the second for defense, and the third set is for attribute resistance. It takes 3 seconds to change equipment, but it is a very useful thing. The young man smiled slyly and said that he was now going to get some loot. Larry clicked on the window and said that he would throw in the bait. He wrote that he was accepting information about the representatives of the hostile faction at the crossroads. Notifications that a comment had been received poured in. The hero smiled broadly, discussing how fast the reaction was, and that it looked like they were in a difficult situation. Larry looked menacingly at the notification about the received comment. He read the correspondence of other players, putting his hand to his chin, laughing about how these bastards from the Black Dragon army swallowed the bait. They quickly leveled up and were now so confident. The guy smiled, thinking that he was even grateful to them, and if they hid with their tails between their legs, he would have to look for them. The hero enthusiastically clicked on the screen and thought that they should wait a little and he would justify all their expectations. Larry wrote that he would start broadcasting the hunt, thanking for the information. The number of viewers reached 2714, and Ward wrote that the god Larry takes up the case. Grapefruit Soda in the message asked if the hero had gone crazy, clarifying about the live broadcast, and noting that the enemy is gaining an advantage. The guy moved along the path live. Viewers continued to comment that it seemed to them that it was not so important, wondering where he was going in complete silence, assuming that in the area he mentioned earlier. The young man stopped. Larry watched the battle between people and monsters from the side. A message popped up that Shu was wondering if he was still there, and it would be great if he died here, and at least the hype around him would die down. This user was told to watch, and then find out what happens next. The enraged orc swung his weapon. He struck the elf. The opponents fought with their swords crossed, the pressure of which sparks flew. The monster said that if he had calmly given up his items, nothing would have happened. The elf looked at him in horror and replied that he should not make fun of him, because he had planned to kill him from the very beginning. The orc laughed, looking into his eyes, and shouted that everything was right. He swung, knocking the sword out of his opponent's hands. The monster kicked off the ground with his foot and attacked the enemy, saying that if he knew, then let him die. The elf's allies opened their mouths in surprise, and someone noted that this was dangerous. The player looked ahead in confusion when the monster's sword approached his head. Suddenly, Larry covered the elf with himself, taking the blow on himself. The other elves were frightened by this picture. The goblin looked at what was happening and wondered in surprise. The hero flared with magic when he took out an axe, starting the attack. He hit the enemy with a powerful blow to the body. The orc flew to the side from the attack. A message appeared that Larry earned 1 merit point for killing Badal. The guy laughed and mockingly asked if the blade was tasty, adding that it was commendable. The hero activated a dash and quickly approached, through the dismembered body of the opponent to the others. He ran to attack them and asked why they were standing like idols, offering to try to stop him. The young man dismembered the next opponent with one blow, and received a notification that he earned 1 merit point for killing the Eye of Nemo. The guy with a smile on his face attacked other monsters, receiving merit points. Larry flew high above the opponents. When the audience discussed that 1 blow 1 death, is it even possible, because everyone dies one after another? Hinox asked a question about the soldier of the Black Dragon army being at least level 120. What kind of damage does he inflict? Rohade was interested in the level of this crazy streamer. They answered that it was somewhere around 140, otherwise it cannot be explained. The monster threw his hand forward and shouted that they should stop panicking, because there were many times more of them. He ordered to hit everyone at once. The opponents rushed to attack the hero. The guy grabbed the weapon tighter and said that they were primitives who thought the same way as those bastards. A message appeared that he had put away the axe. The young man jumped high above the enemies and shouted that if they all attacked together, then he was even glad about it. The hero swung, activating a combination skill. The guy brought down powerful blows on the enemy, who flew apart. He dealt damage to them, activating a whirlwind. The elf watched from the side at a huge destructive tornado. The viewers commented on what was happening, calling the guy crazy. Rachmaninoff was interested in what this skill was and whether they were really playing the same game. Wingo wrote a question about whether Larry was a berserker, whether anyone had information on this class, and whether he was cheating again. Notifications appeared one after another about the guy earning merit points for kills. The hero put his leg out and shouted about the cancellation of the whirlwind. The young man scratched his head, smirking about how easy it was, while the notifications continued to come. The guy pressed the switch screen in the message window. Larry spread his hands at the camera and said that he was disappointed with the Black Dragon army, asking if this was all they could do. The hero raised his palm to the camera and asked why they didn't try their strength, because it didn't matter how many there were, 10 or 20. A sword appeared in his hands and he said that whoever defeats him would be the one. The guy showed a long sword of the Royal Knight with a smile and said that he would give it to him. Users started a discussion after seeing it. There were messages about whether he had just put a reward on his head, that this weapon was top-notch, and his act was crazy. Someone thought that it was a scam and Larry would not give up this sword. Ashun wrote that he should wait a little, and he would take this sword. The hero smiled and said that if he wanted to get it, then he should quickly come and kill him. The guy's eyes lit up red and he added that if he could, of course. Messages flew in the air one after another, discussing how confident the guy was, that it was cruel. People were crazy about him, admitting that he was a real man. Larry put the sword on his shoulder, read the correspondence, and thought that this should be enough to provoke them, and it was good that he took the weapon from the store with him. The hero clenched his teeth, remembering previous battles, thinking that his own could attack him, but he could defeat them too. The hero whistled, puffing out his cheeks, using the summoning whistle. The horse neighed, throwing his head up. Larry found himself on top, summoning a black horse. The guy clicked on the message window, arguing that the Plateau of the Winds was next in line, and therefore they needed to move north. He galloped into the distance, arguing that they needed to fly there at full speed. Turret typed at the computer, asking if they had seen Larry's stream, noting that he had heard that they had to fork over 800 silver for this sword. The orc wrote that an urgent recruitment was open for the guild, for a raid on the hero. Powell clicked on the message window, writing that they were the first to target the guy, and if they touched him, they would pay. They started arguing about whether they would be able to kill him, and what they needed to find quickly to see the massacre. The young man, smiling, read the chat and noted that, as expected, they all wanted to kill him. The hero looked away and added that this was the only reason everyone was gossiping and no one was going after his soul. The monster without an arm lay in a pool of blood. The enemy was cut in half. Larry jumped over the pile of corpses and said that he was bored because the battles ended too quickly. A notification popped up that he had 157 LV and 520 merit points. The guy climbed the pile of corpses, leaving a soulless desert around. It was said that the Plateau of the Winds and the army of the Black Dragon were destroyed. Barman from the Black Dragon camp bit his fingers and in horror did not believe that he had destroyed them. The monster turned to another, warning that they were in trouble. He said that he knew and asked not to fuss. Barman asked again in surprise. The orc replied that in any case there were only weaklings on the plateau, and such an outcome was expected. Fear was visible in the monster's eyes when he heard about not worrying, because there were many of them and they were strong. The warrior looked into the distance and announced that they needed to hurry, because the plateau was very close. Barman turned around, hearing something. He thought that this was true. There was an army of goblins behind them. The orc was arguing that they could do it. Larry narrowed his eyes, seeing something in front of him. He was looking at the army of monsters and said that you just need to look at them, because they were serious. The guy looked at each orc with a weapon and said that there were 30 or 40 of them, at least 50, and some of them were of a good level, so it was serious. The notification window reported that he changed his equipment set. Items appeared on his hands and the system notified that the second set of protection was activated. The hero stood in a stance in new armor and declared that these were ideal conditions to go berserk. He looked at them in a mask and asked what they were worth, ordered the bastards to attack. The crowd of enemies rushed at the hero. Barman raised his sword and said that they should not stick to each other, because they should surround him, keeping their distance from him. He opened his mouth in surprise. A magical vortex formed in the air in front of them. The monster said that this was a bombing, and they should be more careful. The magical attack carried away the army, scattering them in different directions. The orc retreated and wondered why he aimed at the edge of the plateau. The warriors ran in different directions screaming for help, asking for directions. Barman turned around and asked for a minute, saying that he just shouldn't be told that this was a trick to gather everyone in one place. A beam of energy hit the ground. The orcs watched the hero soar in the air. Larry's eyes glowed red and he laughed, saying that it was true. The army was falling apart from the guy's powerful blows. Notifications appeared that Larry was earning merit points for killing opponents. The goblin looked at him and shouted that he was in the center, and this was their chance. The monster flew to attack the young man with a call for death. The hero raised his head, noticing the enemy. An energy flash lit up everything around. Larry raised his head and activated the cry of madness. The goblin grabbed his ears in pain and said that he could not move, wondering what kind of skill this was, claiming that it was a cheating ability. The guy swung his weapon and asked him again, telling him to kiss his ass, warning him that he was surprised too early. The young man's eyes lit up with white light when he said about the combined skill. He activated the whirlwind and all the monsters around were taken away by a huge tornado. The goblin screamed as they swirled in the hurricane. The guy's axe flared with a bright color, and he screamed that he would chop up all the bastards. The guy looked away in surprise at the call for him to stop, since this was his end. A monster with red eyes was hovering above his head. The orc quickly descended, attacking the enemy. He hit the hero with 2 swords into the armor. Sparks flew to the sides, throwing the opponents away from each other. Larry prepared for the attack and noted that he was strong, curious about whether he was a worthy opponent. The sword soared forward. The monster held his weapon pointed at the enemy, and said that he was one of the rankers of the Black Dragon army, and his name was Ted, said that the boy should remember his name because he would kill him. The hero remembered who he was, wondering if he was the one who bragged about being the first to reach level 100. The young man laughed, asking again about being a ranker. Larry pointed at him and asked him if he was the bastard who bragged about reaching level 100 before everyone else, and was humiliated by him. Ted was confused, asking again about what he said. He got angry, spreading his legs by rubbing his swords, called him impudent, and said that he could let him live if he gave him the long sword, adding that he would teach him good manners. The monster kicked him under his feet, saying that he would show him that there was also a division between the strong and the weak among rankers. Larry quickly found himself behind his opponent. Surprised, Ted turned around. The guy, looking him in the eye with determination, swung his axe and said that he should see what a real ranker is. The hero dealt a crushing blow with an axe to the enemy. Ted flew far to the side from the powerful blow. He fell apart into pieces, hitting the ground. The hero watched as the enemy flew away, raising clouds of dust behind him. He looked narrow-eyed and said that he knew it was an ordinary huge pig, and a very slow one. Larry opened his mouth in surprise, noticing something. The guy looked into the distance, and wondered where he had gone. The hero looked around, saying how he had quickly escaped, and asking about how he had simply retreated without finishing the fight. Ted was sitting behind the monsters, getting drunk on something healing, when a young man rushed towards him, shouting that he thought he was finally going to have fun. The orc stood up. He grabbed his sword and asked what all the fuss was about, then told the hero that they needed to fight to the death. The monster got scared when he saw a face in front of him, and shouted about what kind of reaction it was. Something was leaking out of his mouth, and he asked the hero again after he asked about him drinking a potion because he was afraid that he would die after one blow. Enraged, Ted shouted, asking what he was implying by saying that he just drank a potion. Larry turned away and said that there was nothing wrong with it. The hero pointed and reminded him that he was streaming, and over 30,000 people saw his dirty trick. Users wrote in the chat that everyone saw it. The monster gritted his teeth, asking about the dirty trick. He said that the guy was crossing all boundaries. Ted crossed his arms, holding his swords. He got angry, saying that he would teach him a lesson and activated a combination attack. The monster pushed off the ground. Ted flew into attacks, using a blade dance. Larry smiled, asking what was all this. The guy put away his battle axe, and said that he could handle him with his bare hands. The goblin flew head first and noticed that he put away his weapon, calling it pity, adding that he too lost the will to win, seeing his deadly. Ted finished the skill, as he was suddenly grabbed by the head by the young man. The hero squeezed his head so hard that his eyes rolled out. He powerfully slammed the enemy into the ground. Larry looked at the killed monster and received a notification that he received a merit point for this. The guy stood over his body and told him not to make him laugh, Ranker. The young man imagined a huge snake monster and thought that those who would later be called that, perhaps even now, continue to harden themselves. 2 people approached from behind Larry as he was arguing that he couldn't believe he remembered that bastard, because of which he felt lousy, wondering what he should do about it. The hero turned around with a smile, stating that he thought that the guys could cheer him up. Screams and begs for mercy were heard. Under the rays of the sun stood a building. It was an intersection. The guy received messages one after another about receiving merit points for killing. The hero put his hands in his pockets and wondered how long it would take for notifications to appear, that it felt like they were coming with some kind of delay. Someone from the crowd said, turning to the guy, that he was his fan. Larry turned around. In front of him stood a young guy who warned that they were forming an army, and that there were more than 200 of them and he would be better off avoiding a fight with them. The hero smiled, noting that he was saying there were more than 200 of them. Larry extended his hand in thanks and asked where they were now. The guy replied that they were saying they had crossed the gray zone. The young man smiled, his eyes glowed red. He thought that the merit points were just asking to be in his pocket. Larry turned to the system to open the merit store. He clicked, choosing the product, and thought that there was still time before their arrival, saying that he would buy a badge of honor in advance. A sign was depicted and a notification popped up that the badge of honor has a magical level, and those who have this sign can increase the level of honor, and reputation points will be awarded depending on combat experience. Larry looked at it, holding it in his hands, and reasoned that the badge of honor costs 500 merit points, but thanks to it he can get additional reputation points for killing a representative of the enemy faction, and it is definitely worth the money. The hero clicked on the system window and said that it was time to earn these points, but before that he needed to do something else. The guy raised his palm and said that the stream would be interrupted for this, and he would resume it later, asking to wait a little. People wrote different messages with indignation and farewell. The stream was turned off. The headquarters of the Crossroads garrison was depicted. Macaulay sat at the table and asked if he had already become so strong, adding that he could rely on him now. The guy put his hand on his chest when notifications popped up that access to the main quest was open, and he earned the trust of the general of the Crossroads Guard. The hero thought that it had finally happened. The general leaned his elbows on the table and said to listen to him carefully now, that he had observed the mutated monsters that he had discovered, and wanted to say that this was only the beginning, because some had completely completed the mutation process, and these monsters were much stronger and more cunning than other mutated ones. Macaulay crossed his arms, imagining a dinosaur, said that they had decided to call them defiled monsters. The general looked at the hero and said that they had caught several and were continuing to study them, but such creatures should not exist in their world, and therefore if he encountered defiled monsters in the future, let him kill them and bring him their eyeballs. Macaulay specified that their eyes glowed green, so he would quickly recognize them. The hero smiled and replied that he would keep that in mind. Messages appeared that he had received information about corrupted monsters and could distinguish them from others, could get a reward for them, and could also get an additional reward for collecting information about them. The guy, smiling, looked at the system window and thought that corrupted monsters were a kind of additional income, and he could make a good profit on this, not to mention the simple rewards for quests. He imagined a chest in his head and thought about how great it was that he could get everything at once. Corrupted monsters dropped better rewards than normal monsters, so it was useful to identify them and kill them. A message was received about the share of one person, which said that he needed to defeat one or more corrupted monsters to show what he was capable of. The hero clenched his fist and thought about what he wanted to say, that he couldn't trust him even after he leveled up to 150. Larry crossed his arms and exhaled, thinking about how he should just kill one and come back and whatever the monster dropped was his anyway. The guy turned around, putting his hands in his pockets, and said that he would come back after he completed the quest. The general raised his hand and told Larry to take care of himself. The hero turned around and said that he almost forgot to tell him something. The general asked him again. The guy ran up and whispered in his ear. Macaulay's eyes widened in anger and asked again, shouting. There were monsters standing near the fence of the Crossroad Fortress and demanding that Larry not hide, but come out. The orc asked the goblin if he was sure that he was here. The goblin looked at the system window and said that this is where the broadcast was completed. The doors began to open. The goblin shouted that they were opening and if anyone could see Larry. Macaulay stood in front of them, with his soldiers behind him. The monsters looked on in shock and wondered what the hell and why there was a garrison here if they weren't attacking the city. The guard general shouted menacingly for everyone to shut up, asking how these filthy creatures dared to come here. Macaulay ordered to attack and leave no one alive. The monsters retreated, running away, not understanding how this could happen. There was interference on the screen and Larry said that there seemed to be sound, but how to turn on the video, and press somewhere. The guy turned on the broadcast with an exclamation that he had succeeded and apologized for the delay. He said that he had gotten quite far. The hero put his hands on his belt and asked where he was now. The young man turned to the city and extended his hand, explaining that this was the third city of the Black Dragon Camp, called Ash City. He was interested, claiming that there was a great view from here, right? Larry clapped his hands and said that now he would try to rob this empty town. The protagonist jumped off the cliff. The goblins turned to look at the landed Larry. The blue-haired guy carefully examined his opponents. The goblins, trembling, grabbed their weapons, the man came to the conclusion that, as he thought, those who were chatting about his murder went to the crossroads, leaving only weaklings in the city. The protagonist, taking a stance, said that he did not enjoy killing innocents, but he must achieve his intended goal, since he had no other choice. The protagonist, with his leg back, prepared to dash. Having cut the goblins in a dash, the large man asked them not to be offended by him. Larry, shouting that he had come, ran away. System windows appeared, which said that the protagonist earned 2 merit points for killing Kilrog and Kelrog. The hunting grounds of the Black Dragon Army, a meadow. The blue-haired man, walking forward, noted that it was good that there was no one here. The protagonist, putting his axe on his shoulder, came to the conclusion that there were also defiled monsters in the camp of the Golden Lion, but it would take a long time to catch them, and then concluded that despite the great risk, it was better to kill such a monster on the territory of the Black Dragon Army. The elf was chasing the goblin with his weapon brandished. Larry thought that Macaulay would cover him, so he wouldn't have to worry about the crossroads for a while, and then he thought that while he was getting to the city of Ash, the broadcast was turned off, so it would take the Black Dragon Army a ton of time to find him. The young man smiled widely, realizing that thanks to this, he could focus on the hunt. A wolf appeared in front of the hero. A level 140 gray-fanged wolf, spreading its paws, growled. Larry, taking an axe in both hands, noticed the wolf's level and said that since this area was inhabited by defiled creatures, the normal monsters would also have a higher level than average. The blue-haired guy, raising his axe, said that he would crush his enemy like a fly, because he had no time for small things. The lizard's huge foot stepped on the ground. The big guy, looking up, noticed a loud sound. The reptile's face appeared. The shadow of a huge lizard covered the frightened wolf and the surprised guy. Yaris's level 181 pet dinosaur opened its mouth and growled loudly. Larry, clutching his axe tighter, thanked God for bringing Tyler straight to him. The blue reptile roared loudly. The protagonist shouted loudly that it was the defiled monster Tyler. The young guy, looking up with excitement, asked, well, who would have thought that the pet dinosaur of the general of the garrison of the city of Ash would turn out to be a defiled monster? The shadowed man with a mohawk against the background of red flames raised his hand. The hero noted that even if someone knew about it, no one dared to go after him, because otherwise Yaris would become their enemy. Because for the army of the Black Dragon he is as important as Macaulay is for the camp of the Golden Lion. Larry raised his hand and shouted after the fleeing wolf, telling him to run away as if his life depended on it. The blue-haired boy looked up happily. The protagonist, spreading his legs, asked who in their right mind would fight this monster. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, shouted at the reptile whether he was right, and then shouted for it to attack quickly, because he would make a stuffed animal out of it. Tyler stomped his feet on the ground. The dinosaur swung and hit the protagonist with its tail, which surprised him greatly. Larry jumped back from the crushing blow. The young boy looked at his enemy in fear. The protagonist, flying away from the open mouth of the monster, noticed that it was very nimble, since it turned around so quickly. The reptile closed its jaw with sparks. The protagonist mentally shouted that it grabbed his leg. The protagonist, holding an axe in his hand, continued to fly, grimacing. The blue-haired guy flew a huge distance away from his opponent. Larry, hitting the ground, raised a high column of dust. Tyler, opening his mouth, looked after him. The young guy stood up on the ground. The main character, with a crazy smile, going into a berserker state, shouted that there is such an expression as not giving a break to an animal that has bitten a person. The character's axe was covered in a red aura. Larry, jumping up, swung at the lizard. The blue-haired man, grimacing madly, exclaimed that Tyler had better clench his teeth harder, because he would tear off his head. The dinosaur, opening his mouth, again tried to hit with its tail. The young guy made a powerful attack right on the tail of the monster. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, mentally said that the lizard parried the attack with its tail, and then wondered where the mountain-sized reptile got such speed from. Larry, loosening his grip, removed the battle axe from his hand. Tyler turned around. Looking at the hero, the blue lizard loudly growled at the hero. The big guy, taking Yaris' pet by the tail, screamed loudly. Larry spun the huge lizard. The protagonist sent his opponent flying. The dinosaur, falling from a great height, roared loudly. From Tyler's impact with the ground, it split. Raising the blade back, the young guy jumped on the enemy. The blue-haired guy, laughing loudly, shouted for the lizard to try to block the attack with its tiny paws. The large man plunged the blade into the roaring lizard. Tyler, opening his mouth, roared loudly. The hero jumped away from his opponent with sparks. Larry, landing on the ground, noticed that he had caused decent damage. The dinosaur, covered in red flames, began to emit green light from its eyes. The hero noticed that now everything was just beginning. The reptile's skin glowed with a green glow. Light emanated from the holes in the monster's skin. The monster with glowing eyes opened its mouth wide. The monster's skin began to collapse. The man with the fluttering cloak looked madly at the enemy. Larry, smiling in anticipation, noted that he knew about the power of the corrupted monsters, but this is something. Yaris's pet dinosaur, Tyler, having transformed into a huge monster, completed the mutation process and entered the second phase. With a deafening roar, the lizard entered the second phase. The green eye of the creature stares intently. Larry mentally explained that the power of the corrupted monsters is unique to each individual. The lizard covered in green growths opened its mouth. The young guy thought that Tyler had gigantism, and although he is not the only monster that can increase in size, he has a distinctive feature. The reptile swung its tail. The tail of the huge lizard flew straight at the protagonist. Larry, jumping back from the destructive blow, was covered in a red aura. The guy with glowing red hair looked at his opponent in surprise. Tyler's tail, having destroyed the ground, bounced off it. The large man mentally exclaimed that he was stunned by the tail ricocheting and asked himself if his opponent knew that he would dodge. The blade at the end of the tail pierced the hero's stomach. Larry, holding an axe in his hand, flew far away. The lizard looked at the place where the protagonist fell. The dinosaur released steam from his mouth. The hero began to mentally explain that Tyler had not only increased in size, but also his characteristics, including strength and agility. The guy's leg was sticking out of the destroyed ground. He said that it hurt. A large man with a gun in his hand, lying in a crater, noted that his opponent almost made a donut out of him and did a lot of damage in one ricochet, and then asked what kind of monster he was. The eyes of a huge reptile emitted green lightning. Larry said that he did not want to admit it, but this dinosaur was the first serious opponent he faced after regression. The lizard's eye glowed green. The hero lying in the crater was surrounded by green lightning. Tyler raised his tail. The reptile, having hit the hero, destroyed the ground around him. The huge lizard, flashing its eyes, went forward. The dinosaur opened its mouth in surprise. The eyes of the hero in the mask lit up with a red flame. Larry, having equipped the sealed helmet of the Lion King, noticed that the monster that unlocked the corrupted power increases the level by 20, and then added that in this case, his enemy has exceeded the 200 level mark. Tyler, destroying the ground under his feet, ran towards the armed guy. The man in the mask noted that everything was going as well as possible. Larry, grabbing an axe in both hands, said that now he will check what level his current abilities are. The protagonist prepared to jump. The large guy, jumping right at the lizard, raised his weapon above his head. The masked man's weapon, emitting sparks, collided with Tyler's tail. Larry, having struck, shouted that his opponent is damn tough, and if he fails to identify his weak points, he will lose. The hero, looking up, noticed something. There was a red wound on the dinosaur's body. The young guy noticed that he had inflicted this wound on his enemy before he became a giant, and then concluded that the wound had increased in size as his body grew. Larry, sliding along the ground, said to himself that he would be able to win. With a blue glow, he put the hand axe back in his inventory. The hero, having materialized a magic circle, declared that there would be a bombing now. The monster's tail flew straight at the young guy. A magic circle with a blue glow inside appeared above the roaring lizard. The reptile, raising its head, opened its mouth. Larry, rushing with a red glow, approached Tyler from the side of his wound. The man in the lion mask, raising his axe, exclaimed that it was a feint. Tyler, having received a blow from the protagonist, roared deafeningly. The guy with the cloak, trying to pull the axe out of his opponent's wound, shouted for him to stop pretending, and that was just the beginning. The protagonist ran straight across the lizard's body. Larry pushed off the enemy and jumped high. The large man flew, shuffling his legs. The young guy landed on the dinosaur's tail and ran across it. The man in the lion mask, swinging his axe, shouted for his opponent to die. Tyler, having received multiple wounds from the red aura, roared piercingly. All in a red glow, Larry, looking down madly, laughed. The protagonist, leaving a red trail behind him, rushed past the lizard. Tyler, lowering his head, roared loudly. The man with the cloak, spreading his legs, asked how the lizard tasted this, and then asked if the top of his enemy's head was fresh. A scene with a slimy green creature appeared. The lizard, wounded in the head, opened its mouth wide. Tyler, crushing the ground under him, ran straight at the hero. The protagonist, with his head burning with black fire, grabbed an axe in both hands, shouted for the dinosaur to come to him, because he was about to end this boring fight. Tyler, rushing towards the man emitting a red aura, opened his mouth wide. Larry, covered in bright red flames, prepared to use a combination skill. The guy's legs split the ground under him. The man in the lion mask, jumping with a black flower behind him, wanted to deliver a fatal blow. The magic flower, directing a black beam at the lizard, produced a huge red explosion. A black and red explosive mushroom rose into the cloud. Larry, stretching out a black flower behind him, pierced the dinosaur with a red beam. A huge explosion occurred behind the protagonist, tearing off the tail of the reptile. Information windows appeared, stating that the hero had leveled up, defeated a corrupted monster, obtained evidence of the existence of corrupted monsters, earned an incredible achievement by being the first to defeat a creature with corrupted power, and was the first to receive the title of Defeating Corruption. A window popped up describing a unique title called Defeating Corruption. which stated that corrupted power is a power whose source is unknown. Larry, sitting on the ground, exhaled. The blue-haired guy drank a red potion. The sitting protagonist, happily wiping his lips, said that defeating a level 200 monster while being level 150 is damn hard. The window called by the protagonist said that he was the first to receive this title and the additional effect from it. Larry noted that the reward was worth it, because in the main quest he would have to fight corrupted monsters. The man with scars on his face, putting his hand to his face, asked what the question mark on the screen was and why only numbers were displayed, and then suggested that he needed to kill 2 more corrupted monsters. An information window appeared in front of Larry, who spread his arms, which said that the general of the Ash City garrison, Yaris, learned of the death of his pet dinosaur, and then another plaque popped up, which recommended that the protagonist be careful, because Yaris will be here soon. A notification popped up that Yaris's wrath was aimed at Larry, to which he fearfully thought that Tyler's owner would clearly come here with a horde, and it would be difficult for him to stand alone with one opponent. The large man rushed from the spot. The young guy with a distorted face, quickly running away from the scene, decided that he would run away in order to survive. The blue-haired guy, smiling widely, realized that it was time to get out of here, because he already knew where he was going next. Ash Forest. A thin fog covered the dense forest. Larry carefully stepped on the ground. The protagonist, touching a tree, said that what he needed was somewhere here, but it was so long ago that he no longer remembers. Small cats with axes, covered with cloaks, walked through the forest. The hero mentally explained that this was a hunting ground for level 110 players, but a great secret was also hidden here. Larry, equipping an axe in his hand, cheerfully noted that if his memory serves him right, this place is definitely here. The axe stuck into the tree. A large tomahawk pierced the wood. The axe entered the tree bark like butter. The weapon, stuck in the trees, lit up. Larry exclaimed that he had found the location. The ground began to fall in with a crash. A huge boulder with a glowing sign grew in front of the young guy, to which he noticed that it had finally appeared. The man in the cloak, swinging the materialized weapon, exclaimed that everything was simple from now on. The large guy threw a magic sphere and bombed the boulder with it. The protagonist, covered in clouds of smoke, raised his hand in front of him. The protagonist, looking at the underground stairs, noticed that he had not been here for a long time. A window appeared, notifying that Larry had entered the place where the legend of the hunter began. The blue-haired guy, with his hands in his pockets, was going down the stairs. The hero, smiling, mentally explained that according to the idea, in order to find this place, it is necessary to complete a chain of quests and find clues, but he does not have to do this. The big man threw a magic sphere at the stone and destroyed it. Larry explained that he already knew what to do to open the passage, namely, aim, attack from a long distance, and have a skill in his arsenal that can crush stones. The hero's foot stepped on a stone tile. The protagonist, finding himself in an abandoned temple, said that he was there. The blue-haired guy, putting his hands in his pockets, mentally explained that this is one of the places where you can get someone's will, like in the hero's test, and then asked how this could be different from the hero's test, and then suggested that maybe in the fact that its founder is still alive, unlike the Lion King. Larry, looking at the huge floor engraving, said that the troll hunter named Kairos is a living legend. A man with a spear in his hand, jumping, prepared to attack the armed army. The young guy mentally told that in the vanguard of the Black Dragon was a legendary hunter who made his enemies tremble. The main character, smiling, materializing an axe, concluded that even Kairos could not know that the first to visit this place would be a berserker, and not an archer or a hunter. But this is no longer his business. An information window appeared. That the first stage of the hunter's test began. Larry, squeezing an axe in his hand, exclaimed that he would eat everyone here. The wind blew the fire off the stand. The torch went out. A large man stood in complete darkness. The system window reported that he needed to find light in the darkness. The blue-haired guy, laughing at the riddle, noted that this dungeon was disgusting. The guard walked in complete darkness. A huge troll with glowing green eyes raised his weapon behind the protagonist. The protagonist, baring his teeth, immediately turned around. Larry, swinging his axe, destroyed the enemy. The young guy's face changed, noting that for a regressor like him, this was a piece of cake. The blue-haired man was surrounded by guards in armor. The big guy rushed from his place. The protagonist, swinging his axe, killed the trolls. The protagonist, having chopped up another enemy, noted that at the first stage, the enemies appearing from the darkness are very weak, so they are easy to defeat. Taking out another weapon from behind his back, he shouted for his enemy to die. Larry, his eyes widening, realized that he couldn't mindlessly chop up everyone in a row. The young guy, quickly sending his axe at the enemy, abruptly stopped and finished the thought that they couldn't kill everyone, because among all the trolls there is one young one. The protagonist, overjoyed, said that he almost screwed up, and it was dangerous. The torch lit up. The green creature stood illuminated by the light. Larry realized that finding the light in the darkness meant finding the young troll among the enemies. The troll smiled broadly, The protagonist mentally explained that he had deliberately chosen an axe with a small attack radius. An information window appeared, which said that the young guy had passed the first stage of the hunter's test called the Eyes of the Hunter. The green creature pointed with its finger to the surprised Larry where to go. The large man, leaving the stone room, noted that the next test was somewhere here. The protagonist, touching the wall, was looking for something. The protagonist, pressing on the brick, said that he had found what he needed. A hatch opened under the surprised guy. The man with the cloak, screaming loudly, fell deep underground. Larry hit his face on the ground. The young man knelt down and placed his hand on his waist. A sign appeared in front of the man's face, notifying her that the second stage of the hunter's test was about to begin, to which he was very surprised that the test had already begun. The blue-haired man looked at the information window with the inscription "Destroy" and asked what the hell he was supposed to destroy. The ground split under Larry's feet. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he remembered who he was supposed to defeat. The main character, standing on the head of the stone monster Kairos, level 130, remembered that the goal of the second test was a stone golem. The young man jumped up and dodged the golem's clenched fists. The man with the cloak, materializing a battle axe in his hand, asked why the monster appeared out of nowhere. The stone monster stood up, putting his hands on the ground. Larry mentally explained that the stone golem of Kairos, like all golems, would be restored until its core was destroyed, and then he noticed that this stone was probably the core. The ground split under the hero's feet. The protagonist, holding an axe in his hands, made a jump and noted that it was too easy. Larry, flying up to the monster, swung. The young guy, emitting red light from his mouth and eyes, used the ability of the Cry of Madness. The stone golem, spewing lightning, glowed pink. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, screamed for the core to break. The protagonist hit the golem with sparks with an axe. The large man swung, prepared to strike again. Larry, having landed, thought that the golem was very hard, and then noted that he expected this from Kairos, who is called the King of Trolls. The monster, opening its glowing mouth, screamed loudly. The protagonist, jumping away from the enemy, was surprised that he was defending himself. On the golem's forehead, a round gem glowed. The protagonist thought that this was the real core. Larry, having taken a stance directly in front of the golem, found out that it showed the location of the core, and he just needed to destroy it, and then concluded that they wanted to test his destructive skills with this test. Information windows appeared, which said that the protagonist put away the battle axe and equipped a regular axe. The warming-up protagonist thought that this was not even funny and loudly asked if the golem wanted to test what it was capable of. Having thrown an explosive magic sphere at the monster, Larry thought that he would show his enemy everything he wanted. A bright flash from the explosion illuminated the battlefield. Larry looked contemptuously at the wreckage of his enemy, and said that he was no match for him, and a notification appeared informing him that he had defeated the golem of Kairos. A window flashed in front of the hero, stating that he had passed the second stage of the hunter's strength test, and the protagonist modestly stated that he was not a hunter. The archer jumped in attack, and the protagonist said to himself that, despite the name, the hunter's test had no class restrictions, but it would have been much easier to pass with a bow. Larry equipped the battle axe and confidently said that this was no problem for him, after which he asked what the next test was. A flashing notification announced the start of the third stage, and Larry asked in surprise if he didn't even have to go anywhere, adding with satisfaction that he liked this pace. In the silence, a confident sound of approaching footsteps was heard. The excited guy turned around abruptly and thought, what could it be? A mysterious figure was slowly approaching from the shadows. The ominous figure of Kairos stood in front of the protagonist. The hero tightly clutched the handle of his axe in his hands. Larry turned to the monster and said that if his memory serves him right, then this is the last test. The orc covered in black shadow was angrily silent in response. The protagonist's gaze was full of anticipation of the battle. Kairos angrily raised his head. Larry rushed towards the monster with all his might. The protagonist raised his huge axe and asked what the hell was going on here. Larry made an unsuccessful strike. He looked at what happened in surprise and wondered if this was a protective barrier. Kairos began to slowly walk towards the hero. Larry made another futile attempt to attack the monster. A moment later, the protagonist recoiled in amazement. Dark energy crackled around the villain. In front of the protagonist, the monster turned into a huge black bubble. A notification informed the protagonist that the orc had detected his murderous intent, and the guy wondered what that was. The black bubble began to gurgle ominously, and a system notification informed him that Larry had steadfastly endured Kairos's evil gaze. The monster's sinister paw burst out of the ball, and the information window announced that his opponent would now show his true form. The monster's body was covered in black liquid. The transformed monster glared at the hero ominously, and a notification about the final test, in which he had to defeat young Kairos, flashed in front of Larry. Young Kairos looked at Larry with a contemptuous grin. The protagonist, resolutely grabbing his axe with both hands, said that his true opponent had finally appeared, asking if he knew how difficult it was to meet him. Larry quickly rushed to attack, to close the distance. The protagonist rushed at his opponent, and asked him if he was right. The orc raised his hand in the air and ominously called his dear friend to him. A huge wolf appeared from the darkness of the cave. Larry was dumbfounded and asked himself in bewilderment what it was. The leader of the pack of wolves with a frosty mane looked at the guy greedily. The wolf rushed straight at the protagonist with all its might, and Kairos ominously shouted after him to tear the hero to pieces. Larry hit the monster right in the face and irritably asked what kind of cheap tricks these were. The protagonist hit the wolf with his axe and called him here, asking if he wanted to try it. The protagonist deftly chopped the wolf with his huge axe. The monster watched in horror. Larry jumped high into the air and shouted for Kairos to catch his friend. The protagonist slammed his weapon on the ground. Breaking with his hands, the monster excitedly declared that this could not be. Larry angrily looked at his opponent and irritably asked him if he really decided to abandon his friend and run away alone, and that if the wolf was so special to him, then the orc should die with him. The monster ominously called the protagonist a smug bastard and said that he would make him pay for all his sins. Larry, grinning maliciously, assumed that the monster would attack him. The figure of the antagonist pulled the bowstring. Kairos deftly released arrows of justice from his weapon. The magic arrows rushed in different directions with a deafening whistle. The protagonist looked into the air in surprise. The protagonist looked at Kairos mockingly and asked where he was aiming. He quickly rushed at his opponent. Larry prepared to counterattack and said that it was his turn now. The orc hissed with slight irritation, dodging the lunge. The antagonist fell to his knees nearby, and the protagonist thought with annoyance that this monster could be mistaken for a young hero. But he was nimble and agile, and the battle would not end at this rate. Larry was wary and thought that if he used one of his techniques, he could easily defeat him. The hero suddenly lunged towards the enemy. Larry raised his huge axe behind his back and thought that he had enough thinking. Now he needed to attack. Kairos, raising his huge hand, thought that this was another dash and silently added how simple the main character's patterns were, noting that, apparently, he never learned anything. Kairos waved his hand and shouted for him to receive the compulsion rope. The magic rope whistled towards Larry. The rope tightly wrapped itself around the running hero's hand. Kairos stuck out his tongue and grinned that he looked great, and that he had now become a living target. Suddenly, the monster recoiled in shock and asked what was going on. Larry tore the rope off his hand and said that he was grateful to him to death that he had used it, because that was what he had counted on. The protagonist grabbed the rope tightly and shouted that he finally caught him. The orc screamed in horror of defeat. Larry pulled the rope towards himself with all his might and shouted that it was too late. The villain cursed in despair, losing his balance. Larry easily spun the monster right in the air. The hero looked straight into the monster's eyes with an ominous look and shouted for it to die now. The protagonist chopped the monster in half with his axe, and a system notification informed him that Larry had defeated young Kairos. Notifications informed the protagonist of his level up. The system notified him that the hero had proven his strength to Kairos. Larry looked at his hand and he thought with a grin that the damn rat must have decided to show off. Something burst out of the ground and Larry asked in surprise what had happened. A stone pedestal rose from the ground in front of him, and a notification suggested placing a level 170 or higher monster heart on it. Larry confidently threw his huge sword over his shoulder and thought that he had just one such heart in mind. The protagonist opened his inventory and took out Tyler's heart. Larry raised the heart up on his hand and thought that it was quite difficult to kill this bastard and added how angry he was when only this heart and scales fell out of the monster. But it turns out that they can be used too. The heart on the pedestal flashed brightly, and a system message notified that Larry presented the heart of Typer and received the secret skill of Kairos. The notification said that the protagonist received the imprint of the power that pierces the soul for development, after which he asked himself in confusion what the word development meant. Another system notification popped up, which said that the power that pierces the soul leaves an imprint on the body and gives it the power that can pierce the soul, increases the chance of a critical hit and critical damage, and can also grow by absorbing the defiled power, and the guy thought in amazement that this is just great. Larry looked at the screen with delight and thought that this was a gift from the orc and a reward for the trial, the effect of the imprint. The figure of the archer raised his hand up and Larry thought that all archers must have this imprint, since it increases critical damage, and that he knew about it in his past life. The notification screen hung in the air and the hero thought that he was seeing a skill marked as growth for the first time, and that the ability to absorb corrupted power was already impressive, but for him to also grow. Larry grinned maliciously. The hero decisively lowered his hand and thought that this was great, and that thanks to this he would rise a few more levels, after which he mentally ordered Odin to wait for him. The headquarters of the Crossroads garrison. The architectural ensemble was brightly illuminated by the sun. Macaulay spread his hands and enthusiastically declared that Larry was truly amazing, because he had defeated the corrupted monster and exceeded all his expectations. The protagonist modestly held his hands behind his back and declared that he was simply flattering him, to which his interlocutor replied that he would share the promised information with him. The elf mysteriously lowered his head and declared that the protagonist should listen to him carefully, because some secret force was behind the creation of corrupted monsters. Larry looked at his comrade with undisguised interest, and he said that the defiled monsters can be found not only with them, but also in the center, and asked the protagonist if he understood how dangerous the situation was. An image of a large coastal city appeared, and the guy thought that it looked like his interlocutor was talking about the central continent, where the fourth city was located, and wondered if information about it was already being entered. Macaulay sat down at the table and added that, in addition, some not only show aggression towards other races, but also attack cities and behave strangely. A huge monster was chasing the poor half-elves, and the protagonist's interlocutor explained that their research group was finding out the reason, how to fix it, and who did it, but so far they have not managed to find anything. Larry crossed his arms behind his back, and the elf said that now that he could work alone, he would like Larry to actively help them with collecting information about the defiled monsters, to which Larry quickly agreed. The half-elf handed the protagonist a scroll and said that it would help him. The protagonist held a scroll with the right to an individual mission, and Macaulay added that it would be useful to him when hunting corrupted monsters. The protagonist cheerfully squeezed the scroll in his hands and thought that this item would allow him to get quests about corrupted monsters without having to go back and forth, and added that it was a valuable thing that saved a lot of time and reduced the fuss to a minimum. Larry left the office and said that he would try to return as soon as possible with good news. The hero went down the stairs and said to himself that he had already received the right to an individual task. Larry grinned maliciously and wondered if he could now go straight there. The Crossroads Human Guild. The huge building of the Human Guild towered over the protagonist, and Larry wondered if this was where he was looking for. The sun was shining brightly at the entrance to the building, and Larry thought that there was a human guild in the crossroads. The guy carefully opened the creaking door and said that he was sorry. Larry froze in surprise at the threshold and exclaimed quietly. The hero looked around the abandoned building and thought that it looked like a haunted house, and that, as representatives of other races said, there was complete chaos here. Someone behind Larry hit the floor with a stick. Howard looked at Larry sullenly and asked what he wanted, and asked if he was an adventurer, and why he had come and made such a noise. Larry's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that this old man at first glance seemed ordinary, but the coat of arms on his clothes indicated that he was a member of parliament. An image of warriors holding a flag appeared, and Larry remembered that the details would be revealed later, but the parliament was an organization created by the central continent for the welfare of humanity. Larry bowed politely and thought that considering what was coming next, it was best to be polite, and then introduced himself to the old man as a level 160 berserker named Larry. The boy straightened up and said that he was someone who sought the welfare of humanity, and had come to see if he could be of use, and Howard laughed softly, and noted that people like him were rare. Howard smiled slyly and said that since Larry sought the welfare of humanity, he had a job for him. Howard opened his drooling mouth in satisfaction and said that the job would suit him. A system window with the Iron Turtle Hunt quest appeared in front of Larry, saying that Howard had assigned him to hunt turtles on the East Coast, that the protagonist needed to eliminate the individuals that were interfering with the steamer's movement, and deliver 10 of their carcasses. Howard laughed ironically and repeated that the turtles were interfering with the steamer, after which he admitted that he simply liked turtle meat, and exclaimed that these were disgusting turtles, and told Larry to get rid of them. Larry confidently showed the sign of class and thought that he needed to earn the trust of Parliament in any case, and Howard told him to come back quickly, to which Larry replied that he should trust him. The guy sighed languidly and said that he was tired of talking to old people. The protagonist walked forward and added that he needed to hold out a little longer. After all, now this quest would seem insignificant to him, but after some time everything could turn out differently. The hero frowned and stated that the only reason he came here was for one of the main quests in the game, the race quest. A bright blue flash lit up the street, and the protagonist stated that he needed to take step by step to activate Buchern on the East Coast. Near the East Coast, an unnamed uninhabited island. Birds flew high above the forested island. The sun shone brightly on a palm tree. Larry gave a loud battle cry and dealt a crushing blow to the turtle. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the system message showed that he had collected 20 carcasses out of 10, and he thought that would be enough. Larry looked around carefully, and thought that it was good that in his past life he paid a lot of attention to the race quest, and that thanks to this knowledge it was easy for him to hunt. Larry thoughtfully looked at the coastal sand and thought that, moreover, maybe it was worth digging here. Larry started digging and said to himself that it would be great if he found it on the first try and asked for it to be here. The boy looked at his find with delight, and said bingo with joy. Larry saw the turtle eggs and thought that he had luck on his side, while the system message described them as a rare spell ingredient that tasted great and was worth a lot. Larry clutched the eggs in his hand with determination and thought that he had heard that getting them would lead to a special creature, and that all preparations were complete. Bright flames danced hotly in the lit fire. Larry picked up the butchered meat of the iron turtle. The fat on the meat sizzled loudly, filling the air with a rich aroma. The protagonist sat patiently by the fire and thought that the one he was going to meet was the only intelligent life form on this island and the most powerful creature in the region, who did not belong to any faction, and if he was angered, there would be no trace of him left. Something flashed in the fire, and the hero thought that instead of being afraid, he should be careful to make sure he got it. A mysterious bird figure slowly emerged from the thick shadows. Larry turned his eyes to the side and thought that the one he was waiting for was already here. The paw of a huge bird hit the ground. A huge bird-like figure slowly emerged from the shadows and menacingly asked what he was doing here, turning to Larry. Furman menacingly raised his paw at Larry and imperiously asked who allowed him to come here. Furman sniffed the air in surprise and wondered with interest what that smell was. The bird saw fried meat, and he exclaimed with delight that it was the meat of an iron turtle. Furman looked at the meat greedily and said that it was priceless meat, and that yes, iron turtle meat should be eaten without any seasoning, adding that he did not know who Larry was, but that he had the instincts of a true gourmet. The protagonist sat quietly by the fire and thought that this was Chozo Furman, a representative of the bird people race, the special creature he had spoken of. Larry looked sarcastically at the bird and thought that usually it took a long time to coax him out, but a piece of meat was much more effective than words. The appetizing piece of meat sizzled loudly on the crackling fire. The bird looked at Larry indignantly. Furman pointed expressively at Larry and asked if he wanted to tell him anything, to which the hero only chuckled. Furman opened his eyes wide in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Furman carefully peeked out from behind Larry and asked if he really didn't, adding that if he had come this far, he must have some business with him, and he was right, to which the protagonist calmly replied that he had nothing to say. Furman opened his mouth in bewilderment. Larry smiled slyly and thought that great, just a little more, and that the next quest would depend on how he would use this ace. Furman spread his hands in panic and asked incredulously if Larry really didn't need his help, since the entire island was under his control, and suggested that he just say if he needed anything, even if he wanted to return to the mainland. Larry grinned slyly and told himself that the bird had taken the bait. The protagonist briefly told Furman that he needed a ticket to the sky, to which the bird asked again in surprise. Larry looked furiously at Furman and told him to give him a ticket, and then he would give him all the meat. Furman looked angrily at the protagonist and exclaimed that he was a scoundrel, and this was his goal. Larry sat calmly in his place and said that if he did not want it, then he was leaving, and Furman panicked and asked him to wait, because if he added wood, the meat would burn. Larry smiled slyly and thought that he was such a simpleton, and that he was almost in his power, after which he said that he had completely forgotten, and he still had something else. The protagonist handed Furman an egg, and he exclaimed in complete shock that it was an iron turtle egg. A close-up showed several large turtle eggs. Larry asked Furman if he knew the taste of a fried egg with iron turtle meat, to which Furman mentally exclaimed that of course he did. The hero looked at Furman seriously and declared that this was not an act of goodwill or a request, but a deal, confidently handed the eggs to the bird and asked if it was not worth it, since Furman in any case did not care either way about this ticket, and Furman babbled in amazement, where he got so many eggs of the iron turtle. Furman hesitated painfully and thought indecisively that no, he could not do this. The bird twisted its beak and exclaimed that okay, nothing terrible would happen, and it would give the main hero a ticket to the sky. Furman handed Larry a shining feather. Larry took the feather in his hands and Furman indignantly exclaimed for him to take it, adding that as much fuss was made for his feather. One of the bird's paws grabbed a piece of meat. Its other paw grabbed the eggs of the iron turtle. Furman angrily flew into the air and shouted that people were just damn snobs. Furman flapped his wings and shouted for Larry to never come back here again, and the protagonist wished him good luck as a farewell, calling him Mr. Chicken. Larry clutched the feather in his hand and thought happily that great, he finally had it, a ticket to the Sky Island, a Chozo tail feather. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and the protagonist thought that he didn't know about another one, but he couldn't pass by the Sky Island, because it made even those who had risen higher come down. The protagonist stood firmly with the feather in his hand and thought that it should wait a little, because it would come soon and sweep away everything in its path. The United Guild of the Crossroads People. An old man's voice came from the traditional building, asking if the protagonist had really managed to catch them. Howard looked at the carcasses with delight, and said that they were in perfect condition. Howard wiped his mouth and said that he wanted to point out that Larry had been a great help to the Parliament, and Larry thought to himself that this was some old man. Howard climbed onto the turtle and said that in any case, he had one more request for him. The protagonist was presented with the Collect Flowers quest window, which stated that the Kensington Parliament had tasked him with studying death and rebirth by finding a cosmic flower, and Larry wondered if this was the quest. The protagonist looked at the task with excitement, and thought that no doubt, although it seemed trivial, this was the beginning of a racial quest. A diagram appeared in the background, explaining that a racial quest was a mission that each race aspires to complete. The world tree spread its branches wide, the high elves are reviving the world tree. The gears were spinning madly in the air, The dwarves are recreating the most powerful weapon. The dwarf concentrated on the energy ball. The dwarves are restoring the ancient city. The heroes climb the high stairs, completing small tasks. They achieve their goals. Larry read the description, which said that the quest of the human race is different from the others and consists of resurrecting the Emperor and the Crusaders in order to return to their former glory. The protagonist thoughtfully looked away and thought that humans are no different from the undead, and in order to revive the Emperor, they will have to go against nature itself. Larry grinned sarcastically and thought about resurrecting the Emperor. The hero smiled widely and thought that, as expected, being a human is fun, and that this time he first starts with completing the quest of the human race. Larry resolutely walked out of the building and thought that he will do everything step by step. The protagonist looked closely at the information window with the description of the quest and thoughtfully said about the land of rebirth. Larry looked at the map and thought that it was quite far from the crossroads, and moreover, it was difficult to get to, since it was not marked on the maps. Larry remembered the large greenhouse and thought that he needed to find a special place there where half-elves grow sacred herbs, although it was too large to be called a simple greenhouse. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and wondered how he could get inside. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Larry threw his head up and thought that the woman had given him something. Terry, the master of the Half-Elves Guild, appeared before his mind's eye. Larry smiled slyly and thought that even this bitch could be useful, and that everything was going smoothly. Larry clenched his fist in satisfaction and thought that everything was great. The hero snapped his fingers and thought that the excitement would not let him give up the quest halfway, because things were going well. He quickly rushed forward. The protagonist put his fist in front of him and declared that he would have fun, and called on the scorched earth to wait for him. The half-elf village. The green roofs of the city glowed in the sun. Larry took the map in his hands and said that he was there, and that he was in the half-elf village, which was not marked on the map. The guards blocked the protagonist's path. They menacingly pointed their weapons at Larry and declared that this was the territory of the half-elves, and ordered the hero to say his name. The protagonist grinned and thought that it was time to use that effect. The information window reported that Larry had received a unique ability of the half-elves' friend, which makes them recognize him as a friend and they are ready to do everything to help him. The hero put his hand on his heart and said that he is a berserker named Larry, and that being a friend of the half-elves, he came here to find out if he can help them with something. The guards, embarrassed, stammered that he is the same berserker who helped find the seedlings of the world tree, and added that they wanted to meet him personally. They showed the hero the way and said that they can always find work for him, even if it is not much, but now they have a favor to ask. Larry received the task of pest control and was glad that thanks to the title he will immediately receive a quest in the greenhouse. The hero smiled sarcastically and thought that, as he expected, it would be a piece of cake. The elf walked forward and told Larry to follow her, and she would show him the greenhouse, to which he replied that they should go. The half-elf's secret greenhouse. Larry looked around the huge room in awe and thought that as expected he was surprised. He continued to look around and thought that it was breathtaking. The tree spread its branches out to the sides and Larry remembered that the half-elf's greenhouse was where magical herbs were grown and that it was also where the World Tree Revival Lab was located. He looked at the giant ladybug and thought that was why the flora and fauna in this place were unusually large. The hero smiled and said to himself that he seemed to have become smaller in size. Suddenly, a noise was heard from far away. The hero looked into the distance and wondered what it could be. A huge locust crashed through the ground behind the protagonist. Drops of suspicious liquid fell to the ground. Larry raised his head and cursed. The protagonist grabbed his axe with both hands and explained why he hated bugs. He cruelly hit the locust in the face and said that it ruined his outfit. He swung his axe furiously and shouted for it to die. The hero smashed the head of the terrible bug. A system window flashed in front of Larry, which informed him that he had completed the quest and now he needed to return to the entrance to get a reward, and he wondered in surprise if he had really completed the quest. The defeated monster lay in blood, and the protagonist thought that this bastard was the quest monster. He grinned slyly and thought that it was too early to turn back, however, because the quest had an additional condition. Larry looked at the quest conditions again and thought that by killing 100 bugs, he could get a special reward. He gripped his weapon tightly and thought that newbies might not understand how it was possible to even find so many bugs. 2 bright flashes of light illuminated the area in front of him. A large bug crawled out of the ground with a menacing look. A huge wasp bared its stinger. A giant centipede began to move its limbs. Larry looked at the approaching swarm of insects and thought that this place was simply teeming with insects. He delivered a fierce blow with his huge axe. Larry fearlessly rushed into the attack and shouted for his squirrels to come to daddy. The beetle's blood splattered everywhere. The sun shone brightly on the buds of the huge tulips, and the swordsman shouted how much longer they had left, because he would not last long. His comrade irritably hit the beetle and thought that he should finish him off. The archer angrily turned around and shouted at him to shut up, because he could not concentrate because of him. The archer turned sharply to his interlocutor and asked if he had any problems. At that moment, when the girl behind them called them boys. The comrades turned around abruptly. The girl named Irene waved at them from afar and told them not to swear and to be strong, adding that she would cheer for them from here. The swordsman sheepishly looked in her direction and muttered that they were not swearing. The archer resolutely pulled back his bowstring and thought that great, he would show the girl his class, after which he shouted at the beetle that was chasing their friend to get ready. He fired a through arrow, and the beetle gave a piercing squeal in response. His comrade defended himself with a shield and asked him if he really thought he was the only one so cool, calling on him to feel his power. He hit the beetle with his wide shield. Another beetle was heading towards the heroes. The monster rushed at the heroes with a terrible growl. The beetle spread its huge wings in a terrifying form. The beetle was approaching, and the guy with the shield used a combination attack of the Beetle King. An explosion thundered, and the comrades flew to the sides. Irene looked at the monster in horror and screamed that it was rushing towards her. The girl clenched her hands and screamed for the bastards to hurry up and protect her, and for them to do something. Irene turned her head in surprise and thought, who could it be? The main character, using a dash, cut the beetle in half with one blow, and the girl was amazed at his skill. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Larry. At one point, the girl grinned slyly. The guy gracefully landed on his feet after another blow. The protagonist looked at the defeated bug and thought that it was already 70, and there was very little left. The hero raised his head and heard the name of Irene. The archer looked around anxiously and shouted where Irene was and for her to say that she was okay. Suddenly, his fellow archers exclaimed in shock. The fighter angrily pointed at Larry and shouted that he, assholes, where is their friend Irene? To which Larry asked in surprise who Irene was. The girl adoringly grabbed the protagonist's hand and declared that he was her darling. She winked at him coquettishly and said that she survived thanks to him, and thanked him. Larry clenched his fists in confusion and wondered who the hell she was. Irene gently pressed herself against Larry and whispered that he was her darling, and one of her former companions shouted her name in despair. Larry looked away in irritation and wondered if he was busy and why the hell she was hanging around him, deciding that he should just get rid of the three of them. Irene's former companion came closer and offered her to join them for further hunting, to which she haughtily responded by asking who the hell they were. The rejected companions hung their heads in dismay and, with pain in their voices, called the girl back with them. He looked after her with disappointment, and thought that he thought she was different, and Larry thought that he understood what was going on. The protagonist glanced quickly at Irene and thought that she was a queen bee who stuck to men who were greedy for women, did nothing, but got everything. An image of the girl Irene appeared, and the hero added to himself that the lord she often met, however, each time she looked different, and that she even specially changed her class to a priest, which was worth its weight in gold. Larry clenched his teeth in annoyance and thought, damn, what should he do now, because she irritated him so much, and if it weren't for the penalty for killing players, he would have just dealt with her. He grinned mysteriously and thought to himself that there was one way to get rid of her. Larry approached the other girl and politely asked how such a beauty could be here and if she was injured, to which she sheepishly replied no. He introduced himself as Berserker Larry and gallantly invited her to join him, promising to give her an experience she had never experienced before. The girl enthusiastically accepted the invitation, calling it an honor, and Larry said with a smile that it was great, while Irene happily thought that she was so excited. Irene's former companions fell to their knees in despair, and thought sadly why they could not be happy even in the game. The girl squeezed the protagonist's hand tighter and tighter. She looked askance at Larry. Irene smiled slyly and thought that great, he took the bait, and with his help she would level up in a matter of days, deciding to get the most out of it. The girl clenched her teeth sarcastically. Larry looked at the girl furiously. The sun was shining on the buds of huge flowers. The girl twisted her arms in fear. Larry raised his huge sword with ease. The protagonist cut the monster in half. The guy looked at his opponent with excitement. A huge locust headed his way. He gracefully dodged the attack of another monster, continuing the fight. The locust exploded right in front of the hero's face. Irene looked at him from afar with admiration and thought, my god, he was cooler than she thought, and that if she missed this express bus to the high levels, she would regret it for the rest of her life, deciding that this time she should also prove herself. Larry turned to the girl, and she exclaimed that it was amazing. Irene looked into Larry's eyes again and coquettishly asked if she could help with anything, because she would really like to which Larry mentally chuckled. He could hardly contain his anger and thought that, almost every other word, Irene this, Irene that, and how much noise she made. The girl smiled slyly, and the protagonist thought that since the queen bee was so active, it meant that his performance was effective, and that he needed to finish with her. He turned to her and decided to throw bait, saying that he really wanted to ask about something, and Irene readily answered that he should ask. The hero put his hands on the girl's shoulders. Larry looked at her seriously and said that in order to defeat the boss of this greenhouse, Big Bird, he would need her help, to which Irene asked again in surprise. He nodded and firmly stated that only she could help in this matter, asking her for help. Irene recoiled in fear and thought, What other boss, and how scary, but she cannot miss the express bus. Suddenly, the girl confidently said that of course she would help him, and Larry exclaimed that they would go to the boss right away. The tree blocked the sunlight with its crown. Irene looked away in irritation and thought that she had an important role. Yeah, right. She grabbed the berry in horror, realizing that she was going to be bait. Irene nervously held the berry above her head and thought that while she was attracting the big bird's attention with fruit, he was sitting in ambush, and that it was easier said than done. She looked up at the sky in anger and thought why she should humiliate herself like this, because she thought he was in love with her, and what went wrong. The bird was sitting on a branch, and Irene swore that if you watch, she will definitely seduce him and make him her slave. The boss's eye glowed ominously. Irene tiredly picked up the fruit and thought that her hands already hurt, and when will she arrive? Suddenly, the silhouette of a huge animal appeared behind the girl. Irene turned around in horror. A huge level 180 bird dived down with a deafening cry. The girl ran away from danger in horror and remembered that Larry told her that a big bird would never attack first. The girl ran straight ahead across the clearing and thought that the reason the bird was chasing her was because of the fruit, and that if she continued to distract it, Larry would immediately come to her aid. The bird stepped on the girl with its paw. The red eyes of the animal burned with a bright flame. Irene quickly ran forward. She asked herself with tears in her eyes why the protagonist did not come to her aid. Larry was sitting right on a tree branch. He scooped up some hot popcorn with his hand. The protagonist calmly watched from the side and thought with a grin that this was a great view. He smiled evilly and thought that, as a worker bee, she would work until she died, and if she wanted to live, she should run. The girl let out a piercing scream, and Larry thought that she had not even begun to attack yet. A powerful sound wave from the scream shook everything around. The bird with a furious scream rushed at Irene. Irene fell to the ground in horror, unable to move. She lay silently on the ground, overcome with fear. The bird stepped on the ground with its huge paw. It looked ominously at the lying girl. Irene looked up in despair and whispered no. The hawk is looking at someone with hunger. Irene is horrified and denies what is happening. She closes her eyes and asks to be saved. The girl clenched her fists. She opened her eyes in confusion as to why no one had started eating yet. The creature is holding an apple. It is contentedly chewing it right above her. Irene is shaking and asking what the hell is going on and if the apple was really its only goal. Larry laughs out loud. He shouts that he should have seen her face because she was probably really scared. The bird is contentedly eating while he continues that she has never hunted like this before and therefore probably knows absolutely nothing about monsters and does not understand the moment, when they are seriously determined to kill. The guy understands quite well that after experiencing such stress, she will at least not show off for a while. He saw something. Irene stands in front of the bird while he is perplexed as to what she is going to do. The girl clenches her teeth and says that she just wanted to sit on 2 chairs and agreed to the offer of this strange guy and became bait. She trembles and continues that he promised her that if anything happened he would save her, and he himself did not even show his nose, and she tried so hard. She angrily throws a stone at the bird, screaming that Larry irritates her. The guy asks her discontentedly if she has gone crazy, because if you attack this bird, it will be bad. The bird stands contentedly. He instantly falls into a rage. The bird spreads its wings. Furman makes a predatory sound. Larry frowns and insults her, because a large bird is harmless as long as it is not touched, but if you anger it, the bird will fight exactly until it is the only one left alive. Furman puts out a sharp feather. He sees a ring of fire in front of him. The guy rubs the bridge of his nose, saying that he just thought that she would start swearing and did not expect that she would get into a fight. However, now her death is only a matter of time. Irene calls out to Larry. The guy looks at her discontentedly. He exhales, saying that this should be enough for her to finally stop acting up. He looks at the fire and wonders if it's really that soft. Furman looks ahead furiously. The bird is preparing to grab its victim with its paws. Someone is holding an iron device. Larry goes to attack the bird. He uses a strike on it from behind. The guy frowns and asks where the bird is looking at all, because his opponent is him. The bird flaps its wings and he calls for it to stay put. She screams. Furman flew away as soon as he had the chance. Larry tries to open his eyes, asking where such speed is going, because he is about to fall from there. Larry was able to open his eyes. There is a tree in front of him, and he asks if his new feathered friend is going to throw off the extra passenger. Larry, screaming that this will not do, uses the berserk ability. He materializes an axe in his hand. Larry goes to attack with a scream. The bird turns around in horror. Irene looks ahead tiredly and recognizes the sound. She looks at the light in the sky and asks what it is. The guy and the bird are about to make an emergency landing. Furman looks at the sky in horror. He screams in bewilderment. Larry uses a huge attack saying that this is not all and he left the bird something for a snack. The bird is ready to counterattack him. Feathers fly at him. Larry is furious and insults him asking why he is mad and if he thinks such a trick will help him. He attacks him back and calls him to die while using a fatal blow on him. The bird screams in horror. Larry sawed the bird into two identical ones while the system notifies him that he defeated the monster called the Big Bird and also increased his level. Irene enthusiastically turns to him saying that he finally saved her. She clasps her hands near her heart and continues that her heart is beating so hard and she wants to become strong too. She looks sadly and notes that she wants to become as strong as Larry. He steps on the eyelid. The fair-haired man goes to the eggs saying that now it's time for him to collect the loot. Larry happily looks at the huge egg and notes that they are strong, while the system tells him that he received the egg of a large bird and if he puts it in the inventory, then after a while a chick will hatch from it. Larry madly thinks that if he manages to tame this chick, then it will become an excellent air transport for him, and in this case the title for the first flight will also belong to him. He lands and grins that he killed two birds with one stone and wonders how the girl is. Has she woken up yet? Larry looks and realizes that she is gone and asks if someone killed her. If not, then she just left. Larry holds the envelope and wonders what this is it a letter? The guy reads the letter with displeasure, where she thanks him and states that thanks to him, she was inspired and understood a lot, so now she will hunt on her own, to which he does not understand whether she could have gone crazy from a couple of blows to the head. He smirks. The guy looks up and notes that Irene is not a complete fool. In front of him are huge flowers, while he says that he assumes that her upbringing is now over and that now he will continue his hunt for 100 monsters. Against the background of a beam of light, the system says that the plot is at a crossroads. Larry happily declares that he is starting a new quest, and he needs to equip himself before leaving. He goes to the Dwarven Forge. The guy happily looks at the item of clothing, while the dwarf says that he thinks that it turned out pretty decent, and the guy agrees with him. The blonde smiles and understands that if the dwarf himself tells him that it turned out decent, then this means that the item has at least a magic level. He looks at the item and realizes that he simply adores gloves and armor and reads that in front of him is a rare berserker chest plate and rare mana alloy gloves with good characteristics, and he continues that the defense indicator of the items is excellent, and strength, dexterity, and health are even better. He imagines himself in battle with the thought that the ability to increase attack power and defense if you crush enemies in a row is a very useful characteristic for fights in his style, when one against all. He grins and imagines how the old man offers him to become his student, while he himself thinks that the armor will suit him perfectly for the next quest, because it will make it easier to carry out his plan. He frowns ahead and understands that it's time to go to the next location. Larry reads the condition of the quest called Bone Research, that he has a condition to find materials for bone research. He takes a step. The blonde frowns that he has finally arrived where he needs to and says that in front of him is an undead village called the Cradle of the Dead. He imagines a glowing ball and notes that the main character of this quest is Louise, who is a mage who has defied death itself and not only has extensive knowledge of mechanics, but also revives no matter how many times he is killed. Larry sees a tall tower in front of him and continues that there is a reason why this mage is so famous, which is hidden in his refuge, which is located in the Cradle of the Dead, because it is difficult to get into it even at level 190th. Near the gate, the creatures make mistakes. Larry looks from behind the stone with thoughts that he must penetrate the village. He remembers a crowd of monsters and notes that if he remembers everything correctly, then this village is guarded by about 50 undead. He frowns and continues that he needs to deal with 50 guards in the level range from 150 to 190, but nevertheless nothing is impossible, especially for him. But the problem is their regeneration. No matter how good his weapon is, he is still not in the most advantageous position. He smirks and understands what will happen in this case. The system notifies him that he has started a live broadcast. In an instant, almost 8,000 players have connected. He is bombarded with comments. The orc looks at the screen and notes that Larry is on the air, to which the second clarifies whether this is true and whether it was with him that he lost all his items in the battle. Larry responds, and they get scared. He hits the ground with his sword. Larry shouts who he is and what his profession is. He goes on the attack, saying that from now on the conditions will be different, because whoever can pull out this sword will become its new owner, and they will not even need to kill him. The first orc is perplexed, while the second asks again whether he should just be pulled out even without a fight. The orcs read the comments about the first one being stunned by what he heard, and the second one notes that this time they will definitely kill him, but for this it is necessary to call the whole guild together urgently. They go on the attack, while one says that he is already nearby and the second one notes that too, and it seems to him that everyone in the Black Dragon's camp has already moved out to help. Longnose writes that all that needs to be done is to pull out the sword, therefore it is necessary to get close to him from behind. The matter will end there, and this is nonsense for the thief class. Larry looks madly and understands that the bait has been swallowed. The guy looks at the orcs and understands that the preparation has been completed. The orc raised his fist and shouts that they should not care how strong he is, because they have the advantage, and calls on everyone to attack together and also take his sword from him. Lightning strikes Larry. He looks at them angrily and notes their primitiveness. He shouts that the bombing begins. The orcs run away screaming. He looks down, while the system notifies him that consecutive kills are happening, as follows. The attack power and defense were increased by 10 points each and the effect sums up to 20 times. While he says that this is all wonderful and what he expected is happening, although the effect is temporary for him, it exceeds all his expectations. The guy looks at the orc with displeasure. He points at him and calls on everyone not to stop and not give him time, but to stupidly attack. The orcs all run at him in a crowd. Larry happily clarifies if they are going to attack like this. He screams. The orcs are doused with a shock wave. A beam of energy shoots out. Larry makes a spinning motion, saying that he will also kill without a break. He receives 2 notifications about consecutive kills and an increase in characteristics. The orcs burn and ask for help. Longnose grins and says that his colleagues are narrow-minded idiots, and asks them if they think that they will succeed if they fight him head-on, and thanks to them, his sword is now his. A beam of light hits the spot. Larry is about to attack. He looks madly and says that he is a rat. The orc looks at him in horror. Lightning strikes him. The guy goes. He laughs furiously, while the system tells him that the effect has been summed up to the maximum and his attack and defense both increased by 200 units, while he is glad that his goal has been achieved. The guy sticks out his tongue, saying that now he can move forward. The orc calls him by name, and says that he did not think his opponent would be so strong. The other orc scowls. He covers his face with his hand and is indignant that he is casting the bombing skill again. The green one looks back and wonders what he is doing. Did he really attack the village? Did he miss by chance? Against the background of the magic seal, the system warns him that the village was attacked by an enemy faction and a guard was called for protection. Undead hands grow from the ground. The undead army screams, while the system says that this is a battalion of undead in the level range from 150 to 190. The orc is glad that the guards have arrived and notes that Larry is stupid. Larry looks at the battalion, while he screams that he will never cope with their guards alone and that he is already a corpse. The guy raises his axe. Lightning gathers in the sky. The blow gathers into one. A huge lightning strikes the guy. He uses the strike with satisfaction and the battalion crumbles. The orc screams in horror that this is madness and that it can't be, that he killed the guards. Larry madly asks if he's saying this is madness. He delivers a slash, saying that this was possible simply because they are dumb and have become his enhanced stats. Larry sticks his tongue out at the camera and urges the viewers to watch closely, because the real battle is just beginning. The undead scream at him. They run at him. Larry runs towards them. He dodges and realizes that from left to right. Larry frowns and realizes that a strike from the right will follow. The blonde man stands with an axe and thinks that even though the guards are undead, they are still controlled by artificial intelligence, and if you know their attack patterns, then counterattacking is easy. Larry happily delivers a strike. He screams at them that he will kill them all with one blow. He delivers many precise blows to the enemies. The fair-haired man runs at the bespectacled orc, while he is horrified and says that Larry is crazy and is rushing straight to the village. He points at the guy and calls for the guards, and what are they doing? Because they should stop him. A seal appears and the system says that the undead guards have been summoned. The undead appear while the system says that a battalion has left in the level range from 150 to 190th. Larry grimly notes that this is useless. He strikes them with lightning again. The fair-haired man stands right in front of the orc. He looks madly and says that he found a rat. The orc turns and runs away and calls for the guards. Larry rushes at him and says that he is stupid. The guy attacks and notes that he just eliminated the 50th guard and they will need time to regenerate. The orc sees fragments of his life before his eyes. A scream is heard throughout the village. Larry goes to his sword. He takes it out. The guy looks at the screen and says that he even turned on the broadcast and asks if there is a worthy opponent for him on such an occasion, because he is waiting for him. Lightning strikes in the background. He smiles and notes that there is one guy here who is comparable in strength to him. Larry imagines him and declares that it is the god Odin. The guy with excitement in his eyes asks him to wait a little, because one day he promises that he will tear him to pieces. Larry walks through a field of lycoris. The guy stands in the middle of many lycoris and notes that it is, as always, exquisite that in the settlement of the undead there is a flower garden. He looks around and thinks that this is the only place in the village where there is life. This is the entrance to Lewis's laboratory and continues that he eliminated the players and destroyed the guards and therefore it was quite easy for him to get here. The blonde looks at his hands and asks if he can begin. He makes a cut on his palm. The guy waters the flowers with his blood. The lycoris is covered in blood from the very top. Larry looks down and sees notifications that the Resurrection Garden has detected life force and the gate has been activated. Fangs burst out of the ground. A passage has opened in front of the guy. Larry walks down the corridor, where the system reports that he is in Lewis's shelter, and he himself says that although it is underground, it is light here thanks to the phosphors. The blonde looks up and realizes that this is true and that he is sure that one of these lights. The guy goes further and discards that thought, because everything must go well and he needs only one item to finish all this as soon as possible. The ball glows. Larry takes a step. He looks forward and declares that this is Lewis's laboratory itself. Larry hears a question about who he is. The guy looks at the undead and realizes that it is Lewis, who asks him how a person dared to enter here and asks if he hopes to get out of there alive. Larry immediately uses a bombardment on him, and he is perplexed. The ground in the lab cracks at the seams. A red beam hits the door. Larry goes on the attack and accuses him of all he can do is talk too much. He swings his axe and calls for him to shut up and give him the item. The purple stone flashes. Their weapons meet. Larry is stunned. Lewis counterattacks and calls for him to get out of his lab. A beam of energy hits the guy. He throws his head back in pain. The magician gloats and notes what a pathetic sight has opened before him and asks what his shield tastes like. He holds out his hand and casts a spell to resurrect his servants. A crowd of undead are coming at Larry, while the magician comments that they should wake up and stop the intruder. They walk towards him. The guy is bleeding and replies that he underestimated him and was just going to knock him out and take the item. The blonde guy gets up. He raises his body. The guy readies the axe, saying that he will have to kill him. Larry jumps forward. He swings at the red ball. The ball cracks. The guy smirks because he knows it's a fake. Lewis screams at the top of his lungs that he's a coward. The undead runs after him and asks how dare he call himself a warrior if he can just escape in the middle of a fight, to which he asks who would buy that. The blonde runs back into the hallway and thinks that the mage is so excited simply because the vessel of life that contains his soul is in one of those phosphors. The blonde breaks the balls and continues that no matter how many times he is killed, he continues to be reborn. But if you destroy the vessel of life, he won't have time to squeak before he dies and asks why it's empty again. Larry laughs and notes that there's nothing wrong with that because he just needs to destroy them all to find the right one. Lewis trembles and doesn't understand how dare a mere mortal oppose him. He raises his shield. The mage casts a spell and points the shield at him. Purple lightning radiates from it. Larry turns around, displeased. The mage uses his ability and shouts that he's going to show him who's boss. Larry asks with a grin if that's true or if it's just another trick. The guy puts away his battle axe and equips 2 regular ones. The guy goes crazy and calls on him to attack, so that they can see who can beat whom. A huge awl rushes at the guy. Larry dodges with a satisfied face. The magician casts magic and shouts that he is a rat and that he will die. Another awl bursts out from under the ground. They catch up with the blonde guy. It is preparing to strike with precision. The guy flies forward backwards. Larry brakes sharply and ran in the opposite direction. He jumps out and uses the bombing ability. The balls explode over and over again. The spikes are preparing to attack him. The guy is preparing to jump. He flies deftly and smoothly between them. Larry hits them and cuts them. The guy is preparing to hit the last ball with a turn. He looks stunned. The blonde guy is perplexed by the fact that it did not break and is so strong and that he was unable to break only this one. Larry looks at it and realizes that this is the vessel of life, Lewis. The blonde guy breaks and says that this is great, because all he needs to do is break the ball into small fragments. The guy hits with the bombing ability. An awl is flying towards him. Someone blocks the blow. Larry looks on, stunned. Someone looks on angrily and notes that he found it. The mage furiously asks how dare he and claims that he cannot even hope to leave alive. He takes his ball. The undead is about to insert it into the hole in his chest. Larry watches as Lewis absorbed his vessel of life. He grows flesh while the system continues that the mage has restored his original power, which was contained in the vessel. The mage is trapped in a purple barrier. Larry looks at him and the system warns that he is level 180 and that he is at the peak of his powers while he says that he is ready. He takes off. Larry is about to attack from behind. The mage turned around and wonders when he managed to. The guy hits with a battle axe. The guy lands and says that his opponent is an idiot because he absorbed the vessel of life itself and asks if he knows why he did not fight him, but only looked for him all this time. Larry looks on in disbelief as the system tells him he is level 183 and he explains that if he fought him and didn't destroy the vessel it would be a waste of his time. The mage rises from the ruins and counters that he is talking nonsense because he is the stronger of the two. He prepares to jump. Lewis flies at him and uses the Darkness Destroyer ability and asks him to try it. Larry smirks. The mage flies at him with his mouth open. He looks up in horror. Larry cuts him in one blow. The guy slows down. The blonde guy turns around saying that he warned him. The guy gleefully cuts his life vessel and remarks that he is boring. The vessel shatters into pieces. The mage explodes as the system tells him that he has defeated Lewis at his peak and leveled up. Larry emerges from the smoke. He throws the axe on his shoulder and says that the magician is a fool and he himself absorbed his vessel and all he had to do was just kill him. The guy smiles and says that when the boss is defeated, he sees the book and understands that it is time to collect the loot. Larry looks at the scroll and the system explains that he received all the materials for bone research, and he completed the quest called Bone Research, to which he is glad that the task is completed. He looks around the magician's laboratory and understands that, as in another case, an additional reward should be hidden somewhere nearby. Larry noticed something. The guy saw skill books on the table. Larry sorts through them, for restoring skeletons. The Curse of Weakening and the Cursed Doll, he says that this is trash and asks why there is only solid crap here. He saw something. Larry holds the book and the system says that he received the third hand skill book, and he is happy. He imagines a person and thinks that the third hand is a skill that allows you to create a hand from mana, by simply concentrating your thoughts, and this strange skill allows you to create as many hands as your mana and concentration allow. The blonde guy looks at the book and says that it sounds interesting and with this skill you can reach another level of mastery. Someone is standing behind him and he continues that the whole trick of the ability is how to use it. He thought about it and says that for now he left it for himself, and if there is a chance, he will try to use it. The magician shines his eyes at him. He swings his withered hand. Larry grabs his bony face. Lewis is taken aback. Larry asks contentedly if he finally showed up, because he was waiting for him. The magician rolls his eyes, which are not there. The blonde guy squeezes his head. The guy smirks that the magician is an idiot, because he should have attacked immediately. Larry noticed something. A battalion of the undead came for him. The guy laughs, asking if he brought any friends and what to do, because his opponent is already dead. Larry goes on the attack and asks the twice dead man not to be upset, because he will see them soon. The blonde man goes at them with an axe. Larry happily asks them to drag their skulls to him. He disassembles one to the very base. The guy jumps. Larry swings his battle axe. The battalion was routed and he knows that these comrades are cursed skeletons. Against the backdrop of the crumbled vessel of life, he understands that if he leaves the remains of the vessel of life unattended, it can pollute the environment with death mana and curse the earth. The undead crawl in dirty puddles, and he continues that this will last until the death mana runs out and monsters of level 160th will appear. Larry attacks madly, saying that if he is not an expert user, he will quickly deal with the remains of the vessel of life. However, they are weaklings for him. He uses bombing, saying that he will never miss such a great opportunity to increase his level, while the system says that he did it and defeated the damned skeleton. The guy stands contentedly, while the system also says that he made consecutive kills and therefore his attack power and defense increase by 10 points each, and he laughs that his level and abilities continue to grow, and he needs to move on. Larry finishes off the undead. There are only bones and cracks in the ground around. Smoke oozes from under the ground. Larry stands while the system notifies him that he has defeated all the damned skeletons, and that the effect has been summed up to the maximum as at the very beginning. Larry looks contentedly and understands that the armor effect reached its maximum just in time, and he was already planning to return. But with such characteristics it is a sin not to do something else, and specifically this becomes possible. The plot is transferred to the Cradle of the Dead, where a creature with a backpack is walking. The orc looks around and the system says that he is level 140 and that he is from the Black Dragon faction, and in general he is a researcher who is indignant about what happened here. He looks at the ruins and notices that the village is devastated and the users are killed and asks if this is Larry's doing, because this guy is a real monster. The orc remembers that he found out about the broadcast quite late and understands that it turned out very well for him, because if he had taken part in this fight, he himself is afraid to imagine what would have happened. Orc Bigger asks him if he has a restorative potion, to which he gives a positive answer. Green with a backpack gives him potions with a question about what happened here, to which he receives in response that it is better for him not to ask, and in simple terms, a catastrophe occurred. He remembers that Larry invaded the village and destroyed all the guards and users on the territory, and since there was no one else to fight, he turned off his broadcast and disappeared. The orc asks again, because why did he need to create such chaos, to which he receives in response that he also does not know, but everyone has long known that he has gone crazy. The guy with the backpack thought that all this is strange, because no matter how crazy that guy was, he probably had to have a purpose for coming. Both are taken aback by the fact that Larry went on air. He frowns and asks to wait, because the topic of the broadcast is strange. Both are horrified that the screen says that the topic is the capture of the Cradle of the Dead. Larry made a noise that the birds are flying away. The orc says more that Larry is crazy and that this cannot be, and the second one clarifies whether he has returned. The guy's axe is tightly stained with blood. Someone looks at him and screams his name, to which he addresses them as trash. He turns around madly and asks if they thought that this would be the end of it. While the commentators do not understand what happened and where he was, another does not understand why he wants to capture the village and whether such a function was a priori, and the last one notes that he has already destroyed it and what he was going to capture there at such a pace. Against the background of the magic seal, the system notifies everyone that the village was attacked by an enemy faction and that the guards were called for protection. The undead go to attack him. A red beam of light hits it. Larry, spinning, deals with them with a blow. The orc looks on in horror and notes that he is about to go crazy, because he pulled off literally the same trick as last time and asks if this is possible, because how can you destroy all the guards with one blow, and suspects that the guy is a hacker. Larry turns around angrily at him, and he is scared. The guy turns around with displeasure, saying that he keeps saying the same thing, but no one believes him. He smiles brightly and notes that in this case it is time for him to use his special technique of persuasion tactics. The guy is equipped with a sealed helmet of the Lion King. Larry takes his axe stronger and addresses the audience, because among them there are probably still those players who do not believe him, and clarifies whether this is so, to which the first one asks again if someone really does not believe him, the second one that this is too much, the third one notes that he agrees, because he looks a lot like a cheater. The blonde man stands up and continues that it doesn't matter at all and asks them rhetorically why. Larry looks ahead and says that they may or may not believe him, but he will kill everyone who is near him. A flag is raised in the background of the village, and someone says that large-scale combat content that only recognizes occupation if the enemy is destroyed or expelled from the settlement. Soldiers enter the territory, and he continues that nevertheless, due to the fact that the users of the enemy faction are constantly respawning, and for every intruder there are 50 guards, it takes an entire clan on average to capture. One person lands in the center. Someone hits his axe with a sword. Blue asks with displeasure how he can occupy the territory alone, because usually an entire clan is involved for this. Larry laughs through his mask and asks again about the clan and why he needs it, because if he can do it alone, then why the hell would he share his own reward with someone? He counterattacks the orc. The guy in the mask delivers a slashing blow. Larry peeks through the mask. There is a ring of 6 entities around him. Larry unclenches his hand and understands that as a rule, a beam of light will hit 3 points. The orcs all attack at once, while he understands that as a rule these are just useless numbers. He smiles and notes that this is precisely in conditions of overwhelming inequality of power. Larry swings his axe. The orc was sawn into 2 pieces. The second one too. The third one's head was sawn in half. Larry uses the ability to attack in rotation and kills everyone. The orc trembles and understands that he is going crazy, because he killed everyone, and notes that the guys who just spoke out against him were the strongest. He covers his ears with his hands and screams that it's all over and the guards are still far from being revived, and more than half of the users have already been destroyed, and asks if they will really be captured by one single person. Larry looks at him and says through the mask that he is right. He looks madly and continues that since he gave him the correct answer, a prize awaits him. The orcs hugged and are afraid. A brutal scream is heard against the background of the towers. The sun breaks through the clouds. The sun's rays fall on the corpses of corpses. An orc hangs in a well with his head. Many hundreds of liters of blood were spilled in the village. Larry holds an axe in his hands while the system notifies him that he has captured the Black Dragon camp, which is also the Cradle of the Dead, and all users who belong to the Black Dragon camp will not be able to select the Cradle of the Dead as a resurrection point for 3 hours. The wig from the mask flutters in the wind while she continues that he was able to single-handedly capture enemy territory. He looks on madly and gets the title of Tyrant, and he is the first one to get such a title. He looks at the screen with satisfaction, saying that the effect of his title is so stunning because he was the first to capture a settlement on his own. Larry sees a huge wave of comments, and notes that the reaction of the viewers does not require explanation and that the videos of battles bring him a lot of money. He warms up his hands and continues that this is great, and he is done with the occupation, and now he can go back to his place, relax and continue the main quest. Larry raises one eyebrow until the commentator notices something ahead and tells him. The guy can see the silhouette of the attacker through the screen. Larry gets hit in the solar plexus. He flies off. The guy is smoking near the wall. Blood flies out of his mouth. He looks ahead with displeasure, and wonders what that was because all the freaks from the Black Dragon faction are long dead. Someone with a round weapon is indignant. He goes to him saying that he sharpened his sword of vengeance for today and asks who would have thought that this was all he was capable of, and that his dear Tyler must be crying for him in heaven. Yaris yells at him asking how he thinks he is right or not, to which the system shows that he is level 200 and that he is the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Larry grins and does not understand where he could have come from and assumes that most likely it is all because of Tyler. The guy looks at him and is unhappy that he came at the wrong time and is considering the option of running away as he already did. He looks at the comments of the broadcast, which are indignant that he disappeared, and she herself understands that there are too many prying eyes and that he will not get any benefit from this fight, and it will be easier to stupidly run away. Larry looks at his body and continues that even if it was a surprise attack, he only struck once. But what a blow, and notes that there is a huge difference between level 199 and 200. He looks at Yaris and thinks that he is 100% stronger than him, but that is to be expected from the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Larry imagines a lion and other strong opponents, and says that there is no doubt that a high-level predator. Larry sits in place. Larry tries to get up and turns to him. Yaris is perplexed by the question of whether he is the strongest here. The opponent clarifies if he is afraid and does not understand why suddenly, to which the second shuts him up. The guy raises an axe and demands an answer. He looks at him and asks that if he kills him, will he have the opportunity to become the head of this place? Yaris falls into a rage. He clenches his fists, saying that Larry is funny and asks him his question again. Yaris shouts that he is right, that he is the most important here and that if he kills him, he will become the strongest here until the transition to the continent, of course. He furiously hits himself in the chest and continues, which guarantees this fact on behalf of the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Larry prepares to attack, saying that this is all he needs. The guy looks at him wildly and asks him to take care of himself. In the background of two opponents, someone says that there is no need to engage in pointless fights. Larry tries to catch his breath, while he continues that bravery and stupidity are completely different things. He looks at his opponent, while someone wonders what made Larry so stupid. The guy looks at the screen and changes his equipment set to critical hit. The blonde looks at Yaris and realizes that he easily wields a hammer, and that it is pointless for him to count on defense. He frowns and the alert system tells him that he equipped the helmet of the Lion King and wonders if he will be able to finish him off in one blow. Both prepare to go into battle. Larry sees a question in the comments whether it is Yaris. The second one asks why Larry is fighting him. The third one notes that if he remembers everything correctly, Yaris is level 200 and for Larry it is literally suicide. And the fourth one adds that we are talking about the general of the garrison of an entire city of Ash, and even for a blonde guy it is too much. Larry is standing in a mask and someone asks if he is all right in the head. Yaris smiles, while someone else assumes that this time he will be taught a lesson. The sun breaks through the clouds. The guy's mask glows. Yaris and Larry are preparing to attack. Both are heading at full speed to the intersection. Larry looks madly through the mask and uses the berserk ability. Yaris runs at him while he is glowing. They stand opposite each other. Yaris smiles in his face. The first blow occurred. While someone asks if this is really happening, someone does not understand what is happening at all and other indignations. He blocks Larry's axe. The general asks if he's blushing, because that's not a bad thing. Larry peers through his mask and asks if he is and asks if he wants to be painted red too. The weapons cross. Jaros attacks and passes by. They are about to collide again. Jaros slashes and jumps back. Larry clenches his fingers. The ground breaks. Jaros attacks with his legs. Larry blocks the blow. The guy is thrown back. Larry clenches his fists. He fires something at his opponent. Jaros blocks, but Larry hits him in the jaw with his forehead. Larry looks over his shoulder, furious. He does a spinning kick. Jaros smokes and tries to catch his breath. He opens his eyes. Larry attacks with the axe and calls for him to die. The blonde guy watches calmly and uses a strike. Yaris received a blow to the midline of the body. The blow creates a strong wave in all directions. Smoke and dirt rose. Yaris rises to the sky. He landed. His shoulder is partially sawed off. The smile on his face disappeared. Larry landed nearby. He stands in a fighting pose and thinks that everything is going as he expected, because although the fight is hard for him, it is worth it. He looks at the description of the effect of the title Tyrant, and continues that he can now feel this title on himself. He frowns and calls out to the general. The orcs run to help and say that they have come to General Yaris. They approach him and ask if he is okay. He of course understands that the general was in a hurry, but still clarifies why he left without them. Larry gritted his teeth and remembered that his opponent is the general of the garrison, and wonders if his garrison came with him. Larry watches from the side, thinking that he wanted to take revenge on him so much that he ran away alone, and it is difficult for Yaris to cope with one, and with all the others even more so. The orc looks at him and urges him to treat his wounds for now, while they do something. Yaris touches something. He looks at his opponent in fury and answers his subordinate to know his place. Larry stares at him in horror. Yaris looks at him and notes that he most likely knew about Macaulay and clarifies that about the general of the garrison of the crossroads. He gets angry and continues that, oddly enough, he was recently able to sense his presence, and he is one of those strong guys that he recognizes. Larry looks in fear, while the system explains that the general of the garrison of the city of Ashes recognized him as a strong opponent, to which the guy is perplexed. Yaris prepares to strike. He strains his quadriceps. The general lets out an animal roar, while the system translates to him in human that the general is ready to show him his true form and fight him at the maximum of his capabilities. The general steps on the ground. Yaris breaks everything around him, saying that he is the general of the garrison of the city of Ash. Larry looks at him in horror. He holds out his hand to him and asks him to say his name. Larry looks at him from under his mask, stunned. He smiles. Larry stands in front of him and says that he is Larry and he is a true berserker, to which he notes that he has an interesting name. Yaris smirks and says that he will remember him. The guy emits energy from under the mask, saying that this is how he usually speaks. He frowns. Yaris stands in place. The general of the garrison of the city of Ash has disappeared. Larry looks at him in stunned and does not understand where he disappeared to. He feels a strong wind. A house is flying towards him. Larry grits his teeth and thinks that it is too late to react, because he will not have time to do anything here. The blonde man drags the house with his hands. Larry breaks the floor with his weight. His nose started bleeding. Jaros needs his toes. He splits the house into small pieces with a blow. Larry spits blood in horror. Larry jumps on the fragments of the house in the air. The guy is preparing to attack the general of the garrison of the city of Ash from behind. Jaros kicked him with all his might. Larry is bleeding somewhere high up. He looks at his opponent in horror and realizes that he has impaired his vision. A strong blow is made. Larry looks in horror. Someone calls him a weakling. The guy imagines Odin. He discontentedly tells him that he is not worthy of death. Larry in horror imagines strong players leaving. He grits his teeth. Sparks fly from his eyes and he asks him to shut up. The sound wave of a scream of madness destroys Jaros. A red beam hits him. Yerim blocks the attack. He stands firmer on the ground. The monster admires that he fights like a true berserker. The guy has lost his mind and screams in his face. They attack each other. Yerim strikes and wants to say something. He takes a stronger weapon. Larry jumps back from the attack. He frowns and realizes that his weapon has come to an end. Yaris jumps after him. The guy looks at his opponent and realizes that this is a creation of the mountain's skill. Yaris jumped on him. The general of the Ash City garrison strikes with a roundhouse punch. Larry sees himself in the past. The fist hangs right above his face. A blonde corpse sits on top of a mountain of corpses. Yaris decides to strike. Larry's whole life flashes before his eyes. The sun breaks through the clouds. A huge number of kunai fall on Larry. A real rainstorm begins. All points fly at him. Larry feels multiple blows to his face. He punches his opponent, saying that this is the only difference in their strength. Larry imagines himself without limbs. He reaches for the light. There is no one in front of his eyes. Someone stands in front of him in a memory. Jaros looks at him and asks him to feel. Larry materializes an axe in front of his face. Larry madly uses a bombing. Jaros is frozen and gets hit. Blood flies in all directions. Jaros jumps out of the smoke. His hands are bloody while he says that Larry is crazy and clarifies who in their right mind would use explosive skills under their own nose, and clarifies if he is tired of living. Larry holds something in his hand. He is preparing to attack. Jaros is stunned. Energy oozes from Larry's eyes while he screams that this is true and that he will definitely kill him, no matter what it takes. Jaros resists the wind. The garrison general laughs out loud and notes that his opponent is the best. He stands up stronger. The monster stands in a fighting stance, calling on him to attack, and then he will hit him with all his strength, because he is definitely worthy of it. He concentrates energy in his hand. The seal around him grows into many arms. This technique is called a flurry of destructive fists. Larry summons a battle axe. He prepares a fatal blow in response. Larry looks madly and screams for him to finally die, and he answers him. Two monsters prepare to finish each other off. Yaris prepares. The wave of energy from both is simply enormous. Larry screams. He tries to break through the seal of his opponent. Larry ends up behind. Grunt is completely out of order. Yaris smirks and says that his opponent fought excellently. Larry cut him in half. The system notifies the players that the broadcast has ended. The players look at this notification. The blonde is horrified and wonders if the garrison general is dead, because it's completely unrealistic. No one knew that this NPC could be killed. One turns to Zeus. He looks madly ahead and asks what the name of this berserker is. There is a light at the crossroads. Larry, beaten, returned to the city. He has a flask in his hand. He greedily drinks the contents and understands that the end was near and does not understand where Yaris came from at all. He happily opens the screen and understands that thanks to this he managed to earn some money. Larry looks there and continues that if he counts all the profit from advertising and donations, he cannot even imagine how much he will get. He frowns and sees something. The guy stretches his shoulder and sees the inscription that he is at the crossroads and that this is a united guild of people, and he is glad that he is finally freed from the annoying debuff. He looks angrily and understands that it is time for him to start doing the next quest. Larry goes to the house in Asian style. The old man is glad to see him and asks if he has done everything yet, and notes that everything turned out as he thought, and that he did not doubt him. Larry hands him the list while the system says that he has completed a quest called Bone Research, and he replies that thanks to him he will make progress in the study of flesh and bones. Larry is pleased to hear how he wants to give him the next task, then thinks that he is in a hurry, but thinks that he will definitely cope with it, and that he has no time limit, so he can come back at any time, to which he receives in response that he should not worry so much. Larry reads about a quest called Blood and Magic, M-Endo to obtain the blood of 44 different monsters. Larry looks pleased, because finally got the quest he was waiting for, and this is the last quest he can get in the third city. He reads and thinks that it seems very simple, but there is one deadly catch, and the catch is hidden in the condition of execution, because the blood that is mentioned there must belong to monsters of level 160 and above, and all of them are different types, and in his past life he had to sweat a lot because of this quest. But even if he knows about the catch, he still will not cope with it so easily. Larry reasons that in each camp you can find a maximum of 20 types of monsters of level 160 and above, so he believes that even if you clear 2 camps, he will still be short of 4 monsters. He remembers about the undead, saying that this means that he will need to kill orcs, trolls, goblins and all the undead, excluding special NPCs such as Yaris and others that live in the Black Dragon camp. He frowns, saying that this is the problem, and continues to think that he does not care that he will have to hunt players. But there are very few players above level 160. Larry thinks about lightning and notes that he does not have much time, and asks himself if he should just storm the settlement and simply occupy it, and then denies that it is possible, because if he kills the guards, he will not get the blood he needs for the quest. He happily says that if so, then he has only one way. The plot transfers the next day to the northeast of the crossroads in the Forest of the Blind. He enthusiastically kills the local fauna and understands that he had to put in a lot of effort and will for this. He looks dissatisfied and does not understand. The guy tiredly holds a test tube of blood, while the system notifies that he has obtained stone mole blood, and he is glad that he succeeded. Larry sees a bunch of mole corpses and understands that of course he knew about it, but the probability of blood loss is so small. He tiredly looks at the statistics that he only collected 1 test tube out of 44, and thinks that he spent the whole day hunting and got only 1 piece. The blonde guy turns her over and says that with this method, albeit slowly, he is moving forward. Larry runs and continues that he has no time to whine because he needs to move on. The blonde guy kills some mushroom and notes that this has been going on for a long time, while during the day he was getting monster blood. The guy sits at the monitor and writes guides on leveling and thinks that at night, in turn, he leveled the Black Dragon camp to level 160 and distributed information and strategies for hunting near the city of Ash. He gives the sprout to the blonde and explains that from time to time he earned experience to improve skills, completing secondary quests for other races. The guy lies and remembers that so many days have passed in such a crazy schedule. He goes down to the floor. Larry smiles and realizes that he is finished. He screams with his hands up. The fair-haired man remembers the stone rhinoceros and continues that thanks to the steel rhinoceros that he caught in the Black Dragon camp, he finished hunting for ordinary monsters, and the steel rhinoceros has high defense, and therefore he had to sweat a lot. Larry runs to drink beer and eat chicken, while he says that he has only 4 representatives of different races of players from their Black Dragon camp left, but today he is throwing himself a party. He holds on to the table and understands that until the moment when they bring him chicken, he should find some video on the internet, to which he can eat in the future. Larry clicks the mouse. He saw something and is perplexed. He sees a video with a slogan that they want to stop him, and that they are a whole guild from the Black Dragon camp that have reached level 160th, and he is happy that players of this level have finally appeared. The fair-haired man leaned back in his chair and grinned, satisfied that he had tried so hard and that it would be much easier for him, since he had managed to level up a bunch of players at once. He made a thoughtful face and noted that he had one problem left, and that he wanted to lure them all in and catch them, but he didn't know how. He imagined himself in battle and assumed that he could wait until they went hunting, but if the rumors had already spread, then right now everyone was avoiding this very place, and especially after he had defeated Yaris, everyone was avoiding him. The yellow-eyed man was stunned by something. He saw a video on how to create a scarecrow with his own hands. The guy realized something. Larry noted with a smile that since everyone was avoiding him, he would make it so that they wouldn't even realize that they were approaching him. The plot moved forward a day to the hunting grounds of the Black Dragon camp called the Red Moon Forest. Larry looks around and is pleased that there is no one there, and such a remote place will be just right for his plan. He holds up a scroll and calls the system to use the merchant summon scroll. The merchant appears and greets him. The guy throws a cloak at him while he offers him the highest quality goods. Larry undresses the merchant, saying that he first needs to change his appearance so as not to arouse suspicion in anyone, and then he will remove all restrictions on selling to certain races. The blonde guy notes in the inventory that he will register for sale and wants to fill his inventory with magic and rare items. Larry looks at the NPC, looks like a silhouette in a cloak, and is happy because he himself would most likely fall for such a trick. The blonde guy gloats because for the sake of good items that literally fell on them from the sky, they will want to make a deal with the NPC. The guy scratches his neck and says that the bait is ready, he still has one more thing to do. He smiles and continues that it is time to use it. The plot describes what is happening at the same time in the city of Ash, because someone asks to pay attention to something. The goblin asks what he is talking about, and what the fuss is about, to which he clarifies whether he knows about the guy who released his guides on leveling up in the game. The little goblin gives a positive answer with an explanation that it was thanks to him that their entire guild became higher in level, to which he replies that this same guy uploaded a new post. He reads and says that it looks like there is a secret shop on the outskirts of the hunting grounds, and he clarifies whether this is true and where exactly it is. Against the background of the merchant, he replies that it is in the forest of the Red Moon. Someone is standing behind the tree. Larry is preparing to attack if anything happens. He gloats with thoughts that the stupid prey should hurry to him. Someone is going to this forest of the Red Moon. The little goblin notes that everything is strange here and asks to come back here later with other members of their guild. To which the second one asks why they should do that, because maybe there is nothing there, and suggests to just look first and then think. The bespectacled one saw something. He pulls the second one by the tree, shouting for him to hide quickly, to which he asks discontentedly what is wrong with him. The first one points his head and tells him where to look, to which he does not understand where. Larry is standing near the merchant, to which the second one says that he is going crazy, because it is Larry, and the second one says that he was talking about it and asks what the monster that killed the general of the garrison of the City of Ashes could have forgotten here. The first one looks at him in fear and asks how he should know and where Larry went. He looks at the NPC and asks what it is and if they can come closer to him. The goblins are walking, while one asks again if it is an NPC, and the second one notes that most likely it is that special merchant from the main page. The big orc pokes at the purchase window and says that even it opened, to which the second one is afraid and says that they are seeing it for the first time and they should be more careful. The Four Eyes frowns and asks what it is. He sees such rare and good goods in the merchant's inventory, and now understands why Larry was always so strong, because he used this wonderful shop alone. Larry hears how the first one notes that the prices here are not at all pleasant, but there is also a purchase limit per player, and the second one asks to call all the guild members and take away from here as much as they can using this method. Larry smiles, while he rejoices and offers to run after the others with good news. They lead the merchant to the guild. The Four Eyes declare that they have arrived and asks again if there was anyone, to which the second one replies that he did not see anyone at all. The man in the hood scratches his head and asks if this is all true, because this is the first time he sees such cool items, to which another one notes that it is amazing. The bespectacled man raises his fist, saying that they can now be as strong as Larry. He turns around at something. There is someone behind him. The first orc greedily offers to chip in and buy everything that is in the shop, to which the second one asks how much he has, because he needs to collect as much money as possible. The goblin turns to the third one and asks why he is silent, and how much money he has. The fair-haired one turns around indignantly, asking why he is not answering. The green one is horrified. They see that the rest of the guild has been defeated. Larry stands behind the NPC and asks what is wrong. He happily prepares an axe, saying that this is all bait for a big catch. The axe is aimed at the target. A scream is heard throughout the forest. Larry goes forward. The fair-haired one happily holds the test tubes in his hands, while the system notifies him 4 times about receiving blood, and he is glad that everything was received in one fell swoop. He bares his teeth and continues that apparently since they are players the drop rate from them is much higher than from monsters. Larry looks at the merchant saying that he did a good job and can now go, while the system continues that he freed him and that all his items have returned to his inventory. Against the background of the forest he says that he has returned his items, and asks himself if he should now go to the old man. The plot takes us to the crossroads in the United Guild of People. The old man happily does not look at him and admires how amazing he is because thanks to him his position in Parliament has greatly strengthened, and the system explains that he has completed his quest Blood and Magic. The old man hands him something and asks him to take it, saying that it is a scroll of gratitude from his Parliament, to which he thanks him. Larry looks at the envelope and wonders if this is his entire reward. The blonde man looks at him madly and thinks that this piece of paper does not give him experience points. But he will still have time to use it, so it is worth putting it aside for now. Grandpa waves after him and says that if he is ever in the capital, he asks him to support the Parliament there, because it can help bring glory to the human race, to which he agrees, but on the condition that he has time for it. The blonde man exhales. The wind blows on his torso and he says that he has finished all the quests in the 3rd city and now it is time for him to go to the 4th, which is also the capital. Larry imagines himself at the stairs, thinking that his problem is that there are no level restrictions in the capital. But the road to it is a real challenge. He imagines a kraken and a ship and continues that in order to get to the capital he will need to cross the sea and that there will be creatures that live in the depths and they are incredibly dangerous. Larry frowns ahead and says that this is all great and he should prepare for departure, and for starters he should not rush, but go somewhere. He walks in pointed shoes. Next to him stands a dwarf, while he is to the southwest of the crossroads, in the ruins. Larry looks satisfied and notes that many players have been here, but they are no longer interested in this place, because there are no special items left there. The blonde looks at the building and says that this place has a secret that no one has yet been able to reveal. The dwarf asks him if they need to go there. 2 small guides look at him and offer to get to work, and the second says that she will let him know as soon as they explore the area. The guy raises his hand and says that he thanks them for their help and thinks that these are NPC mercenaries whom he paid. He goes inside and continues that to pass these ruins it is necessary to go in a group, and therefore he spent well on smart mercenaries. The fair-haired man smiles madly, thinking that of course it is expensive, but it is still better than sharing his reward with other players. Larry looks at the corridors, saying that they have finally arrived at a crossroads, and asks them to listen to him carefully. He tells them happily that one will go to the right, and the other to the left. Against the background of the entrance, he explains that if they go and do not turn, they will come across a room that will be covered with slabs. The fair-haired man presents a slab and asks them to take a good look at these slabs and find the only one with a pattern. Larry bent down and explains that they must step on them and stand until he calls them, and no matter what happens they cannot leave them, and asks if they understood everything, to which they gave positive answers. The plot moves forward a few minutes, where Larry says that they should have arrived by now. He takes a step. The guy notices a banner saying that finally. The blonde imagines them and signifies that they managed to find the slabs. Larry sees a window in front of him saying that he has revealed the secret of the ruins, and that as a reward for this, guards will stand in his way, and he answers that he agrees because it is his turn to act. A hand crawls out from under the ground. More hands crawl out. Stones fly in different directions. Larry looks around and notices that there are enough guards here, and the system instructs him to defeat them and get the key. The blonde prepares to attack, saying that he does not want to say something so obvious. The guy holds a battle axe, saying that he will destroy them all anyway. The guard golem rushed to attack, raising his fist. Larry, without waiting, ran towards him. The guy struck first at the enemy. The stone giant's hand fell to the ground. The hero remained on one knee after the attack, when the guards turned to him. He smiled sarcastically. Larry clenched his teeth, thinking that this was easy. The guy remembered standing by the piles of goblin corpses and thinking that trying to complete the last quest was terrible, but there was no denying that it helped him level up. The hero pulled the weapon back and thought about how both his body and the axe felt light. He smiled evilly and thought about how much he liked it when a notification popped up that Larry had reached level 190, becoming a true berserker. The guy stretched his leg back. The hero flared with magic, sticking out his tongue, preparing to attack. He attacked all the guards, pushing off from one to another. Larry landed on a cracked surface. Behind the hero, everything blew up from the explosion. Garnet was holding a sword in his hands. The gnomes were walking around the ruins. They approached the guy and said that they had returned as he ordered, and that there were no guards in the room. Meryl exclaimed in surprise, seeing something in front of her. A guard's hand was lying on the ground. Next to them was an orb. The hero touched it, and it lit up with a bright light. The guy turned around and said that he saw that his friends, the gnomes, were here. Larry held colorful balls in his hands and between his legs and ordered them not to stand there like a pillar, but to help open the door. All the balls ended up in the holes in the wall. A message appeared that the use of the guardian key was confirmed. The wall began to split into 4 parts, as if it was opening. The heroes watched the open passage in the wall. It was said that the real entrance to the ruins was open. Larry and the gnomes went down the stairs. The guy looked ahead and thought that the difficulty of the hidden ruins was about level 170. The guys followed him as he thought about how there were a lot of difficult traps and monsters here, but these gnomes were level 180, and they could easily clear this place. Larry went down the stairs. They walked through a dark room and the hero said that this was great. Finally, everything was starting. There were many red eyes on the ceiling, and the walls and floor were covered in sharp spikes. The guy said that there were monsters and dangerous traps everywhere. Garnet and Meryl looked around in anticipation. The hero smiled sarcastically and said that it was time to work off the money, asking to show them what they were capable of. Meryl conjured a magic circle and said that it was accepted, and she was entering research mode. Garnet took a sword and shield in his hands and said that he was switching to combat mode. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking ahead, analyzing what was happening. Everything around her was covered in a blue surface. All the actions of the traps in advance were highlighted in red. Meryl looked at the magic ring and said that numerous traps were discovered and she would lead them along a safe path. The children rushed forward along the corridor. Larry followed them at the girl's call. The heroes ran after her when she said that they needed to go straight. Meryl guided them along a path similar to a maze, giving commands where to turn at the right moment. She explained that they were almost there. The girl exclaimed, seeing something in front of her. She looked at the door with unknown symbols and said that she found it. This was the exit. The heroes ran up to a huge gate. Meryl touched the door, using magic, said that as she thought. She turned to Larry and said that this is a barrier that was installed here by a rather experienced and capable person, and that it will take a long time to cope with it. The guy asked again about how much time is needed. The unknown creature was approaching them, when the dwarf answered that about 10 minutes. The hero heard, turned around and said, about that, accepted, asking again. He swung an axe at the creatures and said that she should do her job, and he and Gareth will take care of them. The girl crossed her fingers, closed her eyes in magic, thanking him for leaving the creatures to them. The boy ran to attack the slimes. The green creature turned out to be an ancient poisonous slime of level 162. The boy ran to attack and shouted for them to stop slurping and get out. Garnet held his sword in front of him and activated a combination skill. He looked ahead with concentration, using freeze. The slimes turned into ice one by one. The dwarf watched as they turned into ice, exploding into small pieces. The boy looked ahead and exhaled. Meryl looked through the magic circle, crossed her fingers, and reported what she had opened. The doors slowly rose upwards as notifications appeared that the labyrinth was cleared and the depths of the ruins were open. The dwarves sighed in surprise, seeing something in front of them. They entered a large oval room in which green lights were burning. An unknown person was descending the steps, saying that he was just going to look for them, but they came to him themselves. He looked at them, one eye was black, the other white. It was a mad wizard of level 175 Homer, who spread his arms to the sides and exclaimed that he would show them all the horror of the corrupted power. The hero held an axe in his hands and thought that this creature was the boss of the dungeon. He looked at his grandfather, who was blazing with green magic, and thought that this was the second corrupted monster after Tyler, a mad wizard intoxicated with corrupted power. Homer raised a staff with a skull and said that since he was able to go so far, it means he is quite a capable guy. The wizard raised the staff, and beams of magic appeared from the eyes of the skull, directed in different directions. A green cloud formed high above the ceiling, which the heroes watched when Homer declared that this is where the guy will meet his end. Electricity appeared in the cloud. Suddenly, an electric charge hit the ground. Grandpa opened his mouth, grinned, and called his servants to destroy everyone. Behind the bars, a silhouette of a monster with sharp teeth was visible. The bars slowly crawled up, the eyes of the creatures were visible in the darkness. When the hero reasoned that he, like Tyler, can increase in size, and in addition, each of his monsters has its own unique ability. A paw of the monster emerged from the darkness, and the guy thought about the fact that the mad wizard's skill is mind control. Enraged corrupted sharks of level 150 ran to attack them. Larry reasoned that Homer controls the monsters, turning them into his servants. The guy leaned forward and ordered Garnet and Meryl to take their positions. The gnomes accepted him. The sharks were running towards them, then the heroes took defensive positions. A notification appeared that they were being attacked by a wave of monsters. The corrupted creature opened its mouth, growling. Larry delivered a powerful blow to its head, clarifying where it was going. He suddenly looked to the side, from where 3 more creatures were attacking him. The young man pushed himself away from them. His eyes flashed white. Larry cut everyone around with an axe, activating a vortex. The sharks' heads flew around. The guy looked up and laughed, declaring that the bugs imagined themselves to be who knows who. He turned to the crazy grandfather, asking if this is all he is capable of. The guy looked at Homer, who was on the other side of the room, calling him an insolent human spawn, and thought about the fact that the grandfather himself was shaking. The wizard was writhing in anger as the hero looked at him and thought that he would immediately do the same to him as to the others. But unfortunately he can't. There was a dome around the grandfather. Larry reasoned that Homer was protected by a barrier of strong force, so he couldn't do him any harm until he destroyed this barrier. But it was also good that the wizard himself could not attack the guy. The young man looked ahead and thought that he should hold out until these waves of monsters ended. Larry asked the guys if they were tired yet. The gnomes killed the monsters one after another. Garnet turned and said that no problem. Meryl said that it was easy. The hero dropped a large axe on the floor and exclaimed that this is great, but there are still 4 waves ahead, so he needs to try hard. On the floor lay a dead enraged corrupted tiger of level 161. A predatory corrupted wolf of level 162 was lying in blood nearby. Larry threw his axe over his shoulder. Looking to the side, behind the guys there was a bunch of killed monsters. Notifications popped up that they defeated all the monsters, and that they dealt with the 3rd wave of monsters. The guy looked at his hand and, grinning, thought that even though there were a lot of them, but he noticed the effect of the blood seal, and he didn't care how much he was wounded, but the longer the hero fought, the more blood boiled in him. Larry smiled, touching his chin, asked about the fact that there were only 2 waves left, right, and was the crazy freak starting to worry already. The wizard was shaking with anger and screaming about how dare he say such a thing. He raised his staff above his head and activated a stream of magic, saying that he would make it so that he could no longer open his mouth. The magic stream went to 2 cells. 2 entrances slowly opened at once. Homer smiled and shouted for his masterpieces to come out. More monsters came out of the darkness as the wizard shouted for them to show them what despair was. A level 172 corrupted half-elf and a large level 172 corrupted orc were swaying towards the boys, growling. Larry smiled sarcastically and noted that there were 2 waves at a time, claiming that he seemed furious. The boy held his weapon with both hands and told the dwarves that there was a half-elf on them and he would deal with the orc. The boys stood behind him and confirmed the command. The wizard pointed his staff forward and shouted for them to die. The system reported that the 4th and 5th waves had begun. The heroes rushed to attack. The children gritted their teeth and repelled the half-elf's attack, and Larry attacked the huge orc. The boy smiled looking at the monster and remarked on how pathetic it was. The hero turned and struck him in the body, screaming about how weak he was. The young man extended his leg as he landed. His outstretched hand flared with red magic, and he screamed about making a strike. The system notified that he had defeated the corrupted orc. The hero thoughtfully turned around, asking how the guys were doing. The half-elf was striking the dwarves with her long hair. Garnet and Meryl simultaneously activated a combination skill. The boys was freezing, and the girls was setting them on fire. Two powerful forces fell upon the monster. The half-elf screamed in horror from burning. The cold and hot attacks hit the monster very quickly. It was reported that they defeated the corrupted half-elf and dealt with all the waves of monsters. Homer watched as the dome around him shattered into pieces, the system telling him that the barrier of the corrupted force had been destroyed. Larry pushed himself forward from the pile of rocks. He flew towards the wizard, screaming that he had been waiting for this moment. The hero went crazy with anger and swung his axe, screaming for this crazy bastard to die. Grandpa held his staff out in front of him. It flared with green magic as Homer activated the light of annihilation. Larry opened his eyes wide in shock and thought that he had forgotten about this. A powerful stream of green energy was directed towards the attacking guy, who was thinking about this algorithm of instant death after waves of monsters. A large explosion occurred, covering everything in a bright light. The wizard thought about what was happening, exclaiming. The stream of energy split, pouring out around. Garnet stood in front of the hero and used a combination skill to create a huge barricade, protecting him. The boy stood there, confused, asking how the dwarf could block that attack. The boy stood there, shielding himself, saying that he had almost no stamina or mana left, and that he couldn't do it anymore. Meryl jumped up and down, leaving footprints, heading towards the wizard. The girl attacked Homer with fire power from behind. She hit him in the back, activating the ignite. The wizard dropped his staff. The grandfather's attack on Garnet stopped at that very second. The boy sighed, exhausted by what had happened. Homer turned around, screaming about the little bastards. The grandfather attacked Meryl, screaming for them to get out of here. The wizard grabbed his staff. He swung it angrily and screamed for them to die, activating the hammer of destruction. The girl's head was covered with some kind of energy. Meryl was rising up unconscious when the old man attacked her, screaming that her body could withstand his attack. The system notified that Garnet and Meryl would return to the guild as a mercenary, and after returning they could not be summoned to the battlefield again. Larry clicked on the window to accept it. He looked at the message window and said that the guys had worked hard. The hero raised an axe and said that thanks to the gnomes he would be able to completely clear this place and finish it off. The guys disappeared, saying that they accepted the order to return to the guild. Two blue streams of energy rushed up, wishing Larry luck. It was said that Garnet and Meryl had returned to the mercenary guild. Homer spit and said that it was stupid of him, that now he was left alone. The staff in the hands of the wizard flashed with green light. Grandpa ran to attack and shouted that he would turn the guy into a pancake. The opponents collided with each other, sparks flew in different directions. The wizard, fighting, thought about some feeling as if. In front of him, a huge hero with burning eyes rose, and he thought about it being a wall, thinking about how this little man could make him feel so helpless. Grandpa looked down when he heard him call him bald. Larry smiled and said that he needed something from him, asking if he was willing to suffer for it. His crazy face approached Homer with a smile, and he asked if he would mind. The old man angrily shouted back that he should not make him laugh, because he was chosen by the evil force and only the young man would suffer here. Homer jumped up from his seat, jumping, and assumed that the hero was only good at physical attacks, but the skull on the staff began to accumulate energy. Grandpa attacked by releasing the ball, using the sphere of despair, and asked how he liked it. The weapon disappeared from Larry's hands. The system reported that he put away the battle axe. The blow hit him, causing a huge explosion. Homer looked at this and laughed, saying that the guy was so smug, and now only a handful of ash remained. Grandpa looked ahead, seeing nothing. The hero flew, attacking the enemy from behind. His fist was quickly heading towards the target, when he declared that there was something else. Homer turned around, not understanding what had happened, talking about when the guy's blow hit the old man's head right, denting it. The old man staggered and flew to the side, taking damage. The guy jumped up after him to finish him off. The young man raised his hand and shouted that this was for Gareth and Meryl. The guy dealt a crushing blow to Homer's body. He tied his hands with black cloth and shouted at the old man not to pretend, asking how he felt about it. He grabbed the wizard by the head and slammed him vertically into the ground. Homer's head flared with rays of red magic as he screamed. The hero dealt blows to his face, and the old man thought that this couldn't be, because he dealt with him alone. The guy dealt blows one after another, and the old man thought that since everything turned out like this, he would at least give the impudent guy a beating. Larry was finishing off the old man's wounded body when green light beams flashed from his eyes, arms and legs. Homer screamed that he would take him with him. The young man's face was covered in blood. He was smiling, thinking that this was great and everything worked out. There was a bright green explosion. Clouds of dust and smoke dissipated. The hero stood up. He smiled, putting his hands on his belt, said that he finally did it. The system notified that the berserk effect was removed, and after a while the immortality effect would end. Larry looked around and summed up that the wizard self-destructed, but something should have fallen out of him. The hero was glad when he saw something and screamed that here it is. The guy picked up the green ball and laughed, saying that he found it. A notification popped up that he received the sphere of defiled power. The young man looked at the magic ball and reasoned that the hidden item that only the mad wizard dropped was the sphere of corrupted power. He imagined different outcomes in his head and thought that if he killed him with his own hands, the sphere would be destroyed, and an intact sphere could only be obtained if the wizard exploded himself. The teleportation pole flared up when the boy said that since he now had this thing, it was time to pay the bills and use the rune book at the crossroads. The crossroads garrison building stood in the sun. Macaulay opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the magic ball in front of him. The general looked at it, holding it in his hand, and asked where he found it. Larry smiled, looking at it, and replied that he got it after killing the corrupted monster, and he thinks that's why the corruption progressed. Macaulay jumped with joy and said that it was a great find, asking to wait a little. When the results appeared, he would generously reward the guy. The hero waved his hand and said that he would wait without problems. Larry smiled and clicked on the system window, wondering what the reward would be. He said that while he was waiting, he needed to see if there was any news on the internet. The young man changed his gaze to a stern one, seeing something. He scrolled through the message window and wondered if it was true. A group of people was shown by a ship, and it was said that the fourth city across the sea, they were going to the capital for the first time. It was said that members of one of the guilds went to the continent. The guy was blazing with anger, raising his hands, shouting that they did it before him. Some freaks went to the capital. Larry rubbed his chin, looking out the system window, and said that these freaks must definitely know about the title of the pioneer. He reread this news and reasoned that otherwise the guys of levels 160 to 170 would never have agreed to this reckless challenge. The guy leaned on the railing and thought out loud that with their characteristics, the probability of success at best is about 2%, and of course, it is unlikely, but not impossible. The hero looked at their picture near the ship and thought that besides this, since they are so openly talking about it, it means that there are other groups that have already sailed, or are preparing to sail. The young man was very angry, clutching his head, suggested that if one of them manages to get there, then he will lose his precious title of the first. A ship was depicted somewhere at sea. When Larry was talking about how he couldn't stop the ships that were already at sea, and even if he left right now, it would still be difficult for him to get to the capital first. The hero put his hand to his chin and wondered if that place was his only option, and if he went through that place, he would definitely be able to get ahead of them. A sea monster was in front of his eyes and his thoughts, when he reasoned that it was almost impossible, because that place was so impassable that even in his past life he had to slowly conquer it after visiting the capital, and the success rate for both methods was extremely low. The guy was holding his head and screaming about what to do. The general came out and said that he was late. The young man spread his arms out to the sides and said that he was finally back. Macaulay was walking towards him, holding something in his hands, added that he brought him something special. In his hands was a green ball. The general said that the hero brought him a sphere with a defiled power. Moreover, it was not damaged, and in gratitude for this he prepared a reward for him. Larry snapped his fingers and exclaimed happily when notifications came about an incredible achievement, where he became the first to determine what caused the defilement, and that the title Overcome Defilement turns into the Hunter of the Defile, confirming that the guy is the first holder of this title. The notification said about the first and unique Hunter of the Defile, which spoke about the defiled power as a mysterious energy, the source of which is unknown. It was said that the hero not only overcame and defeated it, but also revealed the cause of its appearance, and effectively eliminated it. Larry looked with a smile and said that this is not bad and his characteristics have improved. He looked at some values and thought that in addition to this, there is still a hidden option, which means there will be another buff. The hero crossed his arms and said that he was looking forward to his reward. The guy looked at his hand in surprise, on which some signs appeared. A card about the power that pierces the soul popped up, which said that the brand on the body, similar to a tattoo, will give the bearer a deadly power that pierces the soul, that a special ability has been added that is activated when extracting the heart of a defiled monster. The hero examined his body, saying that this is true, because he has such a thing. The guy noticed that it has increased by 1% and 10%, and of course, the growth is still small, but there is potential for growth in the future. The general held a book in his hands and said that he thinks their tracking and research will speed up thanks to him, for which he once again expressed gratitude, and the last reward that he will give him. Macaulay handed over a golden book, saying that this item should suit the young man perfectly. Larry picked it up as the general continued to tell him that it was a special skill book, and he thought he would need it. Let him take a look. The guy held the book in his hands and a notification appeared above it, about 2 hearts. He opened his eyes wide, looking at it, thinking that this couldn't be true. Even in his past life, when he was a ranker, he had never heard of such an imbalanced item. The general crossed his arms and asked if he liked it. The guy replied that he liked it very much. Macaulay smiled, looking at the guy, and said that he was glad, because it would be useful to him during his trip to the capital. Larry, not understanding, asked how he knew that he was going there. In response, the general only laughed. The guy listened attentively to him about how the goal of such a strong adventurer is definitely such a place, it's obvious. Macaulay stood in front of him and said that Larry is strong, and perhaps even much stronger than him. The general recalled the battles in the field and said that in the cradle as a dead man he had proved it. The hero pressed the book to himself, hearing Macaulay say that the boy could take this book as a sign of his respect for him. The general extended his hand. He looked at the hero and said that although they had not been together for long, it was an honor to work with him, blessing him in his future journey. Larry smiled. The guy shook his hand and noted that for him their meeting was an even greater honor. A personal training ground at a crossroads was depicted. The young man was warming up in front of the dummies and said that he had heard that the personal training ground was good, and it really was. He extended his hand forward, using magic, activated 2 hearts. The guy was holding a book in his hand and thinking that he had a rough idea of what this skill was, but the details would have to be learned in practice. The hero raised the book above himself and shouted about mastering the skill 2 hearts. The book turned into golden light and emitted magic. A huge fiery arrow appeared above Larry. It turned around and rushed down. The hero tensed up, realizing that it was flying. Rapidly accelerating, the arrow hit the guy in the chest. He screamed in pain, his eyes wide open. A fiery tail struck his chest. Magic penetrated his body. Larry grabbed his chest and said that it hurt, noting that he had never experienced pain of this level. The hero looked down, asking for a second. He imagined 2 hearts in the body and said that he definitely felt that another heart was beating. The guy looked questioningly at the system window. The young man read what was written in the notification about 2 hearts and said that you can go crazy from the fact that it is simply amazing. Larry smiled, looking out the window, and said that not only his characteristics increased, but there was also an acceleration of blood flow, which temporarily strengthens a person by accelerating metabolism, and this ability can be very useful in combination with other skills. The guy scrolled through the characteristics and said that there is also that option at the end. The hero looked ahead in anticipation and realized that this will help him in cleaning that place. A young man standing at the steps of the Murine settlement. He kept his hands on his hips and said that this was great, all the inventory was packed and he hadn't forgotten anything, so he could go. Larry was going down the steps and thinking about the fact that there were 2 ways to the capital. The hero walked forward and continued to think about the first, which was to take a regular ship to the continent, and the second. The guy stopped at the building and thought about the second, which was to go through that place. The young man entered the building and thought about the fact that this way could get to the destination twice as fast, but due to the high difficulty level and the limited number of people, no one had ever managed to go there before level 200. The hero looked at his feet and said that he was going to do it now. Larry bent his arm at the elbow and thought about what, actually. He opened his eyes wide and thought about how to find that place. He needed to collect different clues. The hero looked at the dark window in the wall and talked about what he found, thinking that he already knew where it was, so he could skip this step. The guy jumped into this window and flew down. Larry landed in a dark place. He walked towards the light along the corridor and thought that he would definitely conquer this untouched place. The guy covered his face with his hand from the bright glow. The hero entered the underwater tunnel and noted that it was still incredible there. The unknown man clenched his teeth and asked him who he was. Larry turned to look at him. In front of him stood a big guy who was furious, asking why he came here. Larry put his hand right on his heart. Bowing, the boy said his name, explaining that he was a man and a true berserker, and he wanted to use the underwater tunnel, so he asked for his understanding. The guard standing right in front of him noted that they had not had people for a long time. As the system announced that it was the tunnel manager Edward, he said with a puzzled expression that he needed to think about the underwater tunnel, and in the meantime asked to follow him. Immediately after that, the tunnel manager would go ahead, noting that the settlement was in that direction, and the relieved protagonist wondered if everything had gone well. The village itself was underwater, protected by a dome, while the system announced that he had discovered an underwater settlement, and received a grand achievement for discovering a forgotten territory. With a happy grin after the notification, Larry watched as the system announced that he had received the title of Pioneer. A moment later, as if out of nowhere, another system notification window appeared, notifying about the shoes, the title of Pioneer, and the effect that gives an increase in the favor of neutral characters encountered in the exploration area. The system also announced that due to the effect of the legendary title Nothing is Impossible, the attitude towards him in the underwater settlement becomes friendly, and the boy who heard this with a smile on his face reasoned that thanks to this title, their favor increased, and he passed the first test. The protagonist looked at Edward walking in front and thought that it was too early to relax, because there were still many checkpoints that he had to pass. Larry continued to follow the tunnel guardians straight through the village. Suddenly, the boy turned back. Looking straight at the inhabitants of this secret settlement, he thought that they continued to look at him, not even trying to look away, and apparently, because he was a guest whom they would see for the first time in a long time, realizing that he had become a celebrity. At that moment, Edward walking in front caught his attention, asking why he was heading to the central continent, which greatly surprised him. Looking menacingly to the side, the protagonist wondered if the second exam had already begun, and answered that he was a member of the research team. Then Larry added that he had determined that significant anomalies were occurring in the world, and was heading to the central continent to pass on all the information he had collected and continue his research, and the tunnel guardian, who heard this, looked at him in surprise and noted that this meant that he really was a member of the research team. Showing the ring on his finger, the boy declared that he even had a sign of belonging to the researchers, and reasoned that the research team was a keyword that should work with the underwater inhabitants. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined underwater nights in his head and reasoned that the underwater inhabitants had taken over the management of the underwater tunnel for a long time. Visualizing the ship and the magic grimoire, Larry thought that, however, with the development of navigation and magic, everything had changed. While imagining the man who fell straight to his knees, the boy wondered how the race called the underwater inhabitants had been forgotten on Earth. Suddenly stopping in place, the protagonist stated that they had faced many difficulties during this long time, which greatly surprised Edward. A moment later, Larry bowed and said that as a member of the research team, he acknowledged that they had been neglected by them throughout this time, so he wanted to formally apologize to them. Throwing his arms out to the sides, the boy concluded that he wanted them to know something, and that their research team would never forget this noble sacrifice. While the protagonist asked if they were able to understand all the pain they had endured for a long time, and the inhabitants of the underwater settlement began to cry. Rejoicing in his heart, and showing a sad expression to the others, Larry thought that the effect was simply stunning, and said that, of course, this would not be enough to repay their hard work. Realizing that now that he had touched their hearts with his speech, it was time for compensation or a bribe, the boy opened his inventory with his hand out in front of him. Seeing this, the keeper of the underwater tunnel was extremely dumbfounded. Taking out a huge number of different items from his inventory, the protagonist stated that they had not had supplies for a long time, so it must be difficult for them, and now it all belongs to them. Then the man, holding a bag of items in his hands, asked if there was a golden needle in there and with this they could save people, and the other, looking straight at the bottle of magic potion, noted that it was an intermediate detox potion, and if they had it a little earlier, it would have been better. At that moment, they were stopped by Edward, who was standing in front of them, who said to stop making a fuss, because they could examine the items later, so they had nowhere to rush. Keeping his hands on his hips, the keeper of the underwater tunnel asked what his name was. Suddenly looking straight ahead, Edward stated that his intentions and those of the research team were clear to him, and they would be happy to use his gifts, but they must not forget that he still had a qualification test to take. Hearing this, Larry was very angry that it did not work, but showed only a smile and announced his consent. Then the guys continued to walk forward straight along the street of the underwater settlement, when suddenly the keeper of the underwater tunnel announced that then they would begin his test, and asked to go up to the platform. Immediately after this, the two stood in front of each other right on the stage. At that moment, the boy fell on Edward's knee. Edward, standing right in front of him, unfolded a piece of paper and began to read that he, the manager of the underwater tunnel, would now announce the results of the qualification exam of a person and a true berserker, Larry. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the keeper of the underwater tunnel announced the first, that is, proof of value, where you need to prove that you are worthy of moving to the central continent. A moment later, Edward announced that it was passed, and as a member of the research team, he had already proven his worth, and the smiling protagonist expressed his gratitude and reasoned that this was partly expected. Still holding the piece of paper in front of him, the keeper of the underwater tunnel explained that the second was the proof of honor, where you need to prove that you are not a villain, and he coped with this. Then Edward added that someone who has already demonstrated his honor and reputation does not need this test, and besides, being one of the protectors, he has already sacrificed himself for others, so this does not require further proof, while Larry, remembering all his bad deeds, thought that this was very nice to hear. Looking at the huge number of items that he took out of his inventory, the keeper of the underwater tunnel said that the third was to prove respect and honor the souls of those who sacrificed themselves in the creation of the underwater tunnel, as well as to show sincerity, to assist in its maintenance and repair. Immediately after this, the boy smiled widely when he heard that he passed this test too. With a serious look in his eyes, Edward concluded that the items he gave them would be of great help, and thanked them on behalf of everyone. Still kneeling before him, the protagonist explained that it was nothing, and reasoned that it was so simple that he was even starting to look for a catch. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, Larry reasoned that, frankly, the main test of this exam was the following. At that moment, the guardian of the underwater tunnel, opening his mouth wide, announced that at the end he was going to conduct a fourth test. Tearing up the piece of paper that he had been holding in his hands all this time, Edward concluded that this was proof of protection, and this test would determine whether he was worthy of protecting the underwater tunnel, so he should dive right now and catch the newt. Hearing this, the boy grinned maliciously and accepted the order, thinking that this was exactly what he had expected. While imagining the underwater monster in his head, the protagonist mused that the Triton, unlike the mermaid woman, specialized in close combat, and furthermore, while mermaids were usually slow in the water, he was characterized by higher speed. Moving his legs to swim straight through the water, Larry reasoned that there was a way to lure him to dry land and kill him, but once he left this place, his test would be reset. Holding the underwater weapon in his hands, the boy stated that he had no choice but to risk his life and face him, while the system thus notified that he could breathe underwater thanks to the effect of the Murloc Gill's item. Hitting his chest with his hand, the protagonist concluded that without underwater skills it would be difficult, and with this item, it was a completely different story. As Larry was about to begin, he held a shell in his hand, while the system announced that it was a Triton summoning horn that could summon this monster. A moment later, the boy blew into this very shell, spreading the sound throughout the area. After some time, he walked right up to the Triton, who suddenly looked straight ahead. Holding his weapon straight ahead, the protagonist asked the enemy to come closer. Hearing this, the underwater monster rushed forward at great speed. Immediately after that, he struck his opponent with his trident. Smiling maliciously, blocking the opponent's blow, Larry called him an ugly fish head. The Triton, continuing to attack with his weapon, declared that he would destroy him for fearlessly using the summon, and the system announced that he was level 195. Then both warriors swung their weapons. A moment later, the underwater monster suddenly rushed upward. He was swimming away from his opponent at great speed. Noticing this, the boy asked what it meant by how fast he was in the water. At that moment, the newt suddenly changed its direction. It was moving straight towards the protagonist at an incredible speed. Smiling maliciously, Larry realized that now was the right moment. Immediately after that, the boy used the skill Scream of Madness, sending a stream of sound straight at the enemy. A moment later, the underwater monster grabbed its head in severe pain. Noticing a good chance to attack, the protagonist swung his weapon, wishing death on the enemy. Then the newt, seeing this, suddenly came to its senses. It dodged the enemy's attack with great speed, while Larry could not believe that he dodged. The boy looked around, while the underwater monster called him a stupid man and asked what he really did not understand yet. The newt placed itself right around its opponent with great speed, saying that he was in the cold depths of the water. Immediately after that, it pointed its trident forward. A moment later, the underwater monster would strike the protagonist's back with his weapon, saying that no one could defeat him. After receiving damage, Larry would cough up blood. Immediately after this, the monster would pull his trident out of his opponent. Smugly looking straight at Larry, who was slowly dying, Triton would laugh, saying that he liked what he saw, and that he was very impudent, but also pathetic. Holding the weapon tightly in his hands, the underwater monster would say that it was time to finish him off. When he added that even though he had pierced his heart, he didn't have to worry too much, the boy began to regenerate. Then Triton would rush forward, saying that he was already a corpse anyway. At that moment, the second heart activated in the protagonist's body. With a deft movement of his weapon, he managed to knock away the opponent's trident. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the underwater monster did not understand what was happening, because he thought that his opponent was dead. Then the kid grabbed his opponent right by the neck with his hand. Immediately after that, the protagonist used the berserk skill, rushing forward. With a strong blow, he slammed the underwater monster right into the ground. Smugly looking straight ahead, Larry noted that he finally caught this damn bastard. Looking straight at him with displeasure, Triton stated that this can't be true, because he definitely pierced his heart. While the system announced the passive skill of 2 hearts, with which the user will not die even if someone hits 1 heart, the protagonist explained that he should have checked how many hearts he had. A moment later, Larry took out another battle axe from his inventory, while the system promised that it was a throwing weapon. The kid swung his axe to deliver the finishing blow. Madly looking straight ahead, the protagonist said goodbye to the ugly fish head. At that moment, the underwater monster was illuminated by a bright light, asking to stop. A moment later, waves from the impact spread throughout the area. Larry slowly walked forward. He drank a healing potion after the battle. Having finished restoring his health, the boy sighed heavily, thinking that in the end he lost 1 heart, and he was sorry that the effect of the skill disappeared, but now he can restore it as soon as he gets to the central continent. Imagining in his head a deity standing right in front of the pantheon, he reasoned that if you make a donation to the temple in the capital, you can heal anything, be it a severed arm or damaged internal organs. At that moment, Edward met him, clapping his hands, while Larry, continuing to drink potions, thought that, of course, it will be expensive. Noticing the guardian of the underwater tunnel, the boy abruptly turned to the side. Looking straight at him, the protagonist is very happy, while Edward, still clapping his hands, declared that he had proven that he was strong enough to protect the tunnel, and now he can use the underwater tunnel. Immediately after that, the system announced that he had gained the right to use the underwater tunnel and now he can use it at any time by paying for the passage, and Larry, happy with this, thought that this is great, and things are slowly getting better. At the same time, the guardian of the underwater tunnel with a puzzled expression on his face noted that there was a problem, while the boy standing in front of him asked that the tests weren't over. At the same time, Edward, remembering the huge number of monsters that were in that very tunnel, explained that the passage had not been particularly well maintained lately, so it would not be easy to pass through, and it would be great if he could clear the way. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the quest clearing the underwater tunnel, where it was necessary to destroy all the monsters in exchange for using the high-speed train. Seeing this, the protagonist was extremely surprised and could not believe in the existence of the high-speed train. A moment later, they shook hands, and Larry agreed to this, while the keeper of the underwater tunnel wished him luck. Immediately after this, the boy confidently took a step forward. Throwing his axe right on his shoulder, the protagonist asked what he meant. Being right in front of a huge number of underwater monsters, Larry assumed that all the monsters that lived nearby had gathered there, and it looked like a fish market. Looking straight at the fish with huge teeth, the boy reasoned that they could be very dangerous at great depths, but since they could barely breathe there, their combat power was extremely low. A moment later, the protagonist jumped back sharply from his place. He soared into the air right above his opponent, saying that they were just living descendants of experience, and was going to use a reef attack. With a deft blow of his battle axe, Larry cut the opponent into two halves. At the same time, the boy with a crazy expression asked which of them to cut next, and was going to open a sashimi shop. Immediately after that, the protagonist destroyed a starfish. With his next blow, he killed a huge crab. All this time, Larry destroyed underwater monsters, slicing them with his axe. Having finished clearing the underwater tunnel, the boy lowered his weapon down. Looking at the remains of the underwater monsters that were lying right on the plate, the protagonist declared that the sashimi platter was ready, while the system announced that he had cleared the area and could now use the express train, and also increased his level. Smiling widely upon hearing this, Larry said that all that was left was to take the first express to the capital, and it was very easy. The railway, which passed right through the underwater tunnel, was more like a roller coaster. The boy rode along this very track and screamed loudly in fear. The cart with the protagonist inside went through a huge number of different turns, while he simply screamed. With a clearly tortured expression on his face, Larry mused that he suspected that it would be something like that cart, and he was right, thanks to the gnome race for this. Then the boy continued to ride at great speed along the rails, which were curved in different directions. In the end, the protagonist flew right out of the cave. Immediately after that, Larry landed, falling straight to the ground. After such a hard landing, the boy's whole body was shaking with pain. A moment later, the protagonist suddenly raised his head up, saying that it was as if he had risen from the dead. Suddenly, he saw something amazing right in front of him. Larry looked at a huge city surrounded by water on all sides, and realized that he had finally reached the capital. At the same moment, the boy was very surprised to see a system notification window that notified him of a new achievement. A system notification appeared right in front of him, saying that he was the first to reach this place, so he received the pioneer skill with a huge number of effects, while the protagonist, looking straight at all this, declared that these were incredibly amazing buffs. Reading the line about the reputation with neutral characters in the Alliance camps and neutral camps on the Central Continent, Larry noted that especially this effect and whether the reputation rises several levels from this, neutral characters will be very friendly to him from the very beginning. A moment later, the boy again saw something incomprehensible right in front of him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge number of system notifications about all sorts of titles appeared in front of him, and the protagonist, seeing them, did not understand where so many came from. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, Larry could not understand what it was. He looked at the system notification window describing training on a high-level training ground, and said that he had already forgotten about it, because there was no real benefit from it anyway. Immediately after this, the boy suddenly thought about it. A moment later, the realization of what had happened came to him. Getting ready to take a step forward, the protagonist said that his hard work would be rewarded, but he would figure it out later. Looking straight ahead with a wide smile on his face, Larry thought that the most important thing was the quest of the Central Continent. Imagining in his mind the different cities he had visited before, the boy reasoned that the first two cities were for training, and the third was a beginner's area. Standing right in front of a huge city surrounded by hundreds of walls on all sides, the protagonist realized that in the fourth, the system was already working at full capacity, and wondered if perhaps he needed to change his class. Visualizing a half-destroyed horn, Larry realized that he needed 300 pieces of the Emperor's Mark for this. Thinking about this, the boy confidently took a step forward. At the same time, a huge monster with a horn on its head appeared right in front of him. The system announced that it was an ogre, while it roared loudly, and the protagonist standing next to him concluded that he would have to kill as many as 300 giant monsters. With a smirk, Larry looked straight ahead, saying that he would begin now. Putting his huge battle axe aside, Larry thought about how many useful titles he had. Looking at the system notification window that informed him that he was only level 190, the boy reasoned that he could do little in the central continent if he did not get to level 200 or higher. Immediately after, the protagonist rushed forward, saying that he still had to do it, and there was enough time, so now was the time. Jumping up, ending up right above his opponent's head, Larry was about to enjoy leveling up. At that moment, the system notification window appeared, notifying about the quest The Fourth Wall, the condition of which was to receive 300 Imperial tokens. Seeing his opponent's attacks, he blocked his blow with a log. The huge monster with a horn on its head tried its best. Its weapon barely held back the onslaught of the enemy. Suddenly, a deft blow from the boy destroyed the log in the hands of the ogre. Seeing this, the monster with a horn on its head was very unhappy. Looking straight ahead, he saw the protagonist about to strike. Grinning maliciously, Larry was about to use the fatal blow. At that moment, the axe in his hand suddenly increased in size. Immediately after that, the boy cut his opponent in half with the strongest blow of his weapon. A moment later, the huge ogre monster was cut into two halves. Looking at the log that disappeared from behind the system, the boy saw a notification that it was a giant ogre club. At this time, the protagonist picked up a gold coin from the ground and laughed while the system announced that it was an Imperial token. Right behind Larry, there were a huge number of monsters while he asked if they really smelled the blood of their comrade. Putting the Imperial token in his inventory, the boy announced that there were still 299 pieces left. Seeing a huge number of ogres rushing straight towards him, the protagonist asked them to attack, declaring that an endless hunt was beginning. Immediately after that, Larry deftly dodged a blow from a monster with a horn on its head. Jumping back, the boy noted that he was very ignorant and had a lot of strength, but no brains. A moment later, he abruptly jumped back from his place. With the help of a blow from his battle axe, he managed to destroy the enemy. After the completed lunge, an explosion occurred right behind the protagonist. Suddenly, an ogre began to approach him, who was about to strike. His huge wooden club was already approaching Larry's head while he was saying something. Sharply swinging his huge battle axe, the boy destroyed another monster, saying that he would deal him the final blow. After the end of the battle, the protagonist held another Imperial sign over his hand. With a wide smile, Larry declared that he had collected all 300 pieces, while the system notified that he had exactly that many in his inventory. The system notification window that suddenly appeared also notified that he had reached level 200, and the boy, seeing this, concluded that this was great and that his level was now appropriate too. Standing in the middle of the battlefield with a huge number of monster corpses, the protagonist said that they called themselves the Kings of the Forest, and it was easier for him to deal with them than with trolls. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, Larry noted that he still had time and perhaps should farm some more experience and level up. The boy moved his hand with the battle axe to the side, asking if there were any more monsters there. Throwing the weapon right over his shoulder, the protagonist noted that he was just planning to hunt. Suddenly, he noticed something right in front of him. At that moment, Larry hid behind a tree. Peeking out from behind the shelter, the boy did not understand why this monster appeared right now. At that moment, a huge axe was stuck right into the ground. A two-headed ogre was looking around. Looking at the huge monster with two heads, the boy reasoned that it looked like an ordinary two-headed monster. Suddenly, a deer came out of the bushes. A little while later, the animal raised its head, looking straight ahead. The two-headed ogre in front, noticing the prey, immediately swung the huge battle axe, while the protagonist, watching all this from the side, thought that his true strength can only be seen in battle. Watching the destruction of the deer from behind the tree, Larry realized that he was also a berserker like him, only one level higher. Seeing how the huge two-headed monster ate its prey, the boy thought that it was very likely that he could use this berserker skill. With obvious caution in his gaze, the protagonist did not know about other classes, but two berserkers are dangerous, and now it is better to retreat. Thinking that he will deal with him after completing the fourth shift, Larry opened the magic book. A moment later, the narrative of the story moves to the Berserker Guild building. Putting a huge amount of gold coins right on the table, the boy declared that he would like to complete the fourth shift and collected all 300 Imperial tokens. Seeing this, James was extremely dumbfounded, asking that he really collected such a huge amount. Jumping up from his seat, the merchant declared that he was indeed an outstanding hero. Joyfully holding the protagonist's hand, James noted that he was the first such perfect berserker in his life. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Larry expressed his gratitude and thought that if he was going to praise him, then he should give him a reward. At that moment, the merchant put something in his palm, saying that he needed to wait a little, and the boy wondered if he really gave him a reward. Looking directly at his hand, the protagonist saw a red magic crystal lying there, when suddenly the system notified that he had received an incredible achievement and became the first expert in the class. Looking at the huge number of system notifications that appeared right in front of him, Larry read that he received the title of the first expert in the class and did it first. Then the boy continued to read the description of the first expert in the class, which is awarded to the first person to become an expert in their class, giving the effect of adding a slot for crafting skills. Smiling happily after receiving the information, the protagonist stated that this was great, and mused that only a player who had reached level 200 could become an expert. Enveloping himself in a huge amount of red energy, Larry added that one also needed to become a skilled specialist in their field, and experts had their advantages. Joyfully looking straight at the system notification window, he asked what it meant that he finally had access to creation skills. Imagining people of different classes using their power in his head, the boy mused that creation skills could only be used by experts in the class, and they could be used in conjunction with combination skills. Visualizing a person who enveloped his blade in red energy, the protagonist reasoned that at first glance this might not seem so surprising, but if you add combination skills to it, everything becomes different. Imagining a swordsman swinging his blade, Larry thought that although the mana consumption would be very large, an incredibly powerful skill would be available. Thoughtfully looking straight into the notification and system window, the boy reasoned that if a slot for the creation skill is added, then from 4 combined skills he will be able to make 4 creation skills. At the same moment, he was distracted by James, who was behind the counter, asking why he needed a skill book, and noted that he still had to master the enhancement skills, suddenly surprised that he had learned them too. Abruptly dropping behind the counter, the merchant declared that he had learned the basics perfectly, and Larry, happy with such praise, understood that all thanks to the experience accumulated as a result of hard work. A moment later, James put a huge number of books right on the table and told him that it meant he needed all 12 existing enhancement skills, and it would cost 60 gold, and there were also the skills Fortified Heart, Steel Muscles, Indomitable Attack, Frenzy, Mana Control, Weapon Destruction, Armor Penetration. The merchant also announced that there were only 7 and that they cost 70 gold, and the boy, upon hearing this, extended a bag of money directly towards him, saying that everything was correct and there were 130 gold. Immediately after this, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, notifying about the increase in all the skills the protagonist had. Having completed his deal, James said goodbye to the buyer and asked him to come again while he was approaching the door. Holding a magic grimoire in his hands, Larry asked that he needed to study all of this. A moment later, a huge number of system notification windows appeared right in front of him, and the boy, looking at this, was very puzzled. Then the system notified about the acquisition of new skills, namely, Rampage, Mana Control, Armor Penetration and others, showing their descriptions and characteristics. With a serious look in his eyes, looking straight at the system notification window, the protagonist said that only these 4 skills he can use directly, and this is enough to create a combination from such. Pointing his finger directly at the skill icon, Larry talked about strength, attack, dash, strike, strong body, indomitable body and chose Rampage, while the system notified him to specify the skill group or skill button for skill combinations, and added that the combination is possible with this choice. Immediately after that, the system notification window notified him to look at the possible option of how the skill will be used and complete the combination, and the protagonist, hearing this, released the red power from his huge battle axe. A moment later, he rushed to attack directly at the enraged ogres, and the system notified that when the combination is completed, the skill book will disappear and the combination skill will be added automatically. At this time, Larry was cutting up the opponents with a crazy look. He deftly wielded his huge battle axe and chopped the monsters into several pieces. After some time, the boy declared that the combination was finished and was about to name the skill, because the system notified that he needed to come up with a name for his first created skill. Smiling madly, the protagonist called his skill Murderous Fury. Immediately after this, the story moves to the moment when Larry is hiding behind a tree from a group of ogres. Suddenly, the boy came out right to a huge monster with a horn on its head, thinking that the rest of the created skills were registered. At that moment, the monster swung its club to strike. After the strike, everything around was destroyed, and the protagonist jumped back. Then Larry pushed off right from the tree, jumping forward. Soaring into the air above his opponent, the boy used Indomitable Advance. Furiously looking straight ahead, the protagonist added a fatal blow to this. Immediately after that, his huge battle axe became many times larger and advanced on the ogre. In an instant, the huge monster was cut into several halves. After completing his attack, Larry landed behind his opponent. He then opened the system notification window, notifying that a new created skill was registered, while he himself said that the counterattack registration was finally finished. Suddenly, another system notification window appeared, notifying about the counterattack skill and showing its characteristics. Reading the information from the system notification, the boy was surprised that everything was registered. While the system notified that 1 slot for created skills was added, the protagonist read a letter from James, who called him a future Supreme Master and said that he had actually been waiting for a berserker like him for a long time, so he was sending him the promised gift in the hope that he would definitely help him. After reading the letter, Larry threw it away, declaring that he had admired him nonstop back then, and now he had even given him a gift, and although he did not like it, it was all free, so he should benefit from this gift. Then the boy saw a huge fighting ogre right in front of him, realizing that he now needed to return to the other one. A moment later, the protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot with great force. Then he would fly up into the air right above the horn-headed monster and ask if it was time to finish the preparations in style. Swinging his huge battle axe, Larry would add that it was necessary to do so before meeting him. At the same time, the notification window of the system promised that the registration of all created skills was complete. Immediately after this, they were transported to the deep forest. The boy stood right in front of his opponent, who was hidden by dust. Staring straight ahead with fury, the protagonist realized that he was finally done. Realizing that he was ready to destroy this guy, Larry looked straight at the level 200 two-headed ogre, as the system announced. Making a gesture with his hand, the boy beckoned the opponent to him. Seeing this, the huge monster became very angry and screamed loudly. A moment later, the two-headed ogre rushed forward at great speed. He struck with his large battle axes, which the protagonist dodged by jumping up, and thought that, apparently, because his main weapon was an axe in each hand, attacking him from both sides was quite troublesome. Looking madly straight ahead, when the enemy's weapon was already near his head, Larry thought that he had something. At that moment, a huge battle axe began to cut his face. Everything around was stained with blood, when suddenly the system notified about the activation of the counterattack skill. Using the newly created skill, the boy instantly appeared behind the enemy, finishing his strike. A moment later, the head of the huge monster was cut off. The second head, noticing that it had lost the first, was very dumbfounded. Having received huge damage from his opponent, the two-headed one released its energy outward. Immediately after, the axe monster would attack with its weapon, destroying the ground, and the protagonist, who saw this, thought that he had activated berserk. Larry then dodged each of the enemy's attacks with great speed. Staring straight ahead furiously, the boy thought that he knew the skills of berserkers better than anyone else. Raising his battle axe above his head, the protagonist blocked the monster's attack. After receiving the attack, Larry would jump back a little. He continued to parry the attack of the huge two-headed ogre, while it swung its other axe. Realizing that this was a great moment, the boy activated his disarm skill, creating a magic circle behind him. At the same time, the huge monster was illuminated by a bright golden glow. Having made a huge number of strikes in an instant, the protagonist destroyed the two-headed ogre's axe. Pointing his finger straight ahead, Larry laughed, saying that even though he had used the berserker skill, if his weapon was destroyed, it would be the end for him. At the same time, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the created disarm skill, which instantly destroys the opponent's weapon. After all that happened, the huge monster swung his remaining axe to strike. A moment later, he swung his weapon, destroying everything around him. Using his next skill, Larry dodged the opponent's attacks, asking where he was looking. Releasing his dark red energy outward, the boy appeared right behind his opponent, asking that he couldn't see that he was there, while the system notified about the created evasion skill, which allowed him to ignore the enemy's attacks and arbitrarily dodge them. Sharply pushing off the head of the two-headed ogre, the protagonist wondered if he really was a berserker. Noticing the ignorance of his opponent, the huge monster with a horn on its head growled loudly. Looking smugly straight at it, Larry asked why it was so slow. Watching as the huge monster stretched out its hand towards him, the boy declared that he was disgracing other berserkers. A moment later, the protagonist was already doing it with his own hands. At this time, the huge paw of the two-headed one was approaching him closer and closer. Larry's crazy look was visible through a small hole between the fingers. Immediately after that, the boy used his skill race and destroyed the limb of the opponent. At the same moment, a huge force nailed the two-headed ogre right to the ground. While this skill was destroying everything around, the system notified about the created skill race, which allowed after activating the berserker effect to protect the neck and heart, and the rampage erases everything around in a wild dance. Landing right on the rubble, the protagonist assumed that perhaps his created skill was just too fast. At this time, the huge monster was trying to reach for his axe with all his might, while Larry noted that this was the end anyway. Swinging his leg to deliver the final blow, the boy concluded that he only recognized the desire to continue the fight. Releasing his energy, the protagonist increased the size of the huge throwing axe. Swinging his weapon, Larry spoke of a fight between two berserkers. A moment later, the boy used the berserker killing skill and abruptly moved from his place. At the same time, the protagonist made a huge number of attacks with his battle axe, chopping the enemy into small pieces, and the system notified that the two-headed ogre was defeated. Smugly looking away after the battle, Larry noted that he eventually defeated this one too, wondering that maybe it was time to return to the capital. Immediately after that, the boy opened his grimoire, using the rune book and set off for the capital. A moment later, the story moves to the capital, where a tower towered right in the middle of the city. The protagonist looked at the system notification window, noticing that he had little mana left, and, as he thought, could not use crafting skills often. With a smirk, Larry realized that he was still okay. Suddenly, the system notification window appeared, noticing the two-headed ogre battle axe in the inventory, but showing its description and characteristics. Joyfully looking at the system notification window, the boy noted that this was a good thing and a good result for him, when suddenly someone next to him asked, "What, is this really true?" Suddenly turning around, Larry wondered what all the sudden commotion was about, while the man behind him was telling the girl that she should quickly run after him, and it was there. Surprised, looking straight ahead, the boy could not understand who she was. A moment later, the protagonist was very shocked to see someone in front. Looking straight at the blonde girl in a white robe, Larry heard the cries and the inhabitants of which declared that it was the saint who came to pray for them. The boy was in the crowd of these people, noting that everything was correct. Grinning maliciously, feeling two hearts inside himself, the protagonist asked that she was definitely there. Kneeling right in front of the saint, the man listened as she asked to help the patient with her holy light and show mercy to his prayers. Holding his hands right, the girl asked him to always take care of them. Immediately after that, they were both illuminated by a bright yellow glow, and the people watching this said that his wounds were healing from the holy glow. Larry was among the crowd of the city's population, while they said that, as expected from the saint, and wanted to go next. Suddenly, a boy walked right up to the girl in a white robe, asking if she was the same saint from Timura's settlement on the central continent. With a smile on his face, the protagonist stated his name, saying that he was a member of the Crossroads garrison, and they were currently exploring the central continent. Looking straight at him in surprise, the saint agreed to his request, asking what his business was. Suddenly, she was very taken aback, seeing something on Larry. A moment later, the boy took out a bag of gold, stating that it was an offering to the temple. Showing his heart, the protagonist said that he wanted to get something in return. At the same moment, he opened his second heart, asking to fix it, if possible, without waiting in line. The story took place in a huge temple dedicated to the god of light. Feeling two hearts in his body again, Larry could not believe what it felt like. Remembering how the saint used her treatment on him, the boy thought that the wound was definitely having a good effect, and he didn't think that she would personally heal him right there. Immediately after that, the protagonist snapped his fingers, saying that now, before the guys from the other guilds arrived in the capital, it would be a good idea to prepare a little. Walking along the city street, Larry thought that, first, he needed to officially register as a citizen of Timura. Looking at the piece of paper in his hands, the boy thought that it was easy since he had the title of the first visitor to the central continent, while the system announced the title of the first citizen, which is given to the first visitor to Timura, the first city of the central continent, thanks to which he can be recognized as an honorary citizen. Looking around at the houses, the protagonist realized that, secondly, he needed to buy real estate for a store near his place of residence, but he had not yet decided what he would sell. Imagining a huge amount of gold coins in his head, Larry declared that he would occupy the best building, and a good location would definitely increase his income. Approaching the forge building, the boy reasoned that he should then put everything he had gained in the battle with the ogres to good use. Entering the blacksmith's shop, the man standing behind the counter asked what he meant by wanting to create individual equipment. Looking at his notebook, the blacksmith asked if he had brought the necessary materials, to which he immediately received a positive answer. Looking straight at the excellent battle axe of the two-headed ogre, the man asked how he did it, and whether it was not the weapon of that very enraged monster. At the same time, Larry, smugly holding his hand out in front of him, was explaining that he wanted to use it to create personal protective equipment, everything except the helmet. The blacksmith, smiling widely after hearing this, remarked that he must have a lot of money, and the boy was thinking that this meant he could do it. Looking at several blacksmiths working in this shop, the protagonist asked that it was not obvious, because the reason he chose this place out of the 5 forges in Timura was because it could create personal equipment. Looking straight at the system notification window that appeared right in front of him, Larry was thinking that, of course, he was sorry to lose the effects of the current equipment, but the new one would be truly invincible, and dwarves were the best blacksmiths. Suddenly, the blacksmith standing right in front of him asked what effects he needed, and the boy, with a smile on his face, explained that he needed the critical hit rate. Hearing him, the man began to write something down in a notebook, saying that there would be 6 parts, including protection for the neck, shoulders, arms, chest, as well as pants and shoes, asking if it would fit. After the blacksmith said that they could only make 5 parts in one day, so he had to come the day after tomorrow, the protagonist walked out of the forge, slamming the door. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, Larry thought that in the Crossroads, you could do anything you wanted, you just had to pay, but it seemed like new restrictions were introduced because of people like him. Walking straight away from the weapon shop, the boy reasoned that for now he could do other things, and there was one last and most important thing that needed to be prepared. Immediately after that, the protagonist came to the Tower of Evidence, where the knight stopped him, asking him to identify himself. With his hand on his heart, Larry declared himself a true berserker and stated his name, saying he wanted to challenge this tower. Looking directly at the piece of paper, the guard noted that he was quite a capable warrior and stated the entrance fee at 5 gold, explaining that there was no additional fee no matter what floor he could reach. The knight then added that if he did not die, of course, and wished him luck, as the gate opened right in front of Larry. With the huge stone tower in his head, the boy saw the system notification window that the test of the first floor of the Tower of Proof was beginning, and mused that this Tower of Honor and Challenge, where users prove their strength. Visualizing the huge number of different monsters that the adventurer fights against, the protagonist reasoned that the higher you go, the stronger the monsters you have to fight, and the structure of the tower allows you to move on to the next floor only after killing all the monsters on the previous one. Imagining a man raising a cup over his head, Larry thought that although they do not drop items, they reward the top 100 users every month, and this is a pretty valuable reward. The boy was in a cave inside this very tower. Right in front of him, he saw a corrupted squirrel of level 1, which the system notified. Seeing his opponents, the protagonist took out an axe directly from the inventory, asking if this was really the first enemy. A moment later, Larry firmly grabbed the handle of his huge battle axe. Immediately after that, the boy made a strike, destroying a huge number of squirrels, saying that it seems that his conscience will torment him for killing them, while the system notified that the first floor of the evidence tower was cleared. Looking at the system notification window, the protagonist was surprised. A moment later, he refused to move to the second floor, and the system notified about the repeat of the test. Then, right behind him, a huge number of squirrels appeared again, while Larry reasoned that before, he would have immediately gone to the next floor. Then, with a smirk on his face, he thought that if he repeated this test 999 more times, he could get something. Immediately after that, the boy began to swing his weapon, while the system promised that he had completed the 23rd attempt. The protagonist continued to wield his huge battle axe, destroying opponents, while the system announced that he had completed 384 and 618 times. When the system announced the 999th attempt, the corrupted squirrel looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. Suddenly, the system announced that he had completed the test 1,000 times, while a huge number of monster corpses were right around Larry. Looking at the squirrels he had killed, the boy saw a notification window from the system, which promised that he had received the title of One Punch Kid and had done so first. Standing right in the middle of the cave, the protagonist sighed heavily, reading the system notification window, which said about the description of the title One Hit Guy, which gives an instant kill effect and a decrease in reputation by 500. Smiling madly after everything that happened, Larry noted that here it is, and the ability to instantly kill an enemy with one hit, a title that is suitable for killing ordinary people. Joyfully looking straight at the system notification window, the boy declared that he already had enough reputation, and he earned it by defeating black dragons, while the system notified that he passed the first floor of the tower, and the highest rating is reset every month, and rewards are awarded depending on the rating for everyone who enters the top 100, while a staircase to the top appeared right in front of the boy. Smiling happily after everything that happened, the protagonist thought that he took first place, and he is the first contender, so such a result is expected, and even among ordinary users of level 200 for some time there will be no one who can beat this record of the first floor. Then even Larry took a confident step forward, thought that the job was done, and was going to quickly deal with the steel one. Smiling madly, the boy was going to go to the next floor. Destroying another monster right in the cave, the 54th floor of the evidence tower is cleared, and he scored the highest score, and his result will be reflected in the rating. When the system notified that he reached the 55th floor of the evidence tower, the boy clicked something in the system window. A moment later, the protagonist began to disappear, and the system notified that the current rating is first place on the 54th floor, and there are 29 days left before the reset of the evidence tower to the initial one. While teleporting outside, Larry said that he had used the berserk effect, so he needed to rest a bit and look at his earned rewards. A moment later, a huge number of system notification windows opened right in front of the boy, and he, looking at them, was very upset, saying that there was nothing interesting there. Suddenly smiling, he said that he had received many hidden titles. After that, several system notification windows announced the first title of Long Fight Master, which gave the effect of reducing stamina consumption and increasing stamina by 10, the first title of Dodge Master, which gave an increase in agility by 5, an increase in movement speed and the addition of the passive skill of the Sixth Sense, thanks to which one could sense the enemy's attack. Reading all this, Larry stretched, saying that the Sixth Sense skill was especially cool, and this is a perfect skill without a level, and the reward for first place in the Proof Tower ratings will have to wait another month. With a wide smile, looking to the side, the boy asked himself that maybe it was time to have some fun. Immediately after this, the story is transferred to a huge arena for fighting, and the system announced that this is the central arena of Timura. Arriving there, the protagonist opened the door. At the same moment, a huge number of warriors inside looked in his direction. One of them smiled widely, asking that this is really a newbie, and another stated that a small fish slipped through to them again. Larry went to the registration desk, stating that he would like to register for the arena, and the man asked what his rank was. Then the boy answered that he was a soldier, and he was told that his rank was confirmed, while the other warriors, hearing this, laughed maliciously. Having put a gold token on the table, the arena worker explained that he needed to take it, and when it was his turn, he should immediately go to the arena, and asked if he would participate now. Taking the medallion in his hand, Larry gave a positive answer. Looking at the huge number of people who were rooting for their warriors, the boy thought that the rule of this place, called the arena or the chicken coop, was very simple, and two opponents fight until one of them dies. Sitting right in the stands of the arena, the protagonist reasoned that, of course, there were no punishments outside. Smiling maliciously, Larry thought that in each round the berserker effect rolls back, and there would not be another more suitable place where his rage would be so useful. Suddenly, something in the boy's back pocket jingled. A moment later, the protagonist took out an arena participant token from there and thought that it was finally his turn, and since there were no regular users there and battles were only with neutral characters, finding a partner would take little time. Smiling happily, being in the stands, Larry realized that the maximum level of neutral characters' opponents was 190, and such battles would allow him to warm up better than in battles with users. Looking madly straight ahead, the boy used the move skill. A moment later, he found himself right in the middle of the arena and wanted to look at his opponent. A swordsman was standing right in front of him, and the system notified that this man had cut down 10 people, and his level was 150. Taking out his huge battle axe straight from the inventory, the protagonist thought that this neutral character was the maximum level for the soldier rank. At the same time, the swordsman, pointing his finger straight ahead, asked if this was really the kid's first battle, and noted that he had nothing to worry about. Immediately after that, the warrior approached his opponent with great speed, saying that he would still be his 11th victim, while Larry thought that after about 10 victories, he should be put with a normal opponent that he can use. At that moment, his opponent was cut into two halves. Destroying the swordsman with a deft blow of his huge battle axe, the boy thought that after each series of victories, a small bonus is added to the points. Watching his opponent disappear after his death, the protagonist received notifications from the system that he won the competition, and at the moment he does not have a winning streak. While the system notified that he earned 10 arena points, and now they are credited to his account, the people in the stands rejoiced. The guy happily looked straight ahead, asking that he really killed a strong opponent with one blow, and his friend noted that it was just incredible, a beginner. Looking to the side, Larry thought that he had only received 10 arena points in one round, and it seemed that he could only hope for a bonus for a winning streak. Taking a fighting stance, the boy declared that nothing could be done and called out the next opponent. Immediately after that, he destroyed another warrior with a deft blow of his huge battle axe. The protagonist was simply insane, plunging into the battle. With just one blow, he managed to kill each of his opponents. Being in the middle of a huge number of corpses in the battle arena, Larry received notifications from the system that due to the winning streak, his skills were recognized, and now the level of the opponents would be changed. Smiling happily, reading this information, the boy thought that everything was as he expected, and he would be able to level up when he came to a higher level there. Suddenly, the next opponent appeared right in front of him. It was a man with a huge hammer, while the system announced that it was a stone fist of level 167. A moment later, the protagonist soared above his opponent in the air, thinking that he would do the same thing as always. At this time, people in the stands were rejoicing, rooting for him. When the moon was shining brightly in the sky, Larry was destroying another of his opponents. The sun was already rising right from the horizon, and the boy was killing his opponent again. Sitting right on a mountain of corpses in the middle of the battle arena, the boy received notifications from the system that he had 30,276 arena points. Looking at the system notification window, the protagonist thought that he had made exactly 300 wins in a row in 2 days. Looking away with displeasure, Larry noted that he did not like that the system recorded a maximum of 50 wins in a row, but he received one useful title. That was enough for him. At the same time, the system notification window notified about the title of the guy with 50 wins in a row, which gave the effect of creating an aura that reduces the characteristics of enemies in the radius of the battle as a frightening effect. Pointing his finger directly at the system window, the protagonist asked to open the arena shop. A moment later, a notification system about the warrior's honor skill appeared right in front of him, which increased reputation by 100 points when used, and Larry, who saw this, immediately bought 20 pieces. Then the system notified that he had 276 arena points and the current reputation level was 2096, and the boy, angry at this, said that if his reputation had not been ruined by scoring points on squirrels, he would have more arena points left. Sharply turning back, the protagonist passed, which means there will be no problems with taking first place in the first season. Immediately after this, the story moves to the street of the city. Larry walked and looked around, saying that Timura is quite large for the first city, but he will still leave it after completing several tasks. Suddenly, the boy stopped in place, noticing that he should go there. Looking at the huge beautiful building with the gate, the protagonist saw the notifications from the system that this was the Palace of the Knights. A moment later, he went inside. Approaching the knight standing at the reception desk, Larry declared that he would like to receive the rank of knight, and the knight was going to look at his skills. At the same moment, the system notified that the check of the conditions for promotion to the rank of knight was successful, and the guard, looking at his notebook, declared that he met all the requirements. Putting a piece of paper right in front of him, the knight asked him to sign the oath there. Immediately after that, the protagonist put his signature in the form of his own face, and the system notified that he became a free knight. At the same time, a system notification window appeared, telling that a knight is someone who serves his master, and to hope that he will find the master to whom he dedicated his sword. While the employee at the reception desk asked if there was a master he decided to serve. Then he added that the first knight was among the visitors, and if he had no other options, he would be introduced to a very good man, and Larry, holding a pen with his upper lip, thought that this was exactly what he needed, because it did not even correspond to his rank. Imagining knighting in his head, the boy thought that in order to become a real knight, it was necessary to find a master to whom he would dedicate his sword and sign the knight's oath, and perhaps that was why the notification of the new title had not yet appeared. Having shaken the guard's hand, the protagonist noted that he was very sorry, but he had a man he wanted to serve, and the guard replied that he wished them luck then. Immediately after this, Larry left the knight's palace, thinking that there were many advantages to working under a high-ranking nobleman, but it was easy to get bogged down in it and then not return to a free life, and in particular, if the master was of an intermediate rank, for example, viscount or count, the restrictions were even stricter. While imagining a noble who manipulates his knight, the protagonist reasoned that even if the user meets the conditions for a high noble title, greedy and selfish neutral characters can block his knight's path. Looking around, Larry thought that, however, this does not mean that he is going to remain a free knight, and there is a place where he can get help, and wondered if he should go there. After a moment, the boy sighed heavily. Suddenly, he smiled widely, saying that he had other things to do first. Arriving at a large Chinese-style building, Larry stated that since he was there, he needed to complete a racial quest, and since he had reached the rank of a knight, he could skip the side quests. The old man held a letter in his hands and asked if Howard had sent it. Looking straight at him, the boy explained that he said that, having found himself on the central continent, he must definitely go to him, asked him for help, and he noted that he had many worthy knights under his command. At the same moment, the protagonist took out a bag from his inventory, saying that he had something. Putting it right on the table, Larry concluded that he told him to thank him for finding time for him in his busy schedule, and that is exactly what he said. While the boy was slightly opening the bag he took out of his inventory, Nicholas was declaring that it was some kind of nonsense, and that he was not the kind of person to be bribed with something like that. Seeing a bright glow right in front of him, the old man could not believe what was happening. The protagonist looked straight at him, saying that he thought that if he filled the bag with gold, it would be too heavy, so he filled it with his precious stones, and the old man, seeing this, noted that their value was 2 to 3 times higher than that of gold coins. Taking this very bag of crystals, Nicholas noted that since this was the case, he had some request for him, while the system notified that the level of favor of the carbon representative had increased significantly. Immediately after this, the old man imagined in his head the pyramids located in the middle of the desert, asking if he knew the legend about them. Smiling broadly at what he heard, Larry gave a positive answer, thinking that of course he knew, after all, he had spent a lot of time there. Visualizing the monsters that lurked in the darkness, Nicholas explained that he had heard that there were creatures inside the pyramid that did not die or decay, so he should find out from them. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy accepted this order, while the system announced the quest creatures that decay, in which it was necessary to confirm the existence of monsters that did not die, and the reward would depend on the progress made. Joyfully looking straight into the system notification window, the protagonist thought that it turned out that the reward depended on the progress. Imagining in his head how the warrior entered the cave, which was teeming with a huge number of these very monsters, Larry thought that this is it, so like this quest, you can't complete it by simply confirming the completion. Visualizing the monsters rushing straight towards the adventurer, the boy thought that once he found them, a fight would inevitably break out. Imagining the red magic stone that absorbed dark energy, the protagonist thought that if he brought back a blood crystal from there, the quest would be completed, but it would be too difficult now. As the old man kissed the bag of gems, Larry thought that, as far as he remembered, the level of these creatures was around 240, and maybe it was because of the bribe, but the difficulty of the quest had become very high. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy thought that starting from level 200, the stats increased more and more with each level, and the additional ability points received when leveling up doubled. Imagining himself standing right in front of a huge dark monster, the protagonist thought that monsters often also had titles and special effects. Walking straight out of the building, he thought that users would soon come there, and first of all, he he needed to do everything he could. Immediately after this, the story moves to a huge battle arena, while the system announced that this is the central arena of Time Era. Larry received a new token from the arena worker, while the system announced that his rank in the arena league was changed to a knight, and by winning, he will be able to earn more arena points, for which he can buy various goods. And also after he gets into the knight league, nobles begin to take an interest in him, thanks to which victories help to increase his reputation. The man looked directly at the boy, asking if he will participate now, to which he gave a negative answer. Leaving the building of the city's battle arena, the protagonist thought that if in an attempt to accumulate points he gets into the eyes of another noble, he will have problems, and now his main quest is a priority. Immediately after this, Larry came to a huge building that looked like a temple. Upon seeing him, the guards barred his way with their weapons, asking who he was and asking for his name, and the boy would introduce himself as a member of the Crossroads garrison. A moment later, the knight would announce that his identity had been confirmed, and the protagonist would walk on, looking at him with satisfaction, thinking that his body was almost as strong as Macaulay's. Approaching the reception desk, Larry would greet him and say that he would like information about the corrupted monster. Upon seeing him, the man in the gas mask would remark that this was the newcomer who had promised to return soon, and if he had a map, he should give it to him. Hearing this, the boy would hold out a piece of paper right in front of him. A moment later, the guild worker began typing something on his typewriter. After some time, the man in the gas mask held out a piece of paper right in front of him, saying that he needed to catch 3 of them, and then he would give him something good, when suddenly the system notification window notified him of a quest in the very depths, where he needed to kill defiled monsters. Smiling widely, Larry took the piece of paper in his hands, asking if they really gave him such a quest, and thought he got extra points for having previously revealed the reasons for the desecration of souls. Immediately after that, the boy turned his back, saying that he would do it, and the guild worker waved his hand, wishing him luck. Then the protagonist thought that he needed to deal with small tasks first, and went straight to the townsman. He also took a quest from a man in a business suit. The elf shared his task with Larry with a smile on his face. All this time, the boy ran around the city at great speed. Having finished the tasks, the protagonist stretched, thinking that now it was time to use that thing. Approaching the unknown magical structure, Larry reasoned that this was the pride of Time Era, a teleportation magic circle. With a smile on his face, the boy thought that for other users this service might be expensive, but for him this cost was acceptable. A wizard standing nearby asked about his destination, and the protagonist answered that he needed to go to Remington. Hearing this, the wizard looked at him with surprise and asked if he was serious. In response to this, Larry nodded his head approvingly, and the wizard, seeing this, agreed and began to use magic. Then the wizard explained that soon the magic would start working, and the destination was Remington, while magical liquid was rising right around the boy. A moment later, the story's narration is transferred to the outskirts of Remington, which looked more like one big factory. Stretching after the transfer, Larry noticed that everything was numb, and how angry he was that he had not yet reached his final destination. Looking straight ahead, the boy reasoned that he needed to go in the wrong direction, and he was heading to the countryside, which was not accessible by teleport. Arriving at a building with a sign in the form of a horse, the protagonist thought that there was only one way to get there, and for this there was just good transport. Having saddled the horse, Larry was going to hurry to his destination. Immediately after this, the story's narration is transferred to a rocky area with trees, while the system notified that he had entered the outskirts of Renai. The boy moved forward on his horse at great speed and thought that although half of this territory was just mountains, they mined there at least a little copper, but due to the large number of monsters, even this trade becomes impossible. Arriving at a huge castle surrounded by walls, the protagonist was thinking that this Renai was his true destination, when suddenly the guard guarding the gates asked what business the stranger had with them. At that moment, Larry said that he was there because he wanted to become a knight of this place, which greatly surprised the guard of the Renai estate of level 181, as the system notified. Hearing this, the guard immediately ran inside, telling him to wait a little. While the boy was reasoning that guards with a level below 200 really exist, a man ran out to him, asking him if he really said that he came to become a knight. Seeing him, the protagonist noted that the lord really looked pathetic, although that was why he chose him. Imagining this kneeling nobleman in his head, Larry reasoned that the first reason he chose this territory was the concept of a fallen nobleman. Visualizing a castle surrounded by a huge number of mountains, the boy thought that the second reason was the potential of this territory, and sooner or later it would be absorbed by Remington, but this territory would hit the jackpot. Imagining a huge amount of gold in the caves in his head, the protagonist understood that he could not miss it, and said that he would like to become a knight of the Renai estate. Hearing this, the lord of the land pointed his hand towards the entrance, and suggested that they first go in and talk. Sitting on a chair inside the estate, the man explained that they were alone, so he would say honestly that their estate did not have reserves to pay him a salary. Moving his hand to the side after hearing this, Larry noted that it was not scary and he would not demand it, to which the Lord asked what other conditions he had then. At that moment, the boy asked to give him the land instead, and the man, hearing this, was very surprised. Immediately after that, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, explained that he was not asking for all the land, and he could transfer part of this mountain to him as long as he was his knight. In his mind, anticipating the benefits of this deal, Larry said that the contract would be for 1 year, and thought that if everything went according to his plan, then this time would be enough. After listening to him, Richard thought about it, asking if he really wanted to sign a contract as a mercenary, and the man asked that he didn't think he needed time to get to know his master and understand whether he could trust and serve him. Moving his hand to the side, the boy told him right away that he would not ask for the mines necessary to manage this estate, and if an ore vein was found on such territory, he would return it to him and take another land for himself. At the same time, the lord of these lands was wondering if he didn't need the right to extract minerals, then why did he need the land? And the protagonist replied that he wanted full rights to the monsters that were hunted on this land, imagining a dark cave in his head. After hearing this, Richard nodded his head, saying that that's it, and agreed to his proposal, noting that, however, when he was going to raid the monsters, he would have to take 3 soldiers with him. Larry smiled broadly and agreed to such conditions, thinking that neutral characters were all the same, and he was doing this because he was targeting the corpses of the monsters. Looking menacingly straight at the boy, the lord of these lands said that he also hoped that he would follow his instructions and actively work on developing the territory, and he thought that, of course, he would do his best. A moment later, the protagonist knelt down on one knee in front of his lord, declaring that it was a great honor for him to serve him. Immediately after this, Richard Renai would draw his blade and declare that he was appointing Larry as his knight. While the system was announcing that he had become a knight of the Renai estate, the boy was thinking about the past of the land that was in this estate. With a sly grin on his face, the protagonist thought that this was a valuable land that would soon be his. Suddenly, a huge number of system notification windows appeared right around Larry, announcing an amazing achievement and that he was the first user to be knighted, and therefore received the title of First Knight, and also announced this title. It was said that its effect gives an increase in all abilities by 10, as well as an increase of 10% during the quest in Escort, Guard and Defense. While the system was announcing that he was the first holder of this title, the boy with a sly grin on his face was thinking that he didn't know about Escort quests, but this title was very useful during defense quests. Suddenly raising his head, the protagonist asked if he could look at the soldiers right now, and the lord of these lands, who was standing right in front of him, asked if he really could. Getting up from the floor, Larry explained that if he was busy, he could do it himself, and the lord asked if it was true, and explained that he had just the job for him. Looking at his new knight, Richard said that he would soon need to leave the castle, and the lord bowed, concluding that he would gather the soldiers. With a sly grin, the protagonist reasoned that he was allowing the newly arrived knight to call the shots there, and in other lands and estates he would not be allowed to lift a finger. Right after that, Larry was walking down the hallway of the manor and thought that, frankly speaking, he was the only knight there, so he shouldn't care. Staring forward with a serious gaze, the boy thought that there were monsters there, the highest level of which, as he remembered, was about 240. At the same time, the protagonist imagined a monster with wings in his head, arguing that the level was not that high, but that was even good. Visualizing a monster similar to a giant worm, he reasoned that hunting grounds above level 250 were still an impossible dream for him. At the same moment, the boy pointed his finger right at the soldier, saying that from now on they would begin a raid on monsters near the city and the mine, and they needed to gather as many soldiers as they could to protect the castle and the city's inhabitants, and he accepted the order. After some time, the protagonist stood in front of a huge number of warriors, asking if everyone was there, to which he immediately received a positive answer. Introducing himself as a platoon commander, Larry shouted what needed to be said again loudly and briefly. Immediately after that, the knight standing right in front of him gave a positive answer. When the boy looked straight at Richard standing next to him, explaining that they had to go, and he asked them to be careful. Then the protagonist walked forward, leading the warriors, and reasoned that anyway, now the only thing he was doing was putting on a show to win the Lord's trust, and the soldiers just needed to follow him. Suddenly stopping, noticing monsters in front, Larry thought that he should not let the monsters escape, and told everyone to stop. Right in front of them was a monster, and the soldiers were asking what was there and whether it was a monster. At the same moment, the boy saw a huge number of werewolves of the 213th level right in front of him, which the system accommodated. Noticing his opponents, the protagonist sighed heavily. Immediately after this, Larry released his power, thinking that they should tremble from the power that as their leader he would show them. At that moment, the huge werewolf suddenly froze in place. A moment later, the boy pushed off the ground with his foot with great force, asking how they dared to do such a thing on their master's land. Soaring into the air right above his opponents, the protagonist asked how they dared to kill themselves with their new masters. Swinging his huge battle axe, Larry declared that they would pay for this. Seeing the death of their ally, the other representatives of this race were very scared. Then the boy rushed towards them with great speed, asking if they also wanted to pay off their overdue debts. The protagonist swung his huge battle axe furiously. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred right in the middle of the mountains. After some time, Richard looked at the paper, asking if he had really dealt with all the monsters around the city in just one day. Continuing to study the report, the Lord of these lands declared that it was very good and that it showed excellent results, while Larry, looking away, thought that, apparently, he himself found it hard to believe. Looking puzzledly straight ahead, the head of the Renai family said that if everything that dropped from the monsters was sold, then the estate would do better, and the boy who heard this thought that, apparently, he thought that he would take all the loot from the killed monsters for himself and not share it with him. At the same moment, the protagonist with a wide smile on his face declared that he would sacrifice everything for the estate, and the Lord who heard this did not believe in the truth of his words. Looking straight at the system notification window, notifying about the raid on monsters on Mount Renai, in which it was necessary to defeat all the monsters on this mountain without a reward, Larry thought that, of course, he had already received many items and experience points from these monsters. At this moment, Richard began to write something on a piece of paper, explaining that it would be great if he shared this with their residents, to which the boy said that he would do so. Imagining himself as a saint who came to ordinary mortals, the protagonist reasoned that all this would become the basis for universal love and submission to him, and as soon as he earned more trust in himself, he would begin his main work. Looking at the factories that were located on the territory of the Lord of these lands, Larry declared that the safety of the residents was above all else. Immediately after that, he went into the forest to kill monsters and gave the order to block everyone who tried to escape. Standing right in front of the slain enemy, the boy noted that they were basically done. Holding out a bag of unknown contents to the soldiers, the protagonist ordered them to sprinkle the place where the monsters had been driven out, and to do it well, without missing anything. Opening the bag, the soldiers asked what it was, and Larry explained that it was a product to prevent monster invasion, created by magicians by imitating the body odor of a predator. With a wide smile on his face, the boy thought that it was called predator excrement, and of course, it was fake. A moment later, all the soldiers began to scatter this substance around the area, while the protagonist, watching this, reasoned that all this would help increase the area of land that the inhabitants could use, and in just a few days, another mine would be large enough to be developed and used. Staring straight ahead with a serious expression, Larry thought that once this happened, the attention of the Lord and the villagers would be focused on him, while he would be implementing the plan on his land. Suddenly, the boy was transported with his grimoire to a cave in front of the huge doors and realized that he had to take care of something first. Opening the gate and entering, the protagonist saw a system notification window notifying him that he had entered an open dungeon, the Cave of Silence, and since he was the first to visit this place, he received a bonus of plus 30% to experience and the probability of dropping items for 3 days. Looking down the slope in this very cave, Larry received notifications from the system that the bonus would increase by 10% due to the effect of the Pioneer title, and thought that he was very happy with the bonus for entering first. The boy grinned wickedly and thought that he couldn't just leave something like this lying around, and if he didn't take it, someone else would. Holding the magic book in his hands, the protagonist walked through the cave, thinking that he had to clear out all of Timura's dungeons, and he would move forward so that his rune book would smoke. A moment later, Larry entered the fray, waving his huge battle axe. After some time, he came out of the dungeon. At the same time, the boy led the soldiers in hunting monsters. With his huge battle axe, he managed to cut the monster in half. Having finished hunting the monsters, the protagonist opened his rune book. At this time, Richard, with his grateful look, declared that it was all thanks to Larry, and today they finally began to develop the second mine. Standing right in front of the Lord of these lands, the boy said that he would then strengthen the security around the city and the mines, from which he noted that he expected this, and he grasps everything on the fly. Turning his satisfied head to the side, the protagonist reasoned that the Lord was busy developing and mastering the mine, so now that he had won a certain level of his trust, it was time to go to his lands. Bowing to Richard, Larry said that he would then take up patrolling, agreeing with something. When night fell, the boy found himself right in the middle of the forest, asking if this was the land he had received. Looking for something in his cloak, the protagonist was going to look at what he had bought in Timer. A moment later, Larry took a plan of the house out of his pocket, saying that he had found it. Having said that the type of house was a large hut, the boy saw how a huge house appeared right in front of him as if from nowhere. Entering inside, the protagonist noted that now, no matter what he did in his house, no one would pay attention to it. Looking around, Larry asked if it was here and said that he had to find the exact location. Suddenly, he swung his leg to make a blow. A moment later, the boy was breaking the floor right in his hut. At that moment, a bright blue light illuminated him, which the protagonist was very happy about. Looking at the unknown portal in the floor of his house, Larry said that he found the passage to the secret dungeon on the first try. Throwing his huge battle axe over his shoulder, the boy was going to do the last thing. He wanted to break something and struck with his weapon. Immediately after that, the magic crystal emitting energy was destroyed. Seeing this, the protagonist grinned maliciously. Then a magic portal appeared right in front of him, and Larry, looking at this, noted that he had succeeded. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right above the portal, notifying about the durability of the ancient stone tablet, and the boy who saw it said that he thought so, and to enter, he needed to do the same as before. The protagonist took a step forward to the open portal and stated that he could use it 2,999 more times. Joyfully entering, Larry noted that it was too easy. Larry entered the cave. The notification that appeared in front of him said that he was in a secret dungeon, the cave where the secret lies. It said that for the first entrance he gets an increase in experience points, and the probability of dropping items by 30%. He received an increase in the bonus for the first entrance by 10% due to the effect of the title Pioneer. The character looked around and thought that he came to this place because of the huge potential, and the power-up stones that only drop here. He remembered the brightly shining fragments and how they were divided into normal and high quality, the former increasing the probability of strengthening by 6 levels, and the latter by 2 levels more. He thought about how these items dropped from all monsters above level 200 and imagined a lizard man in front of his eyes. He clarified that normal quality stones dropped with a probability of 5%, while high quality ones with 1%. The cave was empty when he mentally added that here the probability was at least 10% or, according to his feelings, 20%. He imagined many hands reaching for the stone and thought that since this was a secret dungeon with a limited number of clears, the stones had become a rare item with a high price. The protagonist with a weapon on his shoulder reasoned out loud that users were starting to be interested in the topic of strengthening, and this meant that it was time for him to strengthen his equipment. He grinned ominously and suggested that he sweep everything clean. At the bottom of the dark cave, strange stones were visible. The system reported that this was a mysterious level 213 stone spirit. This mob had a mixed color. The hero crouched behind the stone and thought that all the monsters in this dungeon were spirits of fire, water, stone and wind. He considered them troublesome opponents who inflicted not only elemental damage, but also physical damage. A weapon appeared in Larry's palm when he noticed that it would not work with him. The character activated the skill and attacked the spirits. A large explosion covered the stones. He remembered the core when it flew out of the cloud. The protagonist pushed off with force with his leading leg. The chopping blow cut the object into pieces. The hero noted out loud that in this system, enemies continue to respawn without destroying the core. A system notification about a fatal blow appeared above the split stone. Larry exclaimed and landed in front of the object. The hero's hand grabbed the sphere. When he assumed that it was due to the bonus for the first visit, the system message notified about receiving a mysterious fragment. Larry picked up the item and said that he would be unlucky if he got an unnecessary thing and commanded to use the mysterious fragment. In the hands of the main character was a stone. The system announced the receipt of a power-up stone. He was glad out loud to receive the item on the first try. The hero smiled ominously and said that this is the taste of a rare item, and we must continue. He stood in front of new enemies. The game reported that this is a mysterious fire spirit of level 215. Larry jumped into the air saying that they are next. He activated the attack from above skill and landed with a blow to the ground. The guy stood in a cloud of fiery ash and asked who to destroy first. With bright red eyes, the hero prepared to attack. He used a fatal blow and rushed through the enemies. A new enemy was in front of him. The system notified that it was a mysterious water spirit of level 209. Larry ran, saying that he could not waste bonus time in vain, and that he would be grateful if they themselves would expose themselves. Water gushed towards the hero. The player used the skill of arbitrariness to attack. It cut the enemies into pieces. Larry looked back, offering the next enemy to attack. He sat cross-legged and was perplexed that he had already destroyed everyone. In the darkness of the cave, an icon of a mysterious stone spirit of level 239 appeared, and the hero considered it a boss. Glowing eyes appeared in the darkness of the dungeon, and the guy thoughtfully said that it was a stone spirit. He grinned and suggested that the enemy was somewhat similar to an enhanced version of the first enemy. A hand made of rock appeared in front of Larry. It hit the wall with a boom. The hero dodged. The rampaging sword, the skill that the player used to attack, dealt many blows. The golden core was shining in the enemy's chest. With a roar, the boss straightened up in front of the hero. He used the explosion skill. A bunch of stones hung in the air. With a whistle, they rushed towards the tense character. The hero dodged, and mockingly asked if he seriously thought he could stop him with this piece of stone. The weapon appeared in his hand. With a fatal blow, Larry attacked the enemy's chest. The boss's core cracked with a grinding sound. The player grinned, surrounded by fragments of the essence. The system notified about the level increase. The hero approached the item and complained that because of the core he could not simply destroy the enemy. He picked up the mysterious fragment, and received a system message about its receipt. The guy was happy that the boss 100% dropped high-quality enhancement stones. The protagonist thought that if the lord of this land had initially discovered this dungeon, he would have sold tickets here at a high price. He noticed that it was more profitable to sell high-quality enhancement stones themselves, but it would be too difficult for NPCs. His imagination painted a picture of bargaining for items. Larry smiled and looked at the enhancement stone. He thought that since he had discovered it, everything would be different, and no matter how unlucky the user was, 3,000 enhancement stones could be obtained simply by killing the boss. The player grinned ominously and thought that he would be able to control the prices of enhancement stones on the central continent for a long time, and assumed that they really did give real power. Larry commanded to use the Book of Runes and went to Timura and began to dissolve into pixels. Day, a stone building. The system notifies that this is the Forge of Timura hammer and anvil. The hero piled up a pile of items on the table and said that it would be better to use the initial capital of the first entry bonus for the first boost, and commanded to use the mysterious shard. The game notified about receiving a shiny stone. Larry threw the trash behind his back with irritation and asked what kind of trinket it was. He threw the trash behind him and muttered that he could use the item with it, and commanded to use it. A lot of notifications about receiving various things poured in. The guy unloaded a pile of high-quality boost stones and offered them to his interlocutor. The blacksmith reached for the items and asked in shock where he got so much. Larry made a sly face and asked to boost his equipment to level 7, and thought that if it didn't work out, it wouldn't break anyway. While the master improved the player's items with varying degrees of success, the hero thought that he didn't care how many attempts it would take and what the amount would be. The only thing that mattered was the upgrade to level 7. The blacksmith held the equipment in his hands and announced that it was ready. The hero raised his finger and made another request. The player held a bag in his hand and asked for an upgrade with high-quality enhancement stones. He thought that from level 8 it was necessary to use high-quality enhancement stones. When the master was upgrading, Larry thought that if he failed with regular enhancement stones, the equipment would be 100% destroyed, and starting from level 9, if he failed to use a high-quality enhancement stone, there was some chance that the equipment would be destroyed. The hero was nervous while waiting for the result. He was surrounded by system notifications. He doubted whether it would work or not. The player thought positively, because the blacksmith was doing this. The master handed the equipment to Larry and announced that he was done. The player jumped up with a scream to stop. The character held his weapon and listened to him take the weapon and not scream. He thought that he almost screamed because of his gaming habits. He closed his eyes and commanded to use the equipment. The hero put on the equipment and asked if it was cool. Larry made a face and went to the menu. He said that he would disable the equipment effects anyway and thought that it could quickly attract the attention of enemies. He was holding a book in his hands when he said that he was done with the enhancement. The hero emitted an ominous aura when he suggested to start an active cleanup and commanded to use the rune book with the movement of quarries. The protagonist exhaled wearily and said that he had been hunting for 3 days and was dead tired. The game notified him about the end of the bonus for the first entry into the secret dungeon. He threw the weapon into the inventory and decided to look at the menu for the publication of new useful information. Larry exhaled in surprise and froze in place. The veins on his face swelled with anger. He mentioned some freaks. The news feed in front of the hero was full of headlines about the first guild that reached the central continent, and about the most discussed clan hellhounds. A group of people with an ominous sign gathered together. In a past life they were called hunting dogs. Their main feature is that they can do anything for their own benefit. This clan will not lift a finger for a cause that will not bring them benefit. One day the hero was unlucky enough to run into them. Memory draws a picture of a wounded Larry. He was breathing heavily. This encounter had caused him a lot of trouble. He had died several times, his level had dropped, and his items had been lost. It was at that moment that the hunting dogs appeared before him, who took advantage of the opportunity and literally suppressed the protagonist, literally taking him by the scruff of the neck. However, as far as Larry remembered, the first guild to reach the central continent was Ragnarok. The figures of the guild members flashed through his mind. He thought that he did not know what tricks the dogs had used to snatch such a chance. The protagonist was shaking with anger, and said that it was even better this way, and he would give them a proper welcome. The character turned around, and said that there was only one port where they could arrive. Day, the sun was shining on a multi-story glass building. The protagonist was sitting at the computer, and said that he would download a few videos before going to meet them. On the monitor hung a video with a title about the road to the central continent. He said that he thought that these videos could attract many new players, so he prepared a review release. But it does not matter anymore. Larry chuckled and said that this material will only matter for one guild. He assumed that it would be immediately clear who arrived first, because the choice was from the one who presented the city and those who just left the pier. A ship moored at the pier. In complete silence there was a question about the presence of the rune book, and a cry that confirmed it. A long-haired man looked at the pier. He claimed that preserving the rune book was good. The system window reported that it was the god of dogs, the leader of the Hellhounds Guild. Hawk stepped on the corpse of a monster and complained about the level of mobs on the new continent. He said that their level 190 is about 20% stronger than other monsters from the third city. He turned to his subordinates and warned them that if they died before reaching the next settlement, it would be all over. he warned that the road further on was closed to the public, and they should be careful. The clan leader turned towards the road and said with confidence that no matter what, their guild would retain leadership. In the background of a deep canyon, the order to wait was heard. The player turned to his leader and complained about the fog being too thick. Hawk extended his hand and ordered to get rid of it. The command was given to the wizards to move out. The mages lined up in a row. They cast a fire tornado, which dispersed the water curtain. The effect of the spell ended and the thick fog began to return. Someone shouted that it was returning too quickly. Someone suggested that the field itself was resisting them. Hawk ordered the wizards to retreat and accompanied the command with a gesture. He said that he did not suppose who was hiding behind this fog. The god of dogs jumped up. The command to advance the priest sounded. A group of people stood in a row. A leg appeared from the fog. Someone claimed that it was possible to guess the monster by the sound. A warning sounded about a rather high level and advice to be on guard. Many ugly corpses stood in the way of the squad. The game reported that these were evil zombies of level 194. After the order for a rapid attack, the priest's staff was covered with symbols. The holy weapon skill was used. Many beams rushed towards the enemies. The explosion from the impact raised a cloud of dust. Commands were heard to rebuild and control mana. 3 priests stood in front of the defeated zombies. Hawk encouraged people that if they continued at the same pace, they would soon destroy everyone. Suddenly he jumped up. The head of the guild was perplexed by the number of opponents. The rebellious corpses were approaching the squad. He stood behind his subordinates when he cursed that they were not the ones to go ahead and gave the command to unite forces and attack. Hawk grabbed his weapon and said to start a long fight, after which he handed over the right of command to the commanders of his groups. The squad was surrounded by a crowd of zombies. The god of dogs sighed and wondered how long the enemies would continue to appear. He wiped the sweat from his face and asked if there was always such a quick respawn. He was perplexed that there were no other users here, but zombies still continued to appear. Someone exclaimed that he heard another sound and warned that other monsters were coming and advised to be vigilant. The players were distracted from the zombies. An unknown person was approaching on horseback. The squad members reasoned that he looked like a person from afar, and hoped that he was an NPC and he would save them. The rider was moving towards the players. There were shouts about his approach and commands to get off the road. An unknown person rushed through the line. He gave the order to the Book of Runes to save the mark. The rider was the main character. He sarcastically thought that the players were very scared and wanted to have fun with them. Larry used the skill of hiding and became invisible. The priest confidently said that someone was here and asked about his disappearance. The player looked around and wondered where the rider went. His partner noticed the zombies and warned his comrade. The zombies attacked the priests. A shrill scream sounded, which warned of a crowd of enemies. Screams were carried around the area. Hawk looked at what was happening and cursed. With a roar that the rider lured even more zombies, the head of the guild blocked the crowd of the horde of enemies. The road was strewn with equipment of dead fighters. Larry sat on a rock and said that it was faster than he thought. He smirked and assumed that if this continued the squad would soon weaken due to the endless battle with mobs, which would shake their psyche. He was thinking about going back and looking at their faces. Hawk stood in the middle of the ravine and commanded to hurry. He ordered everyone to form a line as soon as the comrades resurrected. The leader claimed that they should pass before the zombies at the entrance resurrected. He cursed and asked about the normality of them dying 5 times because of a bunch of zombies. The subordinate looked at the system window and turned to the leader. Hawk turned around in anger and said that he was busy and asked about the reason for the concern. The subordinate told about Larry's video. The dog god looked at the player and irritatedly asked how he had time to watch the video and said that he was of no use, to which his subordinate insisted on watching. Hawk looked at the video and exclaimed that the protagonist is here now. On the screen, the hero stood against the backdrop of a cliff. The player noticed that this was the gorge where their squad was killed. He pointed to the screen and said that Larry had been to all the places where the guild members were during the battle. The leader remembered the zombie horde and assumed that the rider had brought them. He was gloomy with rage and said that he had finally found the reason for their deaths. He recalled how the rider had disappeared and brought the mobs with him. A moment came to his mind when the hero had rushed through the squad's line and said that he was the one who had rushed past every time they crossed the gorge. Hawk grabbed his weapon and began giving orders. He screamed in rage when he commanded that Larry be brought to him. The god of dogs walked in front of his men and asked why the hero had done this to them. He screamed that before visiting the 3rd city, they had avoided all the places he had been and that they had never met. The leader huffed and said that it was obviously to hold them back. He was sure that the rider had arrived on the central continent earlier and was therefore hindering them, in fear that the guild would catch up with him. Hawk stood thoughtfully and discussed how Larry had ended up in the narrow gorge since he had not seen him on the steamer. The dog god jumped up in revelation. He pointed a finger at his subordinate and exclaimed. The players listened to their leader's statement that the rider had crossed the narrow gorge on horseback. One elf exclaimed. He recalled how Larry had driven the crowd and said that they could, like the hero, bypass the zombies with the help of maneuverability. The player looked around uncertainly. Hawk asked if there were any problems. The elf stood in front of the formation with the dog god and said that they should give everyone horses worth 100 gold, to which he was asked if he was joking and how much money he had. The leader stood with his arms crossed and declared that a minority of the guild's elite would go first. The regular players rose up behind the elf, who asked his leader again. One player asked another if this meant captain's championship, to which the other replied that he had not come here for that. The player asked the leader if this meant that only captains would be taken and abandoned. The elf next to him noticed someone and asked to wait. He pointed his finger up and said to look there. Larry was sitting on the ship, greeted the squad and asked if they missed him. Someone shouted the hero's name and turned to the captain with the fact that Larry himself came. Hawk turned around and said that the players showed up on time. He asked what they did to offend him so much that he was treating them like this. The protagonist jumped off the side of the ship. He landed behind the god of dogs and said that they did not need to know. He looked back at the guild members and added that they should just attack. Shestapur appeared in Hawk's hand. He asked if the hero was hinting that talking would be unnecessary. The squad leader looked at the enemy in order to prepare for battle. A command sounded nearby to find the enemy's weaknesses. The axe materialized in Larry's palm. His opponents were cursing about the character's status window being hidden. They were amazed that absolutely everything could be hidden. The hero stood up and thought about the fact that the status could be hidden for a small fee. The information window said that it was a foggy veil. It had the properties of ignoring the detection skill for 7 days or hiding the status window 100 times. Hawk looked at the enemy and called him shameless, after which he commanded Formation A. The leader stood in front of his subordinates and shouted that they would see how much longer the protagonist could show off his skills. The game notified that the Hellhounds Guild had the effect of the formation of the power of unity. Larry watched the players and thought that his enemies had arrived by boat, and while he was worried about their long absence, they had received the formation effect. He thought that his opponents were lucky, because the chance of a formation dropping for monsters is very small. Hawk frowned and commanded to make the player pay. The protagonist smiled mockingly and thought that usually the guild leader watches from behind and only delivers the final blow. He assumed that apparently the god of dogs is confident in his abilities and therefore stands in the front ranks. Hawk rushed to attack. The system window notified about recognizing Larry's actions as self-defense. A throwing axe appeared in the hero's palm, and he made a mental verdict that due to excessive self-confidence his opponent has no chance of success in battle. The protagonist threw the weapon and used the bombing skill. The explosion from the blow created a water curtain. The guild leader leaned on his staff and ordered to hold on. Hawk clutched his poleaxe tightly and warned that if the squad dispersed, the defense boost would disappear, after which he commanded to wait for the right moment and attack him together. The hero clenched his teeth tightly and said that they could just wait for their death. The protagonist opened his mouth and cast a mad scream. His opponents were immobilized, causing them to panic. One of the players inquired about this phenomenon. A shadow covered him with his head. Larry was falling on his enemy's head. He kicked his opponent in the head with all his might. The guy turned in the air and kicked with his other leg. The dog god dodged with a curse. The character swung his axe and asked where his enemy was going. The cutting blow crumbled the armor of the groaning Hawk. The guild members scattered to the sides with a cry of disintegration. The leader slid back and said that such an attack could not be blocked by the formation effect. Saying that this would not do, the hero stood in a stance. He jumped forward and zigzagged, killing 4 opponents, landing and jumping over the remaining enemies. Larry took off his bracers and rushed into the attack, killing more enemies, then grabbed the head of one of them. He broke his neck with a crunch. With a powerful blow from his right hand, the character knocked out another person. The players fled. One of them asked the priest about the hero using the berserker effect, to which he was told that it was impossible and extremely rare. The captain turned to the guild leader with a cry that they would all be killed like that and that it would be better to retreat. Hawk was wounded. He looked back and asked if his comrade thought that Larry would spare them if they escaped. He looked at the dead player and said that if he did not kill the enemy now, the issue would never be resolved. The god of dogs screamed in shock. He fell to the ground and thought about how his enemy could kill him with one blow. Without using skills, he believed that he made a mistake one way or another. The protagonist froze among the corpses. He stood in front of Hawk and said that from now on, if he sees even one of his people, he will kill him. The living players listened to Larry's speech. He said that if they want to live, they should leave the guild, or sit and not stick their heads out in the third city until he leaves. The guy pointed a gun at the clan leader and said that he would give him a chance to choose. The squad leader looked at the young man and asked why he was doing this to them. The hero asked him again. Larry asked about the importance of the answer. Hawk jumped up. The young man answered that the reasons were important to them too. He remembered how he had been caught by him before. The god of dogs clenched his teeth. He let go of the poleaxe and began to say that he would go. The protagonist swung his axe and chopped off his head. The players jumped up and asked what he was doing, because he said that he would spare their lives if they left. Larry slowly looked around and said that he was talking about killing anyone who caught his eye. The guy's figure looked scary when he asked who would be next to catch his eye. Evening, Larry was moving towards the castle. He closed his eyes and said that he was so glad to meet him that he got hot without noticing, and thanks to them he felt better. The guard ran up to the player and was glad to see him back. The NPC saluted and said that the Lord was looking for Larry. He asked again. The young man looked away and said that he was already on his way. He mentally wondered if the time had come. The guy bowed to the Lord and he offered him to pass. He clarified whether Richard was looking for him and received a positive answer. The nobleman put an envelope on the table and said that he called him to discuss it. Larry looked at him in surprise and asked if it was a letter. He frowned and thought that it was obvious who the sender was, because the only one who could write to the Lord was Baron Colt. The Baron's position is better, and he is more greedy and selfish, and also in his past life he took lands from Lord Richard. In the hero's head there was a picture of the Baron mocking the Lord. The young man unpacked the letter and thought that this time the letter arrived much earlier. He assumed that he was going to meet. In the letter, the nobleman offered to exchange specialists. The hero was perplexed. The initiative did not inspire confidence in him. Larry frowned and thought that this impudent man was going to openly send a spy. The Lord looked pitiful when he asked how the protagonist thought it was best to act. He told him to agree. The protagonist cracked his fingers and said that he would go from Richard's lands and mentally decided to take advantage of the situation correctly. A few days later, Colt's estate. Larry stood thoughtfully and thought that the people sent by the other side should have already arrived at the place. He imagined the Baron's specialists and thought that, unlike them, the owner of this estate sent mining professionals and administrators, whose goal was not so much to exchange pleasantries as to study the territory. The hero thought about how he explained to Richard how to prepare, but he was still worried about him. He imagined foreign professionals threatening the Lord. The young man stood surrounded by his companions and thought about how he needed to finish quickly in return. The protagonist was called out by a soldier asking if they were from Lord Richard. The servant invited the guests to pass. The game informed him that it was the Baron's ordinary guard Colt with level 200. Larry's face twisted in indignation. He hoped that they would be met by the captain, not the guard. He assumed that they were going to kill their self-confidence from the very beginning. When the hero thought that this was even good, because their arrogance makes them less vigilant, the specialists from Lord Richard admired the guard's equipment. The guy grinned and thought that this was why he had brought his lord soldiers. Colt met Larry at the stairs and said that everyone was talking about him. He shook the nobleman's hand and introduced himself as the mad berserker Larry. The landowner called himself Lord Colt. The hero looked at the nobleman skeptically and thought that he was behaving better with him than expected. He assumed that Colt wanted to win Richard's favor. Rem smiled tensely and suggested that Larry rest a little and talk a little over dinner. There was a false cordiality on the young man's face. He thought that he was really tired, but was not going to show it. The young man bowed and expressed gratitude for the kindness, and reminded that he was here on business and asked permission to inspect the estate. Colt laughed politely, and emphasized that he had heard about his loyalty. The nobleman ordered the guard with a look to fulfill the guest's request. The soldiers accompanied the hero and asked him what he wanted to start with. A village or a farm? The young man thought about it. Larry raised his finger and expressed a desire to start with the dungeons. The escort jumped up in surprise and asked again if he had misheard. The private turned to his colleague with an order to go and report this to Colt. He accepted the order. The young man smiled ominously and thought that, like Richard's territory, this estate also had a special dungeon with a limited number of entrances. He imagined a portal surrounded by chains and reasoned that since items from the dungeon make up a significant part of the income, information about the location is hidden from the outside world. Larry looked back at the soldier who appeared, who conveyed permission from the Lord. The mad berserker grinned, thanked Colt, and confirmed his own conclusions that the nobleman treats him specially, because he wants to win the hero's favor. The hills near the Colt estate, the cliffs towered above the forest. The young man followed the soldiers and thought that the dungeon was closer than expected. He thought about the special honey that was mined here and was the signature product of the nobleman, which was also good for health. His imagination painted a picture of a bear eating honey. Larry stood surrounded by his escorts when he was informed that they had arrived at the place and warned that the level of the dungeon was high and required careful preparation. The private explained that the tree was no different from the old beehive that needed to be knocked down. The key to the portal was hanging on a branch. The hero watched the soldiers prepare and thought that they wanted to help or thought that he himself could not cope. The young man reflected on the fact that they described everything to him in quite detail. The warrior fired an arrow from his bow. The projectile knocked the old beehive to the ground. The key to the dungeon trembled. The portal opened and the fighters headed into it. Larry thought that this dungeon would definitely be useful to him, because it is difficult to find a level 230 dungeon on Lord Richard's territory. The young man sat down and mentally ordered to add a new mark to the Book of Runes. The system notified about the appearance of a new point, and the hero thought that later he would study the place in more detail. The mad berserker entered the portal. The soldiers stood in line in front of their guests. The game notified about the discovery of the secret dungeon Sweet Death, and gave as a bonus for entering an increase in the experience gained and the probability of dropping items by 30% for 3 days. Thanks to the Pioneer effect, the bonus for the first entry was increased by 10%. Larry grinned and thought how good it was that he had a bonus for the first entry. The soldier turned to the young man and said that before the wave of monsters begins, he will briefly tell him about this dungeon. He explained that the structure of the cave is simple, and after defeating a group of killer bees, it is necessary to destroy the hive, after which the queen bee will appear, after killing which the dungeon will be cleared. The fighter's words showed a picture of bees against the background of honeycombs. He asked the hero if he wanted to join the cleanup, to which the young man scratched his head and replied that he would only interfere. Larry closed his eyes and thought that this was, of course, nonsense, because bees can be killed even with your eyes closed, and finished his thought by saying that it would be better for him not to interfere now. He thought that the more they underestimate him, the easier it would be for him. The soldier turned away and said that in this case they could handle it themselves. One fighter on the go clarified with another about the hero's refusal to clean the dungeon, to which he received the answer that he was probably afraid. Larry listened to this dialogue with a strange expression on his face. He smirked when he heard the fighter's interest in the Lord's good treatment of the youth. 4 hours later, a portal by the tree. The hero stood in front of the soldiers and said that they were magnificent, and he admired them. The fighter replied that it was their duty. Larry laughed politely when he said that he should follow suit. The guard called out to the youth. He looked around and heard that the Lord sent to escort the soldier to a dinner party. Lord Colt and the mad berserker were sitting at a large table. The nobleman picked up his fork and asked how the tour went. He was cutting a steak when he hoped that the hero felt something there. Larry held the cutlery in his hands and confirmed, saying that since their territory and technology are more advanced. Raimi interrupted the player and said that he was not asking about that. The knife cut the meat. The Lord said that the youth knows about the lack of future in Richard's territory. The hero frowned and listened to his interlocutor's reasoning that if nothing was found in the developed mines, the territory would fall, and the lands and rights received by the player would lose their value. The nobleman skewered a piece on a fork and offered Larry to go over to him. In case of agreement, he promised 5 times more land. A wide smile spread across the hero's face. The hero's eyes were not visible when he said that. As expected from the Lord, he understood the situation perfectly. Larry claimed that he was also a greedy person for profit, although it did not seem so. Raimi calmly listened to the interlocutor. The young man stabbed a fork into a steak and set a condition for increasing the territory by 10 times. The nobleman jumped up in surprise. The berserker bit the meat and said that if he was given 10 times more, he would think about at least helping the landowner. The hero sat alone at the table. He thought silently with his arms crossed. Larry remembered the Lord's satisfied face and Raimi's speech about how he was a difficult guy and liked him, so he would offer 10 times more land. The player chuckled and said that it seemed like the Lord would not mind a 10-fold increase. He smirked and asked the empty air if the landowner really thought the hero did not know his plans. Night fell on the palace. Larry stood at the equipment table and said that the inspection of the hatchet was finished and continued. He held the weapon in his hands and said how good it was that he took it, after which he thought that the original purpose of his visit was achieved. He remembered all the episodes of his acting and thought about how he made the Lord think of him as an incompetent knight who was only interested in wealth, in order to weaken their wariness of him and Richard. He smiled maliciously and thought that because of this, they would act arrogantly when they decided that the changes in the territory were a mere coincidence. On the street, the knights were talking about spying on the hero. One scolded the other for irresponsibility, to which he received an answer that he would begin to perform his duties later. The hero thought that thanks to this, the surveillance would weaken a little. Larry believed that thanks to this, he would be able to calmly clean out the honey dungeon. He smiled greedily and said that his mouth was watering. The player commanded to use the Book of Runes. The window flashed with magical light. The berserker landed on the ground. He stood up and looked at the dungeon key. The hero thought that he was sorry that the teleportation would not work even if he put a mark, because this dungeon was not part of Lord Colt's lands. Larry imagined the image of the Lord and was disappointed that they stayed in the barony for only 3 days. But since the nobleman had already drawn conclusions, he could be ignored. The player exclaimed that he could nevertheless spend all these 3 days calmly clearing the cave. The young man threw a projectile and knocked down the hive. A portal opened in front of the berserker. The hero stepped onto the ground of the dungeon. The protagonist looked at the honeycombs and said that the cave was surprisingly light. The game announced that he had received a bonus for the first entry. Scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness of the hive. The bee's sting glinted in the light. The system announced the beginning of a wave of monsters. These were level 231 killer bees. A horde of bees flew towards Larry. The monster put out a blade and attacked. The player, moving chaotically, rushed at the bees. An axe appeared in the character's palm. A chopping blow split the mob in half. Larry stood by the honeycombs and said that he had reached it. The berserker smiled and thought that if he broke the hive, he would immediately move on to the battle with the boss, and he did not like it. The palm and armor clenched into a fist. The protagonist screamed and struck the honeycomb. The cave shook. Many eyes appeared in the darkness. The system warned that the hero had angered the hive and a new horde of killer bees was approaching. The player said with a chuckle that he was going to continue and summoned an aqua bomb. It appeared in his palm. The protagonist screamed and threw the bomb. The item activated in the air. A water explosion covered the mobs. The liquid was moving towards the bees. The waves literally washed away the enemies. Larry sat down on a stone and said that it was refreshing. His armored foot stepped into a puddle. The hero looked at the immobilized bees and said that this should be enough, and now they can start farming. Golden honeycomb. The protagonist collected the stings of the mobs and admired how beautiful it was. He looked at the item icon and said that the drop rate of this loot is usually very low, but if you take it from live bees, it is 100%. The system reported that this is a killer bee sting, which is soaked in strong poison, and that its price in stores is high. Larry took the axe in his hand and said that there was only one left. He threw the weapon and used the bombing skill. Red eyes sparkle in a cloud of dust. The boss appeared in front of the player. The game notified that it was a level 239 bee queen. The mob's blade rushed to attack. The hero somersaulted away from the blow. He slid along the ground, laughed, and said that a sting from such a queen would be extremely dangerous for him too. The protagonist grinned and objected that it was possible to simply avoid getting caught. The armored leg pushed off the ground. Larry rushed towards the boss. The queen's stinger aimed at the player again. The protagonist dodged under the enemy's body and commented that it was too slow. The berserker jumped up to meet the enemy. A chopping blow separated the head from the body. A second attack to the chest cut it in half. The young man landed behind the severed queen. He screamed and listed the places of the blows. The severed wasps flew down. The protagonist, against the background of the explosion, crouched with his arms outstretched. A yellow substance was dripping down on the hero. System windows appeared, notifying that the young guy had cleared a secret dungeon called Sweet Death, received experience points, 2 killer bee stings and a pot of honey, covered in honey. The character licked his finger and said that here it is. A few days later, the Renai estate. A huge castle against the backdrop of mountains was illuminated by the moon. Larry put a bottle of honey on the table. A gray-haired man, reaching for the gift, asked the protagonist what it was, to which he said that it was nothing. The bottle was shiny. The hero explained that it was a signature product of the Remington estate, and then added that he brought a lot, so his interlocutor can eat it to his heart's content. The man with a mustache, thanking the young guy, noticed that he was exhausted and advised him to go and rest, to which he agreed. The door to the room opened. Larry sat down on the bed and said that now that he had caught his breath, he could see what was going on in the community. A dead dog appeared on the screen and a message that the hellhounds were on the verge of disintegration. A man in a cloak, holding an axe out in front of him, looked at his opponent with an evil smile. The protagonist realized that, apparently, most of the guild members had left because of that incident, and noted that this was great. The young guy, propping his head up with his fist, muttered that he would now look at another article. Larry opened his eyes questioningly. On the screen there was a picture of a group of creatures and a caption that the Black Dragon Corps was advancing to the continent. The protagonist asked what that was and how they had crossed over. 2 people were shaking hands on the screen. The protagonist said in surprise that 2 guilds had created an alliance, and noted that this was quite good. The young man, getting out of bed, explained that he needed it anyway to carry out the plan, so it was even for the best. Larry, with a crazy smile, putting his fist on his chest, said that he would prepare a ceremonial reception for them. The twilight valley of the central continent, the high mountains illuminated by the sun. A man in a cloak walks along the ground. The protagonist, squinting his eyes, realized that he had not been here for a long time. There were arrows drawn on the map that led to the castle. The protagonist mentally explained that this was a mandatory place through which the Black Dragon Corps must pass on the way to the 4th city. Larry, leaning his hand on the rock, concluded that he had a reason for coming here, and said that it must definitely be here. The young man, joyfully raising his head up, shouted that he had found this place. The headquarters of the Golden Lion Camp Squad. The protagonist went to the stone gate. An image of a huge gate with coats of arms appeared. The man, surprised, asked if the hero really wanted to join the special forces. The blue-haired guy, spreading his arms, said that he really wanted to join, and he had a strategy that he would like to propose, to which the man with the white cloak asked him to wait, and clarified whether his interlocutor really thought that he had enough skills to join them. The commander of the level 280 unit, Harry, rubbing his beard, noted that self-confidence is one thing, but the hero may not have enough skills. Larry, smiling broadly, asked how he could prove his strength. The gray-haired man, turning around, noted that there was one way and called Marvin to him, to which he replied that he would come now. The soldier of the level 250 Special Forces, Marin, approached and asked if the commander had called him. The armored man pointed at the blue-haired level 230 guy and asked his protege to spar with him, to which he asked again if he had understood correctly. Larry laughed and said that out of respect he would remove all additional equipment before the fight, to which the short-haired guy was surprised. The system notified that the protagonist had removed the additional equipment. The protagonist, covered in blue flames, asked his sparring partner what was wrong with him and whether he was scared. Marvin, gritting his teeth, mentally asked where a guy with a level lower than him got such equipment from. Harry looked seriously at the young guy. A crowd surrounded the arena with the heroes. The commander of the special forces said that it was forbidden to use weapons, and whoever fell first lost. The armored man lowered his hand, gave a countdown, and shouted that they could begin. Marvin rushed forward. The dark-haired guy, smiling evilly, thought that his opponent was very impudent and that he would lower his self-esteem. The fist flew at the calmly standing protagonist. Larry, raising his hand, blocked the opponent's blow. Marvin, looking up, was very surprised. The young guy, jumping back on his hands from the opponent, took a stance. The man in the helmet, putting his hands in front of him, shouted at Marvin, "What is he worth?" and advised him to stop joking and finish with his sparring partner, to which the short-haired man noticed that his comrade was yelling loudly. The dark-haired guy, clenching his teeth, mentally asked what just happened, and then realized that the protagonist did not even flinch from his blow. Marvin, standing on his toes, concluded that he would show the hero the difference in their levels. The man with bandaged forearms, straightening his arms, rushed towards Larry. The short-haired guy went behind his opponent. Marvin, making a serious face, raised his fist to strike. The Special Forces soldier, smiling, thought that he had caught the protagonist. The guy with the bandages raised his leg, kicked into the void. The leg slid along the ground. Larry, finding himself behind his opponent, prepared to hit him. The blue-haired guy, twisting his arrogant expression, noticed that his opponent was moving too slowly. The entire castle shook. The soldiers watched the fight in surprise. Marvin opened his mouth in fear. A hand in a gauntlet stopped the protagonist's blow. Harry, standing in front of his subordinate, grabbed the hero by the fist. The gray-haired man, looking at the protagonist, said that they would finish here. Larry, with a crazy expression on his face, extended his hand. The Special Forces commander replied that that was enough. The armored man looked from the lying soldier to the protagonist. The young guy bowed with his hand on his chest, noting that the man had worked hard. The gray-haired man closed his eyes in front of Marvin. Harry looked at the hero and said that he had now proven that he was on the same level as them, to which Marvin concluded that he was. The dark-haired guy, holding onto his belt, hobbled away from the heroes. Larry mentally declared that if this guy wanted to defeat him, he would have to go through special training about 100 times. The armored man, closing his eyes, replied that it was now his turn to keep his promise. The blue-haired guy made a face. The commander of the Special Forces asked the young man what his plan was. The guy in the black sleeveless jacket, rubbing his hands, noted that there was nothing difficult in the plan. Larry, approaching the gray-haired man, tells him the plan. The armored commander, with his mouth open, is surprised. Skeletons and clothes stand in front of the ships. Skeletons surrounded a round sign in the form of a dragon. Most of the members of the Black Dragon Legion who arrived at the pier after the Hellhounds are undead. The golden monument of the Undead of the Year sparkles. There is only one secret that allows players from the undead race to achieve such results without any features. The secret is in one famous user of the undead race. A video appeared on the screen, which says that the player reached level 100 only with the help of tutorials. Oscar, who was nicknamed a four-dimensional player, found in searching for content that many members of the Black Dragon Legion were disappointed by the lack of information about arriving at the pier of the continent. The skeleton in the hat, taking the golden microphone in his hands, raised his hand up, so he suddenly took the initiative as a representative of the undead, and began to claim that he would arrive at the pier on his own 2 feet. The woman and man throw out papers with text. Of course, this statement was ignored by everyone. Oscar attached shackles to his leg. His thirst for knowledge of interesting content was unbreakable. The skeleton with shackles on his legs stood on an iron weight, and finally he jumped into the sea with weights on both legs. The undead with weights on his feet falls into the depths of the sea. A notification appeared that the unique ability of the undead is underwater breathing, and it allows him to breathe underwater. The skeleton's cheeks swelled underwater. Oscar, with a pop-up notification about his special ability, dragging shackles with weights behind him, walked along the seabed. That day, using the only unique ability of the undead, he was able to find out how to get to the pier. The undead, emerging from the sea onto the pier, said that this is really cool. The skeleton, lowering his hands, looked at the huge city. This was the amazing content he was looking for. Many skeletons with shackles on their ankles go forward, so the players of the undead race crossed the sea and, having united in a guild, were able to follow Larry. Harry, closing his eyes, noted that it was true that the undead were arriving more and more lately. The gray-haired man looks at the fallen people with surprise. The commander of the Special Forces noted that it was, of course, strange that all the arrivals were soaking wet, but he did not attach any importance to this, and then concluded that the hero's plan was definitely good. Harry, looking closely at the protagonist, asked if he really wanted to do this. Larry, squinting his eyes, answered in the affirmative and noted that the undead were probably trying to maintain their unification on the central continent. Skeletons with weapons go to the armed elves. The young guy notes that, of course, it will be difficult for them to cope with the detachment on the pier. The shadowed guy, standing above 3 armed elves, smiled widely. Larry noted that he wanted to add a little more difficulty to the undead. The protagonist, smiling, suggested that the commander had nothing to lose, to which he thoughtfully replied that it was so. The protagonist, hiding his hand in his pocket, said that his interlocutor then and think about nothing more, to which he cowardly asked if the young guy wanted to start the attack right now. Larry, turning to the members of the Special Forces, answered affirmatively, and noted that Harry had many busy people here. The large young man, raising his hand, said that they should hurry and greet the impudent fellows from the Black Dragon. A plaque popped up that the detachment of the Black Dragon Legion arrived at the pier of the Dead Fog. Huge ships were standing at the pier. One of the members of the detachment said that, fortunately, none of them froze to death in this sea, to which the second member of the detachment asked if they had arrived and noted that he thought he would kick the bucket from the cold. The undead, swimming out of the sea, came out onto the pier. The skeleton said that, nevertheless, Oscar made a really big discovery, and then added that he was grateful to him for the appearance of the guild, and concluded that the arrival here was very fast. The undead player, sitting on the pier, suggested that they first rest a little, to which his interlocutor replied that this was so, and stated that they would soon be on their way again. The skeleton, turning his head, called out to his comrades so that they would look where he was looking. The undead, looking at the steed, wondered if his guildmates seemed to think that someone was approaching from there, to which one of the squad members inquired if it was another player from the undead race. The guy with black hair, his mouth open in surprise, recommended his comrade to look more closely. A young guy, raising his hand, rode on a horse. A member of the Black Dragon Guild squad yelled that it was Larry, the killer of the Black Dragon Legion. The horse stopped in front of the skeletons. The protagonist called the skeletons thick-headed. The protagonist, grinning happily, noted that his interlocutors spent a lot of energy on the road. All the skeletons on the pier opened their mouths wide in surprise. The big guy said that he thought they were glad they got there, so he prepared gifts for them. Larry, waving his hand, commanded to begin the operation. Behind the protagonist, sitting on a horse, warriors in armor appeared. Smiling widely, he said that he was a true berserker Larry, and he is here. The blue-haired guy, raising his weapon above his head, shouted that he was here to take this place. The skeletons, surrounded by the special forces, noticed this. One of the squad members asked his comrades to do something. The undead class player, surrounded by the army, cursed, saying that the protagonist took an NPC with him. The long-haired guy, looking at the swordsman, asked why they did not attack. The member of the Black Dragon Legion, turning his gaze to the rider, realized that he was going to confront them alone, and the second member of the squad noticed that he was ignoring them. The blue-haired guy, looking at the opponents, mentally explained that, as he said, they were thick-headed, and fighting them with a squad that did not know their fighting style was more risky than fighting them alone. Larry, touching his face, concluded that, in addition, not all of the squad moved well, so gathering together and attacking would be stupid. The pumped-up guy, jumping off his horse, thought that this situation required a different tactic, and then told the undead, who only had bones, to listen to him carefully. The skeletons asked again if they really had only bones, to which the hero gave an affirmative answer. Larry, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that from now on he was declaring a fight for the occupation of the pier. A notification popped up that the battle for the pier was about to begin. The young guy, throwing his battle axe over his shoulder, said that he was starting. A notification popped up that the flag was given to the player who declared the fight, and then an explanatory plate appeared, which said that the occupation is considered complete when all enemies are killed or a flag is planted in the specified place. Larry took the flag in his hand. A notification appeared, which said that the protagonist needed to capture the Black Dragon Legion's Death Mist Pier, and to do this, he must plant a flag in the specified location. The hero looked at the tall tower. The blue-haired guy, looking at the conditions plate, noted that, as he thought, the rewards were not the best, and then thought that this operation was described a little provocatively in the status window. The skeletons, looking at the information window, which said that if the pier was captured or destroyed, the steamships would stop running, realized that other Black Dragon Corps would not be able to come until the steamships resumed work. Harry, putting his hand on Larry's shoulder, called out to him. The gray-haired man, looking at the protagonist, wished him luck and told him to teach these guys a lesson. The young guy replied that the commander could not worry. The protagonist, putting a battle axe on his shoulder, went forward. The skeletons, stretching out their hands, noted that this would not do, and ordered the guards to be brought quickly. Many undead rose from the ground. Many information windows with an automatic call for undead guards emerged. Larry, with a weapon in his hands sticking out his tongue, shouted for the enemies to try to stop him. Title plaques emerged that gave the hero various positive effects. The man with a scar on his face, smiling, noted that the effects of the titles were so powerful that he would be able to fight even with his bare hands. The protagonist, preparing for a fight, exhaled. Larry, flying into the attack, shouted that it was time to begin. The top of the tower menacingly lit up with a bright light in the night. An angry Larry raised his huge axe. The jaw of the enemy skeleton flew off to the side. The protagonist smashed another skeleton warrior in half. The running protagonist swung his huge axe and shouted loudly at his opponents to turn to dust. The information window said that the protagonist uses the effect of the rare title one-hit guy. If he reduces the enemy's health to 20% with one attack, the enemy dies immediately. Larry grinned maliciously and said to himself that it really works. The level 192 Fubito skeleton was lying on the ground, and the protagonist added to himself that this is perfect for fighting such annoying bugs as these. The skeleton warrior opened his mouth in horror and said that it was crazy that such creatures as the protagonist exist, and his comrade added that he was able to defeat so many soldiers alone. The head of the special forces named Harry stood silently to the side, and the protagonist thought that they would really just stand and watch from the side, and added what their plan was. Larry tore off at great speed. The protagonist soared into the air in front of the skeleton warrior. The young man, with a completely insane grin, shouted at the skeleton warrior, "What does he think crows are?" Two skeletons took each other's hands in horror and cried out piteously. The protagonist, with a cry, abruptly struck his opponents with his huge weapon. One of the skeleton warriors used the Curse of Eternity, and Larry turned to face him. Larry skillfully activated the effect of the epic title of Indomitable Will and resistance to all mental debuffs. The skeleton mage looked at the protagonist in horror and shouted that the protagonist could handle it here too. The protagonist chopped up the skeleton mage. Larry looked furiously at the defeated opponent and asked if he really thought that would work on him. The protagonist assumed a warlike stance and suggested that the skeleton warriors attack him as a group. The opponents rushed at the protagonist as a crowd. Larry calmly raised his huge axe behind his back. The protagonist stepped back with his foot. Enveloped in magical flames, Larry raised his axe to strike. The angry protagonist let out steam from his mouth and declared that he would use a combination skill. The protagonist raised his axe up. Suddenly, an image of a huge fire hurricane appeared and the protagonist used the wind wheel technique. The skeleton warriors flew apart in horror. The fiery whirlwind captured the remains of the skeletons in its embrace. The protagonist laughed ominously and declared that he thought the skeletons would fall for this trick. The protagonist quickly jumped up from his place. Larry flew to the top of the tower and shouted that at this rate his plan for the statement would be successfully carried out. The skeleton warrior opened his jaw and shouted that this was absurd. The puzzled protagonist looked forward. A huge mace with spikes was flying towards the protagonist. The huge skeleton named Archibald knocked the protagonist far back. Larry looked at his opponent in surprise. Archibald stood on the ground with his huge foot. The captain of the guard put his mace on the ground and declared that as long as he blocked the protagonist's path, he would not succeed. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and asked the skeleton if this was true. He swung his huge axe at the enemy and shouted that now they would play with big knuckles. The protagonist hit his axe right on the enemy's huge mace. The protagonist hit the enemy's weapon with all his might. Larry looked at Archibald thoughtfully and thought that this guy was faster than he looked. The skeleton maliciously stuck his jaw forward and the protagonist added to himself that he should do something to make him open up. The protagonist broke into malicious smiles and asked if Archibald was really called the king of the guard, since he was too weak. Archibald angrily tilted his head at the protagonist and shouted at him that he was an insolent leather bag. The spiked mace lit up with a red light. The monster raised his weapon and asked the protagonist how he liked his defensive mace. Larry looked warily at what was happening and realized that this was his chance. The protagonist confidently dodged the enemy's blow. Archibald's huge mace fell straight to the ground. The monster angrily clenched his teeth and asked what was going on. The protagonist let out steam from his mouth and said that he was using strength and acceleration. The protagonist's huge axe flew into the air. The veins in his hands bulged with tension. The protagonist grinned maliciously and screamed. With one welling blow, Larry sent his opponent flying into the air. Archibald flew into the sky, groaning. The protagonist removed his huge battle axe from his hands. The monster's huge carcass fell straight to the ground. Larry grabbed the flagpole with both hands. The protagonist flew into the air and screamed that it was time to end this. The monster opened its mouth in horror and began to beg him not to do it. The protagonist easily plunged the flagpole straight into the monster's torso. Fresh blood spurted from Archibald's mouth. A powerful explosion occurred at the very top of the burning tower. The skeleton warriors watched in surprise. The bloody protagonist grinned triumphantly. Larry got down on one knee and screamed that it was too easy. The system notification said that Larry had captured the Death Mist Pier. The horses ran quickly through the forest. The special forces on horseback made their way through the thicket. One of the soldiers called out to the commander on the move. The special forces soldier looked ahead excitedly and asked his commander if he was really going to do what the guy said, adding that of course he respected him, but this operation was very reckless. The commander smirked discontentedly and said that he didn't know anything, and asked if he would say the same thing after he saw the battle. Harry closed his scarred eye and said that the main character destroys everything in his path, adding that he really is a berserker. Larry twisted into a malicious laugh, and the Special Forces commander added that no matter what method he uses, everything always works out, which is why they have nothing to worry about. The skeleton warriors flew into the air and a pop-up notification announced that Larry had captured the Death Mist Pier and all the guards guarding it had returned to the city. The skeletons looked at their disappearing bodies and wondered if this was possible. The notification announced that all users who were in the vicinity of the Death Mist Pier were forcibly moved abroad. The protagonist landed on the ground nimbly. The protagonist cheerfully stood in a victory pose and laughed that such bugs could not cope with him even in a crowd. A new notification said that the hero had received an incredible achievement and captured the first stronghold, and also received the title of the first occupying warrior. Larry looked at the pop-up notification in front of him and wondered if this was such an effect of the title, and added that he thought that the effects would only apply to defensive battles. An information board appeared, which stated that the effect received by the hero adds endurance increase by 100, during defensive battles all abilities increase by 20%, and during defensive battles the attack and defense power increases proportionally to the difference in personnel and the composition of the attackers. Larry confidently squeezed his hand and said that even if for a moment, but he could possibly feel it. A pop-up information board announced that the protagonist captured the Pier of the Fog of Death. The hero stood right in the middle of the smoking bridge, and the notification asked him what to do with the occupied territories: save or destroy them. An image of a fortress with a sword, with a flag appeared, and an information board notified that if he chose to save, the quest to protect or return the territory will begin. Immediately in the frame, an icon of a closed lock appeared, and the board stated that if he chose to destroy, users of the Black Dragon Legion will not be able to use the Pier of the Fog of Death for 7 days. The protagonist clenched his fists in excitement, and asked if he just had to choose between these two options. 2 information signs for saving and destroying hung in the air in front of the protagonist. Larry grinned sarcastically and said that there was nothing to think about. The forward base of Kolstein. The defeated skeletons were lying on the ground inside the fortress. One of the skeletons raised himself up on his hands and asked what this place was, to which his comrade replied that this was their base. An image of a map of the area appeared, and the skeleton added that this place was not that far from the pier, and they were called there after the occupation battle. The monster languidly looked down and said that this guy really captured the pier alone, and because of this they would not be able to use it for 7 days. The skeletons looked up in surprise, and 2 information signs notified about the beginning of an urgent quest to return the Pier of the Secret of Death. The stunned skeleton opened his mouth and was surprised that Larry decided to do this. The sea was raging near the pier in the tower, and the skeleton said that the protagonist was going to wage a defensive war. With one click of a button, the protagonist set up large barricades. A huge concrete slab began to move out from under the water. Larry heroically stood near the retractable slab. The protagonist looked at the barrier that appeared with a crazy look. There was a fog of death in the vicinity of the pier. 50 minutes later, the sun's rays barely made their way through the thick clouds. Someone's foot stepped on the ground with a characteristic sound. Numerous flagpoles fluttered in the wind. Skeleton warriors were heading towards the tower. One of the players turned to his comrade and asked how many people were here, to which he replied that for 100 users there were about 500 NPCs. An image of the terrain map appeared, and the skeleton exclaimed, "Crazy, is there really going to be a war?" and added that only 1 or 2 of them had already encountered Larry, and all the users must have gathered here. With an evil sneer, the skeleton tilted his head and added that Larry seemed completely crazy, because not knowing that everyone was ready to rip his throat out, he believed in himself so much that he even started a defensive fight. An image of angry skeletons appeared, and the monster added, and the warrior added that the protagonist threw them out when they were not ready for it, and now decided to start a defensive fight with the embittered users. The red armor of one of the warriors glowed purple, and the warrior added that there were enough of them as it was, but they added another NPC knight from the 4th city, and now even Larry cannot cope with this monster. The skeleton grinned slyly and said that Larry should get ready, because he would take revenge on him for this humiliation. The horde of warriors was moving towards the forest. The foot of one of the skeletons stepped onto the stone bridge. The Pier of the Fog of Death. A squad of skeletons headed across the bridge towards the fortress. A skeleton knight named Floyd pointed his finger forward, and Larry came out and paid for everything he did to the Black Dragon Legion. The gates of the fortress slowly swung open. The surprised knight raised his head. The opening gates illuminated the bridge. The monsters looked ahead in surprise and asked if these were barricades. The protagonist slowly walked out of the fortress and ironically said that there were a lot of them. The protagonist took a warlike pose and asked if they liked the new look of the fortress, and added that he quickly decorated everything here for their arrival. The dumbfounded knight opened his mouth and stated that this was a defensive battle function and the protagonist had barricaded the pier. The entire island was barricaded by huge walls, and the warrior added that it probably cost at least a few hundred gold, and asked what kind of ignorant guy could do this. One of the skeletons squinted and asked if this was strange. Images of different types of weapons appeared, and the skeleton stated that usually, in defensive battles, they'd put either a turret or a ballista or something similar. Huge walls stood under the night sky, and the skeleton added that the protagonist simply erected barricades, leaving a narrow gap, which is the entrance. The protagonist frowned angrily, and the skeleton added that this did not look like a war for territory. Larry smiled slyly, and the warrior finished that most likely it was just a hunting trap. The symbol on the top of the tower marked the beginning of the battle to retake the Death Mist Pier. The protagonist grinned slyly, and the information board said that the time limit was 1 hour. Floyd looked ahead with his glowing eyes, and the information board said that during the battle, merit and reputation are doubled. The timer showed exactly 1 hour, and the information board announced that the battle was beginning. Floyd pointed in the direction of the battle and ordered the dreamers to move forward and load. The throwers threw their spears far ahead. Larry stood and watched the flying spears. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered. Floyd's mouth opened in surprise. Larry stood in the middle of the fallen spears, covered in dust. The information window said that the knights dominate due to the rare title of First Knights, and that during a defensive battle, all abilities are increased by 10%. The protagonist leaned over and said that this is a pretty strong ability. The protagonist clenched his fist in anger and stated that of course he expected this, but he didn't think the effect would be so strong. An information board popped up, stating that due to the unique effect of the First Occupation Warrior title, all abilities are increased by 20% during defensive battles. The protagonist threw his hands up in shock and stated that this was stronger than he expected. The information window stated that the effect of the unique title First Occupation Warrior increases attack power and defense proportionally to the difference in personnel and the personnel of the attackers. The skeleton warriors opened their mouths in surprise, and one of them stated that there was not a scratch on the protagonist, and the other asked if it was a bug. Larry summoned an axe and stated that he just thought someone was talking about bugs. He raised the axe behind his back and ordered the enemies to get ready, because they would be in a lot of pain. The gamers stared at their monitors. There was only one way to prove their strength, and all the gamers agreed with it. The players hit their opponents with their weapons, and the protagonist said about high damage. The character was diligently drinking a potion from a flask, and Larry added that there was no point in hitting harder. But despite this, the gamers were trying to do it. One character dealt damage to a huge monster, and the protagonist said that this was the strongest blow that a gamer was capable of in order to get drunk on this refreshing taste of high damage. Larry took a warlike pose and said that in this situation even a hooligan like him was no exception. The huge walls of the fortress stood under the night sky, and the hero asked why he built a defensive structure without any gun towers at all, and added that it was quite obvious. The protagonist used the effect of the unique title of the First Occupation Warrior, and said that of course he did all this in order to look at their strongest blows and show them his own. The hero stepped towards his enemies. Larry raised his huge axe in a jump. His weapon glowed brightly with blue flame. The protagonist launched his weapon at the enemies, shouting bombardment. Floyd looked in horror at the flying axe and shouted that the threat was approaching. All the warriors held their weapons at the ready, and the knight ordered them to deploy a protective barrier. A protective dome covered the knights. The protagonist's axe hit the protective barrier with terrible force. One of the excited knights looked up and hopefully said that they blocked the blow. Suddenly, the barrier cracked. The protagonist's weapon broke through the restrictions imposed by the barrier. The skeletons looked up in horror and began to scream. A terrible explosion scattered them in different directions from the epicenter. Floyd ominously turned around at the loud explosion. Larry came closer to his opponent and ironically said that he was very sorry. The protagonist scratched his shoulder and stated that Floyd's precious stats were suddenly completely useless. The protagonist grinned maliciously and thought to himself that this was even better than he thought, because at least for a moment, he could feel it. A pillar of fire engulfed the protective barrier. The dumbfounded monsters shouted in surprise that the protective barrier had collapsed in an instant. The crowded players opened their devices and tried to teleport to the base. The information window informed one of the monsters that teleportation to the base was impossible, to which he asked in surprise what this could mean. The protagonist looked at his opponents with glee and said that it was not too late to stop the battle. A white flag fluttered on the flagpole. The leader of the special squad stuck his sword into the ground, and the information window announced that the Golden Lion squad had occupied and destroyed the Kolstein base. Looking at their devices, the surprised players said that the members of the special forces simply cleaned out their base while they were gone. The protagonist angrily clenched his fingers into a fist and asked the opponents if they understood the situation they were in. Larry swung his axe and shouted that the idiots entered this hellish zone on their own. The monster helplessly spread his fists and shouted that he did not want to fight such a guy. Floyd turned his head back and his squad members shouted that if the movement did not work, they should try to escape. The skeleton clenched his blade in his hand. The severed head of one of the players flew to the side. The decapitated monster fell right onto the pavement. Floyd put his blade in its sheath and declared that anyone who left the battlefield would be immediately beheaded, because if they were warriors of the Black Dragon Legion, they must fight and die with honor. The players looked at the scene in shock and said that their commander was simply insane and that they should not have run away. Raising his head, the protagonist was amazed at the samurai spirit of his opponent and added to himself that it seemed that his opponent was too scared to play games. Larry grinned maliciously and thought to himself that he was grateful to his opponent for preventing him from losing experience. The antagonist walked towards the protagonist and asked if his name was Larry and added that he highly appreciated his bravery in facing all of this alone. Floyd unsheathed his samurai katana and stated that, however, he would act differently. The third-rank warrior of the Black Dragon Legion raised his sword and said that the protagonist's attempts to harm the Black Dragon Legion had hurt him too much, and for this, Larry should pay with his head. The protagonist boldly looked at his opponent and wondered if he really wanted to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. An image of a blazing flame appeared and the protagonist thought that he should try, and apparently the previous fight had led them to the idea that a fight with him was unprofitable. A schematic image of a battle map appeared and Larry thought that the enemy wanted to act as a leader, and the others would support him from behind. The protagonist grinned maliciously and thought that this was a cunning decision, but Floyd chose the wrong opponent. A huge stone ball appeared behind the antagonist, and the protagonist thought that the effect of the title was acting on him, so the entire rear of his opponent was not help, but just the opposite, extra baggage. Floyd, fully prepared, stepped forward with his foot. Larry, in turn, also took a step in response. The opponents raised their weapons in an angry manner. The protagonist looked at the enemy through his mask with anger. Floyd clenched his teeth in anger. Larry took off at a great speed. The enemies ran towards each other. Suddenly, Lloyd jumped up. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Floyd raised his katana right above the protagonist, and Larry thought that he was very fast. The skeleton dealt a cruel blow right at the protagonist's axe. Larry's foot stumbled back sharply. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed in anger. The protagonist parried the enemy's blow with all his might. The protagonist let out steam from his mouth and thought that this guy was very strong, because if it weren't for the title's effect, he would have a very hard time. Floyd flew far back. Larry looked forward in surprise. The antagonist motioned with his fingers for the protagonist to come to him. Larry clutched his huge axe in his hand and thought that maybe it was still a bit too heavy for him. Floyd glared at the protagonist. The antagonist's katana flashed in the air. The heroes clashed fiercely in a fight. The protagonist raised his huge axe into the air. Larry struck with all his might right at the antagonist's katana. The opponents continued to strike each other again and again. The skeleton rose up straight on his toes. The antagonist quickly rushed straight into the air. The skeleton's eyes lit up and he shouted that he was using the first technique of Hokkai. Enveloped in purple tongues of flame, the antagonist flew through the air. Raising his katana up above the protagonist, he used the technique of Night Slash. The protagonist barely held back the enemy's blow. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered on the bridge. Enveloped in tongues of purple flame, the protagonist soared into the air. With all his might, Larry rushed straight towards the antagonist. The protagonist suddenly took off. The angry protagonist soared into the air. Looking madly into the eyes of his opponent, he shouted to his opponent, "Is this really his signature move?" The antagonist tightly clutched the katana in his hand. Floyd's eyes, glowing with red flame, looked straight at the protagonist. Suddenly, the protagonist's huge axe began to double. Larry cunningly used the Dance of Madness technique. Floyd looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, and thought that these were just Larry's doubles. Standing in a warlike stance, the antagonist told himself that this was just an illusion. Floyd angrily clenched his jaw and thought about how to start his attack. A sharp blow sobered the antagonist. Floyd looked at the place of the blow and was surprised at how fast the protagonist was. The antagonist was receiving blows from all sides. His eyes lit up with a red flame, and he thought that this was all some kind of joke. The image of the protagonist was doubling multiple times, and Floyd wondered how a person could possibly have such colossal strength. The angry antagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed. The opponent's weapons clashed in a deadly fight. The protagonist made another strike. Floyd raised his shiny katana up and declared that he was now using his third technique. Floyd declared that he was using the All technique, and the katana pierced the protagonist's torso. Larry looked at the wound with concern. The protagonist pushed his opponent far back. The guy summoned another axe in his hand. The protagonist used the throw technique. Floyd's katana blade flashed purple. The antagonist cut the protagonist's axe in half. Floyd looked at Larry with a teasing look. The protagonist suddenly soared into the air. A blow of colossal force shook the bridge. Larry grinned maliciously. The skeleton opened its mouth excitedly. The other players saw a strong explosion on the bridge. The monster watched what was happening in shock and said that he could not even keep track of the movements, and would not be able to help in any way in the event of a direct clash. One of the players raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that something was wrong here. The crowd of monsters looked tiredly at what was happening, and the player added that even if they were very weak opponents, there were still many of them, and this should at least somehow worry the main character. Larry's face took on an evil grin, and the player continued that this guy was completely focused on the battle. An image of blazing fire appeared, and he added that even if they managed to shoot at him several times, he would immediately deal with them, but for some reason unknown to him, he left them all alive. The player looked away with displeasure and assumed that Larry must be getting some benefit from keeping them alive. The skeleton raised his hand to his chin and stated that he understood why this guy was so strong, to which his comrade asked what he wanted to say in the end. The player pointed his fingers back and suggested that his comrade run, to which he angrily responded that he just wanted to run away with his tail between his legs. Larry raised his axe in an attempt to hit the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the opponent with concern and thought that the fight had become a little more difficult for him. Suddenly, the protagonist was very surprised. Larry pointed at the disappeared players and asked where they all went. The protagonist clenched his fist in pity and stated that they were all cowards and all his hard-earned buffs had evaporated. The antagonist blew smoke from his mouth. Larry gritted his teeth in resentment and thought that with the title effect, he could have fun in such a large-scale fight. However, in a 1v1 fight, this title has no meaning. The hero looked away with concern and thought that this now meant that the fight was continuing for him. An angry Floyd suddenly jumped up from his seat. The antagonist quickly soared up above the protagonist, and he thought that now he was forced to fight this monster without increasing his characteristics. The protagonist blocked the incoming blow with difficulty. Floyd grinned ominously and shouted that he thought so, that Larry was an ordinary low-grade human and this was his true level without any tricks. The antagonist swung his katana. Larry with incredible difficulty held back another blow from the enemy. The antagonist angrily clenched his teeth and said that he was very bored and suggested that the protagonist just die. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred on the bridge. A cloud of smoke remained at the site of the explosion. There were traces on the ground. A crack was visible on the building. The antagonist's opponent looked at the place where he flew away. He put his weapon in its sheath and said that he had only wasted time and added that he did not know what trick Larry had used before, but it was all useless. A red light was burning in the eyes of the shogun's servant. He said that they had initially fought on equal terms. He picked up the cloak and said that they needed to hurry to report to the shogun about the successful completion of the battle. The monster dragged the cloak along the ground. He said that he did not think that such brave warriors lived in these parts, and added that he would personally behead those who fled with their tails between their legs. He took a step. Then he opened his mouth, surprised by something. A red light was flickering from the crack. The monster asked what kind of disgusting light it was. Larry was sticking out of the wall. Red lightning was coming from his eyes. He opened his eyes wide. The shogun's servant watched all this. He opened his jaw in confusion. Larry looked at him. Smoke poured out of his mouth. He spread his arms and screamed angrily. The protagonist stepped on the wall. Then he jerked out of it. The monster began to take out his weapon. Their weapons crossed. Larry opened one eye and asked who decided that the fight was over. His opponent opened his mouth and replied that he had decided. They spun in the air. The shogun's servant jumped to the side. He looked sternly at his opponent. Then he slightly lowered his shoulders and said that even among black dragons, warriors like Larry were rare. He raised his palm and invited the protagonist to join his side, because the shogun needed a capable fighter like this guy. The shogun took out his weapon and sheath. His servant continued that his master's ambitions would go beyond the continents and cover the entire world, and added that Larry could be part of this great plan. He, hiding his eyes, ordered him to shut up. He looked at the shogun's servant and said that he would not join this freak's team even under pain of death, and added that he should shut his mouth and prepare for battle. The monster moved the weapon aside and remained silent. He grabbed the weapon with both hands. He raised the weapon in front of himself and declared that he would now kill the main character. Larry only smiled at this. He quickly jumped up from his place, and a moment later he stood in front of the shogun's servant. He swung the blade. He struck, but the antagonist dodged. Larry counterattacked. The monster raised his weapon. He struck the body of his enemy. He jumped back slightly. Then he swung his fist. The blow hit the jaw of the monster. He flew up. In midair, Larry delivered a second blow and sent it flying into the wall of the building. Larry's hair turned white. The shogun's servant touched the blade with 2 fingers and applied the 6th formula. He took a step. The hands of other monsters crawled out of the ground. The protagonist jumped. The monster's claw was in front of his eye. The hands began to squeeze it. The shogun's servant held a sword in front of him. Larry dodged. But one of the hands went through his eye. The monster opened its mouth happily and said that it caught. The red flame collided with the purple one. The skeleton frowned and said that the protagonist was gone. A huge red flame destroyed the hands. Larry slightly lowered his head and announced a counterattack. The skeleton's eye lit up with purple flames. He screamed, "How dare the guy!" The glowing axe was in the face of the shogun's servant. There was an explosion. The monster flew away. With red eyes, he looked forward. Larry stretched out his hand towards him. The guy with a crazy look looked at the enemy and said that this is all for him. Multiple red lasers incinerated him. Larry swung the axe and shouted, "Die." The water raged. The samurai's body lay on the ground. The protagonist collapsed to the ground. He caught his breath heavily and said that he really almost died, and added that the battle was not difficult at first. The monsters looked ahead. The hero continued that it was all because of these cowards, and because these bastards ran away, all his hard-earned stats simply disappeared. He looked up and said, "Let's go." The timer ran out. The information windows reported that the time was up and that the defensive battle for the fog pier was over. Larry began to get up. He stood up proudly. The information window declared the Golden Lion Camp the winner. The antagonist stood in front of the information window, on which two options were written on what to do with the captured territories: save or destroy. Larry joined his fingertips. He said that he won, so it was up to him to decide, which meant he had to forget the past and move on to the next stage. He pressed. There was an explosion behind the crowd of monsters. One of them turned around and asked from the direction of the pier if this was the pier, and added a second question: he protected it so much to destroy it. Another one was poking at the information window. He said that now the pier cannot be used for 7 days. The ship was sailing to the pier. The monster continued that since this is the only pier of the central continent, this means that the Black Dragon will not be able to reach the central continent for another week. Harry held the sword in his hand. The monster finished that. In addition, all the nearby bases were occupied, so now they will have to either return to the third city again, or wander around here aimlessly for a whole week. He looked at the first speaker. He will answer that he must be joking. He raised his hands and shouted, "Why is he torturing them like this, and what benefit does he get from this?" The second one thought about it. They opened their eyes in shock when the second one answered that it was for merits and reputation. The second one asked what it was that they gave for battles of battle camps, and the monster in red uniform agreed, because Larry destroyed the pier and occupied all the nearby bases. The main character climbed the steps to the doors of a huge palace. The monster continued that the guy must have received a lot of merits and reputation points. Larry's cloak fluttered in the wind. The monster asked more, "What is the antagonist's plan after all?" Larry smiled wildly. He walked along the corridor of the Hall of Fame. An employee looked at him. Margaret greeted him and asked how she could help. The guy answered that he wanted to increase his rank. She began to scan him with her eyes and repeated what he said, after which she asked to wait a minute. Her face wrinkled. Larry looked at her in confusion. She asked if he had a knight rank. He answered positively and asked what. The girl hit the table. The veins on her face bulged. She answered, "What do you mean?" and asked if he was joking. He answered that it was such a sudden activity. The girl's hand was illuminated by a beam. She pressed her hand to her chest and began to tell that the Hall of Fame is literally a place for noble people, and added that entry here is allowed only to warriors who have earned the glory of the Golden Lion after overcoming a difficult battle. Margaret poked her finger at Larry. She continued that to enter the Hall of Fame you need at least 280 level, and he is only 235, and added that a knight from such a poor territory simply does not have the right to enter here. A smirk appeared on her face. She said that the knight hall suitable for him is to the left of the entrance, and sent him away. He replied, "Wait." Larry bit his lower lip and said that he knows that she is proud of her work, and asked to look at his merits and reputation. She pressed her fingers to her temple and wondered how much this impudent man could have saved up, and agreed to look at his merits. Her face expressed complete shock. Larry crossed his arms over his chest. The information window reported that he had 8,032 merit points and 10,231 reputation points. Margaret wondered to herself what kind of crazy values. She turned away and wondered how he had accumulated so much, having only level 235, and noted that such values could make him at least an honorary baron, and was worried that he would scold her for saying this. He only asked her to hurry up, because he had a lot of things to do. The girl lowered her hands. She flirtatiously squeezed her hands and, turning to him as a valiant knight, asked if she should help him rise to the rank of honorary baron. He only noted that this was impudence. Larry signed the paper. He headed for the exit. Margaret told him to come again. He just said under his breath that there are all sorts of strange NPCs, and still completed the rank increase. The guy stood in front of the information window with the achievement of the first aristocrat, which said that he was the first visitor to the central continent to become a nobleman, and that many people would praise his achievements and respect him, as well as the effects in the form of the fact that he could own a territory, strengthened his voice in parliament and aristocratic society, and acquired the rights and authority of an aristocrat. He smiled and said that he would not be very angry, because he had made great progress in fulfilling his plan. He squeezed a red sphere in his hand and said that he would show his growth with the power he had acquired. A blue beam illuminated the square. Larry said that he would first return to the estate and summoned a book of runes, after which he headed to the territory of Renai. Richard was tiredly writing something. The protagonist pressed his hand to his chest and greeted his liege, who recognized the newcomer. Larry slightly lowered his chin and asked for his lord. Richard was shaking a little. The guy noted that he had lost a lot of weight. While they had not seen each other, the liege urged him not to worry about it. A mine cart full of coal was leaving the mine. The man noted that with the second mine there was a lot more work, and added that it was better than sitting around doing nothing at all. The blue-haired man looked at him questioningly. Richard was sitting with the Lord and said that after their last conversation, he continued to send different people here and noted that these people were quite tiring to talk to. Larry lowered his head. He replied that it looked like the man had a hard time, and he himself thought that, as he had assumed, this freak lord was targeting this territory. Larry bowed and thought that this plan would soon be implemented. Richard advised him to be careful there. The door opened. Larry stretched and replied that there was still time and wanted to collect fortification stones. He looked ahead tiredly and noted that he had already pulled out everything he could from there, so it was time to change the hunting spot. He raised his shoulders and thought about what was left. The guy raised his fingers to his chin. Larry snapped his fingers and remembered a good place. The sun was at its zenith. The protagonist was cutting through the desert on an ostrich. He adjusted his scarf and added that this was not fun at all, and was indignant at why it was necessary to take quests here. Larry held the reins. He thought that everything was right. The purpose of arriving in the center of the desert was this quest. The villager raised his hand. The protagonist continued to reflect that in a past life a huge number of players tried to complete it, but due to the difficulty of the quest itself, everyone failed it. The villager approached him while he was pondering the reason for so many failures. The protagonist's face darkened. The villager jumped on him. He made a frightened face and shouted that the villager was here. Steam was pouring out of the mouth of a man asking for water. He spread his arms pitifully and asked for water repeatedly. Information windows reported the appearance of a thirsty villager, and a sudden quest of a thirsty villager asking for water. Larry looked at the man. The information window offered to agree or refuse to help the local resident. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He thought about the sudden quest. The villager was shaking. The guy continued that this quest had broken countless users of the game, and at first glance the task seemed simple. The other villagers watched the dialogue. The guy thought that the moment he gave the needy person water, other people, like zombies, would start coming up and begging for water. The villagers were attacking another player. The protagonist concluded that if their thirst was not satisfied, this quest would be a trap that would cause resentment and loss of reputation. The antagonist grabbed the flask and explained that since there were more losses than benefits, players usually ignored the villagers and passed by. Larry removed the cap. Water splashed over the local. He looked at it as if it were the second coming. The needy one blossomed in the water. The others noticed the water. They ran towards the protagonist and shouted for water. He snapped his fingers. The ostrich was scared of the approaching tsunami from the summoning of a huge container of water. One of the villagers noted that there was so much here that it would be enough for all the villagers. Larry squeezed a water bomb in his hand and said that this was his last performance here. He threw the bomb into the sky. An axe appeared in his hand. He threw it at the bomb and shouted about a bombing. The bomb exploded. Water poured from the sky. The villagers raised their hands to the sky. The man shouted that it was rain and how long it had been since it rained. The woman noted how good it was that she wanted to live. Information windows notified about the completion of a sudden quest and that the reputation in the desert village had been changed to absolute trust. The needy tried to kiss the antagonist, who noted that that was all. A line was forming at the huge container of water. The village elder Adam clasped his palms in front of him. He said that the traveler had saved them and asked how he could repay. The protagonist raised his hand in the air and replied that he had simply done what he had to and asked how they had gotten into such a situation. The villager lowered his head. He said that in fact not much time had passed since it happened, and noted that although they lacked water, it was not so bad, because they had a well, after which he added that the water in it had disappeared a week ago. The tracks were covered with sand. The resident continued that the teleport to the neighboring village suddenly broke down, and there was still no news from those who went to look for water, and he summed up that this is how they ended up here. The headman crossed his fingers. He turned to Larry and said that he understood how shameless his request was, but he was asking, even begging, to find out the reason for this. An information window with a quest for the cause of the drought appeared in front of the hero. It called for figuring out why this happened to the village. The condition for completing it was to eliminate the cause of the drought. As a reward, experience points, 100 gold, and the title of Savior of the Scythians were promised. The next information window said that this quest could be refused and asked the main character if he wanted to complete the quest. The guy showed his teeth and replied that he had already told the headman. Larry pointed his finger at himself and said that his job was to help them. The information window said that the quest was accepted. The well was surrounded by fog. The protagonist took a step. He raised his hand. He was wearing a shadow helmet, armor of the blazing sun, and boots that crossed the desert. The antagonist looked at his hand and noted that now he could live, and added that it was good that he bought a set of heat-resistant equipment at the store in the settlement. He looked at the well and said that these were the items necessary for this quest. The winch was spinning after the rope. The protagonist was descending down it. He was plunging into darkness. The guy landed. He looked around and said that the well was really dry, after which he noted its large size. He looked towards the source of light. A flame was burning inside the hole. The hero noticed that it was a passage and said that it seemed like he needed to go there. He took a step. Something was burning next to him. The guy realized what it was. A dungeon of raging flames appeared before him. He looked down and said that probably because of this the well had completely dried up. The lava was bubbling. The sounds of the spirit of raging flames came from it. Larry rushed from the place and noted that it was very hot here. He pounced on the spirit and asked it to not be so hot, while calling it a freak. The guy tried to strike. The lava jumped. The spirit looked sarcastically at the antagonist, after which he began to prepare a counterattack. The protagonist deftly dodged the fireball. He looked to the side and said that these guys were more persistent than those who were in the Renai dungeon and noted that it was necessary to use it right now. Larry squeezed the scroll in his hands and ordered it to be activated. An ice weapon appeared in his hands. The information window reported that attacks with ice attributes were added to the abilities of the battle axe for 10 minutes. The guy ran at the enemy. He noted that it was not enough and he needed to finish off the enemies quickly, otherwise he would not be able to use it later. The spirit's face expressed concern. It was hit. First, it was split in half. The next blow broke it into 4 parts. Larry jumped back and used the crazy dance. He turned around and asked if he was good enough. The guy looked forward. He dodged the explosion and asked what it was. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides. A voice told him to leave. A corrupted fire spirit appeared in front of him, who ordered him to leave here. Larry holds an axe, saying that he has finally found the culprit of all this disgrace. Reynolds yells at him, while he notices that in front of him is a corrupted fire spirit. The spirit holds the bridge of his nose and complains of a headache. Reynolds prepares to swing, asking what kind of pain this is. Larry bounces off a new trench. He slows down. The blonde guy looks at him contentedly and asks himself if this is a corrupted monster, because it has unimaginable destructive power. The spirit reaches out to him and calls him to turn into ash. A cloud of magma forms. Larry looks at him while he says that this is the ability Firestorm. The blonde guy frowns forward. Fire flies straight at him, to which he uses a spinning attack. The guy's head glows and he says that it is time for him to turn into ash again. The blonde guy goes on an active attack with a crazy dance. Reynolds looks stunned, screaming that he is a fool, because he cannot be defeated with such a trick. The spirit concentrates its power. It shoots a wave of flame at the guy. Larry is confused what it is. He is engulfed in flames. A stream of fire wants to cut him. The guy frowns. The attack was reflected. The blonde looks at him with displeasure and says that if you hit him in the forehead, you won't be able to defeat him. He materializes a cybernetic egg and understands that now is the right time. Larry throws it at the enemy. Reynolds is horrified. He doesn't understand why the ball is smoking. The spirit simply dodges, saying that the trick is somehow weak. Reynolds gets even angrier and says that he won't leave a speck of dust on him and uses the stream. The spirit is horrified to realize that there is a flame above him. Larry looks at the clouds of steam. The blonde in the mask waits. He smiles. The spirit lights up green and furiously asks if he is an idiot to think that he can get rid of him with some holy water. The spirit looks and doesn't understand. Reynolds notes that he can't see anything because of the steam. Larry is standing somewhere behind, to which he thinks that he could have planned this outcome from the very beginning. Larry goes on the attack using icing. The blow goes along the enemy's body. Reynolds is angry. It tries to attack, asking where he went. Larry gives him the middle finger, saying that as a slow monster he won't be able to hit him at all. The blonde man flies away from him. Reynolds is hit in the shoulder. Ice chunks fall. Larry smiles, thinking that everything happened as he expected and his spell power has increased. The blonde man remembers the column of steam and notes that the purpose of creating the steam was not only to limit the opponent's vision. He thinks about the ice and continues that the moisture in the water crystallizes thanks to the ice spell, and this helped him use the extra power. Reynolds winces and says that everything is as he expected, because his opponent used small tricks that are common to all people. Something green glows as he continues that, however, in the face of such overwhelming power, it is nothing. Larry looks in horror. Reynolds points at him. Flames swirl. Liquid bursts out of the ground. A huge wave is about to engulf Larry. The blonde looks at him with displeasure and understands that he was too late. The liquid rushes at him and swirls. Reynolds looks at him with satisfaction and says that he is pleased to see the guy in this position. The flame rotates while the spirit continues that the flame of purgatory is a symbol of redemption and this flame will not go out until death, and now offers him to get out of there. Larry stands slightly burning with the words that he offered him to get out. The guy looks at him with satisfaction and uses the flow. Its energy dilutes the fire. The guy breaks free. The spirit looks at this and the flying stones in horror. Larry drags an axe, saying that he did not want to use this ability because of the consequences. He goes on the attack, saying that he offers him to see who is stronger, his flame or him. Larry is burning and the system notifies him that he is slowly being consumed by the corrupted flames and his life force is slowly fading. He looks on in madness, saying that he knew it. The blonde guy goes on the attack and notes that regardless of this, he will still grind him into dust first. Reynolds looks on in horror and asks what kind of nonsense this is. He throws flames at the guy, screaming that he is too weak for him. Larry jumps right into the center. The blonde guy holds the gun while he is surrounded by flames. Larry puts on a mask and screams. The guy jumped near the spirit and froze half of his face. The blonde guy throws his head back. The pillar of flame is already approaching. Reynolds attacks again. Larry grits his teeth in pain. He squeezes the gun in his hands tighter. The blonde guy makes a swing. The guy makes a roundhouse kick. The creature in the mask finishes off the local soil. The wave covers his opponent. Reynolds freezes and searches. Larry runs to him. The spirit screams at the enemy. The guy prepares an ice weapon. He touches the ice. The blonde attacks from above and uses a fatal blow. The guy looks madly and calls the enemy to die. Reynolds watches with one eye. The monster's body was sawn into 2 large pieces. The ice also cracked in half. The spirit froze. Through the ice, he says that this is amazing. Larry stands against a background of ice flows, while Reynolds says that the pain is gone, and the system notifies that he eliminated the corrupted spirit of fire. The guy is exhausted and understands that it was not easy at all. The blonde looks at the window with an amazing achievement that he is the first to hunt a top-level spirit, and received a new title called A Player Who Goes Against Common Sense, to which he asks again, because this has not happened for a long time. The guy is pleased to read that the title gives him a description of a great warrior, and that he has the ability to inflict 100% crown even on immaterial enemies, and he himself understands that this is the key reward of this quest for him, but the title will also be useful to him in many other situations. He is standing in a cave. The blonde looks around and is indignant at what this all means. A stream of water opens up, while the system explains that the fire curse that was cast on the village in the arid desert has now been lifted, and warns him of the danger that the suppressed waters of the desert have burst out. Larry looks in horror at the local tsunami. The blonde screams that first they are trying to kill him with fire, and now with water, and that in this game they did not even bring a respite. The guy trembles and understands that he first needs to get out, while the system reminds that his berserk side effect is starting. Larry is indignant that his physical abilities have just decreased. Water covers him. The fair-haired man denies what is happening while being washed away by the water. The water carries the guy away. Children stand near their mothers. The earth shakes. The man stands in a fighting pose and asks, "What is it?" The well trembles. Larry flies out on a stream of water into the sky. People ask if this is water and understand that it is underground water and are happy that now they will survive. The fair-haired man flies naked torso to the cacti. The bald man runs to him saying that he did it and that they believed in him. He is indignant. Larry sits discontentedly in a cactus, to which he asks if he is okay, to which he receives a positive answer. The fair-haired man notes that he cannot stand it, and the man urges him to come to his senses. The plot moves to the headman's house. The bald man walks with a jug saying that he was really worried about him because if the hero who saved their village just left them, it would be a great grief, until he realizes that he almost died and says that he caused them a lot of trouble. The bald man looks at him contentedly, and thanks him anyway because he will never forget his feat. Larry smiles and sees a notification that the quest called The Cause of the Drought has been completed and that his level has increased. He also has the status of the savior of the deserted village, which boosts his relations with the village and characteristics. The elder points to the bag saying that the villagers brought him small offerings and asks him not to refuse and accept them. Larry looks at the chest in shock while he asks him to take it. The guy sees a brooch in the form of an eye, which the system recognizes as a quest item called a hero's sign, which is unique. Larry reaches for it while the village chief explains that it is a relic that has been passed down in his family from generation to generation, and there is even a legend that there must be a hero who will one day save their village. The bald man frowns and adds that he has seen many people like him. The guy is surprised that he thinks that for him, he is the hero of this legend. The fair-haired man looks at the brooch and realizes that it is the key to the gate. He frowns with thoughts that everything is correct, because everything that happened in this village was just training in comparison with what awaits him ahead. The fair-haired man imagines a monster, and continues that those he will have to fight there are of a completely different level. Larry walks through the desert. He frowns with displeasure and swears at the game, because he does not understand why they made the desert so unbearably hot, and notes that he will burn alive before he gets to this dungeon. The fair-haired man thinks about the brooch, thinking that although he has received his hero's sign, he cannot use it right away and must find a place where he can use it on his own. The boy covers the sun with his hand and continues that, fortunately, he still has his memories from his past life. But even if he searches the entire desert, provided he has only a vague clue, then only death will await him in the end. The fair-haired man notices something. There is a lone stone ahead. Larry, in his desert outfit, says that he almost missed it. The boy moves the stone and is glad that he found what he was looking for. Larry puts the hero's sign there and says that this needs to be done. Everything lit up in front of him. Larry realizes with a smile that he has succeeded. The stone came to the surface. A paw broke out of the sand. The fair-haired man looks at the shadow of something large. A statue of a sphinx stands in front of him. Someone says that this is amazing. The statue looks at him with displeasure and is indignant that some insignificant person woke him up. He stands like a cat and continues that he still makes no exceptions for him and will check if he is worthy of going further. Larry raises his hand. The blonde shouts that he is right and he is a man, and the statue is even more indignant. The guy looks at him with displeasure and asks if he needs it, to which he scolds him for talking nonsense. The statue coughs and explains that it will be needed for his further journey, and asks him to remember what he says. He shows him a red object and asks if he knows what it is. The statue looks at him and says that this object can only be obtained by defeating all the monsters in that place, and it is a vessel of their life and a crystal of their energy. The blonde reaches out to the object and he continues that if he can swallow it, then all his stamina will be restored, but his blood will be poisoned and all his physical characteristics will decrease. Larry frowns and he says that people call the object a bloodstone. The guy looks at the statue and clarifies what about his test, to which he asks him to try to destroy this fake bloodstone. In the background of the monster, he continues that the stone in which the life energy of the monster is concentrated, and it is very hard, although it is fake, but it is not so easy to destroy it. The statue raises an eyebrow and says that since he is only a man, it can allow him to use a special weapon for this. He looks down, stunned. Larry broke the stone with his fingers. Both stare at each other in bewilderment. The statue smiles and notes his strength, to which he agrees. The statue frowns and gives the gates the order to open. Larry looks into the passage and the system informs him that this will be a secret dungeon, called the Legendary Pyramid, and that it is open. The statue lay down like a cat and notes that he already understood that this guy is strong, but still asks him to be careful, because there are very dangerous guys inside, to which Larry waves his hand and asks him not to worry. The blonde looks at the cat-like creature and calls out to him, because he forgot to say something. He points his claw at the brooch. Larry catches him, to which he says that he needs to take this thing back, because he will definitely need it there, to which he agrees. The guy is stunned that he returned the item to him, because in his past life, as far as he remembers, everything was different. The statue looks at him kindly and urges him to run there quickly before the passage closes, while the guy assumes that this behavior is due to the easily passed test and most likely his good skills simply changed his attitude towards him, and that's it. Larry goes up the stairs and decides to just see what happens next. The man went down. A cross is burning in front of him. A voice comes from behind him, calling him a warrior from distant lands and that the once shining pyramid is now shrouded in darkness. Larry hears with a smile that if he can drive out this darkness and return this place to its former glory, then he promises to give him a magnificent reward. The cross glows brighter and continues that he needs to go and protect their honor. Larry covers his eyes with his hands. He looks forward in shock. The guy sees a huge pyramid and the system explains that he has entered the dungeon of the Legendary Pyramid. The blonde looks at it contentedly and notes that this place, and specifically what is inside the Legendary Pyramid, there will be an empire ruled by the Scorpion King. He remembers him and notes that this Scorpion King built his world and ruled it, but then the darkness took and swallowed him and plunged the entire empire into chaos, and the darkness still wanted to go out into the outside world. In the background of Reynold, he continues that the first victim was a corrupted spirit of fire that lived underground in a desert village. Larry rubs his chin and thinks that this corrupted force, as he thought, was what destroyed the Scorpion King. He imagines someone from the inside and says that these comrades and all this are the work of those reading this destructive force. Larry lifted one leg and remembers that in his past life he did not complete quests for the human race and therefore did not know this story, but this time he will have to conduct a thorough investigation. The guy saw something. Someone is lying on the sand, while the guy wonders what is lying there. A girl in bandages is basking in the sun. Larry looks at her in bewilderment and suggests that it is some kind of zombie. The girl jumps up and asks again who he called a zombie, to which he is surprised that she is alive. Nearby are 2 flasks of water. The girl drinks with the words that now at least she can live. Larry sits with a bag and notes that she drinks too much because she does not have enough money to pay for it, to which she asks if he has run out of water. The blonde pokes her in the forehead with his finger, saying that she just drank all his supplies and since he saved her from death, she should give him a reward, to which she asks what he is talking about, what kind of reward. Rebecca holds out her hand, saying that she is, by the way, a high-ranking shaman who directly serves His Majesty the Scorpion and that she is a noblewoman of the Empire and gives her name, asking if it would not be an honor for him to simply serve her. Larry looks at her with displeasure, saying that she should slow down, because he asks if she is a high-ranking shaman or a noble lady. She looks at him madly, until Larry realizes that she is a monster. Rebecca licks her lips and says that he is right. The girl looks at him in confusion and hears that the guy always has a short conversation with monsters. Larry takes out a battle axe and prepares to strike, to which she asks him to wait and just settle everything with words. He's still hit with all his might. Rebecca covers her face with her hands and notes that he did not hear her at all. The girl does not understand what is wrong with him. In front of her is a huge depression, and she asks what it is and that he is a real monster. Larry takes his head and asks if she wants to talk. She turns around in horror. The blonde with crazy eyes asks what is the point of talking to him if he cannot tell her everything he wants. Rebecca sits discontentedly realizing that he is a psycho. She sullenly shouts that he should wait. Because from the very beginning they had no reason to fight, because she no longer serves His Majesty the Emperor, to which he asks again about the fact that she no longer serves him, and what does that even mean? Rebecca is nervous and silent. Something glows purple. He takes the woman by the top. Larry throws to the side asking to get out of the way. Something hit him. Rebecca looks at him in bewilderment. Some chicken says that she is very sorry that he wanted to kill two with one blow. Hayes looks at the girl and says that he has not seen her for a long time. The feathered one turns his head and mocks the fact that she betrayed His Majesty and conspired with a pathetic man. In general, everything is in her style. Rebecca frowns at him. Larry rolls towards him, while she screams that she did not betray His Majesty, but simply wanted to convince him. Hayes waves his hand saying that the fact that she dared to go against the will of His Majesty is already a betrayal, and he believes that his fate to die here will remain unchanged. She conjures a circle saying that he is talking nonsense, and offers to see who else will die here. The girl looks ahead in horror. Larry attacks him from behind with a battle axe while he asks her where she is looking. The bird turns around, but not in time. Larry slams him into the sand. He screams madly that he has the brains of a chicken, because he should be more careful. Hayes looks up in displeasure, and does not understand how this freak even dared to do such a thing. The bird gets up. He is about to hit the man. Larry gets hit in the jaw. The blonde looks sullenly and realizes that he has a very fast punch. The bird jumps up and dodges a counterpunch. Hayes looks down. He is angry and realizes that he is very impudent, and even dared to attack him from behind. Larry shows him a fist and calls for him to come down, to which he thinks that if he had his way, he really wants to just smear the guy into the sand. The bird smirks. He looks at the girl and continues that this would not be the wisest decision. Hayes turns around and says that he is saying goodbye to Rebecca, but that they will meet again soon. Larry shows him the middle finger and calls him back. Rebecca trembles her lips. She falls on her butt and explains that she was so scared. The girl looks forward in horror. The blonde guy stares, to which she does not understand what he wants. Larry stares and clarifies if she really does not want to tell him anything, to which she asks him again. Rebecca frowns at him. She sees a beaten and fried guy. The girl embarrassedly looks away. Larry turned on the idiot, while she tries to thank him, and he pretends that he does not hear something and does not understand what she wants to tell him and asks him to speak louder. Rebecca stretches his cheeks with the answer that he is a freak, he only protected her once, and now he is showing off, to which he clarifies why she is angry with him, because in fact it is her fault that what happened. Larry pulls her by the ears with a question as to how she thinks he is right or not. Against the background of a cactus, she orders him as an insignificant person to let her go, to which he gives a negative answer and calls on her to do it first. The pyramid stands quietly. Hayes goes about his chicken business. A long shadow remains from him. The girl smiles and says that he does not look well. He saw Mavis, while she asks if he has been in a tense battle. Hayes looks displeased. The girl looks pleased, while he notes that this is none of her business at all, to which she notes that this is very sad and whether he has come now to see His Majesty. Mavis lowers her eyelids and clarifies whether he is going on Rebecca's business. The bird turns around saying that she is right and now she is with some crazy guy and he is dangerous and therefore he does not advise her to thoughtlessly climb to him, to which she asks again about the crazy guy and how it all went. He leaves and replies that he has no time to explain everything to her, but repeats that he warned her. Mavis bows her head in displeasure. Hayes stands on one paw. The bird bows, saying that he is addressing His Majesty and that before that, his humble servant Hayes finds him and that he has important information for him. The eye looks madly and asks what he has there. Damien looks at him and asks him to tell him everything. He is ready to listen to him. Larry points to his eye and asks if it is true that there is nothing left except the eye. He bends down and clarifies if the Emperor has nothing left except the eye and if she wants to say with all this that he died or is sealed somewhere, to which she simply waits for him and asks again if she has not told him this already. She frowns and explains that their Emperor lived longer than he can think, because it was he who founded the current empire. Rebecca imagines the king's flesh and continues that since he lived for a long time, he lost his original strength and was unable to maintain his human body in its original state. Larry sits opposite her and asks again if he founded an empire, and how long he lived in that case, to which she replies that she does not know this, but only knows that he has existed since ancient times. The blonde looks at her with displeasure and understands that she is telling him that she knows nothing and notes that she is a mummy and that mummies live an extremely long time and clarifies whether he is right, to which she asks what he is talking about, because this body and shuts up. She looks at him enthusiastically and says that this body is about 18 years old, to which he understands that she is still a child. The fair-haired man thought, because he does not understand at all how everything was in reality, because here everything is completely different from what he knows. He remembers himself saying that in his past life he only completed quests for other races, and although he only read about the quests of the human race on the internet, he does not remember there being such a confusing development of events. The guy looks at her and clarifies what that chicken had told her, to which she asked again who he was talking about and realized that it was about Hayes. Larry frowns and notes that she is right, because he is definitely talking about him. The girl is stunned to hear that he told him that she betrayed the Emperor. Rebecca looks away. The plot takes us to the city at the same time. The cabbage merchant is guarding her. Children are playing tag. People in the city are doing their business. The woman noticed something. The feathers from the wings fly in different directions. Hayes landed right next to her. She is stunned to recognize him. The people call him by name in fear. They all kneel down and greet him. Hayes looks at them and asks what all the commotion is about, because there is nothing to see here, and calls on them to go where they were going. He looks at Arisha with interest and notes that he needs to find out something from her, to which she does not understand what and who he is talking about. She looks in horror, and he asks if he knows where Rebecca went, to which she asks if he is talking about the glutton who is her Rebecca. Arisha thoughtfully looked away and says that if she thinks about it, then she really hasn't seen her for a long time, and before that she came to them every day, to which the bird asks if this means that she hasn't seen her for a long time recently. She smiles and says that this is true, because besides this girl is very curious and this means that she will get used to everything, and asks if this is true. Hayes flaps his wings and realizes that she hasn't seen her. He looks at her and asks that if she sees an unfamiliar young man in the village, she should definitely tell him about it right away, and notes that he stands out from the others and she definitely won't let him pass. Hayes flies away saying that it's time for him to go. Someone grabs her by the dress. The boy looks at her and asks if something happened to Rebecca, and the second one says that he missed her so much. Arisha looks after him in bewilderment. Hayes flies to his pyramid. He flies up to a triangular opening. The bird enters the pyramid. There is darkness below. His paws fall off the edge. Hayes rushes down. Clark turns around at the sound. He asks what brought him to him, to which he clarifies whether he found the red-haired one. The creature in glasses frowns, asking him not to worry, because they have increased the number of sand soldiers to guard the city, and she will not be able to interfere with their plans. Hayes smiles, because this is quite enough, and says that His Majesty ordered them to catch Rebecca before the plan begins, to which he clarifies why this is because she does not pose such a big threat. The bird remembers Larry, saying that he agrees with him, because she specifically is not that important, but the person next to her now is much more important. Clark looks at him and clarifies about the person and receives in response that when he was outside the castle walls, he heard loud sounds and went to them, and there was a red-haired girl and some strange guy. He remembers the fight and understands that they had a short battle, but he understood one thing for sure, that this guy is a threat and that he is definitely very strong. The bird glows red and continues that he does not know why the guy came there, but he is definitely dangerous for the implementation of their plan. Clark looks at him with displeasure, and hears him add that their emperor also thinks like him and ordered to catch him without fail, and replies that he understood him. Hayes looks at him with bewilderment. There is something red in front of them, to which the first one recognizes the object and wants to ask about it, and the second one immediately says that he thought correctly. A red crystal shines in front of them, and Clark notes that this is exactly what will fulfill the desire of His Majesty, and what is the core of this plan. Hayes looks at him with stunned eyes and hears the explanation that this is a bloodstone condenser, and he himself says that it is beautiful. In the tent, Larry asks again about the bloodstone condenser. The blonde one worriedly clarifies what they are going to do with it. Rebecca frowns that everything is clear from the name, that they want to condense the bloodstone to create a more powerful version of it. She frowns even more and continues that with the help of this the Emperor will be able to regain his strength, and he again wants to strengthen his weakened bloodstone. Larry rubs his chin, saying that this was to be expected, and asks if he wants to regain his power, won't he need 1 or 2 of these stones, and is there room for this with enough monsters here? The girl answers dejectedly that this is the main problem. She lowers her head and explains that the bloodstone is a vessel of life and a crystal of energy. Larry is stunned to hear this and guesses what she is getting at, to which she notes that monsters are not the only ones who have these stones. Rebecca imagines a cabbage seller, saying that people who have lived here with them for a long time. She imagines children and continues that everyone without exception. The girl thinks about the people and explains to him that everyone here contains a bloodstone. The red-haired girl sullenly asks if he understands her now. Larry imagines a city, and she continues that in order to regain his power, the Emperor wants to sacrifice all of his people. The fair-haired man is taken aback and asks again what kind of nonsense this is, because this Emperor is much crazier than he thought. Someone from behind asks who is this crazy guy he is talking about, to which he does not notice who is speaking and asks again what he means by who he is talking about, namely the Scorpion King. He is horrified by the realization. Mavis extends her hand to him and greets him. The guy jumps back in horror and asks who she is. The two fly away from the explosion. The hero landed, screaming about how they suddenly appeared. The dust cleared. A silhouette of a woman was visible who said that it was worth being a little tougher, because she wanted to kill him with one blow. A monster girl named Mavis stood in front of him and told him that, as Hayes said, the guy is not quite an ordinary person. Larry watched carefully and thought that it was a snake that changed its appearance. The hero looked away, hearing someone say that it had become quite dangerous here. A disheveled Rebecca pointed her finger and told him to be careful because she was very dangerous. The guy looked at her and asked if the girl was okay. The creature swung its tail. The woman hit the heroes with her tail. She managed to grab Rebecca by the leg. Mavis lifted the girl upside down and asked if he could focus on her, because she didn't like being ignored. The monster grabbed Rebecca by the cheeks and clarified that this damned girl must have said a lot about His Majesty. She looked menacingly at the girl and said that she dared to betray His Majesty, although he helped her when she had nowhere to go, adding that Rebecca should have been killed a long time ago. The guy ran away, leaving footprints in the sand. He knocked the girl out of the monster's tail with a blow. Mavis looked menacingly in his direction. The girl fell to the ground. She tried to stand up, shaking, and cursed because it was difficult. Larry, flaring with magic, flew into the attack. The hero struck the woman's tail again. He looked at her sternly and said that you can go crazy from why the tail is so hard. Magic balls grew in Mavis's hands. She released them from her hands, attacking the young man. The guy sped to the side. He ran, lowering his head closer to her. Larry opened his eyes wider, looking at her. The hero silently watched as the monster's tail rose in front of him. Rebecca screamed, activating gold fever. The monster looked at her in bewilderment. A crowd of gold bugs rushed between the rivals. The guy watched what was happening in surprise. The girl, legs wide apart, looked away when the hero called out to her. Mavis was furious. Her eyes lit up with a bright light when she screamed about the damn girl. The monster rushed towards her, screaming that it would destroy her at all costs. Rebecca knelt down, touching the ground. The mysterious signs flashed with a bright light. A pyramid with runes emerged from the ground. Tall pillars rose one after another when the girl cast a spell, exclaiming about Takina. Mavis wriggled between the pillars, quickly approaching her opponent. Rebecca looked at her in horror and thought about how she managed to dodge. The creature caught up with her and took her in its arms, exclaiming that here she is caught. Blood gushed from Rebecca's mouth when Mavis pierced her with a magical blow-through. The monster grabbed the heroine with its tail, holding her in the air. The girl screamed in pain when it squeezed the tail harder. Mavis pointed her finger and said with a laugh that she would crush it with her finger. The monster looked to the side as if she heard something. Larry was flying down to attack, swinging his axe. The woman smiled when she saw him. The hero hit the ground wide when the monster retracted her tail, letting go of Rebecca. The girl fell to the ground on her back. She lay there silently, breathing, her mouth open in pain. The hero looked away furiously and screamed that she was gone, asking where she had gone. Mavis put her hands on her hips and remarked that it was so cute. Wondering what the guy thought, she would fall for his trick twice. In a moment, everything around her changed color when the woman thought about him stopping. His hands began to shake and crook. The hero's weapon fell to the ground. The young man clenched his teeth and reasoned that it was a debuff, because his body did not obey him, and his resistance was not so easy to overcome. He was interested in what kind of crazy skills she had. The monster touched the hero's chin. She clung to him and, smiling, said that up close he was not so bad. The woman licked her lips and ran her hands over the guy's lips. Larry was immobilized and thought about the fact that she again changed her appearance to a human, and therefore was able to disappear in the blink of an eye. The hero stood in front of her and trembled, asking why she did not finish with him, and what she wanted. Mavis turned and ran to the side, saying that everything was simple. She coquettishly turned around, casting her gaze at him, said that she liked this man. Larry continued to stand motionless and resolutely looked into her eyes, asking if he liked her. The woman came closer and said yes, because he was the first one in a long time who could make her laugh. A pyramid with stone pillars was shown as Mavis talked about how she had lived in this world created by the Emperor for hundreds of years and her devotion to him remained the same. But she also felt great boredom there. Damien looked ahead. The monster said that although helping to resurrect His Majesty gave her a little pleasure, she was still bored and it did not live up to her expectations. People ran forward, looking around. Mavis said that it was so boring and easy to sacrifice people. Larry narrowed his eyes silently. The woman crossed her arms and began to tell about something amazing that happened one day. The monster with a bird head clenched his fists. She said that Hayes came and he was wounded. She had not seen anyone wound him for a long time. Behind him, the light from the open door was visible. Mavis said that he only warned her about the guy and left, as if it was something insignificant. The monster looked away, running everything through her head. Realizing something, she smiled. It was said that she was extremely excited about it. Mavis moved through the desert, The woman described that this is why she immediately went to look for him. Her senses are very heightened, so it was easy to find the hero. The creature remembered their battle and said that their fight only confirmed that it was really him. Mavis extended her hand and said that she would make the man hers, and he would make a contract with her. Larry looked at her in surprise and thought about the contract. She smiled, tilting her head to the side. The hero wondered if she was serious. The guy imagined a piece of paper and thought about the fact that there was a contract system here. Someone handed over a bag of money in exchange for a flask of liquid. He said that it was usually used during transactions on the exchange of items between users, but sometimes special contracts were concluded. 3 creatures were depicted, grinning with anger, and they talked about contracts with monsters. The hypothetical man raised his hands, filling with energy. The guy said that this contract is considered special because in this way you can get abilities that only monsters have, and not items or money at all. The goblin looked, reading the paper, and it was reported that monsters are generally hostile to users. In addition, few monsters really understand what contracts are, so only a few lucky ones get such a chance. Larry looked closely at the woman and thought that if this is not a lie, then this is an incredible chance that he could not even imagine. Mavis crossed her arms and thought about why there was no reaction. The hero looked at her and asked about what she would get if they made a contract. The woman thought for a moment about what she wanted. Mavis smiled and said that he should become her limbs and fight for His Majesty the Emperor. The monster looked madly with red eyes and exclaimed that he should kill this little girl with his own hands. The guy sighed in surprise hearing her. The hero clenched his teeth from tension. Larry lowered his head, smiling maliciously. The guy looked down at her and said that it was great, offering to sign a contract. The woman put her hand on her belt and said that it would be great right away. Her foot stepped on the ground. Larry stood next to the lying Rebecca. He looked at her carefully and thought that she was still an ordinary monster. The hero imagined a red stone and reasoned that the reason he entered the dungeon was a bloodstone for a quest. The guy held the weapon in his hands and thought that if he could instantly become much stronger, if he could take revenge on him. Larry swung the axe, after thinking that he was ready to sacrifice such a monster. Rebecca was out of it when she said that he should. The girl was trembling lying on the ground and said that she would save people. Larry's eyes widened from what he heard. He clenched his teeth and cursed. The guy's hand held the axe. He wondered why he was playing this game, in order to become strong, to take revenge on him. The hero hit some object and thought that he enjoyed the fight. The young man, putting his hands on his belt, thought that exploring this fascinating world was what he liked. Larry remembered Odin when he swung at the girl and chased away in his head the thought that this freak had ruined everything, and fun and pleasure faded into the background. Only the desire to take revenge on him remained. The hero screamed, cursing. The woman looked at him, not understanding what was happening. The guy grabbed Rebecca by the clothes. He pulled her towards him and screamed for her to get up, saying that she could only lose consciousness, although she herself was talking about saving people. The girl's eyes were closed. After listening, Rebecca opened her eyes. She dimly saw the hero in front of her and thought about what this petty man was, wondering what he was saying. The guy was furious when he screamed at her not to get caught like an idiot and at least cover him from afar. Rebecca grabbed him out of anger and screamed, asking what this impudent little man was saying. The young man held her in a rage and asked her again if he was wrong when he called her a water drinker. The shadow of the monster fell on the heroes arguing with each other when they turned around. Mavis struck them with her tail. The hero landed, flying to the side. Larry smiled, saying that she immediately changed her appearance, as they thought, this hypnosis the monster can only use in human form. Rebecca looked at the guy and clarified that he was under hypnosis, but he managed to free himself. The hero clenched his teeth and said that she scared him. The girl looked at him seriously and said that as a guy and sees Mavis' 2 forms, human form and snake. The woman's legs were shown when Rebecca was talking about how her hypnosis was very strong, but she could only use it when she was in human form and only on one opponent, but at that moment she was vulnerable to attacks. The monster's tail with a sharp tip was shown. The girl continued the story that and vice versa in the form of a snake. Although the monster could not use hypnosis, she had a well-balanced high attack power and defense. The heroes turned to the side at the words about what was embarrassing her so much. The creature twisted its fingers from tension and said that not only was he chatting about His Majesty, but now he was telling everything about her. Mavis screamed furiously that she would definitely kill the girl with her own hands. She pointed at Larry and called him an impudent human offspring. The guy looked around asking if she was talking about him. The woman opened her eyes wide and asked, explaining why he had refused the contract, and why he had chosen the hard way with this Rebecca instead of the easy way with her. The hero smiled sarcastically. He lowered his head and said that he had simply thought it would be more interesting. Mavis looked at him in surprise and asked again. Her tail lay on the ground, its tip glinting, when the guy was talking about how, yes, it was more interesting than making a contract with her, and becoming much stronger with ease. The hero looked at his feet and said that it would be better for him and this water drinker to defeat the monster. Rebecca raised her finger and looked at his back in surprise after what he said. The creature looked straight into their eyes and listened to the guy say that he would destroy all of her partners and servants, and then cut down their crazy emperor who was sacrificing his own people. Larry, maddened, spread his arms and exclaimed that he found this much more interesting. Rebecca opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that he was crazy. The hero crossed his arms and activated the summoning of a double battle axe. He spread his legs. The guy stood in a stance, spreading his legs wider, and thought that he would not rush and enjoy the game. The young man imagined Odin from behind and chased away in his head the idea of becoming stronger in his own way and taking revenge on him. The woman looked at him and said that it seemed she was wrong about him, asking if he was as crazy as Rebecca. Mavis rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, saying that they should forget it, and that she would just kill them both. The girl was shaking behind him. The hero looked down and told Rebecca not to make a mountain out of a molehill and to listen carefully. She looked at his back when the guy asked if she wanted to stop the Emperor's plans, saying that then he would be on her side. Larry's eyes lit up red and he explained that, however, he was not going to convince the Emperor and would just kill him. The girl, wide-eyed, silently listened to his question from him, if she was with him. Her hand moved. Rebecca clenched her hands into a fist. The girl's eyes lit up red when she agreed. The guy smiled, hearing. The hero swung his axes and told her to prepare for battle, but first they would deal with the snake that stood in front of them. The heroes stood in front of the monster in the desert. She swung her tail. The creature charged, approaching them. The boy turned around, looking back. He struck the woman's tail. The hero's eyes glowed white as he swung at his opponent. Larry missed his target, and Mavis dodged, screaming that he missed. The sharp tail quickly moved to the side. She grabbed the hero, wrapping it around his arm. The young man's eyes widened at what he saw. The woman slapped him hard. The creature cut him in the face. The hero swung the axe at her tail. Mavis screamed in pain, asking where such ignorant people came from. The monster threw the boy into the air, screaming for him to get away from her. Mavis looked back in panic. Suddenly, a pillar emerging from the ground stuck into her back. Rebecca clenched her fist in joy and said that this is great. She hit it once. Larry was crawling on his knees and muttering about how he had asked this girl to cover his back and she was using him as bait. The hero was lying on the ground and looking ahead questioningly. He was getting up and shouting at the girl to look back. Rebecca stood still, her eyes wide, asking about what was behind her, when the monster's tail rose above her. Mavis delivered a powerful blow with her tail. The girl was holding the pillars with runes with her hands. She protected herself from the blow with a stone fence made of magic pillars. A little later they cracked. The enraged woman swung her tail and shouted for her to die. The hero launched one axe in her direction, activating a throw. The axe knocked the tail off from the attack on the girl. Mavis was watching in fury. What was happening? A weapon appeared in Larry's hand after he used the summoning of the battle axe. He leaned forward and ran to attack the enemy. The hero swung his axe and activated the bombardment. The guy threw his weapon forward with all his might. The axe hit the ground and created an explosion, raising tons of dust into the air. Sand covered everything around and, hitting the woman, she covered herself with her hands and said that she could not see anything. Larry ran to attack. He swung a large axe, flying from above right at her back. The woman looked away and said what she had said. She directed her tail to counterattack and screamed that she had heightened senses. The tip of the tail pierced the hero's body. Mavis looked in surprise and asked about what had passed. The guy pushed off the ground. He began to move from side to side, around the enemy, using the dance of madness. His attacks wrapped the monster in a web, which screamed. The woman fixed her gaze on one point. She looked without looking away. The enemy strikes with his tail, raising dust. Everything around her was flying as she screamed for him to get away from her. The hero was flying away from her, filled with anger. The monster gritted her teeth and looked away, exclaiming what she had found. The sharp end of her tail rushed to attack. The woman struck the young man, blood flying everywhere. She grabbed him, wrapping her tail around him. Mavis strangled Larry and looked into his eyes, telling him that he was a stupid human. She wanted to make him regret turning her down. The guy smiled as he said that he knew she was angry, asking if she had missed anything. The woman opened her mouth and asked again in surprise. Mavis looked down with one eye, seeing Rebecca. The girl looked at her furiously, touched the ground, and screamed a spell. The pillar with the runes powerfully hit her right in the back. The monster stuck out her tongue in pain, losing blood. The hero watched from the ground as she flew very high. The guy smiled and turned around, calling her a smart girl, asking now to give him a lift. Rebecca sat on her knees and, raising her head, asked again. The hero sat on a pole emerging from the ground and said that no matter what happened, he should not worry about him. The girl looked furiously ahead and screamed, announcing the start. The young man, gritting his teeth, flew up after his opponent. Mavis flew unconscious in the air. The woman saw how the hero was heading to attack, asked again what it was. Magic flared in Larry's hands when a large weapon appeared in his hand. The guy attacked the woman in the air. He smiled, being mad, and stained with blood screamed that he was her death. Mavis raised her hands in fear and tried to stop what was happening. The hero cut her tail with a powerful blow. The young man directed his palm along with the energy at the enemy and said goodbye to her. A fresco appeared, in which various monsters attacked people. In the beginning there was a desert of chaos, monsters raged, and people suffered. The painted monsters surrounded the ball, but, as is known, in difficult times, real heroes appear, and one day the scorpion appeared. The man frowned angrily. In the picture, a guy with a torch drove away monsters. For the sake of the desert he fought with numerous monsters. The snake surrounded the eagle. Next to him were a brave hawk and a nimble snake, who helped him. The hero with the tail of a scorpion, standing on the corpses of his enemies, raised the torch up, and finally, with joint efforts, they put an end to chaos, bringing peace to the desert. Men with bare torsos stretch out their hands to the guy standing on a dais. The inhabitants of the desert praised him, deciding to follow him as their leader. Frescoes with many monsters painted appeared. The hawk and the snake changed their appearance to one that was useful to the scorpion, as did others who followed him. The huge desert with pyramids was covered by clouds, so the scorpion became an emperor and ruled his empire for a long time. Larry, raising his hand, clarified whether it was true that the former hero of the desert now sacrificed people, and whether he really had senile dementia, to which the girl replied that she herself had only heard stories about the heroism of the emperor, and then added that when she met him, he looked the same as he does now. Rebecca, raising her hand, explained that, probably, maintaining this world and kingdom for a long time, he used up all his strength so much that his body was destroyed, and his mind may not be healthy either. Menet and Hayes stood back to back. The girl explained that the same applies to Menet and Hayes, whom the protagonist saw. There was a time when they fought for the sake of people. The dark-haired woman, turning her gaze to the protagonist, wanted to ask something. The girl asked the young man who he was, to which he questioningly pointed his finger at himself. Rebecca, remembering how the hero cut the girl with the tail, pointed her finger at him and asked that if you do not take into account that she helped the protagonist, how can he still defeat Menet, and then asked what kind of technique he used last and noted that it was the first time she saw such a furious power. The dark-haired woman, stretching out her bandaged hand to the hero, asked if he was a spy sent from outside who plans to absorb the Karyaz Empire, taking advantage of the chaos. Rebecca, having sunk her teeth into Larry's head, screamed that she should have noticed this immediately and dealt with him, to which he called the girl crazy, replied that he was not a spy and asked what the sudden anger was about. The tall guy, grabbing the dark-haired girl, asked if he would save her if he were a spy, to which she agreed. The blue-haired guy, having become serious, said that he was just a traveler, and he was simply exploring the world to become stronger. Rebecca, having raised her head, asked why the protagonist wanted to become stronger, to which he became embarrassed. Larry, having narrowed his eyes, wondered why he was even talking about this with an NPC. The muscular guy, having hit his interlocutor on the head, said that it was none of her business, to which she asked why he was fighting, and the protagonist replied that she was the first to bite him. The protagonist, pointing his finger at the girl with a bump on her head, asked who she even was. The young man, spreading his arms, explained that he knew that the emperor sacrificed people, and then asked why the girl was worried about it. Larry said that she was a monster, to which the dark-haired woman looked at him disapprovingly. Rebecca, hearing something, widened her eyes. The young girl, dropping the hero on the sand, screamed for him to lie down. She looked at the two soldiers and noted that everything was as she thought. The warriors with spears in their hands looked around. The dark-haired girl explained that these were the sand soldiers of the emperor. She, watching closely, said that since the guards had reached here, there were no more safe places in the desert, to which Larry asked what it was and noted that the warriors looked weak and could simply be killed. Towering over the army, the masked man stretches his hand forward. The girl said that these are sand soldiers created by the emperor, and they can be dealt with. But they share information with each other, so their location will soon be revealed. Rebecca, turning her gaze, noticed that even the protagonist will have a hard time dealing with dozens of sand soldiers. She, looking at the hero, said that, as she thought, they will have to go there, to which Larry asked where exactly. The dark-haired girl, turning, explained that to hide the tree they go to the forest, and they will go to the empire, and then concluded that, besides, this will satisfy his curiosity. The heroes, hiding behind a stone, look at the stone gate, in front of which there are soldiers. A pumped-up man, looking out from behind the stone, noticed that there is serious security and asked how they plan to get inside, to which Rebecca replied that she hasn't thought about it yet. Larry, looking from behind the rock, turned his gaze to the girl. The protagonist, grabbing her by the collar, loudly asked if they really came here without a plan, to which she replied that she had always easily passed here, so she did not think. The blue-haired guy, clenching his teeth, realized that now it was impossible to go back and began to think about how they could enter. Larry, looking intently at the woman, asked what kind of people usually pass there, to which she replied that all sorts of fishermen and hunters were there. The protagonist, raising his finger, said that this is what they need. The boulder behind which the heroes are hiding lies on the sand. The hero tells his plan to enter the gate, to which Rebecca asks if he said it seriously. The guard in the mask, turning around, noticed something. The guard, pointing his finger at the walking people, called out to them and ordered them to identify themselves. The large guy took off his white hood. The man with the camouflage mustache, throwing the bag over his back, answered that there was nothing to call himself, because at first glance it was obvious that he was a hunter, and then wondered if His Majesty's soldiers had brains. The warrior, looking at Larry grimacing, said that he was suspicious and ordered to seize him. The girl asked the hero to stop. Rebecca, putting her hands on her belt, screamed that the protagonist was taking out his anger on innocent soldiers, to which he complained about his wife and asked if she had said everything. The guards silently exchanged glances. The dark-haired woman, pleading, asked the guard to listen to her. The soldier with the spear, looking at her, said that he understood everything, and told her to go through the gate and quarrel there. The gates behind the walls closed. Larry, tearing off his camouflage mustache, muttered that it was the first time he had done this, and Rebecca noted that she would never have thought that it would work. The protagonist, his eyes widening, was surprised. The Sand City lived its own life. The guy in white clothes, raising his head, noted that the territory was much larger than he thought. The dark-haired girl, turning around, replied that it was enough to mark time and said to follow her quickly, to which the man asked where they were going. Rebecca, turning around, said that they were going where there were people who could help them. The sand in the desert rose, raising dust. A fragment of a weapon was stuck in the sandstone. The pumped-up man took the fragment in his hands. The guard in the mask, approaching Hayes, said that he had found something. The guard, stretching out his hand with a bandage, said that he had found it near the ravine. The man in the eagle mask noticed that they were Rebecca's bandages, and then concluded that she was most likely with that guy. The guy with wings turned around and said that he had warned Menet. Hayes, looking at his subordinate, asked if they had been able to find Menet's bloodstone, to which he replied that it seemed to have been taken by the people who killed her. The man clenched his fist. The guy in the eagle mask, raising his hand, ordered a search of the city and its environs, adding that they must be found at all costs. The guy with wings shouted that he would kill those scum. The heroes in cloaks approached a two-story sand house. Larry, looking from behind Rebecca, asked if she was sure that they had come to the right place, to which she nervously replied that she had, and asked the protagonist if it was true that he had been deceived at every corner. The dark-haired woman, putting her hand on her chest, said that Larry could rest easy, because she personally looked after this man. Ursha, grabbing her by the shoulders, asked if it was her glutton who had come. The blue-haired guy, making a face, wondered if this woman really called Rebecca a glutton. The gray-haired woman, hugging the dark-haired girl, asked if she understood how worried she was about her when she disappeared without saying anything, and then noted that the others were looking for her very diligently. The young guy, laughing, called his girlfriend a glutton, to which she screamed for him to stop laughing. The window was covered with thin curtains. Arisha, pouring water into glasses, said that she did not think that after Rebecca disappeared, she would bring a friend with her. She, taking a glass in her hands, said that it was just a servant, to which Larry asked who else was a servant here. The gray-haired woman laughed and explained that, be that as it may, it was good that the heroes were here, and the guy could feel at home here, and then she said her name. The protagonist, raising the glass to his mouth, said his name, and then explained that he met Rebecca during his travels, to which Arisha asked if he was a traveler. The dark-haired girl, taking a sip from the glass, noted that her new friend had a rather strange name. Larry, grabbing his partner by the ear, asked how Arisha met her, and then concluded that his companion was very impudent, and he could not even imagine how they could meet, to which Arisha noted that this was part of Rebecca's charm. A young girl in a hood, holding a basket in her hand, approached the house. The gray-haired woman began to tell that it was about 12 years ago, when she was returning from the market. The dark-haired beauty, entering the house, was surprised. The woman, standing in the ruined dwelling, asked what had happened. She, hearing the sound, thought that he was in the kitchen. The little girl, sitting on his knees, was eating something. Young Arisha's eyes widened in surprise. The dark-haired girl, chewing a loaf, turned around. Little Rebecca looked questioningly at the pregnant woman. The short-haired girl, picking up a loaf, asked if Arisha had any jam. Larry, looking disapprovingly at his companion, wondered who else had taken care of whom, and then asked if Rebecca had been so impudent from birth, to which she sheepishly noted that Arisha's story was too detailed. The gray-haired woman, laughing joyfully, explained that she, too, was confused at first, but the better she got to know the girl, the more she understood how kind she was. The little girl is touched by two babies. The owner of the house continued to tell that Rebecca began to help with housework, and after the birth of the children, she helped take care of them. The pumped-up guy, putting his hand on the table, asked if his interlocutor knew that the dark-haired woman was a monster, to which she answered in the affirmative. The man in the bird mask, entering Arisha's house, exclaimed that he knew that this damned girl was here. The gray-haired woman explained that Hayes constantly came looking for her. The man with wings took off. The owner of the house concluded that she thought she would never see Rebecca again. The girl, sitting at the table, asked the woman if there was any jam. Arisha said that when the next day came, the child came to her looking for food. The dark-haired girl, hiding behind the woman, makes faces. The gray-haired girl finished the story by saying that after a month, Mr. Hayes gave up. Arisha, opening her mouth, remembered something. She said that Hayes was looking for a girl, to which she and the protagonist were very surprised. Larry exchanged glances with his companion. The girl in white added that the man in the eagle mask told her to tell him if a strange guy appeared in the city. She, very worried, asked what happened between the man with wings and her adopted daughter, to which she replied that nothing special, and Arisha had nothing to worry about. Rebecca, gesturing with her hands, explained that they just fought because of different opinions. She, putting her hands on the table, asked the woman in white clothes to hide them there for a while. Arisha, folding her arms, replied that the heroes should feel at home, and if they wanted to leave, they should go in peace, and added that the boys would be back soon. Rebecca, opening her mouth in surprise, was afraid of the boys' imminent arrival. 2 little boys entered the house. The short-haired girl was scared. The boys, lowering their heads, said that they missed the protagonist. The children pounced on the young girl, to which she asked them to calm down a little. Arisha, leaving for another room, asked her stepdaughter to stay with her children while she set the table. Larry, laughing disgustingly, wished his companion good luck. The dark-haired boy grabbed the protagonist's neck from behind. The boy, smiling broadly, noted that he had not seen Larry there before, noticed that he had a pumped-up body, and then concluded that they could play hide-and-seek with him as many as 500 times. The sunset was approaching over the city. A system notification appeared that Larry had no way out here. Hayes approached the gates emitting red light. The doors opened. The man in the bird mask sat down on one knee. Damien looked closely at his servant. The huge eye, narrowing its pupil, noticed that everything was in vain. The creature, looking at Hayes, asked if he found out Rebecca's location, to which he apologized and said that he had not found her yet. The pumped-up man, raising his head, shouted that he would definitely find her. Damien, looking closely, ordered his servant to bring him the girl alive, and he could kill the guy with her, because he was not important. The guy with wings, lowering his head, noticed that Rebecca betrayed them and even killed Minute, but he asks to bring her alive, and then asks why he is so attached to her. Hayes' pupils narrowed from fear. A huge eye flew closer and said that his subordinate had talked too much. The birdman's face was distorted with fear. Damien ordered him to leave. The gates closed. The guy with a bare chest dropped his hands. The man with the eagle's face hung his head dejectedly. A crescent moon illuminated the building. Rebecca was sleeping with the children. Larry leaned back in his chair tiredly. The big guy, sweating, thought that something was definitely wrong, and then concluded that such dungeons do exist, but nothing can be done about it. The protagonist, clicking on the screen to log out of the system, said that he would sleep it off for a while and come back to get information. The protagonist looked at the screen in surprise. The pumped-up man irritably clicked on the screen to log out of the system. Larry opened his eyes in fear. The information window showed that it was impossible to log out. The blue-haired guy questioningly shouted that he could not log out. The morning sun illuminated a small house. Rebecca slowly opened her eyes and sleepily asked if it was morning already. Suddenly, the girl looked ahead in surprise and made a questioning sound. Sleepy Larry sprawled freely on the chair. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up excitedly and worriedly thought that he could not log out and added that the Book of Runes did not work. Rebecca looked worriedly at the protagonist and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that nothing had happened. Larry looked seriously to the side and thought that something was wrong. Arisha was setting the table and the hero thought that this dungeon was different from those he had seen before, and that even the logout was blocked here. The thick magic book was bound with huge chains and Larry thought that besides, he couldn't use the Book of Runes. Larry's eyes widened in shock and he wondered if this was what he had been thinking all this time. Larry anxiously pressed his hand to his lips and wondered if the game doubted him because he had abused his past life memories. Huge tongues of red flame enveloped the protagonist and Larry thought that he had grown a lot during all this time, using his past life memories, because quickly becoming strong was the shortest way to carry out his revenge. Looking at his image on the huge screen, Larry thought that this was why he had proven his adequacy and was so diligent in conducting these very broadcasts. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in despair and wondered if this was not enough. The colossal pyramids were illuminated by the scorching sun and the protagonist thought that perhaps this changed dungeon and everything else was just a test of his skills. Larry confidently declared to himself that he would then accept this challenge, and Rebecca grabbed his food and sarcastically said that she would take it if the guy did not eat. Larry grabbed the girl's hand and doubtfully asked if it was legal to take his food, which made her cry out in pain. Palm branches covered the roof of the house and the heroes shouted that they would be back soon. The protagonist, walking behind, asked his companion if it was possible to remain silent like this, despite the fact that they owed her, to which Rebecca asked what he was talking about. The protagonist looked seriously at the girl and explained that he was talking about the Emperor sacrificing people, and asked if they should not tell everyone about it. The girl looked down gloomily and replied that this would only lead to chaos, because this place was created by the Emperor and no one could escape from here. Damien resolutely looked forward with his eye, and the girl added that since the Emperor had not changed his mind, there was only one way to defeat him. Larry turned to Rebecca and asked her what their plan was, to which she replied that in order to catch the tiger, they needed to go to his lair. The girl quickly turned around and suggested going to the pyramid. The huge stone pyramid menacingly towered against the cloudy sky, and the girl exclaimed in admiration how huge it was, to which the protagonist explained that this was natural, because the aristocracy and the Emperor lived there. Rebecca turned to Larry in surprise and asked about the aristocracy, to which he confirmed that most monsters that use magic are aristocrats. Images of various monsters appeared, and the protagonist added that in this place, where resources are limited, elemental magic, which is the basis of life, is very precious. Rebecca proudly puffed out her chest and declared that she, of course, also belongs to the ranks of worthy aristocrats, and Larry skeptically noted that she was being pursued, so there was no point in it now. The girl smiled slyly and suggested that Larry watch. Rebecca pointed to a passage in the wall and said that she knew all the secret passages here. The protagonist looked at his friend in surprise and admitted that here he really saw her from a new side, and she confidently told the hero to just trust her and follow her. Larry looked after her with enthusiasm and exclaimed that she was a genius of secret passages, an aristocrat of Karyaza, a cool magician and a super glutton, which the girl happily confirmed. Suddenly, the foot of the inattentive girl touched a button right in the floor of the passage. The stone floor under the puzzled heroes suddenly disappeared. The heroes fell down into the dungeon at great speed, and Larry shouted that in the end he turned out to be a fool, believing the girl, to which she suggested that he shut up. The unlucky heroes fell into the huge space of the dungeon. Someone's huge wings appeared in the distance. A huge bird's paw grabbed Rebecca by her clothes. Larry desperately reached out and shouted the girl's name. A huge winged creature threw Rebecca right onto the stone floor. Larry puzzledly summoned his axe in his hand. An ominous figure with wings stood on a high pedestal. The bird-headed monster looked menacingly at the protagonist, and said that he came to him himself. The monster ominously turned his head towards the protagonist, calling him a brave little man. Rebecca looked painfully at the antagonist and asked how he knew about the secret passage, to which the monster replied that the girl did not think that he did not know what she knew. The monster grabbed the poor captive by the neck with his hand. The bird-headed monster looked contemptuously at the captured girl and called her ungrateful, adding that if it were up to him, he would rip her throat out right then. Rebecca let out a painful groan from the strong grip. The winged monster threw the exhausted girl onto the stone floor. The jackal-headed monster gave the order to the guards to take her to His Majesty, and 2 guards dragged the resisting girl away. The winged figure stood on a high platform. Larry menacingly watched what was happening from above. Hayes with the bird's head stood in the darkness, and his eyes glowed brightly. The monster with the jackal's head turned to Hayes and reported that everything was ready for the ritual, to which he replied that he knew it very well. The monster with the jackal's head, named Sandler, confidently looked forward and said not to worry about the little man, since he was alone and he could easily deal with him, to which Hayes sharply said no. The winged monster ordered Sandler to just stall for time, stating that he would not be able to kill him, to which the monster asked in surprise what he meant. Hayes stood in the illuminated doorway and declared that he would kill him himself. The creature with the jackal's head resolutely looked forward and thought that he considered himself the strongest and smartest here. Sandler slowly stepped forward. He stood on a high platform and told Larry that he was a stupid man, and added that he did not yet know how strong the protagonist was. Sandler leaned down and called out loudly to the protagonist, demanding that he listen to him. Larry turned irritably to the jackal-headed monster and asked contemptuously what kind of mongrel had shown up, noting that this was the animal kingdom. Sandler stepped forward and with cold determination declared that he would see how long the enemy could show his insolence. The monster loudly ordered the gates to be opened to let in more opponents. The bars of the fence slowly rose up. The paws of the huge animal pounded the stone floor. The huge lion pounced on the calm protagonist. Sandler threw up his hands with undisguised anger and shouted at the monster to tear the protagonist apart. Suddenly, the eyes of the jackal-headed monster widened in surprise. The blood of the huge lion spurted in all directions. Larry stood on the body of the defeated monster in a warlike pose. The protagonist raised his huge axe behind his back and ordered Sandler to summon a new beast, calling it a mongrel. Clark opened his mouth wide. The protagonist was surrounded by huge beasts. The protagonist's mouth fell open as he said that this was it. Larry swung, raising the axe as he exclaimed that hitting indiscriminately was fighting. The snake bared its sharp teeth, hissing. The guy hit it on the head. The brunette looked away. A golem appeared behind him. The stone hand crashed into the floor. A moment later, it was cut up. Stone fragments flew in different directions. The golem extended the severed limb forward, screaming. Someone was moving quickly across the floor. The head of the stone idol was pierced through. The lion jumped towards the protagonist. The protagonist bent his arm in front of him. He struck the lion with the spinning attack skill. The beast landed, leaving marks on the floor. Flames were shooting out of the lion's mouth. The stream of fire was directed towards Larry. The brunette looked ahead from under his brows. There was a bright explosion. The guy's foot rested on the beast's mane. The protagonist found himself on the lion's head. The protagonist smiled madly when he asked the mongrel where she was looking. The beast received a powerful blow to the head. The claw rushed forward. The guy was clamped between its fingers. A scorpion was shown. A dark silhouette was visible through the smoke when the young man asked how it planned to kill him with this. Larry opened his mouth wide when he finished asking. The scorpion looked scared. It pointed its tail towards the enemy. The protagonist suddenly got out of the claw. Part of the body was cut off. The scorpion opened its mouth wide, left without a tail. The protagonist landed, breaking with his feet. There was a snake in front of him. The reptile opened its mouth in front of the guy. The man jumped up. Larry chopped the snake into pieces with a few blows. The brunette put the axe behind his back, and then began chopping it again. Clark watched the carnage, exclaiming with delight. The dog with glasses looked ahead when he said that Mr. Hayes was right, and then wondered how he could move like that. The guy leaned forward when he was convinced of something. The girl was hanging near the wall. She opened her eyes. Rebecca looked carefully to the side. There was a large hall in front of her, when she recognized this place. Something lit up in the darkness when she was asked if she had come to her senses. Damien appeared, who called her by name, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl angrily looked ahead when she thought about the Emperor. In front of her was a large eye that said that his resurrection was inevitable, and that soon the whole world would know about the Cariaz Empire. Rebecca was shown in profile when she asked him not to make her laugh, asking what good it would do if he was resurrected by sacrificing his people. Damien's pupil narrowed when he answered that this world belonged to him, and that those who lived in it belonged to him as well, summing up that he simply took back everything that he had previously given to them. The eye was in front of the girl when he added that with time the pity she felt for them would disappear, and that then she would understand how insignificant it was. Damien's pupil was shown close up when he asked her to be honest with herself, and then asked if she felt empathy for more than just Arisha and her children. Rebecca looked ahead in shock when he concluded that she simply did not care about the others. The girl's reflection was shown in the eye, which said that the only thing she cared about was the well-being of her loved ones, and then asked if he was right. Her bandaged hands were released, and Rebecca fell to the floor. A red crystal was shown. It approached the girl's face. The crystal was shrouded in a pink aura, as Damien explained that these were blades that contained a powerful curse, and that if they hit the heart, death would occur instantly. Rebecca sat in front of the Emperor, who addressed her by name. The silhouette of a winged creature was shown, as he added that the preparations were already complete. Hayes' eyes sparkled, as Damien said that he only needed to start the process. The Emperor's eye was shown up close, as he said that they had no chance of winning. The eye hovered in front of the girl, as he added that it was clear, and that he would give her a chance. Rebecca looked surprised, as she was asked if she wanted to save Arisha and her family. Damien stared at the girl as he told her to kill that guy with that blade. The blade pierced the flesh. The remains of the animals lay behind the protagonist, who assumed that this was the last one. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure when he addressed the mongrel. Larry had a wall in front of him when he called him a coward, wondering where he had gone. The guy took a step forward when he cursed and asked if they were serious about locking him in there. There was a hatch to the side of him. A hand moved the metal cover. A bandaged head appeared. The brunette looked worried when he asked what it was. A mustachioed mummy appeared. They were opposite each other. The shocked brunette leaned towards the hatch, asking him to wait, when the stranger said that he seemed to be in the wrong place. The mustachioed old man looked at the protagonist, who asked what the guy had suddenly crawled out of there. Then the man asked if he didn't realize that he was a mummy. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when he answered that everything was correct and that he really was a mummy. The guy was sitting near the hatch when he was asked if he was the same as them. Then he asked him again. The mummy's face was shown up close when the stranger said that this was a place for isolating uncontrolled monsters and that he did not know who he was, but he should leave this place quickly, because there were a lot of dangerous guys there. Larry pointed to the lion's head when he asked if he meant these. The mummy looked ahead in surprise. He grabbed the protagonist by his clothes. The protagonist began to fall into the hatch when he asked him to wait. Larry landed with a thud. He looked at the hole above him when he wondered what this place was. Someone grabbed his arm, exclaiming that he never thought he would meet him. The brunette sat in front of the mummy of a man, who added that this was the same troublemaker who had raised the whole empire on its ears together with Rebecca. Then the guy asked him again and inquired who he was. The stranger walked away from the protagonist when he answered that he did not have much time, so he would tell on the way, and then asked him to follow him. Then he was asked where he went. The protagonist followed the mummy of a man, who said that it was not too late. Then the guy asked what he was muttering there and asked him to speak louder. The mustachioed stranger turned around when he addressed Larry, informing him that he was not the only one trying to stop the Emperor. The brunette stood in front of him when he exclaimed that Rebecca was also a mummy, and that they were on the same team. Then the man asked him again, saying that she was not a mummy. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when he asked him again. The girl stood with her back to the old man about 4 years ago when she exclaimed that Osiris was now sealed in her right hand. She was 14 years old then, and suddenly started wrapping herself in bandages, and he asked out of interest. Liam watched Rebecca when he wondered why a young girl with whole limbs was wrapping herself in bandages. She opened her mouth wide when she answered that this was the body of a real mummy, and then asked about whether he was unhappy with something. Then it was told that after that she began to call herself a mummy. The mustachioed man stood in front of the protagonist when he wondered why he didn't understand this right away, and how she could be a mummy, and then said that a mummy should be like him. Then the guy answered that he just decided that they all were like that lately. Liam ran in front of Larry when he said that he wasn't the only one resisting the Emperor anyway, and that only Rebecca didn't know about it. Then he was asked why and that it wouldn't be better to unite. The mustachioed man was shown in profile when he explained that she was very emotional and couldn't hide her thoughts. Hayes stood in front of the people when he asked if they understood that the Emperor had risen and that the glorious era was returning. Then it was told that it was a few months ago when he informed all the nobles of Cariaz, including Liam, about the Overlord's plans. The mustachioed man looked in front of him carefully when he told how everyone was shocked to learn about the resurrection with the Bloodstone, and that although humans were an inferior race, they had coexisted with them for hundreds of years. The girl with earrings opened her mouth and exclaimed that this was absurd. An angry Rebecca clenched her fists as she asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about, suggesting that they sacrificed the people who believed in His Majesty the Emperor and lived there. At the top of the stairs stood Hayes, who replied that she was good at swearing, and then asked if there was anyone else ungrateful who thought the same. Liam and the other nobles stared ahead silently. The beaked creature's eyes flashed as he said that it was excellent. The girl fell onto the sand upside down. The protagonist was behind the old man, who thought about how she had been thrown out like a dried squid, and then said that if you go against the Emperor, the consequences are obvious. Liam imagined Damien behind him as he added that because Rebecca had attracted all the attention, those who opposed the Emperor like him could act secretly. The man had his back to the protagonist, who assumed that they had found a way to stop his plans, to which he replied that unfortunately they had not been able to. Liam looked scared as he explained that it was because they had never been told how the Bloodstone was created, and that even if they had tried to investigate on their own, it would have been impossible due to the heavy security measures. They were moving through the sewers when the old man added that this was why they had set up a secret lair in the dungeons of Cariaz, and that they had come to the conclusion that it would be best to simply evacuate as many people as possible, and that they were currently looking for a suitable place to do so. The mummy's leg ended up in the water. They stopped in front of a rift when Liam informed them that they had recently discovered it. Larry looked ahead carefully, as he assumed that it was some kind of cave. The boy stopped in the passage, following the mummy when it called him to follow. Fire appeared in his palm. The protagonist's surprised face was illuminated. On the wall in front of them were ancient frescoes. The protagonist was shown in profile when he spoke of the Emperor, realizing that it was the same thing Rebecca had described. A flame was blazing in front of the mummy of a man when he agreed with it, saying that at first he thought that someone had simply drawn the Emperor's biography there, and then asked the boy to look at it. In front of the brunette was a huge drawing. A symbol of an eye was shown when the old man explained that the Emperor was depicted in the center, and that 3 paths led from him. Larry squinted, looking ahead as he thought about his words and the fact that he seemed to have seen him somewhere before. A circle was engraved on the wall, representing thirst. A human silhouette with a tail was shown, representing flesh. There were dark cracks on the wall, representing faith. The mustachioed man bent his hand with fire in front of him when he said that not only the physical body of the Emperor was destroyed, and that he was completely split into these 3 parts. The protagonist's face began to sweat as he said that all he had left was thirst, which was why he was exterminating his people. Liam touched the wall with his hand as he added that, in addition, the place where the faith and beliefs were depicted was destroyed, and that there was no way to know what the drawing originally looked like. The mummy's pupils narrowed greatly as the man said that perhaps this faith was not completely broken yet. The protagonist's legs were shown. Larry was in front of Liam when he asked why it was so sudden, suggesting that it was an earthquake. The mustachioed man's eyes widened as he replied that it did not look like an earthquake. Hayes stood with his arms outstretched. He looked menacingly ahead as the old man realized that this was the beginning of the plan. Sand began to fall from the ceiling. Liam was standing next to the protagonist when he exclaimed that the ritual was beginning and that people needed to be evacuated as soon as possible, and then advised the guy to quickly run to the exit, when the guy refused and asked him to wait. The angry protagonist opened his mouth wide when he asked if he was right about the problem being solved by simply killing the Emperor, reminding him that it was he who had started all this. The mummy's eyes turned black. The old man turned his back when he replied that it was impossible, and that he was only speaking so arrogantly because he had never met the Emperor. The mustachioed Liam was shown in profile when he added that even if Damien was weak, the Emperor was still the Emperor, and that he was not someone who could be killed by just any man. Smiling, Larry pointed to himself when he replied that the Emperor had never met him, exclaiming that he was strong too. The bandaged old man looked away in disbelief. His mustache was shown up close. The guy stood straight when the man told him to go to the tomb in that case, and then he asked him again. A dark room was shown as Liam explained that it was a huge dungeon where nobles were buried and that it was currently cordoned off and guarded by sand soldiers and that they were probably preparing for the resurrection. The moon was shining above the pyramid as the old man explained that there were only 2 entrances to it, and that one of them was a passage at the top of the pyramid that led down to the tomb. There was a symbol engraved on the wall as he said that the other was a huge door underground. Liam stared ahead as he said that of course, wherever they went, there would be soldiers waiting for them and that the boy shouldn't even think that he could fight the Emperor one-on-one. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he replied that he had guessed as much. The old man stood in front of the brunette as he said that he would draw him a diagram and that this way he would quickly find the place. Then the boy realized how he was drawing. Liam handed the protagonist a bandage, asking him to take it, then he thanked him. Larry waved after the mummy, when he summed up that now there really was no time left, and that he wished him luck in the fight, then he replied that he should not get sick either. The protagonist looked away with concentration. He looked at a large fresco. An erased drawing was shown, which meant faith. The protagonist squinted, looking in front of him. 3 silhouettes were depicted on the wall, then the guy suspected something. Larry ran away from the wall when he exclaimed that he did not want to know, and that first they needed to solve a more important problem. The moon was shining over the settlement. Frightened people looked at each other, discussing what had just happened, and assuming that an earthquake. A crack appeared on the ground. A huge stele came out of the ground. The townspeople were on different sides of the obelisk. Someone was watching them from around the corner. Liam touched the wall, looking ahead. When he wondered what it was, then someone spoke to him. A male panther appeared next to him, asking if it was more serious than they thought. Then the old man asked what he was talking about. Naos looked away carefully, when he answered that he did not know what his plan was. But not only there, but all over the city at certain intervals, these obelisks appeared. Between the houses, a stele appeared. A tall obelisk stuck out of the water. Another stele appeared in a 2-story house. Liam frowned, looking ahead. The brunette reached out his hand to the obelisk, when he wondered why these things suddenly grew there. A bandage suddenly flew forward. A man was tied up in it and screamed loudly. An old man appeared in the middle of the street, telling all the people to move away from the pole. Naos stood next to him when he was asked to start evacuating people from the little children, to which he replied that he knew. The mustachioed man looked forward from under his brows when he thought about Larry. The protagonist stood with his back turned when the old man thought that maybe he was their only hope. The guy's foot hit the floor. The protagonist looked forward with a wide smile when he said that it looked like he was in the right place. There was an army in front of him when he exclaimed that there was an incredible crowd. The warriors held their weapons in front of them when they told him to stop, saying that he would not pass. Larry delivered a precise blow to the guard. The warrior's body fell in front of the brunette. The protagonist, smiling, looked forward when he said that the first one is ready. The armored guard swung his spear. A weapon appeared in the protagonist's hand. Larry extended his arms to the sides, attacking the warriors. The brunette swung his huge axe. He wounded the guard in the leg. The warrior's face was shown close up. The guy instantly decapitated him. More guards appeared behind the protagonist. The protagonist turned his head to the side, grinning. He threw the weapon at the warrior's head. Larry bent his arm in front of him, covering his face. He attacked the guards surrounding him with one swing. The protagonist held the axe above his head when he wished death to his enemies. Suddenly, the symbol on the door lit up. The protagonist looked forward with interest. An obelisk appeared in front of him, then he asked what it was. Larry crouched, putting his leg forward. The guy looked ahead in amazement. There was smoke everywhere near the warriors. Rebecca stood straight, looking ahead. The people looked ahead in fear. Liam put his hand out to the side when he asked them to hurry up and go underground before it was too late. In front of him was someone in a white cloak. Clark was wearing a hood when the old man recognized him. The bespectacled dog glared ahead as he said it was humiliating to be mixed up with these little humans. Suddenly he was tied up. Liam stood in front of him, saying he knew it. Then Clark asked him what he was doing and if he knew who he was. The mustachioed man's face was shown up close as he replied of course he did, and that he was a technology advisor. The dog gritted his teeth as the old man added that he had many questions for him. The moon was shining over the building as someone shouted that they were traitors. The tied-up beast sat in front of them as he asked how they dared to disobey His Majesty's orders and help the humans, and how they thought they would be spared after that. Then Liam reminded him that this was the one who had mingled with the crowd of people trying to escape. Clark opened his mouth slightly, looking ahead as he exclaimed that he did everything he had to and that he created the bloodstone capacitor that His Majesty needed so much. The old man stood in front of him, bandaged, as he wondered why someone so brilliant was running then. A surprised Liam was shown in profile as the advisor replied that it was because of that crazy guy. Clark introduced the protagonist as he added that the one Rebecca brought in had killed Mavis and then all of their monsters. The old man remembered the smiling protagonist. He was in front of the dog advisor, who exclaimed that of course he still believed in his majesty, and that he just decided to hide from that guy just in case, because someone had to serve the emperor if something bad happened. Clark sat in front of Liam, who asked if he thought Larry was dangerous too, then Liam asked if he knew him. The mustachioed man pointed to himself as he replied that of course, and that he had lured him over to their side as well. The bespectacled advisor looked forward in shock as he asked him again. A sharp claw touched his neck. Naos approached Clark, who asked what it meant. Liam glanced at the dog as he addressed him and said that he would not drag it out, then asked about the obelisks that had appeared in the city, guessing that they were somehow connected to the bloodstone condenser, then told him to tell him everything. The bespectacled advisor was shown in profile as he warned that if he did not tell, they would tie him to one of the obelisks. Clark's mouth was slightly open. In front of him was a bandaged old man as the dog reported that once crystallized, the bloodstone could not merge with anything else. Liam looked forward in fear as he added that after dozens and hundreds of experiments on people, the result remained unchanged. A dark silhouette illuminated the wall as the advisor explained that while searching for a solution, he had found a mural in the underground ruins and that it was something they did not know and that it had some interesting information written on it. Human silhouettes were shown on the wall as Clark explained that there was a way to merge multiple lives into one bloodstone. An obelisk was shown as the dog explained that the device that would make this possible was a bloodstone capacitor. The advisor looked ahead with his mouth slightly open as he explained that the obelisks were the basis of the capacitor. He presented a diagram of the underground pathways as he added that they were created by Hayes' power and that they absorbed human life forces and collected them in an underground capacitor. Clark was tied up in front of a mummy as the man asked if they were really experimenting on humans, to which he replied that it did not matter. The beat creature leaned forward as the advisor said that now that the ritual had begun, the resurrection could not be stopped. Hayes stood with his paws spread wide as the dog added that no matter how hard they evacuated the people, they would only save 100. Red crystals were shown as Clark said that the people they did not manage to save, and there would be tens of thousands of them, would die. Rebecca stood behind the warriors. The protagonist's mouth fell open, looking ahead as he asked what she was doing there. The girl parted her lips, answering that this matter had nothing to do with him, an outsider, from the very beginning. She glared menacingly ahead as she advised him to go back if he valued his life. The protagonist jumped up. He found himself in front of Rebecca and swung at her. Larry punched her in the face, exclaiming that this was nonsense. The girl was lying in front of him when the brunette asked if he should really go back now, even though he had spent so much effort because of someone. Rebecca gritted her teeth in anger when she said that if she said to leave, then that was what she should do. A pole appeared in front of the guy. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. The girl's eyes lit up brightly. She stood in front of the protagonist, who said that it seemed like someone had been brainwashed, and that this was a fairly obvious development of events. Then she objected, saying that there was no brainwashing, after which he interrupted her, assuring her that he would save her right away. Larry looked ahead with a crazy smile when he explained that shock therapy was an excellent cure for brainwashing. Sweat appeared on Rebecca's face. They stood opposite each other. The young man's foot rested on the ground. He rushed towards his girlfriend. She, gritting her teeth, dodged the blow. Her face was grabbed. The protagonist put his hand forward when he said that it hurt. The protagonist hit Rebecca in the forehead with his finger. She fell, clutching her head and screaming. There was an army behind her when she asked why they were standing rooted to the spot, and then asked for help, to which they agreed. The guards surrounded Larry. The spear rushed forward. The guy squeezed it with his hand. He broke the weapon, bending the limb. The protagonist raised his hand with the spear up. The guards were hit in the face. Other warriors ran towards the protagonist. Larry deftly dodged all their attacks. He pierced the head of one of the guards. The girl looked ahead, mesmerized. There were bodies of warriors lying on the ground. The guy stood with his back to Rebecca. The protagonist suddenly turned around. He took a step forward. The protagonist stopped in front of his friend. Larry clenched his fist. A wall with a symbol was shown. Massive doors opened slightly. A female silhouette appeared. In front of the girl was a spacious hall. Rebecca looked forward resolutely. Hayes was between the crystals. His eyes lit up. The girl approached the ruler, who said that it seemed like it was all over. A huge eye was shown, which asked her if she had killed that guy. Rebecca bent her arm, standing straight. The young man's armor sparkled. The protagonist's body appeared next to her. It was reflected in the eye of the emperor, who exclaimed that it was the keystone, adding that she had really done it. The short-haired girl was shown in profile, when she asked if that was all, and then told him to leave Ari Shah and her children alive then. The ruler's eye was shown, who replied that he had placed them in an isolation ward in advance, and that she should also stay with them until the end of the ritual. Rebecca looked ahead carefully, talking about the isolation ward. She glanced at the protagonist. Damien was watching them from above. The lower part of the eye was shown. The eye was staring at Larry. The Emperor's eye was shown in profile as he said that it was very strange, and then wondered how it got there. A crystal was sticking out of the guy's chest as Damien said that if he was strong enough to kill Mavis, then he could be an assassin sent to kill him. The eye turned away as he added that the attempt ended in failure. The guy's hand reached for the stone as the Emperor said that if he regained his strength, then no one would be able to stand against him anymore. Someone stepped forward unnoticed. The protagonist swung at the eye as the Emperor began to talk about what needed to be done as soon as possible. The pupil of the eye narrowed greatly. The protagonist stuck the crystal into it as he asked what failure he was talking about, and he asked him again. The ruler's eye was bleeding as he said that the keystone definitely cast a spell of instant death on him. 2 hearts were shown in Larry's body, who replied that he needed to personally check whether he was dead or not. The girl ran down the hallway. She bent her arm in front of her mouth slightly open. The door with the symbol was shown when she was asked why. The guard's head was broken. Rebecca stood opposite the guy, who asked why she was acting even more stupid than before. She looked away guiltily, starting to answer. They stood further apart when the protagonist asked about Arisha. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure when he asked if she really didn't care about the other tens of thousands of people, exclaiming that it turns out she didn't want to save people, but was just worried about Arisha and her family, who were close to her. They looked into each other's eyes when the girl asked about her fault and who would have acted differently. Then Larry replied that he didn't care about the others, but she shouldn't be like that. Rebecca looked very angry when she asked what she was saying, that she was a Karyaz aristocrat, a high-ranking mage, and what was the point of that, since such things were useless. The brunette gritted his teeth and remained silent. The protagonist frowned deeply when he asked about whether she really knew anything. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when she asked what he was talking about, so he asked her to forget about it. Larry looked ahead with glowing eyes when he clarified that, so, the Emperor said that if she killed him, he would leave Arisha alive. The girl looked at him in surprise when she asked what he was thinking, so he asked her to shut up and do what he told her. The protagonist looked ahead with determination, clenching his fists, when he told her to take Arisha and her children and leave, and he would kill the Emperor. Rebecca gritted her teeth, crying. She continued running down the hallway. Behind the crystal, the ruler's eye was visible. The protagonist stuck the stone in it when he laughed, telling it to spin, then the Emperor asked to remove it. A clawed paw rested on the floor. Larry looked ahead worriedly. The silhouette of a winged creature appeared in front of him. Hayes struck the guy. They crashed into the wall with a crash. The beat creature held the brunette by the throat. Bloody crystals lay on the ground. Damien stared ahead when he said that it was a good try, but how pathetic it all ended, and that after all the curse of the keystone is one time. The protagonist gritted his teeth, angry when he added that this man makes him hurry. The eye turned towards the red crystal. A symbol lit up on the floor in front of him. The eye touched the glowing sign. Damien passed through the floor. The Emperor's eye half disappeared, passing through it. The protagonist looked towards the crystal when he asked what it was and if it had gone underground. Larry's throat was squeezed hard. Hayes threw him aside. The winged creature landed with its paws spread wide. The guy was sitting in front of it when it said that it was over, then the brunette asked him again and asked what he was talking about. The crystals were opposite each other when Hayes explained that the device had received enough power and that there was no turning back now. The mummy's bandages flew in different directions. Liam turned around, looking back. There was an obelisk in front of him when the old man exclaimed that the resurrection ritual was beginning. Rebecca suddenly backed away. Standing in front of the doors, she said that this was the isolation ward. Her face was serious. She was suddenly taken aback. Looking around the isolation ward, she asked if there was anyone there. The dumbfounded girl said that this could not be. She was hit from behind. Rebecca lost consciousness. A red aura hovered around the pillar. The surprised man said that it looked different. Green light began to emanate from the stone. Energy began to spread. The guy was horrified by what he saw. Mana passed through his body. The dumbfounded guy loudly asked what it was. Their bodies began to change. People began to run away from there. Streams of energy pierced their bodies. The pillar began to suck out people's life force. Screams were heard in the city. Green streams of energy were visible in the crystal. Liquid began to drip from it. Green liquid fell from the crystal onto the stone. The stone was covered in liquid. Larry watched this. He was surprised by what he saw. Hayes stood behind him and said that this was the source of life given to people and the source of power that they should return to His Majesty. He said with a serious look that soon His Majesty would regain his magnificent appearance. Grinning, the protagonist asked if he would become a bigger eye. He suddenly rushed into battle. Looking at the crystals, the protagonist clarified that if he destroyed this thing earlier. Flapping his wings, Hayes flew towards him. Larry's face was pleased. He dodged Hayes' attack. The bird's eyes were shining brightly. He struck the protagonist. An axe appeared in the protagonist's hand. The monster covered itself with its wings from the blow. The guy jumped back. He landed on the ground. Larry seriously thought that it was too early to use the berserker. His eyes began to glow. The protagonist rushed forward. He swung his weapon. A powerful blow was heard. Hayes was shocked. They collided with each other. Larry struck him in the body. In his hand was a huge axe. Hayes' fist was enveloped in a pink aura. He swung it. The protagonist flew to the side from the powerful blow. Spitting blood, the protagonist called him a ghoul. An axe appeared in his hand. He threw it. The dumbfounded monster screamed that this was an obvious attack. The axe flew past him. Turning around, the demon was surprised. The protagonist gritted his teeth. A powerful energy explosion was heard. The protagonist landed on the ground. He noted with satisfaction that he should have gotten hit, but dodged. A cloud of dust rose in front of him. His gaze fell on the fact that the crystal was intact. Larry was shocked. Stepping back, the protagonist asked if this creepy guy was hiding something like this. Hayes frowned. He rushed at the protagonist and screamed for him to stop. They continued their vigorous battle. The enraged protagonist lay on the ground. He thought with a crazy look that the demon rushed at him without any protection. Apparently he was confused. Rising to his feet, Larry noted that it was for the better. The monster noticed a blow flying at him. The protagonist ran into him. He swung his axe. The protagonist struck the body again. Stunned, Hayes thought that he was too inattentive. The resurrection of His Majesty was not over yet. Watching the guy, he came to the conclusion that this could not continue. He punched Larry. Their eyes met. The monster was preparing to dash. The protagonist backed away. Swinging his fist, the demon came to the conclusion that he had to throw this guy out of there. Hayes threw the protagonist into the air. He rushed after him. The demon was flying at him. The monster grabbed the protagonist's leg with its paw. They began to fly away from there. Stunned, Larry asked if he wanted to let him go. Hayes flapped his wings, gaining speed. They flew out of the battlefield. The protagonist began to fall to the ground. He asked with a frightened look if Hayes had completely lost his mind and what he was doing. They were fighting. Watching him, the monster cried out that the resurrection of His Majesty was above all. With someone like him, you can deal with him at any time. Falling into the settlement, the protagonist began to scream. There was a blow. Holding his head, Larry said that it hurt. The protagonist paid attention to the voice of the girl who addressed him. Looking at Arisha, he clarified what she was doing there. Examining the building, the girl said that this was their home. Raising his head, the protagonist noticed how he punched a hole in the roof. The puzzled guy said that he just thought that he was with Rebecca. But he met them there, to which he received the answer that after they left with her, Rebecca did not return. The dumbfounded protagonist asked again. Frowning, he imagined the girl and wondered where she was now. Green light was shining through the window. Larry turned his head. Running away from there, he screamed for them to quickly hide somewhere. His gaze fell on the streams of green mana. He clenched the axe in his hand. Standing in a fighting stance, the protagonist wondered what kind of creepy tentacles these were, and whether they were related to the resurrection ritual. With a serious look, he came to the conclusion that this green light was the same as the corrupted force. The tentacles were moving towards him. Jumping back, Larry dodged the blow. Streams of energy were hovering around the bread. The loaf began to disappear. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. With a dumbfounded look, he asked if this was really the Tree of the Beginning. A fresco appeared in his imagination, and he noted that the Tree of the Beginning, created by ancient elves with the help of forbidden magic. With its long and huge roots, it can absorb the energy of the earth and create the seeds of the world tree. But it only exists in fairy tales. Puzzled, Larry emphasized the fact that he had never heard or seen this tree exist in reality, even in a past life. Looking at the tentacles, the protagonist thought that even if its existence was true, he did not know why the roots were outside. He imagined a crystal and frowned. Larry imagined the roots growing upwards and came to the conclusion that the tree was planted upside down. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if they changed its structure to condense bloodstones from living beings using corrupted power. Imagining the crystals dripping green liquid, the protagonist noted that in that case, what he saw. He was terrified. Larry began to run. He moved towards the hole in the wall. He jumped out. The protagonist was standing on the street. Red mana was hovering around him. The protagonist looked at the pillar from which the roots were growing. Larry suddenly frowned. His eyes began to glow. Hayes was flapping his wings. He was walking towards His Majesty. He suddenly knelt down. His face was surprised. A crystal grew out of the demon's chest. Lowering his head, the guy said that it was over. Looking at the crystal, he added that now no one could stop His Majesty's resurrection. Hayes grabbed the wound on his stomach. Lowering his head, he asked if he really didn't have enough strength. He fell to the ground. The monster began to breathe. His eyes were shining brightly. The roots stopped spreading. A glow was coming from the pillar. Arisha was hiding behind the ruins. She was surprised to report that everything was gone. Larry touched her shoulder. The girl turned her attention to him. The upset protagonist asked him not to let the children watch this and go outside under any circumstances. It also concerns them. Looking at his trembling hand, the protagonist noted that it was his fault, all because he failed. He covered his face with his hand. A picture of himself lying wounded on the ground appeared in his imagination, and he thought that this feeling of powerlessness was the same as then. Larry clenched his teeth in powerlessness. Arisha hugged him. The protagonist was surprised by this. Lowering his head, he turned to her. The girl burst into tears and thanked him for helping. If it were not for him, they would have already. Larry was suddenly taken aback. He waved his hand. Hugging Arisha in response, the protagonist wondered what this stupid game wants from him. He closed his eyes. His face suddenly became serious. The protagonist began to leave from there. He ran through the city. Larry said with an angry look that it was not over yet. If it spread further, he would stop it at all costs. The main character was moving towards the pyramid. The monster put his feet on the ground. He was moving his fingers. Opening his mouth, the demon began to breathe deeply. He tried to get up. The ground began to collapse. The demon began to fall. A hole formed in the ground. Water was flowing through the dungeon. The guys were hiding there. Liam was watching them. He thought with a puzzled look that although he tried his best to save as many people as possible, there were only about 600 people there. Liam turned around at the loud sound. He was looking at the dark tunnel. The monster's eyes began to glow in the darkness. The demon appeared in front of the people. Turning around, the man screamed that they needed to run. The monster crushed him with one blow. The people ran away. The enraged demon screamed that they were ungrateful scum who dared to disobey Harvey and hide there like rats. Screams were coming from the well. People were climbing out of it. Surprised, Larry noticed this. They were running past him. The ground beneath him began to tremble. The protagonist staggered from this. It began to collapse. The demon emerged from the ground in front of him. He opened his mouth wide and screamed that this was the end. He would destroy everything and open a new era. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that he wanted a new era, noting that this was a monster with brains. A helmet appeared on his head. Streams of red energy emanated from it. Standing in front of the demon, Larry screamed that the only thing he could open was his ugly head. The demon swung his arms. He hit the ground. The monster rushed at the protagonist. Swinging his fists, the demon was preparing to make crushing blows. The protagonist dodged the attack. His eyes glowed brightly. He clutched the weapon in his hand. Larry was hanging on the wall. He jumped at the monster. The protagonist swung his axe. The demon covered himself with his hands from the attack. Trying to cut the armor, sparks began to come from the axe. The protagonist jumped back. He met the demon's gaze. Larry held the axe in front of the monster's fist. Harvey swung his other hand. He grabbed the protagonist. He threw the guy into the ground. The protagonist flew to the side. Having thrust the axe into the ground, Larry stopped. His face was serious. The demon was flying at him. The protagonist dodged the blow. The monster stretched out its hand. A stream of energy flew past the guy's head. Larry destroyed the ground under the demon's feet. Opening his mouth, the demon began to roar loudly. He swung his fist. They dealt each other many blows. Watching the enemy, the protagonist reasoned that he needed to act faster. The monster was moving towards him. The protagonist was watching its every move. Larry, taken aback, emphasized that he had caught it. He suddenly stopped. His eyes were glowing. The guy cut off the monster's hand. The dumbfounded Harvey began to scream in pain. Larry smiled and said that he enjoyed watching such things. He was suddenly surprised. The enraged monster asked him how dare he. His eyes began to glow pink. The protagonist suddenly stepped back. Harvey released a laser from his eyes. The magical blow hit the building. There was a powerful explosion. Surprised, Larry cried out that he also had a laser from his eyes. The demon did this alone. The monster rushed at him, crushing the ground beneath him. The protagonist watched the enemy flying at him, screaming that he wanted him dead. Harvey made a crushing attack. Clouds of dust rose around him. Larry found himself above the enemy. Rushing past the demon, the protagonist made a powerful series of attacks. Harvey began to cough up blood. Blood was running down his body. Both of his arms were cut off. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if he was still standing after that, and if he was invincible. Trying to catch his breath, the monster replied that he admitted that he underestimated the protagonist. Magicians like him, who came there from the outside, were extremely weak. The surprised protagonist asked again about the magicians. He watched the demon, who said that these impudent people thought they could manipulate him, and he wanted to kill them as soon as they fulfilled their part of the deal. But they quickly understood everything and ran away. Watching Larry, he clarified what the purpose of his arrival was. The protagonist, with a mad look, asked why you need a goal when fighting monsters. Harvey sighed. His eyes began to glow again, after which the demon said that in this case, from now on, he will fight at full strength. He released lasers from his eyes. The guy was surprised. The demon ran away from the battlefield, and Larry asked where he was going. He was suddenly taken aback. In his imagination, Rebecca appeared, lying with a bouquet in her hands. The monster ran away from there at great speed. The protagonist with glowing eyes wondered if this was Rebecca. He began to catch up with the demon, shouting that he would not leave it like this. The protagonist jumped up. He was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the horde of monsters. He watched them closely. Standing on the battlefield, Larry said that he would just ignore it. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the people, the protagonist clarified if they had managed to escape. The protagonist clenched his teeth. The enraged guy cried out that he would hit with all his might. Sand fell into the cave. It hit the girl's hand. Rebecca woke up. The girl sat up, looking at the falling sand. The sun's rays fell on her. She began to examine the cave. Hayes entered there. His eyes were glowing. He stood in front of Rebecca. A voice was heard from the pyramid, which asked if they had picked up anything interesting. Waving her tail, Mavis asked if she even knew who she was. She asked with a satisfied look if she could take it, noting that she would use it as a toy. Rebecca walked around the pyramid, looking at the beast men. She moved towards the darkness. The girl came out into the city. She looked at the passers-by. Children were playing football. Rebecca watched them closely. Her stomach began to rumble. She glanced at the counter with apples. The girl took one of the apples. Rebecca watched her closely. There was a smile on Arisha's face. She began to walk away from there. The girl followed her. The evening sky surrounded the settlement. Looking around, Rebecca noticed laughing people. She entered the room. The cloth covering the entrance was fluttering. There was a piece of bread on the floor. Arisha took her by the ears and asked with a surprised look where she was from and where her parents were, to which she received the answer that Rebecca did not know. The puzzled girl clarified her name. Continuing to eat the bread, Rebecca said that she did not have a name. Arisha's face was upset. She hugged the girl. Rebecca was taken aback by this. Looking down, the girl asked if she wanted to stay with her aunt since she had nowhere to go. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She was sitting on Arisha's lap and answered that she agreed with her. Rebecca opened her eyes. She began to talk about Arisha with a tearful expression. A demon stood above her. The protagonist ran through the streets of the city. Looking around, he loudly asked where Rebecca was and asked to answer her. He was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the huge gate. Larry entered it. The moonlight fell on him. The protagonist was serious. The monster's body was bloody. A crystal was sticking out of its chest. The demon's eyes began to glow. It swallowed the girl. Her hand was sticking out of its mouth. The monster clenched its teeth. Larry stood in front of him. The monster's face was covered in blisters. It was breathing loudly. Raising its head, the demon began to growl. The terrain around him began to collapse. A powerful aura enveloped Harvey. A beam of energy rose from the pyramid. An explosion destroyed it. The inhabitants of the settlement watched what was happening. A cloud of dust rose from a hole in the pyramid. A bright sign appeared in the sky. Stunned, Clark said that this was the full resurrection of His Majesty. Arisha looked up. She called Rebecca with a frightened look. Larry stood in front of the monster. He was furious. Harvey began to walk towards him. The protagonist took a fighting stance. His gaze fell on the changed monster. From under the demon's helmet, glowing eyes were visible. A bright aura surrounded him. Holding an axe in his hands, the protagonist said that he was crazy. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. The monster appeared in front of him with lightning speed. It hit the guy in the body. Larry's ribs were broken. He flew away from there. The protagonist moved towards the city. It destroyed buildings. Clouds of smoke rose. The protagonist lay on the ruined ground. He was in shock. Larry looked up when he heard a voice that said that they were disappointed in him. He was looking at the projection, from which the man stated that his false boasting was gone and the protagonist acted like he knew everything in the world. The voice from the screen said that he restored the ability to log out of the system. Now Larry can log out. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that as he thought, he was being tested. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist listened that the details would be given later. He needed to log out right now. Larry looked at Harvey. While he was told that he had no chance of winning, since he completed his resurrection. Sitting in the lotus position, the protagonist cried out that he did not understand why this was so, since he was still in perfect health. A voice came from the screen that said that this is not the road. He already knows. They cannot tell him the details, but death in this location is fatal. Larry frowned at what he heard. The man examined him and added that now he is one big wounded body. The outstanding berserker is no more. Only the consequences remain. The protagonist looked at the projection and heard that he needs to surrender, because the probability of defeating Harvey tends to 0. Larry gritted his teeth. Rising to his feet, the protagonist asked what they want from him now. He was furious. A weapon appeared in the guy's hand. The protagonist walked up to the screen. He cut it in half. A voice came from the destroyed projection, but the words were no longer understandable. Standing among the ruins, Larry declared that he now determines his place. His face was serious. He looked at Harvey, standing on top of the pyramid. The monster grinned. The protagonist began to go into battle. He held an axe in his hands. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's body. The energy began to intensify. Larry rushed into battle. Sitting in front of the screens, the girl said that the protagonist had completely lost his mind. Examining the protagonist, she clarified whether this was a berserker. The guy jumped up from the ground. He appeared above Harvey. His eyes began to glow brightly when he used the berserk ability. Bright mana sparkled in the sky. The protagonist rushed at the monster, swinging his axe. He made a powerful blow. Stretching out his hand, Harvey said that Larry had become weaker and asked if he was tired yet. The enraged protagonist screamed for the ugly little eye to shut up. Looking at him, the monster replied that it was uncultured. His axe cracked. Those watching the fight were shocked by what they saw. Rebecca was suspended from a burning cross. The demon clenched his hand into a fist. Larry was stunned to see that his weapon was broken. With a deft blow of his hand, the ancient emperor destroyed Larry's weapon. Then, with great force, he pushed off the ground with his foot. A moment later, Theodore rushed forward. At the same moment, the Scorpion Lord struck the boy with his knee. The protagonist coughed up blood from the damage he received. A moment later, he took out his throwing axe from his inventory. Seeing this, the ancient emperor was very stunned. Suddenly, Larry struck the enemy's leg with 2 throwing axes. Feeling this, Theodore swung his fist to counterattack. Noticing this, the boy dodged the punch right away. At the same moment, the Scorpion Lord abruptly turned back. Immediately after that, he rushed forward with great speed. At that very moment, an Egyptian cross appeared right on the ground. A moment later, everything around began to collapse. Suddenly, a stone wall appeared right behind the protagonist. Larry was very dumbfounded when he noticed it. Then, an ancient emperor appeared right in front of him, about to strike. A moment later, his fist hit the boy's face with great force. After receiving damage, the protagonist would break through the stone wall and fly further and further. He continued to fly forward, doing nothing. After receiving damage, Larry almost passed out. Suddenly, he came to his senses and became very angry. Immediately after that, the boy would land right on the ground a little behind. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, looking straight ahead. Watching Theodore through the huge hole in the wall, Larry reasoned that if he attacked half-heartedly, he would definitely not be able to win. At that moment, the Lord of Scorpions destroyed the wall he had created, and the boy thought that the berserk effect, which he had enough strength for, would last no more than 5 minutes. Tightly squeezing the handle of his throwing axe in his hand, the protagonist was going to squeeze out all his strength. A moment later, Larry pushed off the ground with his foot with great force. At the same moment, the boy rushed forward with great speed. Noticing this, his opponent grinned maliciously. Suddenly, the protagonist was already very close to the ancient emperor. With a deft blow of his fist, Theodore destroyed his opponent. Looking straight ahead in surprise after this, the Lord of the Scorpions wondered if this was really a vision. Then, copies of Larry began to run straight at him from all sides. Noticing this, the ancient emperor sharply waved his hand upward. Immediately after that, stone pillars appeared right out of the ground. They rushed at great speed straight towards the boy's clones and destroyed them. Theodore used his power, destroying all the clones with the help of stone pillars. At the same moment, the real protagonist took a confident step forward. He was approaching his opponent straight from behind. The Lord of the Scorpions felt something and sharply turned around. As soon as he looked straight ahead, Larry sharply rushed past him. Releasing his dark red energy outward, the boy appeared right behind his opponent in an instant. At the same time, he tightly gripped the handle of his axe. A moment later, the protagonist struck straight at Theodore, making a double cut. Then Larry suddenly jumped off the ground. He struck a huge number of blows straight at the Lord of Scorpions, who could only defend himself. The ancient emperor stood in a fighting stance and took all the attacks of the enemy. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with a red light. At the same time, dark energy burst out from the pyramid. At this time, Arisha was watching everything happening, standing in the middle of the destroyed city. She sadly looked straight ahead, while the flames raged around her. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the battlefield again, where Larry deftly jumped off the ground. The boy struck his huge battle axe straight at the enemy, appearing behind his back. Looking back menacingly, the protagonist thought that this was great, there was still a little bit left. Then he landed right on the ground, preparing to take the next action. A moment later, the system announced that the skill had 9 seconds left. Realizing that he only had 8 seconds left, Larry immediately rushed towards the enemy. Noticing this, the ancient emperor turned back sharply. While the system announced that he had 7 seconds left, the boy was approaching Theodore at a tremendous speed. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something right in front of him. At that moment, a fist hit him right in the face, and the system announced 6 seconds left. After receiving damage, Larry flew up, while he only had 5 seconds left. The system announced 4 seconds of the skill, while the boy fell right on the ground. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the protagonist was very angry, seeing that he had 3 seconds left. Raising his bloody hand, Larry saw the notifications from the system about the remaining 2 seconds and understood that he should get up, because he can continue to fight. He looked straight ahead, completely exhausted when 1 second remained. A moment later, the skill stopped working, and the boy looked dumbfounded straight ahead, talking about the berserker. At this time, someone was watching him through the screens and saying that the effect had ended. The girl with a smile on her face noted that this is exactly the price of excessive use of the skill. A moment later, an Egyptian cross appeared right on the ground under the protagonist. It was the brainchild of Theodore's magic, which he held out his hand straight ahead and said goodbye to Larry. Immediately after that, a huge stone pillar appeared in that place. The aristocrats watched all this from their settlement, shrouded in flames. Naos looked dumbfounded straight ahead, wondering what happened. At this time, Arisha stood right in the middle of the village and did not understand what was happening. She directed her surprised gaze straight ahead. At that moment, the woman with white hair noticed someone falling from the sky in front of her. Looking closely, Arisha realized that it was Larry with a hole right in his torso. A moment later, the boy fell to the ground right next to her. Noticing this, the woman with white hair turned around sharply. Slowly approaching him, she could not believe what she saw. At that very moment, Arisha was very surprised. Right in front of her was a wounded boy. The protagonist, lowering his head down, noted that things were worse than ever, and did not understand how many times this was happening. Then the woman with white hair ran up to him, asking what had happened to his body, and he, noticing her, asked where the children were. Imagining a horseman in her head, she answered that the aristocrats were looking after them in a safe place. Sitting right on the ruined ground, the protagonist stated that she should be with them, and did not understand why she came there. Suddenly, Arisha stated that she really wanted to meet Rebecca, and Larry, who heard this, suddenly froze in place. Holding her hands to her chest, the woman with white hair explained that she heard what was happening there now. Still in the middle of the ruins of the city engulfed in flames, she did not know how Rebecca got involved in this, but he was clearly helping her. Holding her hand in worry, Arisha concluded that this is why she also thoughtlessly jumped out to help. While everything around her continued to be consumed by the mad fire, the woman with white hair was added new, and she could do nothing except helplessly watch. Suddenly starting to cry, she stated that all she could do for Rebecca was just watch from the sidelines. Hearing all this, the boy looked straight ahead in surprise. A moment later, he seemed to plunge into the darkness of his own consciousness, thinking that something was clearly wrong here. Realizing that this was no longer the game's sphere, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead. At that very moment, someone was flying straight towards him. It was the ancient emperor, who suddenly landed right behind Arisha. At that very moment, the woman with white hair looked back in fear. At that time, Theodore, with a sly grin on his face, said that so that's where it was, and had already searched for this person. Being in the middle of the raging flames, the Lord of Scorpions noted that he was really tenacious and managed to stay alive in such a state. Suddenly, the ancient emperor saw something amazing right in front of him. At that very moment, Arisha ran up to the wounded Larry and hugged him. She pulled the boy along with her, while he asked what she was doing and asked her to run away quickly. In response, the white-haired woman, with tears in her eyes, declared that she no longer wanted to just watch. Holding his hand straight out in front of him, watching everything that was happening, Theodore concluded that this was all making Ash cry, and so be it, he would finish him off quickly. Immediately after that, the Scorpion Lord moved his leg to the side. Swinging his fist to strike, he wished for his opponent to disappear. At that moment, Arisha screamed sharply, closing her eyes. Then the protagonist directed his menacing gaze straight ahead. Suddenly, the ancient emperor could not move his hand. Frozen in place, Theodore did not understand why his body did not obey. A moment later, he grinned maliciously, realizing everything. While the guys looked straight at the Scorpion Lord in surprise, he declared that it was all about her. The ancient emperor was saying Rebecca's name when suddenly the narrative of the story was transferred to his mind, where the girl was shrouded in red eyes. Theodore asked why she was still resisting, while the noble girl was trying to get out of the shackles. Looking straight ahead, she heard a voice coming from the red cluster of energy, which stated that she was a part of him, and he was the one who would soon rule the entire world, and now he was suffering because of a mortal. Hearing this, Rebecca was very angry and gave a negative answer. The noble girl tried to get out of the shackles of red vines, stating that she was not a part of him. Suddenly, bursting into tears, Rebecca screamed loudly that she did not care about his crazy plans, and she would live with Arisha. At that moment, a slit appeared right in the middle of the Scorpion Lord's torso. A moment later, everything around was illuminated by a bright red glow. Someone's hand immediately appeared right from that slit. It belonged to Rebecca, who was trying to get out of the ancient emperor's body. Looking straight ahead with tears in her eyes, the noble girl said Arisha's name. Hearing this, the white-haired woman also began to cry and said Rebecca's name. Theodore suddenly turned his head to the side, asking the noble girl to accept him and not resist. At that moment, he sent a huge number of vines of red energy towards her. A moment later, they caught up with her and began to pull her in again. Realizing the inevitability of her situation, Rebecca could only sadly stretch out her hand forward. She reached straight ahead in the hope that someone would save her. A moment later, Arisha grabbed her right by that hand. The white-haired woman walked halfway into Theodore's subconscious, holding the aristocratic girl's hand. The white-haired woman was very exhausted, still holding on with all her might. Seeing this, Rebecca was very surprised. Using all her last strength, Arisha tried to pull her adopted daughter right out of the ancient emperor. No matter how hard she tried, their hands were in one place. Suddenly, another hand appeared and grabbed Rebecca. It was Larry, who with a wide smile on his face told her to get out faster. Immediately after that, the boy, resting his foot on Theodore's body, pulled his friend out. A moment later, they managed to pull Rebecca out. After everything that happened, Rebecca flew forward. Tears of joy appeared right in her eyes. The aristocratic girl held Arisha's hand. She also fell with her. At this time, the white-haired woman was unconscious. A moment later, Larry fell straight to the ground. All wounded, he looked straight ahead with displeasure. At the same time, the ancient emperor released red energy from himself, saying that in the end she did it. A moment later, those same vines burst out from the cut in his torso. Rebecca was holding Arisha in her arms, who gave it all her strength. The noble girl put her unconscious adoptive mother right on the ground. She looked sadly straight ahead. Immediately after that, Rebecca stood up, looking to the side. She was watching right at Theodore, who was releasing his red energy. Then the noble girl walked straight to Larry, who was lying on the ground. Hearing her voice, the boy suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead with his last strength. Continuing to lie in place with a huge number of wounds, the protagonist asked why she was calling him, and Rebecca, sitting down next to him, explained that even having lost one arm, he continues to be impudent. She lowered her head and asked him why and for what reason he fought so hard, since it had nothing to do with him. After her question, Larry grinned maliciously, wondering why this happened. Looking at his huge wounds all over his body, the boy explained that when he sees injustice, anger just boils inside him, and he wants to beat someone to death, and he also has a bad character, so in order to calm down, he needs to satisfy his desires. Continuing to smile, the protagonist added that this is why he is in this state now, but he met her. Joyfully looking straight ahead, Larry called himself pathetic and stated that the end was the same anyway, and therefore this is how everything ended. When he said that at least she and Arisha will be alive, Rebecca with a serious expression on her face said that nothing is over yet. Hearing this, the boy looked straight ahead in surprise. With a look full of enthusiasm, the noble girl declared that he had saved her, the Scorpion King. At this time, the ancient emperor was healing his wound, holding his head in pain. A moment later, Theodore looked straight ahead furiously and began to scream. Then Rebecca used her magic right on the protagonist. Larry, looking at the magic circle on his chest, could not believe what was happening. The noble girl, looking straight ahead, explained that this was the best she could do, and this was her punishment for not being able to save the people. With a smile on his face, the true emperor in Rebecca's body said that he was tempted, but his beliefs were still more direct and correct. Then the deity added that he would transfer his power to him through a contract, and the boy, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked why he could not repay for this. After hearing this, the noble girl only smiled, without saying anything in response. At that moment, the ancient emperor suddenly pushed off the ground with his foot. A moment later, he rushed forward at great speed. Suddenly, Theodore was right behind the guys, about to attack them. The true emperor in Rebecca's body explained with a wide smile on his face that he had already received his payment. Immediately after that, the symbol of the Egyptian cross appeared in Larry's eyes, from which blood was flowing. It seemed to be engraved in his pupils, remaining there forever. Then everything around was illuminated by a bright golden glow. The ancient emperor was very dumbfounded, watching the manifestation of this power. Surprised, looking straight ahead, Theodore could not believe what was happening. At the same moment, the girl watching this from her office abruptly stood up from her chair. Marie looked straight at the monitor screens in surprise, asking if this was some kind of joke. At the same time, in the game, the surviving people watched everything happening with great surprise. Clark, looking straight ahead, was very dumbfounded. Right in front of them on the ground stood a man with a ring on his leg. Divine signs were engraved on his hands. Above the head of this unknown person was a golden halo. Watching everything that was happening, the girl dialed a number on her phone. Continuing to look straight at the monitor screens, Marie said that it was her calling. With a wide smile on her face, the company employee declared that he was found. When the girl with blue hair called him the second ranker, we were shown the true appearance of Larry, who received divine power. At the same moment, Arisha, lying on the ground, came to her senses. A moment later, she rose, looking straight ahead. The woman with white hair looked straight at the boy in divine form. The protagonist menacingly looked straight ahead, trying to comprehend the power he had just received. Noticing his opponent, the ancient emperor concentrated his energy in his eye and asked not to make fun of him, because this power was originally his. Sending a beam of purple energy forward, he asked for it to be returned to him. Noticing this, the protagonist waved his hand. Immediately, a wall of stone appeared right in front of him. The beam of purple energy collided directly with this wall, breaking into small pieces. At the same time, Larry made a gesture with his hands, activating a new ability. A moment later, 4 hands appeared directly from the magic circle and behind his back. They grabbed a huge battle axe made of golden energy. With these hands, the boy held his weapon straight in front of him. Then the protagonist swung his huge battle axe. Immediately after that, he struck directly at the ground. Larry swung his huge battle axe again to strike again. After the attacks, the destruction of the earth moved directly towards the ancient emperor. Noticing this, Theodore was very scared. Suddenly, his body seemed to disappear, leaving only his arms and legs. Everything around was destroyed, and only limbs remained of the great creature. Suddenly, the ancient emperor's body began to recover. First, bones appeared, and later, muscles grew over them. Having completely restored his original appearance, Theodore opened his mouth wide, calling his opponent a bastard. Immediately after that, Larry rushed forward with great speed. The boy in an instant appeared right in front of the ancient emperor, swinging his huge battle axe. Noticing the opponent's approach, Theodore was going to block his blow with his hand. Then he managed to grab the protagonist's weapon and stop the onslaught. Then the ancient emperor attacked with a beam of energy, and Larry dodged it, sharply moving his head to the side. A moment later, the boy swung his divine hand to finish the blow. With a deft blow of his divine hand, he managed to attack the opponent right in the side. After the damage received, the ancient emperor coughed up blood. Then he firmly put his foot on the ground. Immediately after that, Theodore raised his head up, getting ready to release his energy. At that moment, the ancient emperor clenched his hand into a fist. Noticing this, the protagonist was greatly taken aback. Suddenly, Theodore attacked with a beam of light from his eye, and Larry sharply leaned down, dodging this blow. A moment later, the boy rushed forward at great speed. Using his divine hand, he struck directly at the ancient emperor. Then the protagonist swung his huge battle axe to deliver another attack. By striking the enemy with his weapon, Larry threw him back. Immediately after that, the boy approached him again at great speed. At this time, Theodore tried to stop, landing on the ground. Suddenly, he clenched his hand into a fist. At that moment, stone steels burst out of the ground right in front of him. Together, they formed a wall that blocked the protagonist's path. Seeing the obstacle right in front of him, Larry was very angry. A moment later, this very wall of stone began to crack. After some time, it was completely destroyed by a strong blow from the boy. Noticing this, the ancient emperor was about to attack with his eye, saying that he caught the enemy. Immediately after that, Theodore released his beam of purple energy forward. Looking straight ahead, he was suddenly taken aback by something. Looking straight at the destroyed magical battle axe, the ancient emperor noticed that it was his weapon. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly turned around. At that moment, he saw Larry right in front of him, swinging his divine fist. A moment later, the boy would strike his opponent right in the face. After the attack, he managed to throw his opponent back. Having received such damage, Theodore was slammed right into the ground. He continued to destroy everything around him with his own body, when he suddenly looked straight ahead in shock. At that moment, the protagonist abruptly jumped off the ground. Larry soared above his opponent, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, the boy created a hand from his golden energy. The protagonist was in the air, continuing to use his skill, and showed a gesture with his hands. His sights were aimed straight at Theodore lying on the ground. Suddenly, a huge stone steel appeared right behind him and lifted him into the air. After receiving damage, the ancient emperor rose up. At this time, Larry enveloped himself in a huge amount of golden energy. A moment later, he finished pouring all his power directly into his fist and was about to strike. Immediately after that, the boy launched an attack with his divine fist directly at Theodore. After the perfect strike, an explosion occurred in the sky, destroying the stone steel. Then, a huge golden force destroyed everything in its path, moving straight to the ground. Having received colossal damage, the ancient emperor's arm was broken. Theodore, covered in wounds, said that this is not all. Then he gathered the last of his energy in his eye, declaring that he was still alive. A moment later, the ancient emperor sent a beam of purple energy directly in front of him. Noticing his opponent's attack, Larry deftly dodged it. Continuing to release a beam of purple energy from his eye, Theodore wished for his opponent to fall. He used all his strength to make this attack, wishing death on the boy. At the same time, a beam of purple energy approached right towards the protagonist. A moment later, an explosion of purple energy occurred right in the sky. But suddenly, Larry emerged from it unharmed. He was in the air right above his opponents, without receiving any damage. The boy looked down menacingly. At that moment, memories of the words of the true emperor appeared in his head. Immediately after that, the protagonist made a gesture with his hands and smiled widely. This same symbol was produced by his divine hand. At that moment, colossal energy began to accumulate right around Larry. Suddenly, a prototype of his deity appeared right behind the boy. The protagonist sharply clenched his divine hand into a fist. Then, with great speed, he rushed straight towards the ancient emperor. Furiously looking straight ahead, Larry told the big-eyed monster that it was over. Hearing this, Theodore looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. At that moment, a divine fist appeared right next to the boy's fist. Just before the final attack on the enemy, the protagonist seemed to exchange glances with Rebecca. A moment later, the divine fist with colossal energy, created by them together, moved forward. The true emperor and Larry swung their fists to deliver the final blow. A moment later, the huge divine fist hit the ground. After the perfect blow, everything around seemed to stop for a moment. Immediately after that, debris from incredible destruction was scattered around the area. At this time, the city was immersed in furious flames, while dust was spreading around the area. Larry in his divine form took a confident step forward. Through the dust, the boy saw his just defeated enemy. All that was left of him was his torso, lying right on the ground. The ancient emperor opened his mouth wide, trying to say something. Right in front of him, Theodore saw the image of Rebecca and called her name. He then asked why the two of them couldn't get along in this world, and the true emperor in the form of a girl asked what he hadn't said. Looking straight ahead with a serious look, the deity explained that he was not interested. Looking straight ahead after hearing this, the ancient emperor did not believe the truth of these words. Theodore opened his mouth wide, noting that it was true, and he would probably say the same thing too. Imagining the masked stranger in his mind, the ancient emperor declared that the cold stranger from afar had undermined his authority. Visualizing people in black robes with masks on their faces, Theodore called them cowards who worshipped evil. Immediately after that, he gradually began to disappear. Just before he completely disappeared, the ancient emperor asked why him. A moment later, a green magic crystal appeared in its place. Suddenly, it began to transform into red. Seeing him, Larry immediately came closer. The boy was holding this very magic stone with his hands. At the same moment, the protagonist returned to his true form, looking straight ahead in surprise. On the other side of the magic stone was Rebecca, who was smiling widely. The two seemed to be in a peaceful space, standing opposite each other. With a wide smile on her face, the deity in the girl's body declared that he was indebted to him. Looking straight ahead with a kind look, Larry noted that he was indebted to him. Continuing to hold her hand right on the magic red crystal, Rebecca declared that after she became one with it, she realized that she was also a part of the emperor. Then she asked if the boy knew about it, and he only looked straight at her seriously. Recalling the moment when they started arguing, shouting at each other, the aristocratic girl said that when she blocked his way, he asked her if she really knew nothing. Hearing this, the boy smirked, asking that it was not an obvious cliché, and explained that it was obvious that such a fool as she was the emperor's faith. Laughing at his words, Rebecca noticed that he was saying something strange again. Suddenly looking at his hand, the protagonist asked to wait, because he had something for her. A moment later, Larry extended an unknown Egyptian artifact towards her. Taking it in her hands, the aristocratic girl was very surprised. Looking straight at this unknown symbol, she suddenly declared that it was a sign of a hero. Smiling widely, the true emperor in Rebecca's body explained that once upon a time, when he saved the people, they made it for him as a sign of gratitude. Still holding the artifact in her hand, the noblewoman suggested that she must have given it to the child before coming there, and the protagonist standing in front of her explained that he had received it from the headman of some village, and he told him to keep going. Looking down sadly, the deity said that that was it. Immediately after that, the true emperor in Rebecca's body abruptly turned back. He looked straight at the ruins of the city, which were covered in fire. A moment later, the true emperor also noticed the pyramids, which were covered in flames. Looking into the distance, the deity in the girl's body stated that he was indeed a pathetic ruler. Suddenly, the true emperor in Rebecca's body clutched the hero's sign in his hand. Staring menacingly forward, he stated that he would definitely not be the worst. A moment later, the deity in the girl's body gave the artifact back to Larry and told him to take it, and he caught it, asking why he was giving it back to him. At that moment, the true emperor in Rebecca's body laughed, saying that he was giving it to the little boy again, and the boy was a little puzzled when he heard this. Immediately after that, the deity in the girl's body grabbed the red magic stone with her hands. Suddenly, a huge amount of red energy rushed straight towards Rebecca. The aristocratic girl, holding the magic crystal in her hands, absorbed the colossal energy from all around. Watching everything that was happening with a dumbfounded look, the protagonist asked what she was doing. At that moment, the true emperor smiled widely, saying that this was all he could do. A moment later, the deity noted that it was time to part ways, and Larry, looking straight ahead in fear, declared that she had said that she would live with Arisha, and asked where she was going. Suddenly, the magic crystal in Rebecca's hands suddenly cracked. At that moment, her entire body was covered in red energy. A moment later, the aristocratic girl completely absorbed all the colossal dark energy inside herself. Then she abruptly looked away. Rebecca looked straight at Arisha, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Immediately after that, the aristocratic girl closed her eyes. At that very moment, a bright red light flashed right in her chest. This very light illuminated everything around, releasing a huge amount of energy. The round stone tried to contain this very colossal red energy inside itself. A moment later, it cracked, unable to contain the power inside itself. At the same time, a huge number of red energy particles spread throughout the area. Larry was very surprised, watching everything that was happening. Red energy particles reached the residents of the city. After the influence of unknown magic, the man moved his hand. After some time, he opened his eyes and came to his senses. The boy, dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, talked about people who lost consciousness. Suddenly, his legs began to disappear in the system particles. Frightened, looking at his body, which seemed to be transferred somewhere, the protagonist did not understand why this was suddenly happening. Then Larry sharply looked to the side. Through a huge number of glitches, he saw a woman lying on the ground right in front of him. It was Arisha, who was frightenedly watching everything that was happening. After he saw her, the protagonist finally disappeared from the game. Then a system notification window would appear, notifying that the secret dungeon, the legendary pyramid, had been cleared. Larry looked at the girl in front of him, stunned. He looked around. The guys in uniform were carrying things out of his apartment. The blonde guy closed his eyes. Larry loudly asked what they were doing in a stranger's house and ordered them to get out of his apartment right now. The guy took the business card with displeasure, while the girl asked him to calm down first and look at it. Larry read that it was Falcon, who also created the game, to which she noted that he was right and pointed out that her name was even listed below. Marie looked at him contentedly, asking if he remembered that they had already talked to him the other day. Larry frowned and said that he remembered her voice, because she was that damned system window. The girl squints slyly while he is indignant that they did not even allow him to log out of the system like a human being and that he will sue them, to which she asks again about the court. She stares with displeasure and says that she assumes that the guy does not understand the current situation, because they should be the ones suing him here, not the other way around. Marie snaps her fingers. She hands him a tablet and explains that it is a record of all his activity up to this point, and notes that when she saw it, she was simply speechless and in such shock. She looks at him creepily and says that there are treasure rooms, secret dungeons, hidden title rewards, etc., and that he easily finds every hard-to-reach reward on his way. She crosses her arms over her chest and continues that in addition to all of the above, she touches on the topic of his leveling tricks and monopoly on trading rights and finally clarifies whether he considers them to be outright idiots. Marie looks away and asks again if he bought this apartment with money from the game, because if they start to act, then it will only be a matter of time how quickly he will end up on the street. Larry frowns at her and clarifies if this does not mean that they came to him to seal his apartment, and that for this they also brought their people in caps here. She opened her mouth, saying that he should not be so mistaken, because his stinking apartment does not interest them at all, and he asks her discontentedly. Marie gets up and notes that they are doing all this just to test him, to which he does not understand what she is talking about. The girl touches her lollipop and gives him a positive answer, explaining that according to the rules, they should have simply deleted his account from the game, but the guy himself is very different. She imagines an average successful player, and says that those who make money on games dishonestly, such as hacking or fraud, often lose their heads from luxury and entertainment. She looks intently, and says that he is not like that. Marie imagines him and continues that he put his earnings back into the game every time and spend money on weapons and equipment, and everything else that could make him stronger in the game. Larry stands in a mask while she says that he is so obsessed with power that it was suspicious for them. Marie came closer and asked if he was going to go to war alone. She looks sternly and suggests that he may still want revenge. Larry looks at her fearfully. The girl laughs and says that it is not really that important, and he does not understand why all this. He takes the sweater that was thrown to him, and she tells him that now the more important thing is that he passed the test, to which he is perplexed why his clothes. She stands in the aisle and calls him to come with her, because she wants to show him something interesting. The car drives along an empty road. Larry sits discontentedly and asks her where they are going or if they want to just quietly deal with him somewhere outside the city, to which she replies that he is talking something very absurd, because why in his opinion should they deal with him? The guy looks out the window in shock. Larry sees a black car through the window. The car in which he is being taken is seriously guarded. The guy asks fearfully if it is true that the cars driving nearby are guarded, to which he receives a positive answer. The blonde guy sullenly begins that he of course assumed that she must really be a person of high status, to which she notes that there is some truth in this. Marie closes one eye and says that it is far from her that is being guarded here, and he is perplexed. The girl says with a smile that they have arrived at their destination. They are standing at the main building of the game. The car flashes its headlights in the tunnel. The car drives in. They park in the parking lot under the building. The girl leads him to the elevator. The doors open. Marie hands him the pass, telling him to take it and carry it with him, to which he agrees incredulously. Larry looks at the pass and sees his name and a photo from high school and wonders where they dug it up from. The girl looks ahead and says that she thinks it's obvious, but still decides to repeat it, because everything he hears or sees here is absolutely forbidden to tell anyone. Marie looks at him and continues that even if he tells him something, no one will believe him. Larry hears all this gloomily. The elevator has arrived at the right floor. They both get out of the elevator. In front of them is a huge dark room. Larry looks around and says that it is so spacious here and asks what kind of place this is. The girl replies with a slight smile that exactly 23 years ago a crack was discovered at the South Pole. They walk, and she continues that although the crack was no more than 10 meters wide, it was definitely enough to cause a catastrophe. She picks up the phone. Lights come on everywhere. Larry is stunned. The guy asks in horror what it is and realizes that this shouldn't be there. Marie raises her eyebrows and asks if he has any hunting experience. Larry looks ahead and she notices that it is a two-headed ogre, the first monster that came out of the rift back then. Marie stands with her back to the elevator wall. The elevator has gone down. The ogre is sitting in front of them. Larry looks at it with displeasure. The guy looks at the ogre. He asks in horror if it is a monster from the game, to which he receives a negative answer. The girl with round eyes Moo says that this is not just a game. The guy looks at her while explaining that the game is closer to a simulation, and he asks her again. Marie looks ahead and confirms the above mentioned. Because this game is a parallel world that imitates another world, the Force creates saviors. Larry looks at the floor and notices the moment about the saviors. She imagines the ogre in action and tells what happened 23 years ago. A flash of light rises into the sky. The ogre looks on, stunned. Someone reaches out with a hand in armor. A man sawed right through it. The expedition stands in shock. Someone is reflected in one of the glasses and she continues that it was not only the ogre that came out of the crack. She imagines Odin. Marie says that the first descendant also came out. The girl looks on with inspiration, saying that the guy was incredibly strong and with one movement he tore the ogre to pieces. She imagines a red rift and continues that she does not know if this was the reason, but the rift died down for a while. However, they could not leave everything as it was, and therefore a special organization was created to study the rift. Against the background of the two best, she explains that research has shown that this rift is a passage that is simultaneously connected to other worlds. Larry lowered his eyelids while she says that other worlds are connected to others, that they do not know the types of world order. She understands that the two-headed ogre is only the beginning and that if they ignore this situation, then there is a possibility of the appearance of other monsters. Against the background of the rift, she continues that it is also impossible for them to prevent the formation of new rifts and clarifies how he thinks that such a rift will open not just anywhere, but in a big city. She imagines Odin and asks if their first descendant will help them in this case. Marie frowns, saying that in such a situation they cannot hope for luck and they need something they can be sure of. Larry looks at her and asks again what's something they can be sure of, to which she gives him a positive answer. She looks ahead and explains that they need a creature that will not yield to the one who descended. Larry hears that this is why they themselves decided to create a savior. Against the background of the rift, the girl says that it was by no means easy for them and that all this must remain a strict secret. She introduces the monster and continues that people who will risk their lives and thereby help others are extremely rare. Grandfather sits behind the screens, and she continues that while they were solving this problem, they managed to learn something new about the rift. The girl says that the rift does not just connect two worlds, but also sends them information about that world. Larry looks at her, and it dawns on him while she interrupts him with the words that this game was created based on this information. The man stands on a rock and she explains that this is the very game that people from all over the world play. She says with a smile that it is also a program that creates saviors for them. Larry is unhappy that they are actually secretly recruiting soldiers and asks if he is right, to which he receives in response that he found something to find out in such an emergency. Marie asks him with a smile not to worry so much, because their game is a virtual world that imitates the world on the other side of the rift, and he does not need to worry about the threat to his health. The blonde spreads his arms to the sides, asking what is the point of all this if it is a simulation, because game abilities cannot be applied in reality. The girl frowns and asks if he knows that this is an unusual game. She introduces his game character, saying that it is a system that reflects the real mental and physical state of a person. The girl introduces the players, saying that the opposite is also true, because mana and combat abilities that accumulate with game progress completely transfer to reality. Marie looks at him and continues that in the world they live in, there is such a thing as physical limitations, and there is no concept of mana, so you can't use it, but in the world on the other side of the rift, everything is different. Larry lowers his eyelids, asking if she means that in that world you can use your gaming abilities and asks how she can be sure of this, to which she honestly says that they also only knew about it in theory. She frowns and continues that recently someone was able to prove it. The blonde guy looks and wonders who decided on such a dangerous adventure. Larry came to the realization. The guy clarifies if she is talking about him. Larry looks at him in bewilderment and asks if they are just making fun of his life, and if they are serious, maybe they are accidentally running into a fight. Marie looks at him contentedly and apologizes for not being able to tell him this earlier, but he is not in a position to be angry now and clarifies if he understands what she is talking about. Larry asks her again, displeased. The girl looks down and notes that she already told him that this simulation was created exclusively for the sake of humanity. She lowers her eyelids and continues that all the systems they created are in the strictest confidence. How could he know about them? She makes a gun out of her fingers. A real person takes Larry at gunpoint. The guy raises his hands and asks her to wait. Larry is indignant because she told him that she would not kill him, to which she happily notes that she is not going to kill him, but just make a couple of holes in him, and that's it. She laughs, saying that of course if he gives her a serious and correct answer, then there will be no need for her to make holes in him. Larry frowns at her. She lowers her head and addresses him by his game name, then corrects herself to his real name. The guy stands under multiple sights, while she clarifies who he is. She persistently asks Larry how he knew all this. Marie frowns and asks if he was from the world on the other side of the rift. Larry trembles while she asks him to answer faster. Larry smiles. The blonde smirks, asking what will happen if he doesn't want to answer her questions. Marie lifts her head. Her visual trigger goes down. The ogre makes a terrible sound. The shot hit him in the floor between his legs. Larry is building and trembling, but at least he's unharmed. Larry is perplexed that they really shot him. Marie looks at him in horror. The girl turns around angrily. Guy number 2 points at his colleague, saying that it was all him, to which he denies everything and asks if it wasn't him who shot. Larry clicks on her, to which she replies with displeasure that it was anyway. She frowns and once again asks him to reveal his true face, because next time it won't end with a warning shot for him. The guy grits his teeth and realizes that he's really in trouble. Larry thought that he can't tell her this. The blonde guy is very nervous because he lost the last game and went back in time, and that he definitely can't tell her this. The guy clenches his fist. The realization about the game comes to him. The blonde guy starts by saying that she just said it herself, that he proved that it is fashionable to use abilities even outside the rift, to which she does not understand what he is getting at. Larry angrily says that this means that everyone he met, Rebecca, the Emperor and the people, and that they all really exist outside the rift. He remembers what happened and asks himself if it was all reality in reality. Marie looks away, saying that he was some kind of unique anomaly for them, and asks why else would she think that he was a troublemaker who came to them from beyond the rift. She imagines him and explains that he developed quickly, so much so that other users could not catch up with him, and that he was completely absorbed in the game, finally taking away the last chances for others to reach him. Against the background of the crevice, she continues that this is why they thought that he could be a monster who was going to interfere with their game, and to see his reaction, they simply took and moved him behind the crack. Larry is stunned to hear that they also tested his abilities in this way. Marie closes her eyes and wants to summarize. Against his background, she continues that he was able to identify a mode of similar divine power through contact with the monster, and, although partially, he reached the chapter. Marie looks down and says that conquering something alone is generally an unprecedented case. Larry gets angry with the question is not all of this, because he proved it as they wanted. The girl takes out a candy and notes that in fact, everything is the opposite. She raises it up and says that he proved his strength to them, and because of this they need to get more information. Larry looks down on her as she continues that this sword could one day be their enemy. The guy looks at her in shock. He picks up the pass and mentions the photo on the pass and asks if they found it themselves. Larry remembers what happened and notes that they entered his house without permission and rummaged around there, also making a mess. The blonde frowns and notes that the study of his personality with the data they had must have been completed. Marie frowns and hears the question of what they managed to find out, because if they threaten him like that, it only means one thing, that they still couldn't find anything on him. He takes a step. The guy gets angry at the gunpoint that he is not a monster. Larry points to his head and adds that if she doesn't believe him in this regard, then she can open his skull and check it properly. Marie stands in horror. Larry frowns in response. She starts to say something. The girl turns around and makes a gesture. Larry stands at gunpoint. The blonde sighs with relief. Marie goes about her business. She turns around happily, saying that he can follow her. The guy looks at her with distrust. He decides to go. She led him to the round thing. Marie looks at her and asks if he is surprised, because in front of them is the main server, from which the entire game is controlled. The girl looks at him and asks her to forgive her for her previous rudeness towards him, and that she thinks that he will understand everything with time, given all the circumstances. Marie frowns and continues that they are choosing the 10 best rankers who will explore the deep layers of the rift, and they are doing this in order to permanently destroy the threat that is currently emanating from the crack. Larry listens attentively that this is their ultimate goal of the game. Marie looks thoughtfully and says that he is the one who best fits their concept of a ranker. The guy angrily retorts that whether he fits or not, he is not going to do anything like that. Marie closes her eyes and replies that of course he is not obliged to do this as a living person, but nevertheless. She looks angrily and notes that his game character is obliged to help them. Larry is perplexed. The girl pokes a button on her phone. A piece of the game materializes in front of them. The guy looks at the screen in shock. The brunette looks at the same thing, saying that in front of him is the world he saved. Specifically, this is Karyaz. The residents are walking around happy. The guy is inspired. He sees Arish. Marie looks down and notes that he, like the berserker Larry, influenced the rift, and he must remember that one way or another, he is no longer an ordinary gamer. She hands him a brooch and asks him to take it, to which he recognizes it. Larry looks at it in horror and hears an explanation that this is a hero's sign that Rebecca gave him. This item was sent here with him. The girl sullenly insists that these are the people he protected and that only he could save them. She says that this is all because he is a ranker. The girl insists that he should become one. A man is standing in the forest. Someone is dragging a sword along the ground. The man's red eye shines. An ogre is eating something. A stone flies at him on the head. The ogre turns around. The man with the sword approaches. The ogre gets mad and attacks. He takes the weapon. The monster swings at a simple passerby. The passerby looks at him madly. Larry shifts his support to the other leg. The monster is dealt a slashing blow. The ogre looks in horror. The guy jumps off the ground. He attacks from above. The man prepares to slash. He strikes. The ogre bleeds. The guy is in the air. The sword is about to slash the two brothers. The man looks at them sternly. Larry remembers what he needs to do and how he asked Marie if this means that since she wants him to become a ranker, he will immediately fall into the crack. The girl raises her eyebrows and gives him a negative answer, because this does not mean that he will immediately receive the skills of a ranker. Larry listens carefully that of course his abilities and the appearance that he showed them in Karyaz definitely exceeded all their expectations, but for them this is still not enough. Marie looks at him, and so just asks him to continue playing the game, and for him it is a very simple task. The guy looks stunned. He holds a sign in his hand. Larry is lying on the ogre. He smiles and says that he is the strongest. The guy holds onto the cloak. He yanks it off, screaming for help. The ogre uses a strike on him. Larry blocks the blow. The blonde tries to stop with his feet. The ogre presses on the sword with all his might. The guy makes a slashing blow. The ogre falls dead. Larry flies to finish him off. He is about to jump on him. Larry screams for him to finally die. The ogre covers his neck with his hands in horror. The blow hit the target. The guy asks again happily what is wrong. The sword cuts through his defense. The ogres were separated from each other. The monster screams. The guy gets a big kick. The ogre bleeds out. Lightning struck in the background. Larry stands epically. The monster throws something. The guy easily dodges the blow. The monster is about to attack again. The leg flies at him. The red guy breaks the ground under him. They frown. Something glows brightly under his foot. His leg is hit by a lightning strike. It shatters into small pieces. The ogre stands on one leg. The monster falls. He sees something in horror. Larry prepares to deliver the killing blow. His eyes glow red. The blonde guy delivers the killing blow with a grin. The ogre takes the entire blow. The guy rests his sword on the ground. He puts it on his shoulder. Larry looks ahead and realizes that he should try. Sunlight enveloped the city located on the central continent of Timur. Larry studied the projection. He said with a serious look that this is great, and then for now, he will not continue with the main quest. The main character remembered how he fought and said that he needs to quickly get a usable weapon. There is no such quest there. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist said that he had received the bloodstone, so there would be no problems with further completion of the task. He shifted his gaze. Looking at the passers-by, Larry said there were quite a few users. It was time to move on little by little. Closing his eyes, he blew air with a satisfied look. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that this was good. He came to his home. Rummaging in the chest, the protagonist asked where he put it. Smiling, Larry noted that he had found it. Looking at the document, he thought it was a letter from the King of Rage. He sneezed and said that there was a lot of dust. Smiling, the protagonist asked if it was the leader of the mountain bandits, noting that he had received this item after killing him. Imagining a guy enveloped in energy, the protagonist came to the conclusion that if he lent this to the parliament, under certain conditions, a full-fledged quest, King of Fury, would begin. Licking his lips, Larry announced that the reward for completing this quest was a weapon needed by a berserker. The thought alone made him drool. He was suddenly surprised. Looking at the letter, the protagonist asked to wait. He read on the document that it had expired. The upset protagonist said that it had indeed been a long time, which meant that he needed to remember what the story behind this letter was. The irritated protagonist noted that it meant that he would need to return to the second city and find the item, which would be a lot of trouble. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. Grinning, Larry came to the conclusion that this could be quite fun. The plot takes us to the outskirts of the second city, to the lair of mountain bandits, when the sunlight enveloped the crowns of trees. Walking through the forest, the protagonist reasoned that while he was playing, an idea suddenly came to him. Holding his hands behind his head, he wondered if he had become stronger. Larry imagined how people fight monsters and noted that, as is typical for RPG games, the more he grows and develops skills, the stronger monsters he encounters. The only thing that changes is skill and level. The combat aspect does not change much, so it is difficult to feel the growth. Approaching the cave, the protagonist added that there is an innovative way to feel this growth. The protagonist with a satisfied look said that he plans to enter the entry-level dungeons. While he was standing at the entrance to the cave, the plot told us that although the protagonist differs from other users in the pace of growth, for him such small forays are a little fun. Larry stopped. He said with a mad look that he had a small business there. The enraged man asked how the protagonist dared to enter there, after which a notification popped up that it was the leader of the gang of mountain bandits, Gustav. He rushed into battle. Swinging his weapon, the man said that he would make Larry regret that he came there. He wounded the protagonist in the shoulder. Gustav was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist smirked and asked what was going on. Standing in front of the man, he asked if the sword was sticking in. He said with a satisfied expression that it was his turn. The protagonist folded his fingers. He released a stream of energy that tore Gustav into two pieces. The gang leader's body disappeared. The protagonist, enveloped in mana, said that it was like hitting soft tofu. Larry picked up a document from the ground. He held the letter of the King of Rage in front of him. As he left the cave, the protagonist noted that fierce battles were much more interesting than this. The protagonist arrived at the Chimera Parliament, which stood under the night sky. An old man named Nicholas was surprised and said that this was definitely a bloodstone. It was not just a legend. Sitting in front of Larry, he said that he had accomplished a great feat. This would greatly help the human race. The protagonist thought with a satisfied expression that this was excellent. It helped him lay the foundation for his quest. Looking at Nicholas, he noted that he was not asking for a reward, but wanted to meet His Majesty the Emperor in person, because he had something to say. Frowning, the old man replied that Larry was very ambitious and that it was possible. Looking down, he said that there was a new headache in the parliament. Smiling, the protagonist asked if Nicholas was talking about the King of Fury. The puzzled man asked how he knew about it. Pointing his finger at himself, the protagonist stated that he could be provided with it. The plot takes us to the headquarters of the investigation team. Larry walked through the room. He put a document on the table. Grinning, the protagonist said that he had something to report. A scream was heard in the headquarters. Reading the document, the guy said that the King of Rage gave the letter to the leaders of the mountain bandits. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that, be that as it may, the King of Rage is gathering all his forces. Frowning, the guy replied that this is true. He thinks that he has already contacted many bandits. This should have been guessed when he began his closed training. He could not think that a person would get his hands on such power. Putting his hand in front of him, Larry asked not to worry about it. He said with a smirk on his face that he had a plan. The embittered protagonist thought that if they hired just anyone to deal with this, his reward would be less. This will not do. The guy held out his hand and said that he knew his abilities very well, but it would be difficult for him to cope alone, because his enemy was not alone. He imagined many bandits and assumed that many bandits had already run to his lair. How strong each of them Larry should understand. Remembering Gustav, the protagonist noted that he understood this very well. They were just weaklings. He came to the conclusion with a satisfied look that he did not have to go alone. The guy was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist with an evil smile said that he had another way. Powerful gusts of wind swirled around the lair of bandits near Mount Comio. A notification about the quest, Preemptive Attack, popped up, the description of which said that the King of Rage, who recently gained enormous power and sowed chaos in the surrounding area, revealed his evil plans in his letter. You need to intercept him before he attacks nearby villages and cities, and prevent chaos. Standing in front of the warriors, Larry thought that this was a support army from the human parliament numbering 300 people. He had a smirk on his face. His gaze fell on the rider, after which the protagonist noticed that among them there were even 10 knights of level 250, like him. He looked at the magicians and added that he was even able to freely form this army. This is really good support. Thanks to this, 200 out of 300 people are magicians. Licking his lips, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would even be able to take all the rewards for himself if some ordinary users got into it. He did not even want to think about it. A chest of gold appeared in his imagination, and Larry thought that the reward for this quest is so generous for one simple reason, all because it is quite difficult to fulfill the quest condition. The protagonist imagined the bandits, and noted that this was a large-scale quest in which the threat from the bandits was not only Blaze, there were hundreds of bandits under his command. In addition, It was necessary to defeat Blaze's younger brother, the king of assault Luke. He imagined how Blaze absorbed energy, and noted that he was a real human monster who absorbed the corrupted power, and even surpassed it. Among users he was considered a raid boss, located at the top of the bandits. Hiding behind a tree, the protagonist thought that even if he used the landscape features of the mountains, and invaded the positions of the King of Rage, avoiding the bandits and Luke, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that entry was prohibited. It was necessary to complete a preliminary task. Larry imagined corpses lying on the ground and said that a system window, "No one is here," appeared, preventing him from meeting the King of Rage. He had a mental image of Blaze's eyes glowing and noted that only after killing the bandits' subordinates and Luke's younger brother would Blaze come out and learn of their deaths. The guy stood in front of the guys. Blaze rushed into battle while the protagonist reasoned that while the users were fighting numerous monsters and mid-bosses, they were completely exhausted, and suddenly in this state they encountered the leader of the fallen bandits, the King of Rage Blaze. The guy rushed past the warriors, killing everyone in his path. Blaze held an axe in his hands, and the protagonist told us that such a large-scale task could not be given only to destroy a gang of bandits, because bandits are originally monsters that create groups. A bright glow emanated from Blaze's eyes while Larry said that the problem was their goal, for which the King of Rage gathers bandits. Looking at the mountainous terrain, the protagonist stated that simply taking over a small mountain on the outskirts of the city was not a goal that suited the nature of Blaze, who was engulfed in corruption. His goal was the country. A red aura hung in the settlement. Blood dripped from the axe while we were told that his goal was to overturn the world and the system, and rule as the king of the new world. Such a plan could not occur to a simple bandit or monster. A powerful aura surrounded the body of the King of Rage. Streams of mana emanated from his heart. The guy clenched his teeth. Looking at the warriors, Larry thought that the parliament was not sparing any resources to deal with him. Sweat dripped down the faces of the knights while the protagonist reasoned that it was not easy to take an army of people and capture a human monster, but he did not care. He declared with an enraged look that he would catch them all. The guy pointed his finger and asked to listen. The boars were running towards them. Looking at the cloud of dust raised by the monsters, Larry asked why there were monsters even at the foot of the mountain. He shouted with a serious expression that there was no need to panic and to attack as ordered. The guy raised the flag over his head. The warriors rushed into battle. The mages began to create a cloud of energy. The rider shouted with a serious expression that the rear needed to be ready. Looking at the cloud of mana, Larry said that it was time to attack. The knight raised his blade. A powerful explosion hit the boars. Smiling, the protagonist said that everything went like clockwork and thought that they would just walk through the hunting grounds like this. Watching the battle with the monsters, the protagonist noted that he had gathered an army on this plain, and did not lead them straight to Mount Komio so that they could occupy all the hunting grounds right at the foot of the mountain. Larry, with a crazy look, emphasized that it was like an automatic clearing of the territory. It would be a waste of energy to use this army only to complete one quest. The warriors behind him began to conflict. The player drove the knight away. Inspecting the warriors, the guy clarified that NPCs do this in the hunting grounds. The girl hit him and asked him to stop. The guy, with a serious look, said that they were outside the city anyway and there were no guards there. Larry walked towards them and said that they attacked a soldier. He forced a smile and said that they accidentally passed through the hunting grounds. Pointing his finger at the projection, the protagonist said that he dared to harm a soldier who went to punish a traitor by order of the parliament. He, with a satisfied look, clarified whether this could be considered treason. Larry pressed a button to resolve everything on the spot. The guy began to disappear. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked if anyone else liked something. The girl started running away from there. Looking at the warriors, the protagonist asked if it was time for them to continue working when there were no troublemakers. He heard screams from the forest. The bandits were running away from the fire. The knights ran towards them. The man with a serious expression ordered not to give a chance for a counterattack. The horsemen rushed into battle. The man hit the ground with his fist. Frowning, he asked who had set his sights on the lair of the bandit king. The bandit's eyes were shining brightly. Larry spread his arms and asked his warriors not to be afraid. Taking a weapon out of his inventory, the protagonist said that they were no match for this scum. He rushed into battle. The surprised bandits cried out that they were the enemy. Enraged Luke called them the Emperor's dogs. He frowned and added that they did not know their place. He repelled the protagonist's attack. Gritting his teeth, Luke thought that the protagonist dared to pounce on him. He was suddenly taken aback. Luke began to move away. Continuing to take the upper hand, Larry said that he did not have time to fight such small fish now. The protagonist, with burning eyes, ordered to get out of the way. He clenched his hand into a fist. Having made a side attack, the protagonist threw Luke away. The man fell to the ground. The dumbfounded bandit screamed that the protagonist should not even think about getting out of there alive. Furious Luke shouted and ordered them not to make a fuss. Clutching the weapon in his hand, he noted that he had his own battle now, and they should deal with the Imperial dogs for now. Luke's face was serious. Looking at Larry from under his brows, he said that he would be the one to shut this fool up. There was a smirk on the protagonist's face. The protagonist stood in front of his opponent. He thought with a confident face that he didn't care, because he had enough fire resistance. Looking at the man, he noticed that Luke was handling the flames with just his body. He was definitely a tough monster. The man rushed into battle. Larry dodged the crushing attack. He flew at the monster, using a jumping attack. The protagonist with a crazy grin on his face thought that if he didn't attack recklessly, losing all his strength, he would win. A powerful blow was heard. Luke waved his hand, screaming that he was a capable guy. He ran at the protagonist, saying that this was their territory. Looking at the blade, Larry heard a question about how much longer he could dodge. The protagonist disappeared from under the attack. He appeared behind Luke and said that right now he was only thinking about how to kill them all there. Swinging his axe, the protagonist threw the enemy back. The man began to cough up blood. The frightened bandits asked who this guy was. Larry was walking towards them. The bandits started to run away. The protagonist, with a displeased look, noted that these were meaningless movements. The protagonist rushed past the bandits like a whirlwind and struck them down. The remaining bandits tried to escape from there. The rider raised his hand and cried out that they were just criminals. They would show them the greatness of knights. A fiery cloud of mana fell on the bandits. Tongues of flame enveloped the battlefield. The bandits cut down a tree. The log rolled towards the knights. The knights rushed to help. They chopped the log into small pieces. The warriors landed on the ground. Clenching his hand into a fist, the knight cried out that they came to protect their state and their families. The knights listened attentively, saying that they should not be afraid of these dirty animals. Pulling out his blade, the guy declared that if they have something to protect, then they must show the greatness of their great emperor and make them kneel. The knights began to cheer. Luke rose to his feet. He said with an angry look that they were fools who thought they could stop their great undertaking. He rushed into battle. The furious man shouted that the bandits should hold out a little longer. They were almost ready to implement their grand plan. Larry appeared behind him. His eyes were shining brightly. A powerful blow was heard. Luke, holding back the axe, said that the protagonist had attacked while everyone was busy running. The protagonist, looking crazy, asked why the bandits were so talkative. Jumping back, he emphasized the fact that they would leave the small fry to have fun. He took the axe from his inventory. Throwing it, Larry said that the man should call Blaze. A powerful blow was heard. He landed on the ground. Green energy was visible from a cloud of smoke. Luke, shrouded in an aura, held a huge blade in his hands. He asked with an angry face how Larry dared to so casually call the name of the King of Rage. He rushed into battle shouting that the protagonist would pay for this sin with death. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if this was the corrupted power. Watching the approaching attack, Larry thought that only Blaze had this power. A powerful magical explosion was heard. A bright flame flared up. Lowering his head, the guy thought that he barely dodged. Looking to the side, he added that what to do. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The thought arose that the corrupted power had spread to Luke too. Frowning, the hero wondered what but why, because only he could use this power. The warrior rushed forward. The thought arose that this was the result of that great undertaking. He does not think that he was so deeply involved in this matter. The men fought. It was said that the difficulty of fighting Luke remained the same as before. The only thing that changed was that he accepted this power. A bright glow appeared. A thought arose that someone had interfered. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that they should look. A glow appeared above him, and he added that these imperial dogs were nothing. No one would stop them. The beam rushed forward. It was heard that this was the power of their great cause. Striking the ground, the warrior shouted that everyone should be patient. Black beams appeared around him, and Luke shouted that until he came. The guy looked away, hearing that their time would soon come. The people smiled, hearing that the era of power would begin. The fighters rushed towards each other. It was heard that they should not retreat. He would not stop them. The knight raised his weapon and shouted that all this rabble could do was talk, but they were still just simple bandits. Jumping up, he added that His Imperial Highness was watching them, on his behalf. The people looked at each other furiously, and it was heard that these dirty animals would be punished. Suddenly, a powerful explosion flared up. The hero looked angrily at the man. Looking down, he said that it was not bad. Gritting his teeth, the warrior said that it was useless to beg for forgiveness now. The protagonist swung his weapon sharply. Frowning, the man exclaimed. Smiling, Larry said that it was not bad for the dregs of society. A bright glow appeared in front of the warrior, and he shouted an attack. The attack rushed forward. It was heard that it thought that he would be exposed to the blow a second time. The man opened his eyes wide. The hero jumped up. The beam rushed forward. Luke stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted that he would go no further as long as he was here. He stretched his hand forward and said that he should surrender. Frowning, the man shouted that he would die too. A bright beam hit the ground. Smiling, the warrior said that he felt it now. This time he got hit hard. The attack was aimed at the man. Swinging his weapon, the hero said, "Well?" His eyes lit up, and he added that it meant he just needed to get rid of him. The man looked at him in surprise and exclaimed. Suddenly, the protagonist used the weapon break skill. The man was holding a sword in his hands. Larry took a step forward. Standing in front of him, the man asked why his power. Smiling, the hero replied that he was hot. It was time to finish him off little by little. His foot slid along the ground. The protagonist swung his weapon. A blow flew at Luke. The hero's eyes lit up. He dealt several blows to the warrior. The man looked up and said no, he was looking at them. An explosion erupted behind the protagonist. A notification appeared that the Storm King Luke had been defeated. A message suddenly appeared in front of the hero, saying that the Rage King was angry. Larry lowered his head. A message appeared that the Rage King had appeared. The man put his weapon behind his back. Suddenly, he used a battle cry. The knight looked at him in amazement and asked what that was. Smiling widely, the king said, "Wow." Suddenly, he clenched his teeth. His eyes lit up. They stood in front of each other. Frowning, the man said that it was him. He wanted to compete with him. Smiling, the hero replied that it was obvious. Looking straight ahead, the king said that it was funny. He even killed the Storm King. How much he wanted to stop their great cause. The warriors froze in fear. The emperor's dogs were heard. The protagonist frowned, hearing that the furious dog too. The man smiled widely and laughed. Suddenly his eyes lit up brightly. Larry looked at him in surprise. Suddenly he rushed towards the King of Rage. Blaze swung his weapon sharply. The knights flew to the side. The soldier's eyes widened, asking what the hell, was he even a human? The hero looked away in surprise. A bright beam flew near him. Standing in the smoke, the king said that they were idiots. Smiling widely, he added that they should not even think about leaving here alive. They stood in front of each other. Suddenly the King of Rage swung his weapon. A bright flame appeared behind him. A blow flew at the warriors. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Covering his face with his hand, the knight wheezed. The man's eyes widened, shouting that they should listen. The people smiled, hearing that their great work would end tonight. Holding his weapon in his hands, the king shouted that the emperor had unleashed his dogs that had killed their brothers. But should they stop there? Raising his hand, he added that they should draw their weapons. Looking straight ahead, Blaze shouted that no one could stop the masters of the mountain. They would not let the sacrifice of their brothers who had gone to heaven be in vain. Swinging his weapon, he exclaimed. The earth shook beneath him. Smiling, the man said that at the end of today, this land would be theirs. The warriors raised their weapons and shouted about the King of Fury. The fighters rushed forward. The boys gritted their teeth, looking at them. A glow appeared around the weapons. It was heard that the debts were for their brothers. Opening his eyes wide, Blaze said that they would be collected before nightfall. Suddenly, he jumped up. The man swung his weapon. Bright red rays appeared. The boy looked away. The hero parried the king's blow. It was heard that even the king of the bandit crowd could instruct enthusiastically. Wow. The man clenched his teeth, hearing that, but it didn't matter. Frowning, the protagonist said that his opponent here was him. Looking at him, the man said that he was such a bore. The man's eyes lit up and he shouted that he didn't care. He would just kill him, and that's it. Suddenly the protagonist jumped up. Smiling, he asked what and cope. Larry swung his hand. Blaze frowned and said that the young berserker only knew how to talk. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he added that they would see how much he could take. The man's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he used a double strike. A devastating explosion occurred. The King of Fury looked at him in surprise. Pulling the weapon forward, the hero said that it was a good axe. Looking down, he asked that his little brother needed to buy a better weapon, didn't he? The man glared at him. Clutching the weapon in his hands, Blaze shouted that yes, how dare he. Looking straight at him, he added that how dare he mention him. Numerous beams appeared in the air. Looking at the hero, the King of Fury shouted that he should die. The hero clenched his teeth and wheezed. The beam hit him. A thought occurred to him that his power level was not at all like Luke's. He must not let his guard down. The man's eyes lit up and he thought that even with just one hit, he could be in a dangerous position. The protagonist jumped up. Swinging, Blaze said that here and there, and he dodged well. Raising his head up, he added that his life would end today. Smiling, Larry thought, damn, he provoked him too much. The hero swung his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he thought that monstrous power. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that Luke and Blaze's strength was very high. Continuing to just avoid his attacks was reckless. Larry turned his head and thought that initially the one who wanted to start a rebellion with the help of the corrupted power was only Blaze. His followers are a huge disappointment. It is strange that even one Blaze can cause so much trouble. During this time he was so carried away by the rebellion. The mercenaries rushed forward. The thought appeared that so much that it has such a great influence on others. But why? The king raised his weapon and shouted how dare he get distracted during their battle. The man's eyes lit up and he added that he was smug beyond measure. The protagonist slid across the ground. Blaze smiled and asked what a fool he was. Did he really think he could stop their great cause? He extended his weapon forward and added that there was a land promised to them. Larry's eyes widened in surprise. The man raised his weapon and shouted that they would not retreat. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that Luke had mentioned him too. The protagonist frowned. The man smiled widely, wondering if Luke had been talking about Blaze. Larry jumped up, thinking that as he thought, this quest was different from the ones he had done before. Maybe the task would open up new paths depending on the strategy of completing it. Looking at the king, Larry thought that he didn't know, but he smirked and added that one thing was for sure. The beam hit the ground. The thought appeared that someone else was behind this. The king raised his hands up. Bright beams appeared around him. Suddenly, he used the storm strike skill. Blaze opened his eyes in surprise. Frowning, the hero said that if he dealt with Blaze, something would definitely appear. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his weapon. Frowning, the king shouted that this was nonsense. How dare he look down on him? Black particles appeared in the air. The man looked straight ahead. His gaze froze in place. A bright flash appeared in front of the man. The king raised his hand. Larry clenched his teeth tightly. The man pulled the weapon out of the ground. Then he pulled out the second axe. Wide-eyed, the king of rage shouted that he would kill him as many times as he wanted. Suddenly, Blaze rushed towards the hero. He used a double strike. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. He deftly dodged the attacks. The protagonist landed on a stone. Axes appeared around him. A powerful explosion erupted. It was heard that he should blame his arrogance for this. Larry quickly ran forward. The man looked at him furiously. A thought appeared, oh shit, the corrupted power became more powerful than before. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. A thought appeared. He did not think that he could also use something like berserker mode. He was more assertive than he thought. The man's eyes lit up and he said that it seemed that he was gradually running out of steam. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had miscalculated. People were standing in the middle of the flames. A thought appeared. Although the soldiers were blocking his small fish, he had completely forgotten about the most important problem. Larry withstood the king's blow and thought that his attack power exceeded his expectations. He did not know why he became so strong. Gritting his teeth, the hero added that but if this continues, the soldiers behind him will simply be destroyed. The protagonist flew to the side and wheezed. Larry crashed into the wall. Standing in front of him, the king of rage asked that he was going to surrender. Smiling widely, the man said that if he surrendered now, he would let him die in agony, like his younger brother. Frowning, Larry thought, okay, let's end it here. Looking at him, Blaze said that he would hang his head on the fortress gate on purpose, to which the hero replied that it was time to end. The king's eyes widened in amazement. Raising his hand up, the protagonist shouted for all soldiers to retreat. The knights looked at him in surprise and asked again. Frowning, the guy shouted that they could not, and the young man added that they would fight to the end. Rushing forward, the knights said that they needed him, to which Larry asked what he was carrying. He kicked the ground. Gritting his teeth, the hero shouted that he should leave before they were dragged into this. The hero pulled the weapon out of the ground. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist said that he would soon join them too. Smiling, the man asked what he was going to do. Swinging the axe, he shouted that he would resist until the very end. Suddenly, Blaze struck the ground. The stone was split in half. The king of fury frowned. Flying above him, the hero asked what he was looking at. Opening his eyes wide, the king shouted that these were his tricks. A bright beam hit him. The protagonist smiled, looking at him. Blaze frowned. The axes flew up. The man used the skill of mass attack. Kicking with his foot, Larry said that he was such a simpleton. The man raised his hands up. Smiling, the hero asked that he had no other skills. He used the skill of crazy dance. Bright beams flew around the king. A powerful glow flared. The protagonist rushed forward. Blaze slid on the ground and screamed. He jumped up sharply. Looking at the hero, the man screamed that he should die. Larry frowned and thought that it seemed like he was simply swinging a weapon. While attacking, the hero thought that each attack was aimed at a vital organ. He looked to the side and added that it was a battle between two berserkers. The protagonist parried the blow and thought that it was even easier that way. Smiling widely, he added that he would open all parts of the body except for the neck and heart. Bright beams appeared, and the thought appeared that he himself would find a gap in his defense, cut his throat or pierce his heart. Blood spurted through the attacks. The man opened his eyes in surprise. The hero smiled widely and thought that when the time was up, Blaze swung the axe, and the thought appeared that he would die. The protagonist looked to the side. The king looked at him in surprise. His eyes widened. The protagonist frowned. A glow appeared around him. Larry's eyes lit up. Suddenly, the hero jumped up. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist used the madness attack skill. Rolling his eyes, Blaze said that he would find him. A glow appeared around his hand. A notification appeared that the king of rage Blaze was defeated. Proof of the corrupted power was obtained. The hero stood still. A message appeared that the level was increased. The protagonist's eyes glowed red. The people looked at him in amazement and asked that the King of Rage was defeated. He was a monster. Larry put his hand to his face. The fighters looked at him in fear. It was heard that if Blaze died, then the corrupted power disappeared. And what else to expect from mobs that are under someone's control? Larry smiled widely and replied that it made no difference. Rushing forward, he shouted that they would all become his experience points anyway. A powerful explosion thundered behind the mountain. A view of the forest opened up. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted. Raising his head, the hero heard that he was okay, to which he replied that yes, he got hit a little of course. Looking at him, the young man said that he was so surprised, he could not even imagine that he was worried about them, to which the protagonist replied that they also tried well, he will deal with the rest himself. Sitting on the ground, Larry wondered who this he was that they were talking about. Frowning, he added that just in case he caught them all, but could not find a single clue. Turning his head, the hero thought that maybe this task has some other quest that is connected with him. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that one of the bandits remained alive. He looked down and exclaimed. The children looked at him in fear. Looking to the side, Larry asked where the children came from. The girl hugged her mother and exclaimed. Looking at the hero, the residents exclaimed. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought, what's this? People were sitting by the fire, and it was heard that he had really dealt with the bandits. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that Mount Komyo had suddenly caught fire, and they thought that the bandits had come again. He had never thought that the knights had reached them. Looking to the side, the hero said that it seemed that the bandits had captured many territories here, to which he was told that a few weeks ago there had suddenly been more of them. Sitting by the fire, he added that travelers sometimes drove away the bandits, but there were too many of them, so it became difficult to drive them away. Closing his eyes, the man said that now it was all thanks to them. On behalf of the village, he brought him their gratitude. The villager smiled and said that he was very grateful to the knights, to which the guy added that now they could live in safety. Turning his head, the village elder said that they didn't have much to offer them, but they could spend the night here and move on. They could prepare sleeping places for them. The guy frowned and asked that the soldiers were very tired. How about staying here for a day? To which the hero replied that he should wait a second. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought it was strange. They said that their village had been attacked by bandits many times. The villagers looked happily. A thought came to mind that all the villagers were in perfect order. No one was really injured, and they looked healthy, if compared to the appearance of the village itself. They smiled widely. A thought arose that what if they were hiding something from them? Maybe there was a hidden path that had not yet fully opened. Looking to the side, the hero thought that he needed to stay on guard. He heard that the knights had arrived, having defeated the bandits. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked that no one was injured. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what the saint was. Closing his eyes, she said that she was told about the fire, and she went to see, so she was late on the way back. Turning his head, Larry thought, what is this? Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they drove away the bandits. These are the Imperial Knights. The saint smiled and said that she thanked them very much. She thought that they would not withstand their attack anymore. Looking at her, the guy said that he asked not to cry, and the young man added that now everyone is safe. Lowering her head, the girl said that how can she repay them for this, to which the hero replied that nothing, they were just doing their job. Smiling, the village elder said that it is true, now that all the inhabitants are safe, maybe they can help the knights. Looking to the side, the saint asked again, and the man said that they must be tired after the battle, maybe they will heal them with their power. Looking at the hero, the man said that there was no need to worry, the power of the saint was unconditional. A village appeared. It was heard that several weeks ago, when robbers rushed into the village and difficulties began. The man flew to the side and wheezed. The warrior looked at him in amazement, and said that he was only in the way and getting in the way, and the guy added that they had cleaned everything out here, it was time to go back. Frowning, the man shouted that if they took this too, then what would they eat? Let them return it. The fighter kicked him and shouted that he was completely crazy. Why rob if he was returning everything? The girl hugged the man and turned. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that they had already taken several days ago. The children were starving. Standing at the door, the saint said, "Wow, that wouldn't do." The guy looked at her in surprise and asked who she was. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that it must be so hard for them that even children were starving. Why were they doing this? The man turned his head and said that she was funny. Apparently she didn't understand her situation. He grabbed her by the hair and added that it looked like she had a high status. If she was crazy, then she should go home quietly and sit there. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man, and it was heard that he was provoking them. The fighter flew to the side. Opening her eyes wide, the saint said that it was hard enough for everyone, so they should help each other. Turning her head, she added that stealing what belonged to others was wrong. The warrior swung at her, and the thought appeared that from that moment the saint began to visit their village. People rushed towards her, and it was said that the saint defended their village with all her might. A broken fence appeared, and the thought appeared that the robbers, in order to harm her, began to gradually increase their strength and power. The robber grabbed the man by the hair. The thought arose that they were attacking the saint or deliberately robbing them when the saint was not around. Sitting next to the girl, the headman said that he should just leave their village and go away. Lowering his head, he added that the village was almost abandoned, even the inhabitants could not stand it, and were leaving the village one by one. The saint took his hand, hearing that everyone must find their own salvation, to which he replied that he should not say such a thing. The man looked amazed, hearing that this was their village and the land they cultivated, to which he replied that he would do everything possible to deal with the robbers. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the harder the times, the more difficulties they must overcome together. The man sat next to her. The thought arose that such touching words, then they decided to protect the village of Kokomoro. The people erected walls. The thought arose that they too took action, erected barricades. The boys smiled, and it seemed that they had armed themselves. Looking down, the village elder said that the bandit attacks had indeed become less frequent, but that had not lasted long. Raising his head, he added that thanks to the saint's treatment, their wounds were not so serious, but it was also difficult to continue living here. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the man said that now they had hope, because the knights were here, and from tomorrow they would begin to restore the village. Grinning, he said that this was not enough, but let him at least allow him to celebrate with them tonight. Raising his hand, the saint replied that she would heal the wounded, to which the hero thanked her. Closing her eyes, she added that she was simply doing everything she could. A glow appeared near her and the girl said that she had nothing more to do for this village. If she could help with anything, she should definitely do it. The boy grinned, hearing that they had made a fire. Let them rest. Putting his hand to his chest, the elder said that he should stay at their house today. The saint would also spend the night in their house. Frowning, the hero said that he would be grateful. Stretching his hand to the side, the saint said that it looked like he was badly wounded. It would be okay if she examined him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that he was a guest. He should not worry about him. He would take care of the soldiers first. The girl slightly opened her mouth. Larry looked away. Looking at him, the man said that here, to which the hero responded approvingly. People were sitting near the fire. Raising his hand, the guy said that then their master did bam. A view of the house opened up. Lying on the bed, the protagonist said that the elder kept trying to put him to sleep, although he did not need it. Maybe he does not know who travelers are. The door opened slightly. It was heard that either they really were hiding something. Entering the room, the girl asked him if he was sleeping. Larry's eyes widened. Smiling, the saint said that he should excuse her for visiting so late. Closing her eyes, she added that she would like to consult with him.